good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world, and welcome to the very last day of the RMR, the very last chance for our teams to qualify for the PGL Major in Antwerp. In fact, after all these days now, we only have 3 spots left, and there's some heavy hitters that haven't made it yet. Before we get into today, let's take a look at what happened yesterday.
Back down, you're in my domain, got the whole crowd screaming out our name. It's a blowout, it's a hurricane.
Innocent's got around the back. He's wrapped around, he's gonna go for the knife, and okay. Becky, boosted up, gets the lineup. No reaction to the boost play from Hades. And the net is going to surely fall, but he's gonna drop right on him. All on Madden. It's down to the 1v1, and Madden closes it out for Ents. Should be realizing that stick is coming through. Innocent trying to take the shot on Snap. He's actually got it. Innocent.
We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the
Madden now deals for the ramp play forward. Hades helped him out towards ramp. And another shot from Hades picked up. He threw his AWP down on the ground. He's picked it up. He was able to get away with one. And Hades, that was quick to the shot on Innocent. And Veggie now coming out of Palace. He's trying to fight so many eyeballs.
Molly error right there. Now just 2 more staying alive as Ascarish gets something back. Madden will trade this out, but it is just Innocent. He's been the hero of this team.
Well, swing, and he will be taken out. Ents are heading to the PGL Major in Antwerp.
Ooh, deep Molotov in heart. So Joko, he just executes off the back of it.
Oh, this is going to be huge. This is going to be massive. Body, no! He misses the shot. Joko, he's landing all the headshots from the B site.
Can you hear them? Yeah, it's all for us, you believe.
Oh, that'd be a 13th round in the bag, and Afro wants to make that seem like a reality.
Afro turns, and that's another kill. Afro knows where he is. Dude, what a half from Afro so far on the CT side.
Afro's gonna peek out, and he'll deal the damage instead. That's the tag.
30 seconds remaining, and that's the headshot. This time, Afro scales forward, and Crad with the flick finds the kill.
Headshot onto Crad. Good night, Forrester. Nickelback won't have her back as Afro blows him away, and he takes the 2-0.
B-Stick comes out of Boiler to cover his teammate. What a friend to have.
B-Stick, awesome round from him. A desperate jump in from B-Stick means Rez is just so comfortable on this one, swinging for 3. Emphasis easy does it. Bomb dropped. Ooh! Stops the spray, resets for 3. Both counter-terrorists coming in from mid. It's a matter of sharpshooting. And as he holds for that peak,
Jesus.
Double headshot, double kill. Gonna walk right into the 2 AKs here. This is gonna be a shooting gallery down the pipe and down the drain. We've got 2 CTs with back turns, but that should be the cover. Oh, shock. Flashbang is perfect from S-Attack. There's the pop-up from Zedko, but how about the pop-off? 3 kills and a valiant effort.
Lorded over by Quattro, who's on for a double. These openers are clean. Bro, I don't know. What can you even do against this? Like, look at him! What Quattro! Get him! On the bomb. Rage in the sight with them. In the sight with them. They're sticking it. Knives out. He really wants up! Oh, no! He's whipped the knife!
Now you're facing what?
Oh, this could be everything.
Oh, double! Oh, Rigger! With the deagle to try and close. Oh my God! What a round!
Raging scopes up, they hear it, and they... Oh no! You're joking! Xenopsy! That's so BM. Oh, the shot for waterfalls, and they play off the back of it.
Might just be a formality. They're run down in CT, and some bad news. Eagles 2-0. They do manage to get it over the line.
Glaive gonna shave one off. Config also gets Alexi. This is solid. So far, so good as Config jumps over, swoops down on them. A triple kill with the FAMAS off the car move. It's on to the kid. The first headshot versus Zipic, second versus Blame. Knows that Farley's coming in from mid. 1, 2, 3. Look at him go, man. Look at him go. He's just chasing him. He sees bloodlust. Monacy going to take his head off. Good no-scope damage. Glaive's also going to die, so now costs being racked up.
Wait, what the
3
hell?
kills for Monacy. Easy does it. The Opera of Astralis locks in kill after kill. Hunter gets caught. Config, 2 kills. As he topples the totem pole, nails the 3rd. There's the 4th. Farley just dunks it on him. Farley's op starts to miss. No scope. Again. Fire on the feet forces Jax back. Still, he fights on. He's got the kit to defuse. He's got 2 T's tagged, but that's it. G2 to Antwerp.
Full blind. Siren's got him locked in the corner. If only he jumped him. Now the flash expires and Boris gets a dink off. Siren's dead to nade.
Nexter locked in the 1v1. He's been dinked. Uh-oh, the nade should seal the deal.
Patsy falls in with a beautiful double, finding 2. 3 parts open, and that nade will do it. Not again!
Nurse is up long. Mighty Max is in with a double. He's made this round possible. He might have to die in the volley. Oh, what a response. Patsy's the eagle. Trapped in at the crane, but he's playing the trigger discipline. Mighty Max in their heads. Red free. Here he is.
Nice.
Doubles up. He's silenced. Bomb plant can't come in. The molly churning them down. And it's a lineup. Crucial falls. And that's the end of the line for Endpoint.
Well, then there we go. Yeah, some really crazy games yesterday, I think, across the board. I'm here at the desk. My name is Shox with Maniac and Pimp. Pimp, you've been here the whole haul, I think, for the RMR, right?
Yeah.
How are you feeling? Very
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. A little bit tired, obviously, after a lot of days, but also motivated to finish off in style. It's been a great couple of weeks, and I think the Counter-Strike has delivered on all fronts.
Definitely has.
Hey, it's good to see you too. It's good to be on the desk with you. We didn't do enough of that.
We haven't done much, you know, but soon.
No.
Soon enough.
Let's talk a little bit about some of the things yesterday, maybe a recap. I think we need to touch a little bit on Astralis versus G2. Heartbreaker for Astralis. G2 really clutching it out on Vertigo, and it was just a great match for the fans, I think.
It was a back and forth, and you said it right. I think the real winners of that game, obviously G2 qualifying for the major. Hard to argue anything else, but the fans out there, both for Astralis and for G2, I think we saw a quality matchup. We saw some beautiful Counter-Strike displayed by Astralis and Ancient. They really make a case for them being one of the best teams in the world on that specific map, whereas for G2, like always, they struggle a little bit, but at the end of the game, they always have that extra, dare say, flair for the game. They have that firepower, which is the buzzword for this tournament, and they will always, you know, with Monacy, Nico and the boys, have that edge and have that X factor.
I thought Vertigo was a firework. Vertigo, as a fan of Counter-Strike, was exactly what I want to see in a game, which is 2 teams trying to figure out the solutions as they go. A little bit of striking rounds, like 3 rounds for Astralis, 3 rounds for G2. Suddenly you feel like one team has figured it out, and then Glaive comes up with a new way to approach the game. That was really beautiful to watch.
What a Vertigo from Jax also, right? I mean, sometimes he's quiet, but sometimes he has games like this as well. It means G2 make it to Antwerp, and you can also make it to Antwerp. Get your tickets now to see the major live. I think for many of you, this will probably be the first time that you can go to an arena again, you know, and see games like this for a crowd. I think it's going to come back in a second. If not, you can find the QR code online as well. Let's then talk a little bit about the standings and holistically about the teams that were able to qualify for the major yesterday. G2, ENCE, and NIP Maniac.
I think logic has been restored or has been followed, so to speak. Obviously, the G2 Astralis, we touched on it, could have gone either way. ENCE acted with authority, with dominance against Anonymo. We praised, obviously, the up-and-comers from Poland, but that just wasn't enough. I think ENCE made a statement in that game. And for the side of NIP, pretty much the same. Sinners tried, but it didn't really feel like they were in the same league of Counter-Strike, if you will.
No, I agree. The way they qualified yesterday, both NIP and ENCE, it was good to see, because that gives a bit of poise and a bit of, I guess, reassurance for when they come into the major, they're going to be at the level they're supposed to be at. It would have been a disaster for both NIP and ENCE, for that matter, to be in the 2-2 scenario, like Astralis are today. So for them to qualify and do it in style is a great sign and must boost some confidence for those rosters as well.
Definitely is. The last 3 spots today, I think there is the expectation for Astralis, obviously, to make it, but they have a pretty tricky one. So let's talk a little bit about the matchups that we won't be covering on the A stream. That will go over to the other crew, but we have the Bad News Eagles versus Sinners. And Pimp, we were looking at the recap there, and the Bad News Eagles, they're just so fun to watch. You know, they always go for it. Be it a knife kill, be it a no-scope, they just try.
They're having fun, right? They're serious, obviously, and they want to qualify for the major. It would be a massive result for this squad. But the fact they're having so much fun and they're playing with so much passion. I absolutely love it. I sometimes feel, you know, and it may sound a bit cruel to say, but European teams, when you compare them to South American teams, they don't have the same amount of outgoing passion, at least not in the same way. It's shown in a different way, and it's just a nice fresh of air that these Bad News Eagles are coming in and reminding me of that, you know, Brazilian raw emotion, raw passion.
I think it's also about some players discovering this for the first time in their lives, not being used to this, not being used to play for so much prestige, for so much reward. Sinners and Bad News Eagle, one of these two teams will make it to the major. This is going to be life-changing for the org, for the players themselves. That's what you see. I think that's what we feel, that they grasp the importance of the moment.
And especially in situations like this, how much it can do for the respective scenes, right? The full Czech lineup versus Kosovo, Albania on the other side. Like, those things are very important when you look at the long-term development of CS talent that wants to get there from those countries.
For sure. It almost feels like they're representing their countries, right? And as a Dane, I can speak for myself here, right? We don't really have that national feeling in the same way. We represent ourselves. No, we do, you know.
It's not a bad thing.
No, but in football and in handball, obviously we like representing our countries, but in Counter-Strike, we represent ourselves. We're very egotistical in the sense that if I'm an Astralis player, I don't want Heroic to win. And if I'm a Heroic player, I don't want Astralis to win at all. There's that fight whereas I feel the Brazilian team, they support each other.
No, you have a luxury because you have so many good players. Like us, like Belgium is like scraping.
It's not our fault that you suck.
But I see Regal and I'm like, come on, man, you can do it. Let's go. You're used to it. You have a tradition of really high teams over there.
Pip said it. It's not their fault that we all suck. You know, just be born in Denmark. Heck W. Anyways, that's going to be a banger of a matchup. Let's talk about Denmark then versus France. Astralis up versus Heat. That will also be such a banger. And correct me if I'm wrong, but Astralis to me looked quite good yesterday despite the loss. But this is a tricky matchup, monsieur.
It is a very tricky matchup because emotionally speaking, they have to completely reset the whole pattern, the whole shizzle, right? They go from almost beating G2, which is a game in which you can just invest your full 200%. You have nothing to lose. You can beat them. You can beat G2. To then having to survive against Heat. It's not exactly the same as a competitor. You know how it is, Jacob. When you move into that game, you know what your position is. You know what the demands are on you.
It's the pressure, and it's the fact that Astralis can only lose that game. There's no other way than painting the picture that if Astralis don't qualify for the major, right, they can win it, and obviously that's a good thing. But for Astralis to even be in this position already is a little bit disappointing. Then you look into the tournament, you look to the teams they've lost to, Players and G2. That's to be expected. So in that regard, not too shabby. But you heard Alexi B say it yesterday in the interview after the G2 match. He said that if we would have been in that 2-2 match, he would be afraid that they would go out because the pressure that is on them, the fact that, you know, if they lose, that's going to be a disaster, and if they win, well, we just did what we're supposed to. It's just a different vibe to play on.
It's tricky. As like someone on the sidelines, you want to see Astralis at the major, but if Heat completes that upset, by the way, they also beat Entropic yesterday 2-0, right? So they wouldn't have stolen it, not by any means. Oh, crazy, crazy day. Let's dive into our first matchup we have here on the A stream. Also a big one is Anonymo up versus Spirit. Let's start with Anonymo. The pride of Poland 2022, I should say. Of course, yesterday they ran into a couple of very strong polls as well on ENCE. Is it fair to say that despite their good run here so far, also the upset over G2, the way ENCE was playing yesterday was just a little too much for them?
Yeah, ENCE were better yesterday. They had more quality on the server. I think the way they played as well, they remind me a lot of each other. They like to be explosive. They like to go for the duels. And the quality on the server side of ENCE was just too much for Anonymo to handle. I think so far in this tournament, they've impressed me very much with the G2 win, obviously. But I also think we saw the limitations yesterday against a team like ENCE that they can do well, but to a certain degree.
And what is also complicated is the reasons why they lost to ENCE wasn't exactly a lack of firepower. For me, it was more about experience. It was more about Vista and understanding how to play the high-pressure situations. How much can you take from one game to the other? That is going to be a huge test for them. Did they learn a lot from that situation? Maybe calming down the pace when they have to, be more decisive. Can they apply that today?
Yeah, I think that's a great pointer. You know, you said it, firepower, they have it, right? Veggie has had a very impressive RMR so far, Innocent as well. And it all came down to post-plant situations, late-round situations, where they pushed a little bit too far. We heard from Innocent, he said, I want to be aggressive for my team because these youngsters, I need to show them the way, But is there such a thing as too much of a good thing?
For sure, you can get ahead of yourself, and that was my point in regards to firepower. All the members from ENCE in that matchup ended in a plus KD, all 5 players. So whenever these guys are pushing, whenever they were going out, trying to change the tide of the round, trying to take control over the round, they were facing a wall, they were facing good players, and that's my point right here. I think Anonymo, when they're facing teams who are equal to their own skill level, and have the same experience, they can be very, very dangerous.
And you talk about this aggressiveness and whether or not you can do too much of it. I think sometimes as a rookie, as an up-and-comer, you don't believe in your own ability to win the round by the rules, and so you overcompensate just a little bit. You know, look at Innocent and the way he won the 6 first rounds against G2. It's engraved in my memory forever. Yeah. I mean, the man pushed the limits. He pushed the barriers of how aggressive you can be. But what if you think that this is your only way to victory? That's sometimes what they lack. You know, the ability to say, 4v3, deep breath, we can take our time, it's going to work fine.
Yeah, and we talk a lot about Innocent, but Oscarish is actually the IGL there, so it's going to be a lot on his shoulders as well to maybe temper the team a little bit in those late round situations. They are going to need it because they want to qualify for the major today, and they are up against Team Spirit. Number 38 in the world, and it took me an embarrassingly long time to understand kind of the wordplay of the name, Team Spirit. And I mean, maybe that leads me into my best question. Do they act like a team that is on the same page so far, and how much of a chance do you give them to qualify for the major today, Pim?
I think they have a good chance, to be completely honest. I think them and Anonymo are kind of equal in that sense. It's an interesting team with a couple of interesting players as well. Obviously, Spirit have been around for quite some time. You see the ranking development right here. They went into a rebuild, right? That's why they have this steep drop-off where they go all the way down to being ranked number 200. And then slowly but surely they're finding their footing, right? They used to be a team that was in contention for top 16. Now they're number 40 in the world. So safe to say the rebrand haven't really worked out so far.
It's been a long road. I mean, if you're new to Counter-Strike, first of all, welcome. You made the right choice. But the thing is, Spirit were at some point fighting for that spot. They were very close to that glass ceiling, and then they had to change almost everything. We're talking about Sun Dayong having to leave. Chopper was put on the bench for a while. Mir as well, who was one of the, I guess, the veteran of the Russian scene as well. And now they are rebuilding. Now they tapped into the academy team. They picked Siren and Patsy, who also had a little bit of time with Spirit at the time. And you have some experienced players in the form of Chopper, the Vega Squadron Run, of course. But the man I want to talk about, the one that excites me, is Dexter. That's for sure.
Why does he excite you, Maniac?
That man is a diamond in the rough. Listen, he popped off in the Counter-Strike scene while we were mainly playing online. And obviously that is always going to be a little bit of a subtitle to your name. But anytime he came to a big LAN event, i.e. Cologne, for example, he always delivered 134 rating in Cologne. He's got 130 here at the event. This man deserves credit. But he has to prove, he has to earn it. He has to be in these events. Otherwise, you just forget about him. You don't see him under the spotlight.
He's one of those players who always thrive well when the opponents are not as good as him, right? He's very good at utilizing the fact that he will be the best AWP on the server. So he plays with confidence, constantly goes for duels. One of the critiques you had about Dexter was that whenever he was up against good teams, when Spirit were in top 20 and they played some of the top 10, top 5 teams, he would sometimes fall a bit short. I believe his average rating against top teams is 1.10, where the average rating against top 30 team is 1.30. So there's a massive difference right here. But the fact of the matter is that in this matchup, he's going up against Anonymo, and that should be something that for him at least is a bit of a feast.
Yeah, you said 30, right? They're 69 on the world ranking. So when it comes to that, he should be able to do very well. What's the story with this guy, Magix, and how does he fit into the Spirit story?
I kind of feel like he's changed his role, he's changed his position, because if you go back to the Spirit of yesteryear we were mentioning, he was more like a filler, of course, very skilled player, but he had other people that would be looked at first. He had the Mir, the Sun Dayong, the Dexter, but now actually he's a strong second star for that team. He is very skilled. You, of course, will have seen the highlights in FPL, the man is nuts. Yeah. So it's great to see him take more confidence, take more authority in his position as well, and make the difference.
I love to watch him when he's streaming. He streams quite a lot, and you can just see that raw aim, that raw skill, that raw mechanical understanding of the game. So for him to be fired up, that's another dangerous prospect.
Definitely is. Let's take a look at the map, Veto, and what comes in.
So what's really good? What's really good for Anonymo again is that Inferno is going to be removed by Spirit. That's a map they don't play. Spirit go for Vertigo. I was actually wondering what map Anonymo would remove. They decided to take away Dust 2 from Spirit, which is a strong map. The punish for Vertigo makes sense. Anonymo Mirage, we've seen the G2 game. That's a very good map for them.
Look at that look. Oh, even what's going on there?
Talking to our hearts,
Yeah,
our soul.
it's for you, Pimp, I think.
Yeah, maybe. It's a good veto.
That's because you said you were watching his stream and he was like,
Yeah,
oh man,
Sometimes
Jacob.
subscribe to him as well, you know, I'm a fan. But honestly, this map pool is good for both teams. I think Vertigo, clear favorite in Spirit. They haven't lost the map the last 3 months, whereas for Anonymo, they've been struggling a little bit on that map. So for me, it's more so, you know, it's a comfort pick, obviously, for Spirit, but also a bit of a punish pick when it comes to Anonymo. Mirage used to be the home of Team Spirit. So those of you who remember Spirit a year ago, they loved to play Mirage. As of lately, though, they've been a bit rough on it. They've won 33% of their games. They played 9 the last 3 months, so only won 3 of those. All the games, though, are close, and that's, you know, maybe the one silver lining.
I think we are lined up for a 1-1 scenario with a banger on Nuke. That's how it looks like.
Yeah.
Both teams being able to somewhat punish the other on their picks, but then again, logic doesn't always follow our theory.
Not always, indeed. What a fantastic opportunity for both of these teams to make it. We are going to Vertigo first, so let's head over, rather, to our casters.
Well, last chance these two teams. I'm really looking forward to seeing which team is going to be moving forward. I have to agree with Pimp in terms of these two teams feel somewhat equally matched coming into this. It's very hard to call this one, Chad.
They haven't had equal roads, have they, really?
Yeah.
I think one we've seen go up against hard opponents.
That's
one
true.
has had quite an easy run in that regard here. I think for Anonymo to now not be able to scrape through against Spirit is going to hurt, considering the names they've been able to beat to get to this point, whereas you look at the teams that Spirit have been, and I know you can only play the teams in front of you, but it's been Endpoint and it's been ASG. So this one right here, now that we've leveled the playing field, all those past results don't matter. It's a best of 3 for all the marbles, the whole enchilada right now. And I want to just see if we can get a bit of Dexter versus Innocent impact action, because those two have kind of been the standouts who have been making plays and making the games interesting from that type of a level.
We've casted pretty much every Anonymo game bar one map, so
Okay,
we've seen a lot of them, but we've seen a little bit of Spirit, and what we've seen, we didn't see great stuff. They did have a very weak showing versus the Sinners, which you would say are at a pretty similar level to Anonymo. So I'm glad it's a best of 3 here. Sinners obviously had them on Nuke, but this is going to be Vertigo, a start for Spirit to warm up into things.
Yeah, and when you look at Spirit, obviously they were 3-0 on that map with this roster right here. Patsy is the highest rated player, and he's been one of the players with Spirit who so far in this event hasn't really impressed me too much. I wasn't expecting a lot from him, to be fair, but if he's the highest rated player for the team on that map in their 3-0 scoreline of Vertigo, you're expecting him to show up today to at least be able to put something downrange. And on the other side of things, when we've seen the best of ones or certain maps come on through for Anonymo, it always feels like they've had a couple of tricks prepared or a couple little maneuvers that they like to run and get away with here. And I assume it's going to be the same today for Vertigo, right? I assume they're going to be prepared with something. They get to start on the CT side right here. They have aggressive maneuvers. We saw it yesterday on Overpass against Ents. They like to do that double long push. They were always flanking from behind. So I want to see if they go like for mid-traction, try and get themselves across towards that ladder room to apply a little bit of pressure to those A plays that will be coming through out of the boys from Spirit. We should be getting this one on your screens momentarily. All the players are in the server, just warming on up. We've got Anonymous starting on the CT side, Spirit starting on the T side of this one here.
Yeah, well, when we last seen Spirit at the major circuit, it was in Stockholm. They played alongside Mir, and they also had Sumda Young in the roster at the time. If that was the same roster now, I would be saying this should be a heavily favored matchup for Team Spirit, but they don't have that team. They've gone and found some new, fresh faces that haven't really hit the ground running for this Team Spirit side, and this seems like a bit more of a long-term project. The odds certainly on the screen favor Spirit coming into play, though, up against Anonymo. And they've got one player in the middle there, Chopper, who has had a bit of experience over the last few years now, in-game leading a side. Well, I don't really know if he's had too much experience getting players leveled up from the ground up, and that's a question I do have.
Yeah, I think it's going to be definitely a bit of growing pains with this team here, and it's curious that there is a favorite in this one here, because for me it's a 50-50 matchup. There's no even head-to-head record between the two of them. But we're getting things underway. Anonymo versus Team Spirit Vertigo, just one best of 3 separating either of these names from it. Showing over there in Antwerp in a couple weeks' time, and Spirit on their map choice need to be on the attack. Chopper with the U-tilt, has himself into a smoke. Molotov.
No, Dem was pushed down B already. He's all the way down the stairway. Good bit of control found for him. Now Tudson also the swing on out. Taken down to 10 HP immediately. He's the player with the smoke and the kit. You do not want to lose him early. So he's going to drop back, but if Team Spirit go in towards stairs, this setup, this double setup between Innocent and Demo could be destruction for the T's. Finally, a kill comes from it. Innocent peeks out again, and a couple of kills found here for the start of Anonymo. It's down to Siren, Dexter, and Chopper, who now accelerate their way through the construction, but into Tudson they go. Towards Quad, he's able to collect one, and that bomb is on the bottom of the stairs, so it's going to take some time here for Team Spirit just to get that back.
Well, just on the cusp there, you can see it. Over towards that B lobby, both Siren and Dexter now working in tandem to get this one back, and both players from Anonymo in towards the lower side of things. Innocent first up. One's already passed his line of sight here. I don't know if they're aware of this, or they should be now. Hearing the sound cues, they're actually giving it on over.
Well, Innocent is going to peek and see the leg smoke. That's a great piece of utility to have there. You get you onto the bomb again. Maybe you can slip away with a minimum of a bomb plant, but a 2v2 now you've recovered the bomb. It's starting to look like a chance for the pistol win here.
Yeah, didn't want to push that smoke right there, and the risk could have profited, but they're just going to wait it on out, allow that to subside before going for the retake. That diffuse kit of Tudson, we know it's over towards the quad position, and they know that too. As they start to make their way up the stairs, fortifying into the site. Spirit are playing quite passive angles here.
And Vertigo comes up the stairway. Making steps now as the time is limited. They have to get into the fight now. There is a kit down towards Quad, but it doesn't matter. Dexter off to a fantastic start. And Team Spirit, they recover what looked like a difficult pistol, but with that smoke, able to collect the bomb and put it down for the round win.
Yeah, had the key real estate there. That smoke that they were able to scoop on up meant absolutely everything in a round like this. So I think Tudson did good to get one out of that from the quad position after he got dinked on down at the start of the round. That goosh to 10 HP was really troublesome. But while we have Tudson on our lips, I think for him, he is actually the lowest rated player for Anonymo so far within this event. And for your AWPer to be the lowest rated player, that's not going to really sing too many signs of confidence here. And well, we're going to get USPs, all five pushing through mid. Siren trying to mop this one up. They're losing a couple of kills here. The USPs are getting a lot of work done.
Way too much work done. There were rifles invested across the board here for Team Spirit. 3 players have gone down. If Oscars can walk away with another one, it will be absolutely devastating here. Hasn't been able to upgrade his weapon. Still on the default USP. I guess that is the silver line here for Team Spirit. They should be taking the round, but great damage from Anonymo, just running straight through middle. I think Team Spirit were actually positioned very well to deal with that as well. They had quite a long-range setup.
Yeah, and I don't know if Chopper's going to be able to get back here to pick up one of those rifles as well. So sure, they get the round, but you're right. It is a lot of damage. And we've seen from Anonymo, they'd love to take these full ecos in the second round to play more often than not. Bomb has been tapped, only a matter of time. Chopper on the jiggle.
Didn't even take the kill.
Yeah, okay. Well, going to allow him to get away here.
Could have been some money recovered there.
Ascaris could actually get away with one of these guns, as opposed to that of Chopper. Like, he's just gone around the world to grab the best that he can out of this. It almost seems like a race for weaponry right now. Will he be able to dip on down and pick something up?
Oh, I don't know.
They should be able to deal with him. Yeah,
another kill!
And an AK!
Oh, that's a massive round there for Anonymo.
See the smile on his face. I can't believe he got away with that. You know, he's got the Mission Impossible dropping out of the sky, landing onto the gun after the kill. This is the USP push mid here. And you can see more scampering back. It's almost like they got a crossfire, like a trifecta of doom that just gets destroyed. So that's actually a great round for Anonymo considering the investment.
It's a classic rush middle in the second round after you lose pistol. It's fantastic. You know, usually see some damage out of that if they've invested, but they didn't. And now look at the buy for Anonymo.
Yeah, the fact that Siren let them out of the choke point, right? That's normally where you want to swarm them pushing with those USPs, but so much room given, and we are into the buys. Bit of cash money, going to mean wonders. Veggie actually was gifted that AK-47, and he's the man who's already been chunked on down. Now, considering Anonymo with this roster, I had a little bit of a look at their players and their ranking on this map in terms of the stats. Veggie is the highest rated for them on Vertigo, but it's not by a lot. It's 4 players in the red. Veggie just over that 1.0 rating. So it's a map that they definitely struggle on.
Well, they've given Veggie the AK in this round, and well, Patsy, you talk about his performances, his ratings on this map. Well, he's found Veggie already, taking down the opposing top-rated player.
And use that smoke against them as a bit of a one-way there. Innocent caught on the jump on up. Siren, it's both of these 2 newer names finding blood in this round like this, and it's problematic now as the B split coming on in.
Oh, Chopper over the top, got info, passed it on to Siren. Oscar should have swung out, and he does, in the end, get the reply onto Dexter. Patsy now moving up, solo in towards A, and Patsy with the 3K. That's a fantastic one. That was a rifle purchase from Anonymo, and they only get 1 kill.
Yeah, okay, well, maybe just keep the USPs in the hands here. It felt like that's where, yeah, the most amount of threats being able to come from them. They just got absolutely destroyed. Veggie there peeling over the top of that smoke that was lobbed on out so that he could actually take some room. Massive gap for Patsy to punish, and then their Spirit all across the map were able to find blood. So really well done here from Spirit. You can see it's more of a comfort zone for them on Vertigo right now. Here's going to be a light investment here from Anonymo, a couple of deagles and a USP. There's also some flashes and some smoke, so let's see how they can wield these. Oh,
wow. That's a great start here for Team Spirit. Magic's through the smoke. He's taken out Demo.
That was over towards B, so quite clear that Demo wants to be aggressive for that B lobby control. He had Innocent alongside again, but look at this, just on the other side of the wall. Dexter has 2 to deal with. It will start to fade. Dexter's going to creep on in, gives himself up. An AK over, and problems now. Patsy, the spam, it's not connecting completely. Scarish will get away with his life here.
Yeah, very lucky though. Oscars to still have the AK in hand. Tudson might actually get a pick here on towards Chopper. Comes in towards this crosser. Chopper better for it. Team Spirit extending their advantage now. Innocent has been spotted towards the top of the stairs. Ooh, did have a chance actually to take down Patsy there. One bullet would have landed, and Oscar still with the AK. The walking wounded does eventually get put on the ground. Now Veggie slips his way through.
He has head armor with this, so I fancy his chances to at least have a look in. Patsy's low, Magic's half HP. Lost bonus into the next will give them a buy, so why not at least have a look around? I think he's worried about the flank again. It punished him in the previous. Has a lot of room to stretch his legs here, but might be content with holding on to the goodies. So that looks like a 4th now for Spirit. What a cruisy start to things. Everybody with contributions, nobody lacking behind. And they are just going to exit out through the B lobby now. So good stuff, well handled here, and this is looking hot to trot. Well, if you can get away with early conditioning rounds like this, especially first gun round, you don't get stopped. It's going to open the door for them to be a bit more flexible on the T side, right? You don't have to throw anything too crazy at them.
Yeah, they haven't done anything crazy at all, right? That first gun round where there was a full rifle purchase, it was just individuals taking their plays and not getting punished, not getting traded out. Team Spirit didn't have to go deep at all to figure out how to get around Wayne, but we're back to a buy again here for Anonymo.
Yeah, it does make your life a lot easier if you don't have to do full executes to take these sites whatsoever. As long as those kills are coming your way, the space is being taken. But Tudson now into that AWP. I don't expect him to step up in a massive way, but if he does, it would be a nice little surprise. Some flashes to facilitate his teammates' peek, and they are going to make their way down, channeling Veggie forward into Patsy here. Can he win the fight this time? He will. That is going to be first blood now for Veggie. He's on the scoreboard at least, and he's taken down Patsy, who's been a nuisance. Something to work with now for Anonymo.
Now they have to try and convert this. If they don't, they allow 5 T rounds to Spirit. Rough start into this, and if they continue to push down and towards ramp, they might just walk into Dexter's. They need to be careful of that. Magic's trying to spam a few bullets to the smoke to see if he can extend upon this and pull it back a little bit, but Veggie, he's in a risky spot. He's inside of the smoke. That's going to fade away just shortly. An actual reveal Chopper on the other side of it. Veggie taking a bit more of a risk play. It's worked out.
Lands the smoke too. That should even be the rounds here. 3v5 situation. They have a minute on the clock. They need to get this kill into Innocent cleanly.
See if Team Spirit can close this one. Yeah, need to pull this kill back. Oscarish's position. No one comes out here looking at this. It's such an annoying angle to deal with, especially if you're preoccupied with a possible construction player. Dexter actually boosting Magic's up with the rifle instead of the AWP. Better for the job, perhaps. And Magic's now moves into the site. Sees one towards default. Oh, the Tetris fight needed to go his way. And it doesn't. Now the mid-play forward. Siren gets one, and it's done.
Yeah, the White Tail's going to be thrown in on this one here. It's going to be a bit of a save scenario. The coach has said, no, no, no. Dexter's going to hold on to this AWP. Innocent trying to see if he can find him, being quite louder with those steps. Needs to be careful he doesn't poke his head around the corner. The of Dexter could take him out, and there it is. It's going to be the first round on the board for Anonymo here. So the Polish side able to post within the first 5. Now it's about consecutive fashion. And Veggie, with those saves, he's actually been able to get himself up to 8K. So plenty of cash for him to splash, and some good impact from him. We do Sid immediately to get on the board and find a second. So Veggie, as I was mentioning earlier, the highest rated player, if you have a position like that, a scaffolding player, if you're pushing a lot, if you're taking a lot of aggressive fights, they can become, or seemingly as a viewer, quite 50-50, right? Because it depends what smoke walls are lobbed on out, what utility you have being set up for you. We also are reminded, as next door we've got Jackie and Davey, and their game sounds like it started off to be a bit of a banger. Bad News Eagles versus Sinners. Mirage, Nuke, and Inferno. And if you want to check that one out, twitch.tv/PGL_CSGO. That is for the secondary stream today. Same situation over there with that matchup. One of those two teams will be qualifying for the major, and one of the two will be, unfortunately, knocked on out, having to wait for the next cycle.
Yeah, it's wild. It's the last day of the RMRs, Chad. It's been weeks of Counter-Strike. Teams from all over the world have been here and gone, and now it's just a couple more matchups and we're done with the whole circuit. It's wild to think, but here we are back into play again. It's quick here from Team Spirit as they charge up in towards Veggie. He's trying to fight down towards the bottom of the smoke. He's actually sitting inside it. Patsy has traded out position as he slips on by. Information has to be passed on, and Oscarish will start to deal with it, but he gets traded out. And now Veggie's reload. They know where he is. But can they get rid of him? The smokes will keep him up for now.
That was some art-inspired stuff right there. He was just in the thick of it. Looked like he even wanted to go through the smoke, but now Siren, peering on up, wants to take this fight, and Veggie just turned away. I think he's waiting for a flash here.
He's going to get flash and go. An effective chopper actually connects onto his teammate, so it is a 1-for-1. 3v3 still maintained at the equilibrium. Minute and 3 seconds left. Team Spirit still with plenty of time on this T side.
This is the 3 you'd want alive, the most experienced members of this squad, right, Dex, with the AWP Magic to come up with the bomb. And well, Chopper is low on HP, but he'll be bringing up the rear. He does have a Molotov for this position as a crane. Smoke is lobbed on out. It isn't the one-way by any means, but still going to deny that vision. So Chopper, it's going to come down to the timing. Did Innocent see anything? He should now. The backpack spotted the spam on through. So much damage done, but nothing converted.
All the damage. Look how low every player from Spirit is. Demo's been pulled over now. Tutson. We need a shot out of him, and he's landed it. Dexter is down. That was deployed with some help, at least, but now we've just got the 2 mortally wounded individuals. 20 seconds left. They're holding for the short peak. They're completely paranoid. Chopper, in fact, is running all the way to the other side of the map, but Magic's could burn away Tudson. He's taking him out of the round, and now Demo's stuck on the side alone. 10 seconds left. This is wild. The ball coming back again.
They have to plant.
They have to start planting immediately, and Demo's in the perfect position to deny this, but they're on the other side. They'll commit to their plan. Now Demo goes in, they swing upon it, but
another TK!
Another team kill in the round for Team Spirit. Magix takes down Chopper, and they line up for Demo, and you'll close it for Anonymo.
Oh, Lord. Chopper took out one, Magix took out Chopper. They somehow burned down Tudson. What type of a round was that?
Well, that was scrappy. Here we are. Chopper just eclipses Magic's crosshair. Ends up getting taken out in that. That's wild. What a scrappy round. Spirit will be a bit frustrated about that one, but Anonymo picking it up.
Yeah, they're going to be happy that they're willing to take down their teammates. But now it looks like a timeout has been called here. And actually on the Anonymo side, they're the ones who have called this timeout. Maybe just have a bit of a breather. Can't believe the type of round they just got away with. Got a new coach over there for Spirit as well. Hallie is leading the squadron. And if you want to buy your tickets for that major, a couple weeks' time, scan the QR code. I'm sure you could Google it, or Brave it, or Safari. What other browsers we got?
Bing.
Bing, yep, yeah.
The most searched thing on Bing is Google still.
Firefox in the mix.
Yeah, something like the internet.
Internet Explorer.
Yeah, Edge. I was trying to get you to use Edge. Tudson, he's going to see if he can get over the smoke. Couldn't see anybody on it, so Team Spirit just having to slow this one down. Peak actually comes in towards them. Luckily, the flash was up there. He actually says Demo is live. He's able to drop away. That would have been the advantage there as a Team Spirit.
Annoying with this boost here. Got to be careful towards the default. Another Deagle bullet rings on past, and Demo wants to dissuade them with an aid. He's just going to do some light chip damage. On the other side of the map, Tudson has taken down Patsy. Another nade over onto the head of Magix there, so Scarish getting tricky with it. So I think I thought the barrel of the Deagle may have been spotted there, but not addressing this, and Siren has a chance. Giving up his position now. Another one squandered as Magic does land, and so does Siren. So back in the round in a big way of Spirit, just with these pistols.
I'll leave Demo in the site under so much pressure because all of his teammates have fallen foul to the pistols. He has to worry about construction because the kill went down in mid. Oh, Demo starts to focus on Stairway. They're coming up. They're putting pressure on him with the pistols. They look to converge upon him. And he decides he needs to swing and take a fight. Takes one down. Veggie quickly on the rotation back. He's managed one out of the M4 and cleans up two. It is now just Siren who's landed an absolute stinker again. On towards the head of Veggie. Tudson goes to the pistol. Deagle versus USP right now as Tudson moves his way across. He spotted Siren. Oh, he's closed it. Tudson decides to fight with a pistol. And it is closed down for Spirit on Deagles.
Have a hard time with that one right there in a matchup like this. To be losing around like that, I don't even know how to quantify that situation. Tudson really just looking like a bit of a fish out of water in that one-on-one. Thinking he can get it done with the USP, and it's just not to be enough, is it?
Pressure perhaps just getting into his decision-making there at that moment and decides to pull out the USP, maybe was told he's low. There's a couple of details perhaps there, but had the positional advantage to deal with the pistol that was moving into the site. Maybe worried he got a rifle into his hands or something along those lines, but yeah, definitely not the play you want to see in those tight situations. And it shows you there is a lot of inexperience in this matchup. All right, this is a spot for the major. This is a chance for these teams to make everything they've ever wanted happen. And you're going to see some pressure because of that. It's the last chance as well.
It's also not a comfort zone for Anonymo, right? When you look at their map win-loss record on this, it doesn't look too fantastic by any means. But they are going to take another timeout. That was an Anonymo timeout called right there, 2 consecutive. And now they've opted to go for the buyback in. And it just goes from bad to worse. Tudson, he had the AWP, and now he's in the grave. Degs is just going to pluck him out with ease. He is hyper-aggressive. He's over towards these B stairs, so chopping and changing where his CT positions lie. That AWP cannot be picked on back up, and as they take this space towards A, they're getting everything they want and more. Spirit clearing out the sandbag position, just starting to comb through every key choke point. They have enough utility for a full execute. They have Molotovs to be able to lob towards the back of the headshot position. The only way in here for a player like Innocent is to be facilitated by a flash from one of his teammates. Sprinkles through the MP9. They now know where he hides, and that bomb should be getting planted momentarily. If they can't get the AWP back, that biggest investment, it's completely removed from the play, and I think the best they have to do in this scenario regardless is go for a save. Ascarish and Innocent could find themselves in a scenario where they want to get an exit or two. You could position yourself back towards the lower side, I think, see if you could pick an AK up, but look, you've got handoff here from Veggie. They're just having a bit of a talk about things. That really started in a horrible fashion right there, and this half has already gotten away from Anonymo. 6-2, the score will now read. Rough stuff in the early stages of this one for the Polish side.
Well, we've seen Spirit play against Endpoint to fight for this chance and survival. He played Vertigo against Endpoint, which was Endpoint's map pick, and it was a 16-14 win for Team Spirit.
Patsy was massive in that. He had 29 kills in that game.
Yeah. So, showing that Patsy has some comfortability on this map. I think you could see he was, in the first gun round, he was willing to just go up ramp and fight solo. So, I think you can see just the confidence level he has here on this map. So, we'll see if we can continue that. Patsy goes towards A early with Chopper. Molly up towards short, one to prevent the sandbag peek, and it's very good here, denying some early control. So instead now, Anonymo have decided to flash their way through the B smoke and demo, right in the back of Magix. And that's going to be 1 for Magix picked up. Team Spirit have the player advantage. Innocent continues to force the issue down B, not willing to give it up, not willing to alleviate pressure there. Momentan their control, and now goes around the corner. Oh, close to going down. That would have been 2 for Spirit right off the get-go.
Oh, he's been able to upgrade himself away from the MP9 at least. This is Patsy in between the flames and the fire. We've flushed on back from A ramp right now. 3 players from Anonymo continuing to take this fight right now over towards A, and Veggie getting up to more of his smoke. Hijinks a chance, but just absolutely dismantled. Something back for Tudson here, but Innocent's already low. The number advantage is in the favor of the Spirit side of things, and if they now just piece this one together, they group on up, they can look to finish towards A, where they have all the advantages in the world. It's desperate over towards B, but you could see Magix was even prepared for that flash push. Must have heard the pin get pulled. Ready for those type of little maneuvers. Tudson flashed in.
Tudson seeing if he can get anything, ends up just getting a bullet to the face, broke it apart, batter down. Now Oscarish looking to hold with utility, bombarding his position. He's going towards short. Dexter's holding. Dexter will happily collect that kill. And just Innocent left, who was fighting B early, was able to trade out 1 for 1, but is now having a save because you can't get into this with 15 HP. An AK on his back. Not a bad save call here. But 7 rounds of Team Spirit. That's unconvincing gun rounds back-to-back now for Anonymo.
Yeah, this map could be pretty quick here. There's obviously a chance to break back in, but we're not seeing anything that is replicable right now for Anonymo. They have Mirage up next as their map choice, and that's where they've done some of their absolute best work. I want to echo some of the sentiments that Pim was talking about with watching Magix on his stream and the way that this kid approaches the game. It's fun to watch. It's one of the reasons I got hyped about Spirit when they still had Mira and Some Die Young on the roster coming out of a player break. I thought all the grinding, all that grafting coming on through was going to be a net positive for the team, but didn't get too much out of that. Now, just having a look at Spirit's results, they only have a last 3 months 33% win rate on the map of Mirage, I believe. And when you look at some of those results, though, it can be a bit close. Like Spirit versus Ents on Mirage, 16-11. Spirit versus Sinners on Mirage, 16-14. So some close-ish matches. But, ish does not get you the W, does it? So we'll have to see if Spirit are able to pull off a victory on that map, or if the desk, as they mentioned, it's going to be a 1-1 split into Nuke as the third and final map of this series.
Well, perhaps an ish can get you a win if it starts with Oscar. We'll see if Anonymo can find their way into a few rounds here with him with the helm. He's down to 16 already. Oh, Patsy, I think he wanted to go there. He's still going. Even while he's blinded, he's through the smoke. It's aggression on both sides of the map. Innocent, a player has gone past him already, but luckily pulled back to focus on that. Innocent takes the head of Chopper. Dexter so close in the B play forward here for Team Spirit. And Dexter blinded. Demo doesn't swing. Luckily, he doesn't. Perhaps would have got caught by that. Now Siren makes his way through middle. Low HP on Oscarich, but the headshot is massive. And it puts Dexter into the 1 versus 4 with AWP.
Have to be an ace here for Dexter, and he's not even going to get the chance. Tudson Blind will get the kill. We'll secure the 3rd round now for Anonymo, and a good little response right there. That play from Magix, I think he thought he checked the corner where Innocent was hiding the entire time, but just not hard enough of a clear. And you see him going completely unchecked. They're just running in, unable to get the space they were looking for, and kills just go all across the map. That's a very important fight there from Ascarish in middle to win, because I think if Siren picks that up, that means that Dexter isn't so flustered, just look for the kills, and they can actually try and turn that into a bit of a round. But no AWP brought forward from Dexter. He could have afforded it here, so that might show what the change-up is in the T-side approach. Becky again having to push on through this gap smoke. He's able to get himself tucked in behind the girder, but if Patsy just jumps up and through, bit of a risk. Look at this B pressure again. They're just running himself into the blender over towards B. Some quizzical calls coming out of Chopper and Co. They had a really good half so far, but in the last two, just throwing their body on the line in multiple fights across the map.
Yeah, this is something Chopper used to do a lot for Team Spirit. There would be a lot of belligerent calling and not really stopping some of the rush calls time and time again when it doesn't make so much sense to you. And it's falling apart here for Team Spirit. I do recall at the PGL Major in Stockholm, some rounds out of Spirit, which on overpass resulted in just T-round after T-round rushing into the B site. So it is a calling style that Chopper likes to bring, perhaps falling into the stereotypical CIS strategy calls, but we'll see if they find their way back into this one. Siren's actually slipped his way forward into the site, but Oscarish happily collects a 1v1 fight, and he'll win it. Dexter into a 1 versus 3. 35 seconds for Dexter to win this one. He has got the bomb on his back, but if he goes into middle, would have to deal with Tudson. He's pretty far from the bomb site here. Some utility in his hands. But we need a massive kill here onto Tudson, and then he would need to run over construction. So many pitfalls, and Tudson will be his first. 4th round there from Anonymo. They're getting gifted rounds here, Chad.
Yeah, heads up Counter-Strike, right? Especially into a player like Demo, who we've seen have some good individual prowess throughout the games that we've had the opportunity to cast here. Just remembered, I used to play against Chopper. I played against Chopper in what would now be considered the challenger stage of a major once upon a time. They were known as fluffy gangsters.
Wow, okay,
yeah.
I do remember those fluffy gangsters.
Yeah, I played against them once upon a time on Mirage, I believe it was. You never really wanted to play those type of teams on Mirage, but somehow that's where we ended on up. But
were you involved in that video, Chad?
I was the in-game leader, of course I was. All those mistakes were mine. But yeah, you go back in Chopper's career and you consider like Vega Squadron and them doing like Mach 10 rushes up Banana and all those kind of crazy maneuvers that would help them get those upset victories. That type of Counter-Strike, look, it is still possible, but it needs to have its place. And these fights that Spirit have gone for in the last couple of rounds have just gifted an opportunity back into this game from Anonymo. They have been given a chance now to build a decent haul here on this CT side.
Yeah, it's strange to see that style of calling coming out after winning 2 convincing gun rounds. You had no reason to change, right? There was no resistance being put up there, but...
Maybe that's the reason he changed.
Yeah, maybe
trying to call ahead of himself here.
Yeah, just... They have to change before it happens. Thank you. Remove Patsy, who did find a lot of early success, but Chopper is on the hunt. He just gets 1 back, though. Oscarish starting to become quite solid towards this position. 11 and 6 now.
Well, if they can't break through with those standard maneuvers, they will have to take some time off the clock, and another kill falls. Vertigo staying active, staying mobile, gets them a kill onto Dexter, and this boost up towards B. As soon as this is noted, they will have the position on both of these two remaining members of Spirit, and tucking over towards the quad position will be Demo. He has the support now rotating on over of Tudson. That window position, and look, you can see a lot of you right here. Yeah, I can see you for days, Magic says. Molly is going to get extinguished, and now the flash is coming through. They should have a very good idea now where these last two members lie.
Yeah, Demo's intelligently just staying in the position with the smoke, and that's buying time. You can't run into the site because you still have to focus on quad, and now the call has been made for the generator player to help out with a quad setup. And Magix has now used his crucial piece of utility to force the fight into the open, so now he's relying on Siren to make a play through mid. It's currently being watched. Vegi's on the wrap around the back of the stairway, and Magix has gone down. Siren into mid, goes down to Oscarish, and only a single player falls for Anonymo. It's all falling apart here for Team Spirit.
This is great now from Anonymo. Because of the way that these last couple of rounds have gone, they've been able to build some residual cash. So as far as buys go, even if they are to lose one, it's going to be looking pretty tidy. Now the money's in question for Spirit. You wouldn't mind to see a bit of a faster maneuver, a bit more balls to the wall type counter-strike here with some rushes, some nice little flash and smoke pushes to come on through. And they're not going to invest too much here whatsoever. It's going to be 2 Deagles, a P250, and a Tech 9. So a few pistol upgrades is the best they have to boast as Chopper turns his attention over towards A early. Poking his head on up, looking for anybody for a crane fight. And Ascarish, as you've been talking about, has been finding a bit more space over towards A alongside of Vegi. So these two get set up by Tudson, who gets to stay and float with that AWP. Happy to lock this position down with the rifles. And there's a lot of early damage onto Chopper. Chunked on down to 18. And has to just sit back and let his team do the rest of the work here. But Vegi's doing that work exactly as you'd hope. Takes down Patsy. It's just going to be 4 more to find.
Yeah, good night, Patsy. He's a couple of rounds now where he's just not really got involved at all. Getting killed around the smokes on the A ramp right from the get-go. Chopper's taken down to 18. Lovely shot from Siren. He has actually shown quite a few Deagle shots today on Vertigo. I'm loving it. Magic's about to get boosted up on the wood. Demo's looking for the boost they were using previously. Get caught here if Magix can be quick enough. But Demo's in a position where he's just chopping and changing between both possibilities, and now sees the head of Magix because the low HP it is. Oh, it doesn't even matter. It's a quick headshot there for Demo. Chopper put down in the ground, and Magix getting flanked. Maveki gets around there again.
Do you think Patsy is aware of what the word Patsy with an S, sorry, an Y instead of the I means? Do you know what it means? Have you heard Patsy before? Have you heard of what a Patsy is?
Is it a flower?
No, it's informal. It's a person who is easily taken advantage of, especially by being cheated or blamed for something.
Oh, okay.
So I suppose it doesn't have that same meaning for him whatsoever. But when I hear that, it's definitely old boomer language. So
well, he's getting taken advantage of towards ramp every round, Chad.
He did find some success early. Let's see if he can turn that back into a W in the column here. The wallbang's coming out from Dexter just looking for anything. We've seen some of these shots land. Some of them seem to do absolutely no damage. We've seen some that actually do a big chunk, but away, not finding anything there on the spams early. Innocent, without a smoke grenade, is assisting Demo in his protection of the B bomb site, and a mid boost coming into play. That profited earlier against Innocent here. He has a couple on the other side to deal with, and they have this space quite quickly. Siren up and over again. Using him aggressively in middle to try and take some space. And now that they've gone into this default spread, they're not just giving up their life. Oh, that is a big gap in that A-ramp smoke. Big gap indeed as B pushes, trying to hunt out Magix here. Look at this. Innocent seems to know exactly where he is. Sees the backpack, gets the kill. An opener now for Anonymo, and they've doubled up.
Yes, it's looking great. Vegi even burns away Patsy, so trades him out
From the grave, and now it's Siren and Chopper. Seeing if they can work their way into this 2 versus 4. Chopper could get this pick on Elevator, and he has done exactly that. They can find Demo in this close box position on the right side of Siren.
You're not expecting this, though.
Might get this going. It is a position that gets checked if you have a lot of time. If you aren't under pressure, perhaps Siren does check this. He's going to go check it. Now it's a lazy peek. A lazy peek will cost him. And Chopper now in a 1 versus 3 with 20 seconds left.
But look where the bomb is, right? It's down towards the lower deck here. For Chopper, maybe he just has to hold on to this. He doesn't have too many options to him. And if he goes down after time, as you can see, those little blue dots getting closer and closer to his position now. They're trying to find him over towards the connector position. Beta room called clear. Having to worry about Heaven and CT spawn now as I think Tudson doesn't want to go too far. Demo around the corner. We'll find him after time, and that's going to sting for Chopper. $300 in the bank balance. A great little hunt and a bit of a smirk on the face of Tudson there. That's a great way to turn this around. For the final round of this first half, on their map choice, the in-game leader Chopper literally has a P250. That one sucks.
Yeah, this is a situation where Spirit had everything go so well for them. And called a couple of bad rounds and have now put themselves in a position where they have now lost 5 in a row, and Anonymo are likely to take the lead here at the half. A great recovery here from Anonymo. They're going to be counting their lucky stars about this one. Veki's got the opening. Patsy down again. Demo starts to rattle some shots down in towards the B stars, but in the meantime, Innocent has got another kill here, and Team Spirit down to 3 players. Chopper has no Kevlar. Couldn't afford a single piece of it.
In this string of 6 rounds now, right, ever since they started playing with those 2 consecutive just real rushy, disrespectful styles of rounds that Spirit ran, they have not found an opening pick at all in any of these rounds. They have just been getting destroyed. So that right there should really help put it in a bit of perspective.
Do you remember our matchup where we watched against Sinners? They struggled to get an opening in any rounds.
And they couldn't convert anything. I think they had 2 openings in the entire first half of Nuke. They were on the T side. And they only managed, I think it was 2 rounds or maybe 3 rounds at most.
Every single round that they got a pick, the opening pick, they won the round basically. So
they were in 3v5s like consistently, 20 seconds into the round, just time and time again. So this is not looking good at all. But
flank around the back again, and it's Vegi once more. How many times is he going to get away with this? It's just ridiculous. End of the half, Magic's caught, and Vegi brings it down. 8-7 at the half here for Anonymo. A strong showing, really, considering this is a map they didn't look so comfortable on, but I think Spirit let them warm up into it.
But if we try and put it in a bit of perspective here, it's a recovery. Sure, they do win out the half, but now it's about how good can their T side look, or maybe how bad can Spirit's CT side look here, as they'll now be moving on to the favored side of this one. Do end up with top of the scoreboard over there for Spirit at the end of this was Siren with 11 kills, and over there for Anonymo, it was Vegi with 17 frags to his name. So you can see him getting activated. He was one of the individuals who was helping them get the first gun round on the board. We are seeing the buys come on through. So Chopper's the one to wield the utility here. Smoke and 2 flashes. No defuse kit here for the CT side. And Demo on the other side is going to find himself with a smoke, 2 flashes. Very similar scenes. Vegi let's drop some of that across, I believe, as there's a smoke for Innocent with Kevlar.
I don't think it needs saying, but Team Spirit really need a pistol here to get back into a strong mentality. And Anonymo just taking the time. Oscarish now joining them as he comes back down the ladder. Dexter is peeking for some early information. Eventually drop back from this position, you would assume, and he will. Sees the info, gets flashed out again in for the repeak, and when he doesn't find the opportunity on the second time of knocking, decides to run back into the site for real this time. But Anonymo have got significant forces positioned towards A to try and get this pistol over the line. Patsy is moving forward.
Timing on this.
It's going to be down to timing, whether or not he's going to get away with it, and Patsy clean to the first. Oscarish, the first victim of the pistol, and no reply yet for Anonymo.
Guess they only saw 1, right? So they're not too certain how many more lie around the corner. The execute coming in now. Deep smoke towards elevator room. They want to fight this. Oh, there's a gap in it as well. This is an interesting smoke wall here. It's a bit different.
It is, and Patsy's decided he doesn't care about it. He goes on in, goes for the fight. Chopper's taking one as well. And Innocent at least pulls something back here for Anonymo, but so much more is needed. And Innocent needs to do all of it. He's under so much pressure and runs out of ammo as 3-star down his barrel. It is the pistol picked up for Team Spirit. A possible good start here in the second half now available.
There's something curious. This is a little bit it's not to do with the pistol round itself. It's to do with a little bug that just kind of happened there, just on the UI. Because us on the custom PGL HUD, it had all the utility, right? It had the Molotov dropped across as well, I believe, for demo. But on I'm in the Go TV as well right now, and I can see above the heads of the players, it didn't have the drop Molotov. It wasn't showing the drop Molotov on demo's tool belt right there. So that was just a little curious one. Just a little tidbit for everybody playing at home. I'm sure it's not highly interesting, but I thought it was something interesting to see. I hadn't seen that before.
Good catch. Dexter cleaning up.
making it look nice and easy. Oh, Dexter runs out of ammo. Will recover with the pistol. Interesting stuff between Dexter and Patsy. These two players used to play with each other back in Espada before they got picked up for Team Spirit. They came as somewhat of a package deal, those two players, and that was when the whole 6-man roster shenanigans was going on. But I think they wanted to pick up a young player like Patsy because I think he was 17 at the time. He's now 18 years old. So I think getting him into the ranks and just having him, and hopefully he pops off and turns into a potential star, it's good to have him under contract with Team Spirit.
He was like one of the first pieces of that academy roster that they built as well, I believe. So yeah, when they did that 6-man roster thing, they even subbed their in-game leader out.
Yeah, they subbed Chopper out.
It was crazy. Like, they had a different... I think I recounted it on my Twitter of each map and each different roster that played on each different map. It was actually wild to see. But no more of those 6-man shenanigans. We do have a timeout called here from Anonymo. It will be their third so far with their map number 1. And just want to get their thoughts together. How they are going to take this attack on here of the first T-sided gun round. Skarish doesn't have head armor with this AK, which is going to be a big problem. Every single one of those weapons on the other side could pop his dome, but he's opted to do that to get out a little bit more utility. So it's an in-game leader's specialty here to decide how they want to approach these rounds. Up and over, playing aggressive towards middle, and as in tandem with him, a little maneuver from Siren as well. So the two of them peering on down to deal with this big lobby, and has to be careful here how he approaches this. Demo, like he had a good idea of little peek coming on through. A smoke redeployed now to lock this one down. Hey Cheap following up, and he's just going to do a very, very light amount of damage there. But he's going to spot him. So great stuff from Demo. Really prepared for this. Gets them in the opener. A great way to kick things off for Anonymo.
Oh, nade comes down. Does a little bit to Demo. Takes 20 HP off the top. Team Spirit now on the double setup in middle. Once you lose the first player elsewhere, you can't really hold that for too much longer. They leave Dexter boosted up. He's now transitioning his position just as multiple forces of Anonymo are starting to focus on mid. That would have been a good setup for Team Spirit to have here, but they've alleviated mid entirely, so no one's here.
It's forced a full rotation back towards A. Trying to address this, they have one player up towards the construction window and Dexter over towards elevator room, and now they know the jig is up. Mid pressure coming on in. Siren to defend against all of this. He's dropped a molly, does slow them down, and the fight's coming. Chopper's got one as well.
Yeah, the quick swing out from Chopper. It's a quick reaction here to Team Spirit. Siren's done a good job of just stopping them and slowing them through that choke point of construction. If they get over the top of that, they can run down into the B site. The bomb is now loose on top of construction, and Demo swung out towards CT, was able to catch Siren in an awkward position, and now Dexter over the top. He's taking down Demo, and Oscarish into the clutch alone, gets in the midst of the smoke. 10 seconds left, he has to get to the kills, he has to play for elimination. He does have the bomb on his back, so now can actually go for the plant. He commits towards default, punches in the digits, and diving down as Dexter to try and get the fight, spots the head. Oscarish taken out. You can see the frustration. They needed to close that one out, Spirit, and they're able to get it done.
Very, very close stuff there, and that started with the opening pick for Anonymo. So really good skirmish in middle there for Spirit, able to come out on top of that, able to post themselves an extra round here, get themselves up to 10, extending this little lead that they have. But Anonymo, it was threatening. They were able to find that opening pick, but I just don't think they're expecting so many players to be able to respond to that mid play so quickly. You can see they were caught the wrong way. That was a really well-placed incendiary there. Really well handled from the B defensive Siren. A bit of frustration coming out of Tudson. They're going to get the AKs back out. Tudson's even going to equip a Krieg here, so he has the scope to work with the run boost.
Okay, Vegi's quickly into position, but yeah, I think he's going to tuck tail from that one, yeah.
I think he's landed, he's gone, okay, I've seen enough.
I'll give that a 10 out of 10 there, Chad. That's great landing. See what the judges' scorecards add up to towards the end, but right here for Patsy. Through the smoke, he'll start to spam, not landing too much damage. That nade could be good here for Chopper. Just going to take a little bit on towards Innocent. This is moving forward into the fight. Chopper swings out, and that's even better. Finishes off his prey. Now begins to worry about, the potential onslaught of players coming towards him. Chopper has been able to reposition. Okay, tapped out from Veggie. Takes out the reply on Patsy. Now we're down to 4v3. Spirit still with the advantage in this situation. And Oscarish nearly becomes barbecue Oscarish.
Yeah, he was clubbing the jump there a little bit. I think panicking. That incendiary, the flames had hit the ground. And now just playing the numbers. Well handled here by Spirit just to pivot on back towards the side. This is looking clean now. Really starting to sort this one out. little bit more utility being lobbed forward here. The execute coming on through from Anonymo is going to be stalled out by all these nades. Short, they've got the short control.
They're trying to boost Acer up here as well. If he gets into the booster position, just look at the setup. It's so hard to break down. Siren and Chopper taking a couple. Acer has, actually still maintained position towards Elevator, and it's Siren that will close it. So great stuff coming through here from Spirit. The utility there was fantastic. It never really made the Anonymous side feel comfortable.
Another timeout has been called here. This is going to be one out from Team Spirit. I'm going to have a bit of conversation how they can walk this one across the line, because they've got themselves a decent lead to work with that should continue to grow. As long as they can identify that it's only pistols coming out on the other side, likely to see that out of Anonymo here, as a couple of Deagles have already been equipped. They just need to make sure that they don't fall foul to any of these big Deagle headshots that are possible across the map. You convert this one, you get yourself up to 12-8. It's going to be a 4-round game. You win the next gun round, and they should be looking good to be able to close this one down on the CT side. We have Mirage next, Nuke as the third if we need it. A major qualification on the line for either of these two teams here today. Here's the run boost.
Yeah, it was great. The acrobats, perfect, but not really finding too much from it. I think once you got spotted there, definitely the right call to try and run away from it, but great stuff from Siren. He's having a pretty good game here, Chad. It was the top performer in the first half. A couple of important kills there at 15 kills now. Dexter, the only player better than him on his team right now in terms of fragging count. Look at the damage done onto Demo early by that nade again. He's down to 3 HP.
Interesting to see some of the setups here that Spirit are running. Right? They're liking the heavy plays over towards B here. They just want to make sure that isn't susceptible. And from beautiful acrobatics to a bit of a fumble on the boost. Mid control, definitely not granted whatsoever, but posturing for a fight. Tudson steps out. Chopper will oblige, and the number disadvantage here, but it feels more than that. You've got 16 HP combined for Demo and Ascarish. Like a well-placed nade, that should deal with them. You'd think a well-placed bullet should as well. Ascarish somehow gets away from that fight, able to take some damage and still live to take another duel.
Feels like this round is artificially prolonged, but Veggie, lovely shot towards Chopper. Innocent tries to mount a bit of the same magic, but couldn't quite get to it. Now Oscar's left on 6 HP. Walking wounded now, no longer walking. 12 now for Spirit. The second half has recovered their woes and are now 4 away from taking map 1.
Still a full buy to come out here from Anonymous, so chances left in this, but if they're not getting the space they're looking for over towards B, maybe they need to go find a fight elsewhere. And look at this, just caught in there on the glance back, and it was straight through the box. So Chopper hanging around for a little bit too long there, has been sat on his bottom.
Unreasonable.
What's the setup going to be here? It's still a 2-1-2 from this defense, and maybe, just maybe, with a bit more A presence coming out now from Anonymo, if they can brute force their way through these smokes. I think the A-ramp smoke has missed. Yeah, it has. Patsy jumps forward without a smoke. I think it's flown off the bloody map.
Patsy's mental right now. That is crazy. Just jumps on down, dodges the orb, gets away with a pick, but it's down, and so is Chopper. 2 players taken out early here for Anonymo, and they're going to hold the advantage. A minute and 30 seconds still to play with here, and Team Spirit have made the rotation back to try and strengthen out the defense at A, but in the meantime, Siren has put himself in a position to go down to Demo, so the B site is now open, and Magic is now racing back to get here in time. And Anonymo have realized an acceleration towards this site needs to come through, and Magic is trying to cut them down. He thins the herd a little bit by taking down Demo, who was ahead of his teammates, and commits into the open. Magic throws utility, trying to force them into awkward fights, and this could still go badly for Anonymo. But Magic's still up. He could maybe find another towards Tetris. Vegi's trying to make the play through mid, and I think the call is for Anonymo here to slow and let him work, and Magic starts to consider this. He's gone towards CT. He could wrap around the back. He could get around the back of Vegi and take him out of the round. And this could be a massive pick for Magnus, but he's actually missed Vegi's position and is worrying about mid instead. But with utility starting to be used up, Magic's now gets pulled back to construction to try and peer down. That nade came from close. He knows that. But getting into a position to fight towards Vegi's position is hard here for Magix. He has spotted the Tetris crossback and the save call. Magic's had a lot of chances there, but...
Yeah, just ones he didn't know about, right? Unfortunately, the X-ray makes it look doable, but really not to be the case. So, considering how that one kicked off, like Team Spirit, I'm pretty sure they missed a smoke towards the ramp there. I thought I saw something flying off the blue trail, and a miss from Dexter. Uh-oh. Magix might go down here as well, so losing a lot here, Spirit. Anonymo do bite back. Well-handled round. I thought Demo looked a little bit quizzical there where he got, you know, just left the bomb site bet himself up to Magic's, but all in all, be the 9th converted and starting to look a little bit better now for Anonymo here. Need to do a couple more of those. I think one more round like that and they should break the bank of Spirit, and they could even look to level out this scoreline. So not that far off the pace, all things considered.
Oh, and let's just remind you what this matchup is. This is a last spot for the Major. You either go to the Major or you are out of contention. There is no fallback plan anymore. This is it. The final chance. Very simple. Getting to the Major, though, not so simple. Anonymo have played far more difficult opponents than Team Spirit to get to this point. Started their FO, that went over G2. That is mental. Chopper gets spammed down through the tarp and the smoke and gets his head removed.
Okay, well, that's an opening again here. Some nice util over towards B. They're accelerating off the back of this. The rotation's coming in. Demo's leading the charge.
Yeah, Demo is just running forward. Committed very deep here towards Generator. Magic's light. He hears the steps coming close. Swings out. Default will be the resting place of Demo, but Tudson starting to have a big round. A double in the sight is now Veggie moves and maneuvers around the smoke in middle. He'll get one and the second taken for Veggie as he continues to spray the corpse. A fantastic round out of Anonymo right there,
I really love the execute as well. It was tidy. The util coming in from mid to help them get on towards that B bomb site. Sure, the opening pick was a bit of a miracle there for Innocent through that tarp. This is what we're talking about. Consecutive rounds now. You're going to check this one out one more time. Yeah, completely luck boxed in right there, but you love to see it. Tudson's double, finding that gap. Picking Dexter, a massive scalp to take. So this is good stuff for Tudson now. We wanted to see him show up, and I think Veggie's mouse one just got stuck down there a little bit. It's all good. Sometimes it happens.
10 rounds now for Anonymo.
Should be 11, right? It is just pistols here for Spirit.
Yes,
they've got 2.5 at the high end, 1900 at the low end. So unless they're able to pull off some like little flash trick maneuver, pick up a couple of nice kills on the lighter pistols, it's going to be very, very difficult to see how they're even going to contend against this one.
Veggie having a fantastic performance right now, 24 and 14 mid-play. Coming in for Team Spirit. Veggie's actually caught by the flash and running him down. They're close, but Veggie will line them up. Heads now to 27 against the USPs. Anonymo run towards the A side. Once they see the majority of the forces running down on Eco, they'll happily collect the site. Ball goes down, and as you said, 11 rounds now picked up for Anonymo.
Yeah, and as you would expect. So looking good now with that conversion. Guns will come back out here, and this is where we've seen a lot of heavy the two players to B, one player mid, two towards A. So it hasn't necessarily been the A shutdown. And it was actually the B bomb site is where they were just exploited. So you're asking yourself a lot of questions, Team Spirit. You know, what comes next? It's hard to really know what pattern is being thrown your way in terms of the executes. They could even just decide to take all the pace out of this because their buy is still going to be a little bit light on. It's only 2,400 into the next round, right? That means for a few of these players on Team Spirit, they're going to be either buying lower weaponry or missing out on utility. Fight's taken, bomb goes off. Innocent can't control the spray. Luckily, Scarish can. He'll get the last two with the assist. So, tidy. You can see what I'm talking about here. Dexter only has 4K, right? So we can buy a silenced M4, but he's gone for a smoke. That's all he has. They're very, very light on in utility to hold this at bay. And if Anonymo are aware of that, if they're able to piece this together, waiting out the early onslaught of smokes, might net them an easier round here. You can see the B-Stream update, top right of your screen there. Sinners up to 15 first against Bad News Eagles on map number 1. Will be taking place on Nuke as map number 2, and then Inferno is the third over there if they do need it.
Oh, Dexter and Patsy trying to apply some pressure towards Ram. Patsy gets away with it again. An opening kill for Team Spirit. They often look good when they're up a player.
To take some space elsewhere, though. Losing that kill in the R. Demo's just contacted towards B. Needs to get past Magic's, but he can't. Oh. The trade's there, though.
Yeah, Magic 6 around, and that sets up Innocent for the pick back. Veggie, once again, always in these lurk positions, always there to get in behind them. Perhaps he can be the player that can draw some of these numbers back, but he does need his teammates to find some initial success on the site. And they have to drop Chopper. Look at that. That's fantastic. Just a flash allows Tudson and Innocent into the site. Veggie has got something, and that is stylish from Veggie. Turns to the headshot on a swivel. And Anonymo going toe-to-toe individually with Spirit, no problem here.
What a round that was. How did they pull that one out of their ass? That flash from Tudson, I thought it was more than telegraphed, but they just peeled off the back of it, get themselves 2 kills in, and that flank was perfect. Back to the pistols for Spirit, back down to the doldrums, and Anonymo can take the lead in this game once more.
Yeah, I just want to see that again from Veggie from his perspective. That would have just been wild to see, but 12-12. Pistols out for Team Spirit. 13 rounds should be picked up here for Anonymo. And Oscar is just charging forward. Anonymo with the wind in their sails at the moment. Seemed absolutely destined that Anonymo would head to the major, Chad, in my opinion. You've seen the amount of games they've pulled close, the amount of opponents they've had to play. They're just so elite. This would be heartbreaking if they don't make it through. Team Spirit can often be a team that are difficult to get past, but Anonymo bringing it today. Veggie and Tudson getting involved for the first few picks of the round. Magix and Degster, the last two remaining, and should fall in due course.
It's been a long time between drinks, right? We were talking about it yesterday. I think Trop brought it up on the desk. Do you have the dates of when the last time we had a full Polish team?
It was a FACEIT major in 2018.
Okay, so you're a bit better with the numbers
so
than I was.
It was the Virtus Pro side.
With Pasha and
Pasha, the Polish version.
They didn't have enough eggs.
Yes, the lack of egg major, that was the one. But yeah, it's wild to think so long ago that Poland haven't really been able to make a team, put it together and compete. There's so many good players from Poland competing right now, but they're all spread out across different teams. To see a roster of all 5 go this way, it's great to see.
Yeah, I think if we go back down memory lane, right, the two of the regions which were very, very good in the early stages of CSGO were Poland and Sweden. And both have had their issues in recent years, especially with talent. And it's not lacking of talent, it's more of guiding of talent, putting these players in the right places, having the potential support for them, building the correct teams, maybe even the right atmospheres. A lot of that tends to be changing, I think, especially so over there with NIP. They've been doing a very good job of curating the youngsters, and I think Hampus is a fantastic in-game leader. And over here, we're seeing Anonymo. We got a run boost again. Scarish Airlines, and they're not even going to see him this time around. Veggie, he's an absolute monster. 2 kills in towards B. The bomb site's given up, and in he goes.
Well, Veggie is absolutely incredible right now. 33 picks as he continues to move forward into the action. Dexter, decapitates him through the box at least, removes the deadliest force on the other side for Anonymo. But Demo now meets the same fate. Dexter with a bigger round, drawing the kills back, but Innocent, he needed that one. He had the ground for Anonymo, but couldn't find the crucial kill.
This couldn't have started better. A run boost into a double opening. Cracks open the B side. Dexter says no, they can rotate back, they can stall this out, they know the attack's coming. Tudson and Scarish, they need to make this one work, and Tudson, he's found a big shot, 2-on-2 now.
Yeah, big kill there for Tudson. Patsy and Chopper trying to recover the round to give the 13th to Team Spirit. Patsy clears close. Tudson's in a real tough spot with the AWP. He's spotted in position. Patsy moves on up and takes out Tudson. Puts Oscarish in a position where he has to clutch this one out. You pointed it out, Chad. This round was so perfect. The beginning couldn't have gone better. But now they're on the back foot, and Oscarish has to pull it off. He's getting closer to the site. Climb up the top. Position spotted. Patsy swings on out, takes the kill, and the recovery there really comes off the back of Dexter towards that B site.
Yeah, that is a stressful round for Spirit to win. And I think Anonymo are going to feel like that chance, that conversion, that opportunity to get 14 is going to sting. Check this one out again. The flash was perfect from Demo. The follow through the boards as well. And they've just accelerated straight into the site. It's very unfortunate they didn't get that one done. The last timeout called by Anonymo here. They've used 4 of 4. They still have plenty of cash. They still have plenty of chances still to try and close this one down, but the scoreline is 13-13, and Spirit might be feeling the positive vibes after pulling that one from the jaws of defeat.
I think they're going to realize that's an opportunity. If you're on the mic as the coach right here, you're just seeing that as a chance. You were down 2 players early. You recover the round. It gives you another platform back into this, because it has been a string of rounds now for Anonymo, just shredding them up. Felt like they were on the home straight to get this one over the line. Team Spirit once again come back into it, and look at the purchase. Look at the money left over. If they lose this, Team Spirit are out of cash, and Anonymo should surely push to 15 rounds. So, important round coming up here for both teams.
Looks just like an A-Crawl here. They've got out some standard U2, all those smokes to hold them at bay. Chopper having a look, wants to take a spam. Those bullets will be noted right now. Patsy from top side needs to help the in-game leader out. The pressure is coming and has a shot onto Veggie. He's looking the wrong way. Patsy's impact felt again.
Yeah, Patsy getting away with a lot of impact here. The top performer yesterday versus Endpoint. And they're starting to get some impact in the later rounds here on the CT side.
But look how far Veggie was up when he died, and look how far back everybody from Anonymo is now on their haunches. I think they want them to come forward for a pick. You're almost asking Team Spirit, yeah, come on out, clear this control. Let's just see how much there really lies towards the bottom of A rampart, Patsy.
He's worried about short. You can see they don't have any control really of the top ramp position, so perhaps Patsy eventually will go that way, but taking up position in sandbags for the time being.
They're hoping misdirection, right? The lack of info, the cut of the audible is enough to force a rotation. And it has. Patsy out towards sandbag. Up towards the headshot position is Dexter.
Yeah, I've got mollies for this. Will they clear it? They're playing contact right now.
Seen him.
And now they have been. Patsy taken out of the round. Dexter still holding position up from headshot. It's the AWP. It goes into the open and a quick shot. Oh, Dexter drops on down again. It's just the leg shot, the second time of asking. And so Dexter is out of the round. Bomb goes down here for Anonymo. They're worried about a flank, but there is none. It is going to be the setup in the site here for Anonymo as they re-smoke that elevator. Going to be a bit of a gap on the left side, perhaps, once that initial smoke fades away, so that might just give them a path back in here. They can wrap around that smoke as Team Spirit set up for the retake. Chopper lines up a smoke. Siren extends from elevator. Flash goes in to set up the peak from Oscarish, but ineffective until this point. Oscarish goes back again. It's a kill for him as Magix drops. He needs the pick and he's got it. And now they're running away. They're saving this one. They realize their economy's not in a good position. The likelihood of winning this round is slim, and they have to save their weapons. So Anonymo, 14 rounds, so much money for the buy again. 13K on Veggie, 11.5 here on Tudson. Team Spirit in the bin.
Probably multiple missions right there as that little 3-on-3 situation going on down, right? The fact that AWP from Dexter was in a retrievable position, right? If they didn't go forward and get the kills they were looking for, at least they could save the AWP. And he was the hero just a few rounds ago. 22 kills for Dexter now. They get him back his AWP. It wouldn't have been possible otherwise. Guns are chucked across. The buy actually looks pretty tidy for Spirit now. They've been able to pull something quite nice to at least stay competitive in a round like this. You see a missed smoke right there, not landing exactly where it's meant to be deployed. It seems like it's going to cause too many issues here at all because the pace nature that Anonymo are running out this round with is a little bit slower. They're allowing the game to come their way, and
Dexter might get the chance here to open things up onto Veggie. If Veggie goes dry into the fight in mid, Dexter surely takes his life.
love to identify that this is in the play as well.
Double setup, so even if Veggie does beat it out, Chopper was there to help him. What's a scope sound there? I think Veggie is going to drop back. Repositioning over towards A here. A lot of forces being committed back here for Team Spirit to deal with A. Stacking it out, Chad, leaving one player at B.
How far forward do they want to go with this here? We've already seen them be a little bit transitional. Smoke dribbled out towards the top of the stairs. Demo is going to be behind this with some pressure, and he has a teammate. They can actually try and get a bit of a boost going up and over.
Magix is under so much pressure here on the site. If he goes down, this could be it. Team Spirit will be in such a difficult position to win this round. Magix, so much pressure on his shoulders as the rotations start to come back here from Chopper.
That's going to be heard. Could be a good flash here.
Yes, now we go. The flash commits. It is going to blind Oscarish. Keeps him in the open, and Magix is able to take it away. Molly forces him into the open. Magix can't double up. So at least Anonymo keeping the numbers even for now. But Chopper, blinded, committed around the back of the generator, will now take up a safer position and allow Dexter to try and take the pick on the cross, but hasn't reacted in time. So the bomb has got a cross, and it will be committed to. And now there's a timer on this play for Team Spirit. They have to retake with a lack of utility. They have nothing to play with here. It has to be fights, and Veggie's even towards middle, so he can flank around the backside, but Chopper, the in-game leader, goes in and chops down two heads. To the guillotine they will go, and Patsy on the flank up the stairway. It is Demo down, Veggie found, and Team Spirit recover the round.
Not even with that AWP, getting it done with the rifles right there. Massive work. That flash from Chopper to facilitate the first fight for Magix. Then he gets mollied out of position, but it's Chopper with the follow-up. A huge round from the in-game leader here for Team Spirit to keep things level at 14-14. We're going the distance. We're going the full 30 or overtime here for map number 1. Neither team wanting to relent right now. Felt like a good little play out of Anonymo. Pieced together well. Boost came in. The bomb goes down. They're setting themselves up, but just not ready. Just not ready for Chopper, the wild man, to run on in and chop them down. Both teams into full buys again right here.
Demo is quick on this one. So quick, charging through B with ill intent. He is taking Magix out right at the beginning of such a crucial round. It's Anonymo with the advantage.
Another opener here, but this time not just going to quickly run their way on in towards that B bomb, so are going to take their time. And behind these smokes, live 4 Ts working their way up the ramp in towards Patty. He's creeping on out. He's going to get the chance, and he takes down Innocent. That's one back.
That's a sort of fine leg shot for Dexter. Leg shot. That is heartbreaking. We'll see if Anonymo can close in this opportunity. They're so low on 2 players. Veggie and Demo down to 13 and 19 HP. And now they run right into Chopper with a nade out. Veggie goes down. The nade, though, is eaten by Patsy. No nutritional value in that one. Team Spirit sit behind smokes. Anonymo yet to get the bomb down, yet to get into a comfortable position to do so, but they're perhaps just setting up now for a re-peak. Another, perhaps, mistake, but with the time going here, with it killing the sound, it's actually causing a rotation back from Chopper, and the bomb is going that way.
I think it's a fake. I think he's going to
Smart
come
play,
back.
smart play.
Yeah, he's just trying to make that bridge noise because now they have to down it. They put Tudson in the power position over towards Sandbag. This is perfect for an AWPer to oversee the site. Now it's just about walking that bomb on in. Demo and Askarish have to do the legwork here, while Tudson will just be the man to pick on up and try and pip them at the post if they show their heads.
Chopper has come back. Siren with the first Demo down. Once again, we're even, but Chopper's pulled out. And now Siren, they know where he is. They know he's playing from this headshot position, but he goes up. Oh! Siren! 15 rounds found from the youngster, showing some balls in the inexperience.
Oh my god. Tudson knows he has to push into the site because that fight doesn't have to be given on over. The bomb is stranded. The bomb is stranded. The only way across is taking the fight. So they both push on in, and Siren deals with them. Locks them out. Gets 15 now for Team Spirit on their map choice. They can get the buy back. Dexter gets the AWP. There's a purchase in from Anonymo as well, but how many more rounds are they going to get the opening pick and not be able to get away with the conversion here? Spirit are battling back into this, and they might be the ones to get this one done in regulation.
That is wild. That is going to be so frustrating for Anonymo. They've had so many opportunities here, so much cash they've had flowing through their bank accounts, but haven't yet been able to get to 15. Overtime, perhaps looming. Anonymo make their way through mid.
Didn't go so well for them last time, remember?
Dexter is watching for the boost, but they slipped on by to a CT already. Dexter starts to think about that, but Patsy's claimed the first life. This could be it. This could be map 1 going to Team Spirit. They're in a good advantage position. Magix from Tetris tries to react in time. Hasn't been able to take Demo out. And now they're accelerating once again into Siren, who had a massive round in the previous. Is looking to do it to them again. Siren is having an absolutely fantastic first map here. Team Spirit needed him, and he has shown up and delivered. A young player with not a lot of experience at all. He's stepping up in one of their biggest moments yet. Veggie and Tudson left now in a 2 versus 4 recovery of map 1 here. Anonymo will have felt there was chances throughout this one. But now they've got to do it in hard mode. Dexter holding for the initial peak. 2 flashes left. Patsy climbs on top of the boxes, and it is close. 16-14. Team Spirit will take map 1. They're now 1 map away from qualifying for the major.
Yeah, I can't believe they brought that one back there. It just felt so good for Anonymo in the later stages of that one. But Siren, Patsy, and Dexter, all 3 of them with over 20 kills, and there's 2 of the youngsters being able to step up in a big way. And that one's going to sting here for the Polish side. Could have had an upset on a map they don't have the best record on. You can see looking a bit deflated right there is Tudson, but they're going to need to pick themselves up, dust themselves off. There's still a whole series of Counter-Strike yet to play.
Yeah, there was so many moments throughout that one where it felt like it should have been Anonymo, would have been. They had so many opportunities with cash, but it is the little individual moments that make the difference there, and it's coming from some of the youngsters, Chad.
Yeah, good stuff to see, and I think we have the panel standing by ready to break this one down.
Well, I'm looking forward to that one. We're going to go to the desk and talk about this matchup and take down map number 1.
Flawless toss. It is a game of margins, right? And it's especially is when you come down to these kind of qualification best of 3s and rounds. When it comes to the major, it's all about who can keep it cool. And it was Siren. This dude I think just saved those last 3 rounds basically for the side of Spirit.
Without a doubt. You know, this is everything we could have asked for in the first map of a game where so much is at stake. We tried to paint the picture both for Anonymo and Team Spirit. To win this game would be potentially life-changing for a lot of these guys, so that we get such a close game back and forth where both of the teams had chances of running away with it. But as you said, Shocks right here, Siren coming in very clutch in the last couple of rounds. That last 1v2, that was massive.
It's absolutely beautiful what he did. 7 kills in the last 3 rounds. That is right there, the illustration. You can have a quiet game, you can be down there in the dumps, maybe not finding your groove, but there is always a moment where you can strike and you can decide the fate of the game. And that's exactly what he did, and that's why you never give up, even if you're having a hard game.
It's great. This guy was dropped from Spirit Academy, if my information on HLTV is correct, and they almost never let me down. And then he got, you know, back in the team with the big reorganization at the beginning of this, and to be so influential.
That moment right here, that's when everything changed. When Siren was at that 1 versus 2 and he had about 20 seconds to play with both positions, that's when you need to make a choice. That's when you show your guts. That's when you show your spirit. No pun intended, and he did.
Did indeed. Let's break down a couple of these rounds then, as we look at what really influenced this game, because as you said, Anonymo was still in it. I think they fell behind a couple of times in this one, but they were able to bring it back, right? But it is those clutch minimal moments that become so important. We want to take a look at round 7, Deagles.
Yeah, we do. It was a bit of a mess to begin with, right?
That was a messy one.
A messy one. Both teams, you know, had those messy moments, and I guess that's what you expect from a game like this as well, where there's so much at stake. The Deagle round we're going to show you is a great example of maybe nerves getting to the teams and maybe a little bit of a chaos, right? Magic starting off with a massive Deagle shot, and you just see these duels being given up left, right, and center, completely unnecessary at this point.
It's also a round that hurts the economy for Anonymo so much. It allowed Spirit to go on that high road on the T side of Vertigo, which at times can be a little bit claustrophobic to handle around. So of course we can just rejoice about the nice skill that we display on that, but we have to understand the implication for Anonymo. They made life quite hard for them on that CT side.
Let alone forget that it was Sheeran again, clutching a 1v2 with the Deagle, right? He didn't have the most impact from round to round, but when he came up in the clutches and needed the most, then he stepped up and he saved Spirit in this one.
Oh, he did. And Maniac, are you getting a little bit frustrated at how, like, Anonymo, even like in the days before, sometimes they get the pistol and they don't convert. Sometimes they get like the good opportunity in the round, but they can't just clutch it out. And I know it is obviously because they are lower ranked than some of the teams they are facing. But, oh, I'm getting a little frustrated about some of these moments for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think I empathize with their struggle and their disappointment, you know, because we came into Vertigo saying that Spirit were the heavy favorite. It was supposed to be a win, which is okay. It is just the fashion it happens. Anonymo are definitely in the game. They have massive pop-up from Veggie. He's gone on 35 kills. They have situations, they have opportunities, and it still doesn't work. So I know as a competitor, although you know that this was on your map to win, you can't help but think about the missed opportunities. We were so close, and it takes a toll on your energy.
Hey, but they still have 2 maps possibly to bring it back. I know we said we weren't going to talk about round 19, but production still got it for us. We have the time, so let's talk about the defense.
It's a praise for Spirit on round 19. It's going to be a very mobile defense on the A side, which I truly appreciated. By the book Counter-Strike starts with Spirit using all their utility and the timings they can to inflict a lot of damage onto Anonymo early on in the round, which is usually how Vertigo plays out. The ramp is always a little bit of a skirmishy place, but once they realize they've done the damage, they have that 2-for-1 trade, you will see them just pull out, and you have it right there. The setup is very defensive, they boost, they play above the smoke, and they just let Anonymo come to them and finish with the number. That is how you play a city-sided round by the book.
That's when I thought it was over. That's when I thought, okay, Team Spirit, you got it nailed down. You play picture-perfect Counter-Strike right now. You described it very well here, Maniac. You win the trade duels, you fall back, and you just do what you're supposed to do. On a CT side on Vertigo, you're up 11-8. I thought Spirit had it, but that's where I want to give credit to Anonymo. Yeah, it was a bit messy. Yeah, they could have won the game, and they should feel sad about it, but they made this game competitive to the brink where at 14-14, before that 1v2 from Siren, they probably should have won this map.
Yeah, when it comes to Spirit, when you're up against a team like Anonymo, and we saw now also that, yeah, sometimes they take the aggressive pushes and whatnot, is playing by your protocols really the best thing you can do against a lower placed opponent?
Depends.
It must be.
Yeah.
It's the safest, I guess.
Yeah, you can say so, but sometimes, you know, the safe thing is also the uncomfortable thing for yourself. So in that way, that wouldn't make sense, right? So you have to find the balance all the time. Do you want to be the aggressor? Do you want to be the guy who's sitting back and waiting for the stuff to come to you? I think both teams find a decent balance in this game, and both teams did well at that. We also saw Veggie with the run boost coming in and be the aggressor on the T side. So I think these teams match up very well, and they have the same, I guess, philosophies for the game of Counter-Strike, which is that they would rather be the ones losing it for themselves by being active than just sitting back and waiting.
It's a matter of how much map control you leave in a few seconds, right? When you play against Anonymo and they play so fast and you allow it, then you find yourself in a situation where you have to use all your utility in 20 to 25 seconds, and then the end round is really dry and uncomfortable.
Really tricky. I believe round 26 is the run boost. I'm not sure if it is though. Let's take a look.
That was dirty. That was a dirty round. You know, we saw it a couple of times, and the skill it takes to pull this off is actually immense. The fact that he just flies in and finds 2 people who are just not ready for it, supported by a flash as well. We got to highlight that. This is a play that they practiced and structured. Then, unfortunately for Anonymo, they couldn't quite capitalize on that fantastic start from Veto.
Yeah, that's where I have to be devil's advocate. I mean, a part of me wants to rejoice about Anonymo, that run boost, that double entry. That's great. Look at the scoreline. It's 13-12. They have a double kill in the very first few seconds of the round. If you dealt the cards as is, you'd say, well, that's it. That's our round. And unfortunately for them, they allow Spirit to fight back. They lack that discipline that I was talking about. Once you get that edge, once you get your foot in the door, you just close the round nice and clean.
Would have
and
been
they didn't.
14.
I know. That's the what if, coulda, shoulda, woulda. That's the problem of
You
Counter-Strike.
take this, Ryan, you combine that with the 1v2 from Sheeran, right? And you understand why Touchdown after the game is just he's just blown away, right? He's unhappy with the situation.
Yeah.
He's sad, and it makes sense because honestly speaking, when it was 13-12 right here, it was anonymous games. It was theirs to win, and Spirit, they fell out of it.
Yes, let's take a look at a Veggie highlight reel because we started building this when it looked like Anonymo might clutch it out, and maybe it's a good jump-off point going into our next map, right? And the opportunities for Anonymo, who are now on the back foot, Maniac.
Yes, and he will be needed. I think he will be needed not only in terms of skill and kills, but also just to put his team on the right tracks. That loss on Vertigo is going to hurt, and they need someone to go first and make that kind of difference. In an interview that Innocent to HLTV, he said, look, everyone in Poland knows that Veggie is an absolute beast of aim, and I'm starting to agree with that. I'm getting to know this player. He had that moment in VP, but at the time, the team was not exactly in the greatest of place. So now it's great to see him shine, and he put everything he could into this game.
I just want to put some stats on Veggie's performance right here, because it was outstanding. He had 11 rounds with a multi-kill. The rest of his teams combined had 13. So 4 players had 13 against his 11 alone. On the T side, his ADR, the damage he dealt on average every round, was 135, where the next on his team was 60. He was more productive, twice as his teammates. It was just outstanding to see him play this well and find the openings, find the kills, and constantly be assertive on the map. And you can't help to feel that when he's playing at this level and you're still losing, what happens if he slows down just a little bit when you come into a very frag-heavy map like Mirage?
Well, I mean, the flip side of that is Innocent, a man that we have praised quite highly before that game, and he didn't really find his groove in that game. I think the start was quite slow. He had to fight back into it. I'm hoping that he starts in a different way and he catches fire a bit early on Mirage.
Here's the good news for Anonymo. They started their tournament by beating G2 on Mirage, right? In terms of what they channeled there, what do we have to see again in order for them to bring us to map 3?
Innocent is a great talking point right here, because he was the big performer against G2, not only in every round basically by getting kills, but also in clutch moments when it really got down to the nitty-gritty. Everyone remember him sitting at bench on Mirage and killing G2 completely in a 1v3. That was just beautiful from Innocent. So we've seen Anonymo play well. Flip side of that is obviously that if you're Spirit, you watch that game. You've seen how they want to play. You've seen all the strategy. You've seen the defaults. And again, that's information that's out there. Whether or not you're able to use it for your own good, or maybe you're overthinking it, that's up to Team Spirit. But they have information, they have seen them play, so they can't be surprised by whatever is coming from
No, I think they fairly know what is going to be thrown at them. And I'm also hoping to see Dexter utilize that information. We talked a lot about AWP. On Vertigo, not that he had a bad game. I don't think that would be fair to describe, but he was relatively silent. He wasn't exactly the cause of highlights, so I want him to take over a little bit more on Mirage. It's a map that suits him well. And as you say, there's plenty of information out there to make it, tailor your plays.
Yeah, I love to always take kind of the side of the underdogs, but as you say, the quality on Spirit, you know, Siren outplays we saw at the end of that round, Dexter as well, Magics. I mean, they've got a great chance to make it to the major, but we love 3 maps over here at the RMR, so maybe we'll get them. But first, we're going to take a look at some Counter-Strike players trying to keep a ball in the air.
I'm Maui Snake here with the PGL RMR Europe B group, and we're going to see who is the best at kickups. I'm here with Hooch from Entropic, and he's going to see how many kickups he can do. How do you think you're going to do?
I used to be good at football, but now it's been a while since I played last time, but I will try to do my best.
Do your best. That's all we can ask for. All right, let's go. Okay, all right, not bad, not bad.
Thank you guys. Cheer for me, I was used to be Maradona.
We're here with Hobbit from Players, so Hobbit, how well do you think you're gonna do?
I think I'm gonna do like 3, 4.
Okay, all right, we'll see, all right, let's do it. All right. Okay, all right.
Oh, it wasn't the best one.
Yeah, it's not bad,
But I'm happy.
I'm here with Glaive from Astralis. So Glaive, how well do you think you're gonna do?
I'm not sure. Probably about I don't know if I'm good in the beginning. I think I can do like 50.
Oh, okay, all right.
I shouldn't have done that. I should just kept doing it on the legs.
Yeah, you were actually killing it when you were just doing it on the knees.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We've got Hunter from G2 to do some kick-ups. Hunter, do you think you're going to beat Glaive? He's got over 60.
It's crazy. For one try over 60, I mean, it will be tough, but I will try my best.
Oh, too bad. A lot of pressure, He was, right before this started, you were killing it though.
I was doing 40 or something on practice, but yeah, official no.
Joko from Heat, and he's going to do some kick-ups. You think you're going to be able to beat Glaive, who got 60?
60?
Yeah.
I'm going to try, but I'm not sure about winning.
All right, above 10, not bad. All right, what reaction?
I'm bad.
That's been kick-ups from the European B group. Hopefully, some of these players put on a pretty good show.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Do or Die is the name of the game today here at the RMRs in Bucharest. We have got ourselves the second map ready between Anonymo and Team Spirit. It must have been a heartbreaking loss for Anonymo in that first map, Chad, because it felt like there was a real opportunity there to take away their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the conversation. We had that yesterday with Anonymo taking on Ants, right? Were there opportunities to get closer within those matchups as well? Right now, I think it's just about making sure that they stay focused on just one more map, right? And then they can take it to what will essentially be a best of one on Nuke. But yeah, if they linger too much on the mistakes or the what could have been of that map of Vertigo that has just gone by, that means they're not going to be focused here for Mirage, which is where we've seen them do some of their better work, right? This is where the upset against G2 happened to start this story around the Polish side. Otherwise, Spirit could just be stealing this one and getting it done in two. I was impressed to see Patsy and Siren stepping up in the game when Chopper and Magix weren't able to find the same level of impact, and Dexter, we got what we wanted from him.
Yeah, Dexter is going to be the player that is obviously the standout here for Spirit, but the question marks around the team are definitely the newer players. How are they going to perform with the pressure of the major on the line, right? This is the biggest chance they've had to make their careers a real statement point. At the, getting stickers into the game, it's always a point you want to get as a player, and these players are just one map away from doing that now. So the pressure is going to be even higher here coming into the second map of play. So I'm excited to see if that's going to transition into map number 2 here for Spirit, if they can keep that up. But Anonymo will be starting on the T side. Now, we have seen a lot of pistol success. That was a story we really tried to drill home yesterday, was the Anonymo pistol success they're able to get into these games.
Yeah, I haven't had so much of it in this series, though, have they? I felt like we've been seeing these full ecos coming on through with Spirit able to convert them in the first map, I do believe. And we do get this one underway. We'll be taking a couple of bits of utility with a P250 as well. Scarish over towards the B bomb site. 2 players currently residing over there as Dex is playing very aggressive in middle here. He's going to call this clear quite quickly and be able to call a rotation, but will it be to the right side, because here they come.
Well, Siren is going to throw a smoke out to buy some time and put a corridor, but it is Patsy in the middle of the site that needs to do the work, and nearly gets away with nothing. Luckily picks up one on the way down. But Anonymo found their way into a comfortable position, and look at this. Veki always behind you, always getting the flank going. He's gone through the market smoke, hasn't committed to the full push yet. There's a bit of a risk deployed with this, but once that smoke fades away, he can start to get the wrap around the back. It is Demo and Oscarish, though. They're fighting from the site, and Demo from the van looks towards short. Anonymo getting hyped with that significant pistol win.
Yeah, back into the winning ways on those pistols there, and some smiles creeping onto the faces, but a lot of hard work to do here. Just one of the 16 rounds required to take us over towards Nuke. And I don't think it's going to be the easiest of times. Spirit strike me as a team who'll love a good force buy. I can confirm they are starting to equip those weapons. We've got Deagles, we've got 5.7s, which pound for pound are on their way back into business. And a scout for Dexter, who I think could be a real force to be reckoned with on a map like Mirage. Now, the win-loss, as far as that record goes for this roster of Spirit on this map, is not great, but they've had some close games, some double digits against reasonable sides. Very fast in towards the mid-control. Short presence being felt as well. Scarish needs to be careful. That's clear, and he can't get it done. Siren up on top of the ladder. We'll take him out of the picture, and over towards B we go.
The smoke goes out for Chopper, creating a corridor to enter back into the site.
No more Anonymo nades here, right? They honestly just have bullets now.
They're just moving with that smoke now to try and deny the plant, and that forces them off of it.
This is going to be issues. The rotation's completely come on over here from Spirit, and the bomb yet to be planted.
Well, it's starting to get planted now. Tudson swings out, gets the double on the spray down, takes Chopper and Magic's out of commission, and Veki looks back to the market for another pick. Siren still over here alongside Dexter as they try and exit the market, but they need some picks. Oh, Siren saves the day, keeps Dexter on his feet, but they're conceding. They're saving this one as they drop back, and Anonymo will have 2. Good bit of damage done there for Team Spirit, but not the round win.
Okay, well, I guess they think if they comply these into the next round, try and have another threatening round. It was a decent opportunity right there, and Tudson's double is really what saved the day. So the buffer from Tudson has been provided. They will be scooping up the better guns on the way out here. Demo into an AK instead of that MAC-10. And you need to note that... Oh, he might go down here. No, he just trying to find a safe haven as Demo. Very fortunate to survive that one on 3 HP. That Siren can drop a 5.7 as well, because he had that to kick off the round and picked up the Khalil. So they will have a reasonable round into this one here for round number 3. Chopper's also going to lightly invest into a P250, and we'll see what Magix decides to go with here, as he has a smoke currently to his name. Can Anonymo make this one a little bit cleaner? I'm sure they'd love to hold on to these 5 AK-47s and give themselves an easier go into round number 4. Window smoke will land. And broken. Now going to get the boost up and over late, and they're going to put Siren as the individual in towards the vent room again. He found success previously, but that's not where the fight's coming this time. Innocent creeping up the ramp, has a couple to deal with over towards A.
Has got Veki up inside of Palace eventually. Oscarish does open up the round with Siren. Now they'll start to hit the Siren. Team Spirit a player with the weaker weapons in hand. We do talk about Magix. Talk about him as maybe one of the star players of this team now.
I think he has to be, right?
He does have to be.
Him and Dexter need to be the star duo, and then where the rest of the firepower is going to come from still needs to be proven to us, right? We've seen some good moments from Patty, some good moments from Siren, but all in all, that third star, I would say, is yet to be established on this team. Smoke deployed towards ramp, and I like the fact that they've just cut and slowed this one down. Anonymo. They found the opening pick. They're allowing Team Spirit to make that next foot fault. They're actually rescinding
Steps there for Demo. He's starting to track that. He'll get around the back of Patsy and just now moving forward. Chopper also has to take him one. Oh, Demo doesn't take the pick towards Murder Hole. How has he not
very
got
light
that?
damage there as well, right? Look how much damage he didn't do.
It's actually unreasonable, isn't it? There's a chance here for Team Spirit to cause a few problems now for Anonymo. Innocent watches towards CT as they begin to exit.
Chopper is flanking here. These CT players need to stay alive for a couple seconds longer. Chopper can make this one interesting.
Oh, Innocent has taken one, but Patsy's 5-7. It's coming with a swing. Veggie taking him out, but it is Chopper in the flank that you pointed out, Chad. Well, he's in a position to compete
Too late now.
His teammates are all down, and that's the unfortunate part. He is now getting fixated upon in the time. He's taking on the bomb. He'll get out towards Tetris, but realizes this round it's all about some damage on the way out. Save that AK.
They get the damage, right? But these are 2 rounds where they were threatening in patches. Dexter even going to line that one up onto Tudson, trying to backpedal his way out. Connector bomb will go off. Dexter not even going to try his luck to try and scoop up one of those AK-47s. We'll just hold on to that scout. And now he's going to equip into the AWP here. So the buy will come out from Spirit now. They've had 2 rounds in a row where they posed a threat, but Anonymo will deal with it. Damage definitely felt. The buy back in available.
And we'll see what Team Spirit can do with a buy. As you pointed out just mere moments ago, they have got themselves into competitive positions, even with the weaker guns pretty much every time. So with the rifles out, we'll see what Team Spirit can muster together. Smokes out towards Khan and window. Magic's plays close towards ramp, and if Innocent tries to get away with a contact play again, Magic's rifle might be able to take him out. In fact, it's Dexter that is ready for that. Just peeks on down, Innocent's out of the round, and more pressure now in the mid-play. And Anonymo trying to get one up Khan, and Demo has got into the connector. Has got Palace to play with here too. He's got his teammate up there.
They know it has to be A. Patsy pushed all the way B right now.
Chopper's a jungle. Comes out into the fight. Demo has hit the deck. Continue to move forward. It's Tutson though. He's pulled one back, but Killswitch just going back and forth. The Dexter spotted one. Drop in towards Firebox. It's Veggie in there right now, and yeah, you have to run all the way back to get that. And it's been locked off. The access point for Tutson to go back. He has to go through Patsy. The first bullet, inaccurate, will commit to the spray down and gets him out of the round. But now Tutson's sprinting back to try and get to that.
This round's back on, though. That one death from Patsy there, they didn't know that the bomb was over towards T-Spawn. He never actually saw it. Just on that push, he got a kill. His position was noted, put himself in an unfavorable fight. And now Tudson can smoke off towards Connector and come on over and fortify this A bomb site. You can see pushing through is Siren now, trying to fill the feed where Patsy once lied, but the bomb should be going... Oh, never mind. They did get across.
Oh!
Great shot from that.
And that's going to drop the bomb in the open. Veggie had a smoke. He's
Look
got
where the
it
bomb
on his
is.
back. And look, he has to jump up on top of Triple to get that back. He will put it down on the safe side of the triple boxes. Again, smoke in hand for Veggie. So he'll throw that out to CT. Doesn't allow the cross, and the quick ramp flank from Siren is what catches Veggie off. So round will go for Team Spirit. This is just the shot on the crosshair from Dexter. Puts a nail in the coffin, really. Buys some time. Especially with the bomb being dropped on top of Triple.
Yeah, that is very awkward, isn't it? Nice shot from Dexter there from that jungle position. And we will get their first round on the board here at Spirit. That plan, it helped out Anonymo a little bit because their cash could have been looking a whole lot worse. This is a situation where Tudson and Veggie could buy. But the other 3 would have to be just down to some pistols here. And it looks like they are going to go for an eco. You can see HE is being invested. They tried this the other day. They smoked Top Cat and tried to HE into window to take out Monacy. But Monacy wasn't playing in the window position when they tried it. This time round, Dexter will be, so could be well placed here. Oh, he's actually jumped up and over. Connector this time round.
Blasted. Magix again takes up close position at ramp. On the other side of the smoke is Veggie and Innocent doubled up with one another. Smoke will fade away momentarily. And on the other side of it, multiple pistols, so Magix repositions as the smoke begins to fade away. Has got the flash set up for Chopper, but Veggie has dealt with it first, or rather, gets dealt with as Magic goes out again. There's 2 picked up. He's run out of ammo, and the rifle has to go to the sidearm. There wasn't enough help coming in from Chopper from CT to keep Magix on his feet. So now Dexter's been pulled back in to try and stop the bleeding towards ramp, but he commits to the open fight, and Tudson with the upgraded weapon takes off the hands of Magix, is able to make it sing for a headshot. Now 2 players coming back in here for Anonymo. It's not brilliant position to be in, but it's still winnable if that kill were to come through. And now that it doesn't, it is just Oskarish left on the ramp in a 1v3. Spirit fixated upon the ramp, and we'll take him out with a headshot. So a second round put together here for Team Spirit. No bomb plant there for Anonymo either.
Yeah, that was essentially an eco, right? So I'm sure they'll be happy with that little bit of damage they were able to inflict on Spirit, but the AWP retained. Dexter will get that one back to wield here into the next round of play. And Tudson's also going to have his AWP out now to go toe-to-toe. See if we get any heads-up fights between the two of them here. Galil's for 3, however, so some omissions as far as the potency of these rifles go, but let's see if they can make the Galils work as they gear up for what could be quite a fast A hit here. Dexter aggressive over towards the palace position. Scopes on up. Has to deal with 2.
Oh, Dexter, a lovely shot. Quick on towards Innocent. Dexter, of course, hanging around, waiting for the second to walk on in. Veggie hasn't gone there. Here comes the rest of the smokes being thrown out for Anonymo. Patsy this time taking up position that Magic's played in the previous round. Smoke goes down of his own design. Has taken out Demo, but Oskarish and Veggie finding some crucial kills, and now Dexter stands on default. Up hits the leg shot again. Dexter still up, repositions up to Palace and swings in towards the Tetris position. Oskarish takes him out, no problem. 2v2. Still Anonymo haven't got some ground here. They're still in an awkward position, and Oskarish with the bomb was still stuck at Tetris. Siren goes to fight him. Tudson now into the 1 versus 2. AWP to get Anonymo their 4th round. Tudson needs to have a pop-off moment here. It's such an important matchup. Imagine a round like this for Tudson, but he gets caught trying to drop back into ramp. Chopper commits to the iron goal. A 3rd round now for Team Spirit as they tie things up on the board.
Yeah, put Anonymo back down towards pistols here. So just the bomb site's not getting in, not getting the bomb down to keep this economy flowing right here. It is going to come back to hurt Anonymo early on within the piece, but still very early stages on their map choice.
Yes. I was seeing we talked about the last Polish team, the full Polish team that played at a major in 2018. Obviously, the most famous player, should we say, from that team of Pasha Biceps is out supporting the side of Anonymo this morning. I think he was calling the map done. He felt like it was a done deal over for Anonymo.
I think we
map
thought
1.
so too,
yeah,
didn't we? But we didn't make the tweet, so that one came back to bite him there. But let's see if the boys can come on back and give him something to celebrate here for this Sunday. Is going to be light investment into the pistols again. Now, there's a new little way to watch, guys. We've been telling you can check out on YouTube. You can check out those secondary streams as well. But also, if you want to head over to csgo.pglesports.com, there's a multi-viewer that PGL have actually set up here.
It's really cool.
Yeah, you can choose all the different POVs that you want to see. They've actually put the player cameras there. You can watch these just consistently. You can even have the player crosshairs, I do believe. But let's focus on this little lighter investment because Dexter's AWP, he seems to be in the right place at the right time every single time. But this year against pistols, he might get overrun. Or he might just kill them all.
Feels like he's got enough time here between the spacing, but he is under a lot of pressure now as they come on out without that first pick. It hasn't really slowed them, but they now drop down into Siren's rifle. Dexter, luckily getting towards the back of the site, is able to compose himself and collect another. It's just Oskarish as Anonymo tried the B-rush to get the bomb down, but that hasn't worked out. And now we start to ask a few questions of Anonymo. They had a good start into this map, but as soon as the rifles came out for Team Spirit, it has been a one-way street. Anonymo have got to try and battle their way back in here. Another buy coming out. They've afforded the AWP into the hands of Tudson again, too.
I think Dexter's the biggest problem to deal with right now because if he's able to put himself in a position to find an opening, and it feels like he's just almost playing, he's telling Chopper where he wants to go. That's what it looks like to me. If he continues to do that and puts himself in these positions time and time again to find an opening pick or be a nuisance on a lurk play, it's going to be very, very problematic. Magix is going to tuck himself in towards the vent room now, and it is a light hold on A, but it is the man we were just questioning, Dexter, playing from Ticket. So 3 towards mid. 1 towards B apartments and this jump peak that's just been highlighted there to deal with Anonymo on their default crawl. They've got 2 players on the extremities.
Swing out from Chopper. Goes back into connector, but there is a double setup of players here for Team Spirit fighting from short. They'll throw a molly down to confirm there is one behind those top boxes and try and put some pressure on them. But Anonymo starts to look back to B and Siren. He has not cracked today. He has looked incredible once again. He is going to be under fire, but he has got his 2 teammates now dropping back. This B setup is so ready to deal with this, but the smoke, not great. Siren still recovers. It's another one from Siren. And Anonymo, this attack has been thinned out entirely. Gonna have to try and recuperate with limited players and hope that they can get some opportunities here. Tudson's peak is good for one, but Magix immediately replies. A double from Magix. Now just Vegi. What an incredible first map that he had. A clutch here might just ignite the fire of Anonymo again, but Dexter held the cross on the swing out. He's dead.
Love that little double swing there from Magix and Chopper, right? Chopper was over there in towards the market window, and they almost caught it at the same time. They swung from different angles to be able to come on out and showed two different faces to the AWP player there. Sure, Chopper goes down, but mopping up that mess with a double of his own was Magix, and he had a lot of assists right there, Magix, as well. So 3 players towards that B bomb site worked perfectly. Felt like they're a step ahead of the calling there for Anonymo. And it will be a timeout called, the first of 4 available for Anonymo in map number 2. It did feel yesterday against Ents, though, in the later stages, right? I don't want to say they gave up. I don't think anybody would ever give up. I just felt like they could feel that the game was getting away from them. I think they need to try and dispel that here at any possible turn. Make sure that they think they're in every single one of these rounds. Even a light pistol buy like this could turn their fortunes around.
Anonymo had a great start on the T side, but it has been Dexter destroying them. Dexter very famously has a lot of good maps here on Mirage. I think it's a comfort ground for him.
I think it's what happens when people play Face It on this map
yeah, they
for 16
play a lot
hours
of
a day.
Yep. That's what happens. Chopper towards Connector gets flashed. So they're
Body
running
blocks
past him, but they
in.
see him, and Demo will take him out. But Dexter, the player we just mentioned from Triple, collects his double figures kill. Patsy now jumps up and moves on down. It's all falling apart here for Anonymo. Vega ran for the AK, gets swung on by Magix, closed out. Another round here for Team Spirit, but it was a bit of a half investment for Anonymo. Now we look to their buy again.
I think the biggest thing is just getting into the site and getting the bomb down to make sure that they don't have to go back to pistols. Right? That is the key right now if I'm Anonymo, because you're not putting Spirit in a position where they're wincing too much. Chopper and Patsy a little bit light on in the cash department, but Dexter with 11k and Magix there with 8. It's enough for a few residual buys for Team Spirit. You want to stress them out here. You want to make sure that they're not willing to take these over peaks and over extensions on the CT side because they know they can rebuy in the next. Make sure they have to consider all of their choices, all of the financial ramifications that could come on through. Demo quickly down towards Connector here. Gonna lob this smoke out. Very cavalier about his movements. Not worried about anybody up close and personal. And it's the right decision to make here.
Demo got in front of it all. Oh, and he spotted one up the stairway. Dexter this time taken out. So that's a big kill to find here for Anonymo. And they jump up on the bench. They'll take out Patsy. And 2 down early for Team Spirit. Chopper, oh, he got a chance and he will capitalize on it. Now a swing out from Vegi. He's gone down. And just like that, the first 2 kills are back into a 3v3.
Yeah, trying to get ahead of themselves right there, Anonymo. They've given those 2 kills over, and now it's Siren. He's been good in patches here, especially just defending with the rifles in hand and has to deal with 3 players. There's 2 coming his direction. The third is over towards mid, just goes down to Chopper right now.
Oh,
and
no.
a 3v5 has turned into a 2v3.
And they need to take out Siren. If he even gets 1, that's the job done. Siren will, in fact, take the head of Tudson. Jumps up to confirm Innocent was there too. And Siren intelligently plays it to take both. 7 rounds for Team Spirit. That started with a 2-man advantage for Anonymo.
Beautiful stuff. And they even get the AWP back, so that 11k of Dexter doesn't need to be invested in here. They can just drop it across. This is looking fantastic now. The game is really getting away from the Polish side. Another timeout called, another conversation to have, no plant. It's just crazy that they got so far ahead of themselves after that opening pick. Like Demo, with that 1 kill that he gets there onto Dexter, they've done so much. So much with that opening kill. They've taken out the danger man. They just give it back on over. So having to ask themselves, do they really want to piece this one together here? AK for Vegi is out. It's not going to have any util behind it. Maybe it's just to try and keep things... Oh, no, they are going to buy Tudsons into an AK as well. Oh, I don't like what we're seeing here.
Starting to feel a little desperate for Anonymo. Their map pick, the map that they looked comfortable on throughout this competition. But when you bring it to a map like Mirage and you have
They're out of smokes already, Dinka.
Yeah, that's why.
They're out of smokes already. Has to just be a Palace waterfall here.
Well, they're trying to sell everything towards mid, and it has to be successful upon this Palace fall.
Oh, the smoke's just landed. What do? Do you go? Do you wait? Neither one of the options here are good. Look how many nades they have left now. 1:34 on the clock. 1 flash, or 2 flashes. And a Molotov. That's it. That's all they have. And they're stalled out by 1 simple smoke. Another smoke now just deployed here. Dexter's just lobbed that one out to help out Magix.
Oh, it's awful,
Take another 20 seconds off the clock. Stew in your own juices. And while all this happens, look at Chopper. He's gone around the world. He's pushed mid. He's about to confirm it will be this A hit.
Oscarish. He will look back and hold forward, and they do take out Chopper. That gives them a bit of a fallback. moment, but you have no utility left. You don't have the smokes. It's such a rough position to be in here, but the flashes, it just has to be successful with ease. They have to find the initial picks when they hit upon this site. All the way over towards B. Oscar is trying to make some noise. Patsy went on the information gathering flight. Magix holds from the ramp and they're just getting decapitated. Anonymo falling by the wayside. Piece by piece, they crumble one by one. It's Tutson left alone, getting spammed up in Palace. The rest of his teammates are put in the grave already, and Tutson will soon meet them. 8 rounds now for Team Spirit. There's nothing getting going here for Anonymo.
No, not at all. Not at all. That idea, right? They had to disrespect that smoke if they wanted to have an opportunity, but they would have been running grey screen right in towards Magix. And one of the players that we look to in this team of Anonymo to step on up and give them some impact is Innocent. He knows that he's one of the most, well, he is the most experienced member of this team. And right now, unable to get anything going here. These Tech 9s need to light the fire, need to get it started. A bomb plant just feels like something to have some hope here as they turn their attention back towards A again. Magic's from Ticket, chiming in Dexter this time will be from the connected position.
Well, here comes the utility. Anonymo need to be successful in the first fights though. Magix just swings out for the back of Triple. He's gonna have no problem taking that first.
Should be out of plan.
Falls a little asleep on the second peak. Demo does take him out, and now a plant would be brilliant. We'll get them a just very solid buy into the next round. Siren not there in time to deny, but that nade is going to land right upon his head. Demo continues to get some kills here though, Chad. We're down into a 2v3.
Process of elimination now in this retake. They know Demo has to be towards Spawn, but it's just Veggie's position they need to find. They need to find him now.
Towards it, Shadow sets up Veggie for the peak! And 2 kills found from the Tech 9. It is now Dexter, who's below half HP, realizes there's one sandwich, is able to go for that. Do not break them like this, Dexter. He wants to break them in half. The time is ticking on that bomb. It is planted towards CT for Demo. Dexter scopes the time now, taking too far. Demo swings into the open. A round found for Anonymo, and done in the fashion of a weaker buy.
That's what you want, right? That's what you need to get that belief back. Hey boys, we can do it with the pistols. Now let's get stuck in with the rifles here. A huge run from Demo there, and Veggie positioned very, very well. Just not considered in that process of elimination while retaking the site. And yeah, that one for Spirit is one of those rounds that now, this is great. We could set ourselves up to have a bit of a conversation about this first half. Instant window smoke going to be popped on out.
If we are going to continue to have that conversation, we do need to see more out of Innocent. Was instrumental in their performance and their upset over G2 to kick off the RMR. Currently 1 in 10. We need to see more out of him.
It's a bit more direct again here from Anonymo, right? Like they threw out the top mid utility just to keep those feet planted, and they're walking A one more time. This time it's more of a potent defense. They've got Magix and Chopper towards the site. Dexter trying to chime in from the same position from Connector again, and then they also have Patsy over towards Window, so allowing Siren to lock down the site on his own towards B, but their out ramp has been spotted here. Chopper's got one.
Oh, Chopper just rattling away, couldn't double up. Tutson was quick to get the pick back from Tetris, and Magic's now moving towards Triple, swings on out. Doesn't find a piece to the puzzle at all. And Anonymo now stifled slow. They have got the deficit to play with. Magix is going to cross.
Can't get
They're gonna see
away.
them retreating. They can't get away from it. They're taking out Patsy and Dexter. Nail in the coffin. And Innocent, the player I mentioned just moments ago, well, into what feels like an unwinnable clutch. They've seen him out now, holding him with the AWP. Flash goes up, allows him to cross over to the left side of the ramp, and gives him the fight here. Innocent gets one. Magix puts him in the grave quickly after. Celebrations for Spirit as they realize after the round lost, they're right back to the winning ways. And that is the worst way for it to happen for Anonymo.
Smelled like they could, they smelt blood in that situation, right? Because how quick they were to collapse on them, trying to get away from Tetris, trying to get away from that A bomb site. Spirit were getting stuck on in and chasing them down. This was the fight towards mid that Patsy finds, and Dexter's getting a lot of yells in here. I think he's getting fired up, firing up the boys. He's getting a smirk and a smile onto the face there of Siren down in the end. Timeout called from Anonymo here. They've only got one left in the bank for, well, this whole second half of play that is still to come. And I think it's starting to get desperate out there in terms of the round department. They know that they need something to go into this second half. A 9-6 is still a very good half, T-side of Mirage. Still very possible here. So they're going for a half investment. Some Deagles, Tech 9 for Veggie. Again, we've already seen the impact on him. And this is a very important round for both teams. If you're Spirit, you pick this one up. You're going to put yourself up to 10 rounds. You'll be very happy with the first half. If you're Anonymo, you can keep yourself believing. You know that you can get it done with these lighter purchases. And that 9-6 dream stays alive.
Innocent runs out. Quick take of mid here for Anonymo. Can they get through any important choke points? Oh, it is at least the charge, and with the AK is taken out immediately. Magic's opening up for Spirit. Patsy looks to have another life. The soul will be reaped out of demo. There's now Oskarish, Tudson, and Veggie seeing what they can mount. With a quick headshot, Veggie swings in towards window and is able to take out Patsy towards the ladder room, but the nade and the rifle of Siren closes it out for 10 rounds. Team Spirit 6 away from heading to the major.
Okay, well, this is looking good for them now, but it will be a full buy for Anonymo here to close out this first half of play. Plenty of cash to splash, as you can see everything. And the kitchen sink dropped over there. And a timeout called for Spirit just to make sure that they do convert this round. So I'm liking the call of the timeout here. Understanding a big difference between the 10-5 and 11-4 going into the second half. The pistol, the first gun round conversion, it could be done. That's how simple it could be to get Team Spirit to that PGL Antwerp major just around the corner now. Only, well, 2 weeks away.
Yeah, it looks deflated here. For the Anonymo side, just think of their run here. Think of the hope and optimism they felt on day one when they take down one of the front runners of G2. The amount of difficult teams they've had to battle their way through to this point. 2 opportunities to qualify for the major so far. And this one feels like it's slipping through their fingers.
Yeah, they have played out some hard matches, right, against some big names. They have those upsets that's put them in this position. But as Innocent said in that interview, that win against G2 is all for nothing if they don't qualify. And right here, right now, it's not looking great. Up against the wall, lots of flashes out mid. Shot missed for Dexter. He knows he's under pressure right now as Demo quickly scurries down towards the connector. Shots whistle by either way. Intentions are felt, but he knows something's up on the other side of that smoke.
Just taking the time here in Anonymo. They have got the mid control, but what they've struggled with is getting through choke points, and they don't want to force the fight in towards connector and the smoke. They've often lost that battle. Patsy is not just sitting back towards short, he's got a position where he can peer for info, and that's all he wants here. He just wants information of when to use that smoke. Innocent does take ladder room, flashed into the peak. Now can look down into jungle, but there's a smoke up in the window for the time being, keeping him away from the fight against Chopper. Under a minute now on the timer. Smoke goes out from Anonymo. This one to land towards jungle and maybe give a pathway for Veggie to fight onto the side. But everybody else is going back over towards B with a bomb.
Siren's been great, hasn't he? Let's see if he can do it again. 15 kills to the kid's name.
He's got Patsy to help him out here as well. The 2 newest recruits for Team Spirit. Veggie's being found, so now the acceleration into the B side.
Oh, they missed the molly!
Oh, they have, and Siren is going to get himself a double. The molly holds them back in the apartment. It's a nightmare here in Anonymo. They've lost 11 rounds in this first half. It started with 3 off the trot, 1 half buy. And Spirit won every other round. Anonymo in the situation currently where it's looking like their dreams of making a major are not going to be happening.
Yeah, they look flustered at the moment, getting the better of them here. I think this one has fallen by the wayside in a big way. Still with smiles on the faces, so maybe not. Maybe they can pull themselves out of this.
Maybe it's a laugh of pain, Chad.
If you don't laugh, you'll cry, as the old saying goes. But this right here, like the little details, that's where the devil lives. That's where the devil lies. And Spirit right now just need to get this pistol to really put themselves in contention to close it out quickly. There's a chance to draw it back. Vertigo was close. Vertigo was a 16-14 affair. You can see it at the top of your screen. Mirage right now doesn't look close at all, but it's the CT side. Anonymo get a chance to defend here, and it needs to start with this pistol round.
Team Spirit, no secret to us about where they want to start this pistol and where they want to finish it. Utility being set up for the A execute. Smoke goes out towards the connector. Flash is going to be delivered. Oskarish dodges them. He has got a smoke and a defuse kit on his back, and they can play this A retake setup. So jungle's going to be a point of contention, and Tudson, doesn't contest at all. He's out immediately. Headshot right between the eyes, butchered into the ground. Plant committed to for Team Spirit, locked in, and an advantage held as well.
Look at the power position they have for the post plant. Jungle and window control completely. Veggie trying to find something up and over from middle right now, but needs to get it quick. The bomb is starting to tick faster and faster.
He has taken one and a second found as well. He cuts those numbers down. And again, the defuse in the smoke. Defuse being stuck. He's pulling it through and he's done it. The defuse for Anonymo. The pistol taken away. It may be the power positions of Team Spirit, but they've absolutely cheesed it.
That is ridiculous right there. It looks so good. You get all the control you want. That pistol round was so simple from Spirit. Connect to smoke, jump into jungle, take the fight, get control. Oh, we got a B-Stream update here, 16-6, but Anonymo have just diffused it right under their nose. That's one way to rub some salt in the wound, but check out this buy.
It's incredible.
Galils and AKs.
It's better than the CT buy.
Yeah,
it is better.
Well, yeah, sure, they lack a couple of nades, but the firepower's there. They're just running. This is a chopper call.
This is a chopper, and he is an Apache helicopter now as he swings on out, trying to just take them down. Tudson trying his best. He has taken one out of the sky. But it hasn't been enough to bring down Chopper and the squad, who now get the bomb down. A 4v3 maintained here for Team Spirit, and they want to go. They want to go towards CT. They've held position. Demo swings, flash set up, but Patsy still beats him out. Tudson and Veggie, how can they win this? They just can't. Surely, Team Spirit don't give them the chance at all, and Tudson, he's down an underpass. Veggie's hanging around towards connector still.
He is indeed. It's a flash over, trying to get him on out of here. The flash is good, the kill is there, but I guess it's an evacuation route. One way to hold on to this rifle at least. It actually drew a Spirit back towards the side just in case of an extremely late retake, but that's not the case, and snatch one back here. So the defuse, yeah, you can have it, but we'll win out that force spy, and it could, right now, be the writing on the wall. Because this is 1,400 as the loss bonus. The buy for Anonymo is going to be significantly worse here. They're juggling the guns across. There's an MP9 in play, a 5.7. Innocent probably going to get out of Deagle here. Must have been lobbed something across it. Innocent has a USP and head armor at the moment, so I'm sure there's something on the ground.
Yeah, this is 4 rounds away now from Team Spirit.
Oh, he's got, there we go. Gonna get given that MP9, okay.
They're going to go A here, Team Spirit again. Setting up already for the A execute. It's just domed on in, but no one's there to deal with it on the ramp. Ospreys tosses down a smoke, but do Spirit respect it? Of course they won't. They charge out. Ospreys blinded, rattling shots. They take him down eventually. Veggie, though, on the double in the site. Tudson stepping up as well. And Innocent getting involved is now just Magisk, and he goes down out of the round. Anonymo shut the A play down.
Okay, the force by Wars, they're on. They are on in a big way here. Siren can buy, Dex can do the same. Let's see if Spirit want to step up to the plate and go toe-to-toe in this fashion. Why the bloody hell not? They're able to make it work before. They're going to give it another go here as Anonymo do keep themselves to a 6-round margin right now. That was going into the stack from Spirit, so this direct calling in consecutive rounds, and they're not able to break on through, but check this one out, Dinko. Back towards A again, I guess. Let's go.
Yeah, it is quick. But Team Spirit, this is what they can do. They're belligerent when they come to their calls, you know. You can see the same round over and over again. A blunt object, if hit hard enough, will eventually find its halt. Goes on through, smoked off. Team Spirit actually deciding. Maybe take a bit of a pause on this one.
Yeah, they still have a couple of smokes and flashes to work with here to piece that together late. So by virtue of them not going out fast, it's actually favored them. There's a lot of utilities being used from Anonymo here, and they're getting their buy back together is where we wanted to end with that one. They have a incendiary, flash, and a HE left over to defend with. Everybody into rifles here. This would be a great way to get Anonymo back into it. Win out the force buys.
And out the force. We'll see if they can do so. Team Spirit coming out Palace now. Innocent's gonna peek out. Dexter taken out. Innocent doubles up. Bomb loose, and every prong to the approach is toppling over here for Spirit. Just one on the way out from Magix, but that is strong from Anonymo.
You think it's too late for Innocent to show up now? I guess not. 7 kills now. Did not have a great showing in that first half. If he can warm into the game right here on this CT side and help drag his team back into contention for this, he should be getting a freebie right now, as will just be the Glocks for Team Spirit.
Yeah, should be no problems here for Anonymo. Maybe a bomb plant for Team Spirit, but even getting to that point of the round seems very difficult here. Just probably slowing this one down a little bit, having a chat. But cool to see Anonymo come back into this, Chad.
Yeah, go all the way, go to Nuke, give us a third map as well.
Still a difficult road ahead of it. There is hope now for the Polish fans, I'm sure, waking up early this morning to catch the action. To support Anonymo. And their last chance to qualify for the major. 1 map down already versus Team Spirit and 4 away from being knocked out. Innocent starting to liven up now. Hudson as well helping him out here. And all the picks start to come through. We talk about Team Spirit though, there are some positive stories over there on that side of things as well. Patsy going to his first major, Simon as well joining him if they can win this. Be great to see some youth going to the major itself. Chopper has actually picked up 1 and a rifle now in his hands.
Yeah, ain't bad.
Quickly found by Veggie.
Yeah, okay, well, we're about to get the rifles back out here, and it's going to be some emissions. Dexter only has 3.6. It's interesting, he bought a Deagle just then as well, so I guess he's going to operate into this round without any head armor. He's bought into Kevlar. Does he want to buy a Scout? Does he want to buy an AK? He's got enough for an AK right now, 2,700. Everybody else in his team has purchased into those exact rifles here. It just doesn't feel like a great round to bounce back into things from Spirit, right? Like they don't have everything they need to work with here. So you're going to be relying on some mistakes from Anonymo or a couple of big shots being hit out of the Spirit players as they're going for a run boost. Dexter, the top piece of this puzzle, and it's not a run boost at all. It's just a peek down towards Connector.
It's a boost, but not to run. Missed Molly there from Anonymo. Very missed, actually. Re-smoke out to window for Patsy. CTs are throwing out a bottom con smoke here, and Peggy's going to peek with it. Innocent trying to see if he can see over the top of that smoke, but it's made a sound cue. Communicated now by Patsy about the whereabouts of Innocent. Nate goes right down onto Patsy. Look at that. That takes him down to 44.
Smokes an exchange here as well, so Connector has been denied. Everybody from Spirit is through middle. They're playing extremely together on these gun rounds, aren't they? There's no lurk possibilities.
Becky sees the utility being used up, flashed into the play-in. Chopper brings him down. That could have been the move, the maneuver that would have got the round advantage, but Innocent tries to snap it back, realizing his team are down a player. He's the player that needs to step up and deliver it back, and he's done it. 4v4 again established.
They have to just tuck tail right now. There's so much utility, so many players in mid from Anonymo to deal with this. They've just left Innocent now as they've bought back that space. And with 35 seconds left on the clock, Spirit actually need to go somewhere. They need to try and get this one across the line. You don't want to be holding on to just these AKs without any util into the next round. It's not going to be ideal at all. So 23 seconds. It looks like they're splitting B.
Not a lot of time at all here. That needs to be perfect upon these two players. Anonymo look to hold the forces of Team Spirit are knocking down the door, and Innocent mounts the defense first. It's Chopper, the victim of his rifle, as Innocent continues. He's the only player left, and he is out. Dexter with the kill, but not enough time with a bomb loose in the open. Innocent has done all the heavy lifting needed to just make that one crumble for Team Spirit. They will save 2 rifles, but another round for Anonymo, and it's forced a tactical timeout from Team Spirit.
Yeah, there didn't seem like there was too much tact behind that round at all right there. And the fact is, if they're going to keep playing like this as such a pack, they're not going to be finding the gaps late, right? The reason that you're able to have these gaps late is because of your extremity players who are able to weasel their way in while the pack's taking traction elsewhere. So Innocent now starting to warm into the game, being given some opportunities to come online. It's about how much damage that he can really get done now, because it's only a 3-round game. Only a 3-round game here, and it's quickly closing in on Spirit. Magic's Chopper and Patsy, if they want to invest anything right now, next round loss bonus is maxed on out. It will be 5 consecutive rounds if Anonymo are able to pick this one up. But we turn to Dexter, we turn to Siren, the two with the saved AK-47s. How much can they get out of these? Have been some light upgrades of Kevlar and pistols with some util. So again, just trying this pack roll mentality. Spirit grouping up towards A, just working out where they want to deploy these smokes exactly. Looks like the up-down smoke stairs, and
oh, swing out from Innocent from stairs is worth. Siren just in the open. That's an easy kill, isn't it? Oh, it's going to force them back, so Team Spirit can't even really follow up on that. They can't use any momentum with the utility, and now they're just held back in round.
At least they got the AK, so if we're looking at small positives, that's one of them. But look how many players from Anonymo have responded to this. There are 4 players over towards A. It's just the 1 man over towards B of demo right now, and it doesn't feel like Spirit are going to fall back whatsoever. You've got the bomb still pressed very far forward on Patsy there, up towards the A ramp. You've got Magic's committed in Palace, and Chopper just making sure with Dexter that nobody is flanking. They have 1 smoke and 2 flashes remaining here, but this looks like it's another round that is going to fall flat for Team Spirit.
It's been a lot of those. Anonymo looking to reach 10 rounds. And the wind sails of Team Spirit is truly gone. Patsy starts to run forward, throws the bomb down. Oscar is unchecked at Firebox, spots out Chop, but that bomb is now loose towards ramp. They have no control over it. They're just trying to fight. And when you bring it down to this scrappy affair, Anonymo's setup is good enough to deal with it. No problem. 10 rounds now for Anonymo.
And 4 kills for Innocent. Keep mentioning his name.
15 kills now.
Yeah, he's turned this around. At one point, he was at 2 kills. Now he's at 15, so this impact on the CT side is being felt.
He was 1 in 10 when I called out for his performance to step up. And now look, he is up there with the rest of his team. One of the highest performing players now. It's to go over to that CT side. It's 15 and 17. The only players doing better than him are Vegi and Tutsit. It's great stuff from Innocent. This is the hero of the Anonymo side. If he can step up and keep this up, well, potentially the comeback could be had here. Mirage could go Anonymo's way. They've got the win in themselves. They've got the momentum with them now. And it has to be broken down by the side of Team Spirit, but it won't be at the start of this round. Vegi's got the advantage.
Yeah, Tutsit aggressive with this AWP. How long does he want to stay in this position? Should have a chance on the Siren. Shot will miss and will get away. So crisis averted right there. They are faking B. They've just used all of their utility and they're not committing to the site. Spirit have dropped all the way back with all of their nades deployed. There is no commitment forward. They've drawn the rotation short. Magics will find Innocent looking for a little bit too much info there. So as far as forcing Anonymo to look for a fight, they've been able to get away with that. But a minute left on the clock and it will just have to be these bullets. Under window, Patsy still resides, not really moving from this roost. And they are returning to B, so hoping that indecision will really plague Anonymo here.
Well, let's set up a B for the time being. Should be strong enough to mount a hold. Tudson can't afford to miss. In this competition, Chad, he's had a lot of misses in important moments. Tudson cannot afford to drop the ball here.
How much room is Patsy going to find here? He might be able to tuck his way in towards the jungle position and try and flank on towards B. 30 seconds. He's not going to get spotted from that palace position because Mascarish is pushed in very, very deep. He needs to make a play onto A now to force a rotation. He needs to find a kill. He needs to start running. He needs to get something done. And Patsy, he's glancing the wrong way. Demo gets a freebie. They're going to think this is A, but they're coming in B.
Flash has actually removed Tudson's impact, so the rifle is pretty far back now from Vegi. Tudson with a quick shot out to the right side. Bomb loose. Not enough time for Dexter to win this one. He just needs to stay alive. If he goes down after the time, we'll have $600 in the bank. NHP gets away. Very lucky there to stay up, but Team Spirit, they're not here right now, Chad.
Yeah,
they've disappeared.
Running out of ideas, right? Or it doesn't even feel like they have that much of an idea there. Like, I'm not quite sure what Patsy was going for. Maybe this is the rookie nature of all of this. If he had flanked on towards the B bomb site, even if he takes some traction and action over towards the market position, his attackers from the B apartments would have a good idea of where they need to put those crosshairs. So the pressure's starting to get to them now. They're able to win the force buy in the second round of this half, and that's it. Their first half was fantastic. They put up the blue wall, but right now it's Anonymo's turn. They're drawing this game back in a big way. 12-11 now, just one round game. That is actually the last timeout called from Spirit. They don't have any more timeouts, so they need to get their act together here in how they want to approach this T half. They're not going to have the coach to chip on in after this at all.
Yeah, you do not want to let this go to the decider if you're Spirit. You want to close this now. You want to close this on Mirage, but Anonymo, the mentality when we came into the second half, you could tell in their faces, didn't look like they were having a great time. It didn't feel like they felt like they were in the game. But now, they're going to be fired up. One round away, everything going their way. And they're about to tie things up versus Team Spirit. It's a B quick call. Siren's ahead of the pack. And Sindari has separated them and severed off the support network for Siren. But he's committed forward nonetheless. But commits into the site. Vegi from short. His rifle is good enough to stop them from moving into this one with pace. There's no speed to this now. They've been completely slowed. And the rotations come back in here for Anonymo. The rifles, the AWP, it's all ready to deal with the apartment's play. And Innocent is having an absolute field day, taking headshot after headshot. Magic's left up in the apartments. There's no chance for anything here. Maybe he can get one on the way out with a P250, but the kill is immediately back for Anonymo. They lose a single player on that B rush. And it's 12 rounds to 12. We're tied up again. And Team Spirit, they have to invest. They're going to get the rifles out, but I'm yet to see anything in their gun rounds that inspires me.
Yeah, it's the same story as what happened for Anonymo in the first half. You can see here, this is a perfect little reflection. The bomb was hardly going down, and if the bomb's not going down, it's either going to be saved guns on the T side, which Anonymo didn't do. Team Spirit are, and then what happens to them is they get kind of stuck in this hole because of the lack of loss bonus. So, yeah, they're just not getting enough finances in to keep these rounds threatening. This time round, Spirit are going to get this mid control with 4 players quite fast into Tudson's AW. He has to hit this, and he's just changed away.
Oh, the quick switch might cost him here. Vegi's got one, but look at that. Magic's trying to accelerate up through short and put pressure onto the solo player here because they spotted the AWP in underpass. It's unlikely they have a double setup in B. So now, actually, the rotation from Innocent is so speedy to get back here and help out his teammate. And Innocent has got the pick. The bomb is now loose. Innocent's found another one from the site. And Tudson won't miss this time. It's just Siren left coming through the apartments. Spirit have fallen flat yet again. Siren, it's been good in the series, but won't be able to do much here. Anonymo are into the lead.
I guess they did believe that 4 rounds was going to be more than enough to get them across the line here. 13-12. Who would have thought with how this game started, with how that first half went, with how deflated they looked after that Vertigo loss, a map that they could have won. Oh, they definitely could have won. This is great from Innocent, just responding to every single play that's required of him. And guess what? It has to just be down to these pistols again for Spirit. The only round they were able to win was with the Galils in the second round of play, right? And actually, Anonymo defused under their nose in that round after what was a perfect pistol as well. So it's not like Spirit haven't had their opportunities either. We've been highlighting that both of these teams have had their chances. 3 smokes, 2 flashes, and what could be a Bigo here is the idea with this is just showing themselves and dropping back is to bait out utility right now. Soften up one of these sites so that at least it can be fights against just the rifles here. The big snake of orange up towards the B apartment, still top mid, still hanging around as now they start to make their way through the underpass position, but they don't have the weapons for the job. Utility is going to have to land perfectly. Window smoked off, connector smoke deep deployed as well, so trying to grab some control on Spirit.
The reaction from Innocent once being smoked off to window is to quickly reposition back to connector. Gonna go into the fight. Flash was set up by Demo, but Chopper and Patsy have got a couple of kills in the pistols now. Anonymo down to 3 players. They're down in this position. Demo pulls that back though. Swings out short, gets the pick back to Dexter. 40 seconds left. Anonymo, they've still got window and short, but they need to get to the site. Chopper with the bomb on his back. We'll see where he decides to call this one. Magic's been in jungle. If he can find the pick here on Oscarish, maybe something, but they have confirmed his position. Oscarish hasn't been able to pick up the kill, and now swings out Oscarish with the 3K, lines them up, and recovers what could have been a bit messy towards the round there.
Beautiful stuff, and getting fired up now. You can see it starting to really believe our Anonymo. 14-12, just 2 more to pick up their map choice to send us to map number 3. Both series to start the day look like they're going to go all the way here if this one continues. Nuke waiting in the wings for that 3rd map, and it didn't look great for Spirit when we covered it off just the other day against Sinners. They were just getting battered and bruised. Window smoke out. Innocent is not going to play ahead of it. He's going to try and set up the boost here, allowing Vega to go up and over in towards that vent room. Tudson's found an opening here with the AWP, and it's on to Dexter, so starting to look good.
Oh, Vega, though, has been traded out very quickly by Patsy. He just sprints up short and is able to take him out. Now Patsy gets in towards window. Innocent has been the master of this position, but is he ready for Patsy to be inside of it? Oh, Patsy swings around, Innocent holding, but oh, it's Innocent that's come out on top of that. Patsy's gone down. Advantage again established here for Anonymo.
Chopper's so low as well, and the bomb is going to be committed towards this A side of the map here. Chopper coming back over to join with Magix, with Siren to try and get something done here. They need a plant desperately.
Innocent holds, opens the round, gets a follow-up in the mid, and Innocent peeks out from the stairway, decapitates Chopper, and Siren in a 1v4 picks up the AWP.
Innocent now has 22 kills.
Incredible.
Think about all the work that
positive.
he's been doing. Yeah, that's wild. From where he started to where he's turned this game around to, Innocent has just been a force to be reckoned with. Obviously, it's not just him as the conversation point. Tudson's now been starting to hit a couple shots in that AWP here. You've had moments from Veggie as well. And what looks so good for Spirit, that first half, it felt like a stroll in the park. It looked like they were just going to walk it in to pick it up to qualify for the major. Well, they've been put on notice. They've been made to work here. This is just going to be a saved AWP. Let them have it. Why not?
Just give them it over. They haven't been able to do anything with the rifles all half, so I'm sure they won't be feeling too worried about it.
They know where it is now.
Yeah.
It's Courage is trying to get there as quick as you like.
I don't think they'll get there in time here.
No, 4, 3, 2, 1, and should be all good. No dramas there. 15 to 12 now.
We talk about Dexter having a fantastic first half. What has he done here? What has he done in the second? Not a whole lot at all, but they throw that all back to him. Maybe this is a round where Dexter can get involved early. That was the fight that Tudson won at the beginning of the last round. Innocent dealing with Patsy. A couple of moments there that could have unraveled, but Anonymo handled it well.
And remember, Spirit used all their timeouts, so they don't have any more to call now that they're at the death knock of this. The coach can't chip in. They can't take time just to get their breath. This is looking great now as Dexter on that boost again is going to peer on over. Sees connector completely clear. It is 2-1-2 setup as connector now has been smoked on off, and Innocent looking to be a nuisance here as he's rotating around. Looks like Spirit have finally decided to take a slow pace on a gun round. I think it might be too little too late in that regard.
Chopper goes down through the underpass to begin his round. His teammates gather at top middle. Secondary goes down from Innocent to prevent Chopper from walking through the underpass. Now hit the 1 minute mark on the timer. Yet to really see significant map controller movement from Team Spirit, but here comes some utility in towards middle. To prevent a map 2 loss, Spirit need to pick this one up. Veggie gets in towards ladder room. Team Spirit have made some control, made some headway up towards connector. Oskarish is going to be under pressure first. He will stand strong. Oskarish and Innocent mauling them to pieces. What a comeback this has been for Anonymo, and it's just Magix looking to break them down. 2 picks found, worried about short. Oh, Magix turns for it. Potentially we're not done yet. Magix wants to pull everything he can into this round. 15 seconds left. Bomb in front of him. Position towards CT and Jungler, the remaining Anonymo players, and they do not want to let this one slip. Magix with 5 seconds, it's done. What a comeback, what a resurgence. And Anonymo have got to be feeling good about this now. They head to a 3rd map decider to decide who is going to the major.
I can't believe it. I think Innocent actually ended up with the most kills right there out of everybody in the server. What a turnaround performance from him. The second half stepping up in a massive way, and you can see fired up. Now the deflation has to be felt on the other side. A really good first half coming out of Spirit, but then just the T side, absolutely nothing getting done. And I think we got the Death standing on by to break this one down. So let's send it on over to the experts.
Thank you. Talk about a diesel. Innocent. Oh my god, one of the most horrible T-sides we've seen, I think, from a lot of players in this RMR. And then he drops 23 on CT. Maniac, you couldn't stop gushing about what he did on CT to bring his team back.
Because it's nothing sort of exceptional. That's what he did. That was exceptional. When we hyped that Mirage map, we said, remember Innocent against G2? He had such a great start. That was amazing. He had 2 measly kills on the T side. I thought he was done. Most players would have been done. It is so hard to dig yourself out of that situation. And from the get-go, he was the main engine behind that comeback in Anonymo. He had multi-kills on multi-kills, and he finishes at 25. I am blown away.
Fantastic performance from Innocent. Fantastic performance from Anonymo. You were looking at the body language, you're looking at the players after the first half, and you could quite sense, you know, that the pressure was mounting. They didn't feel that they had any chance whatsoever of getting back into the game, and sometimes you need someone to drag you out of the dust, and Innocent did that. He won a couple of rounds early on by a couple of cool kills, and from there and onwards, the entire team stepped up once again. You could see the players, they were getting hyped up, they were getting passionate, and they started to believe again. And we speak about it so many times, confidence in Counter-Strike, it's worth everything.
Just think about Innocent's journey as well during this RMR. The fact that obviously he's the hero of that win against G2 that we couldn't see come in. Now that huge comeback into Mirage. The fact as well that for a moment in Poland he wasn't exactly in good grace after that move. Yeah. You know, if you remove Snacks, a god amongst gods in Counter-Strike in Poland, not everyone is going to be happy with that. So he's got so much to prove. He's got to put everyone in their places, and he could do so if he qualifies one more map.
Oh, crazy stuff. I mean, wonderful remount from Anonymo, but can we talk a little bit about the collapse of Spirit on their latter half of their T side? It's like they forgot how to play these rounds, Pimp.
Yeah, completely. They won one round on the T side. There was even a force buy in the second one. I thought that was it. I thought that was enough for Spirit. Then they went on to lose the second one. And for my money, it was too stressed, right? They wanted to finish the game too early. It felt like they constantly kept putting up the pace and constantly kept rushing, constantly kept being explosive. And fair enough, if you want to try to put it down the throats of Anonymo early on in the game, then do it. But when that doesn't work, you got to take a step back. You got to be able to slow down just a little bit and stop being so one-dimensional. It was a poor T-side, and I said it to you in the green room as well, Matthew. It felt like every single round where they were trying to fast take map control, 3 or 4 players would be down to 50 HP, down to utility, down to smoke spams, and if they would just slow down just a little bit.
Bit stubborn in the approach on the T-side, I'd say.
The gun's on the other shoulder. Before, we were trying to paint a picture of how Anonymo could come back in this series. Now we're going to do the same for Spirit and highlight a couple of things that they did well when it was still going well. Notably, that last round in the first half you wanted to take a look at.
Yes, because if we're looking at round 15, it has Spirit all over it. It's Anonymo fumbling the bag a little bit in that B take. You'll see here that Molotov doesn't hit the mark. It's supposed to be on Siren, who does a beautiful, fantastic job to clean up the B side. It's kind of a little bit of a pattern with Anonymo whenever they find themselves in a complicated situation to miss some of these utilities. That Molotov right there is definitely the end of the round, but it also paints a picture of Spirit fully in control. Almost they could see the qualification at the end of the road. Sometimes it is.
They chased it. They chased it too much. That's what it felt like. They lost control over the map. They lost control over themselves. And maybe a timeout, you know, with some supportive words and just keeping their breath within themselves and maybe just slowing down the pace a little bit would have been beneficial.
Round 17, they're forced by, and I think the last round they won.
You're correct.
In that
You're correct. And we circle back to Jacob's point. Look at the pace, look at the speed of the last round that Spirit will win. It's a force buy, and it's cleverly put together. They know that the utility on Anonymo is going to be limited, so what do? They just wolf pack, bang out of that app's position. They follow each other like a hive mind, and they trade effortlessly. That was beautiful. But what it didn't tell us, what we couldn't realize at that moment, if that it was actually the only way they would try to win rounds. And that was the issue. That was their modus operandi moving into Mirage. But once you realize it doesn't work, you have to pull the brakes, you have to slow down, you have to play a deeper Counter-Strike. And that transition is where they failed.
Yeah, so incredibly interesting as well. Chopper was kind of like dropped from the roster for a little bit and came back. He is the IGL, and I think he has a big task now, right? Together with kind of the people in the back there for Team Spirit in order to get them back on point to qualify for this major, and it's going to be on Nuke. Now, with what we just saw out of the T side, as well as the momentum, Pimp, what are your expectations?
A different style of Counter-Strike. You cannot play Nuke that way, or you can, I guess, if you're Furia in 2019, but nowadays it's going to be tough to play with that kind of pace on a map like Nuke. Chopper as well, you said it, he got to lead by example. So far in this game, on the 2 T side he's played, he's good for 8 kills on both maps. That's not enough if you're an in-game leader, right? You got to lead by example, you got to open up and create space for your teammates. I expect Nuke to be a back and forth, and historically speaking, Spirit have been a good map. It's been a good map for Spirit, and it's been a good map individually for Chopper as well. So he's struggled a little bit so far in this matchup, but I expect him to do more here.
I think he's got probably one of the greatest challenge in front of him that he's ever had. I don't know if you remember, Jacob, but famously Chopper had some big breakdown in super important games from Spirit. And now as an IGL, you have to remember, he knew he had all the cards he needed to close Mirage. He couldn't. Individually, not exactly in the best zone. So what Innocent did in that second half, Chopper needs to do it right now for map number 3. He needs to forget about it. It doesn't matter. It effectively doesn't matter if you messed up on the first 2 maps. You have one map, a best of 1 to win to make it.
I'm so glad that you said that. Do we remember that quote from Innocent after beating G2? He said, "This does not matter at all if we can't qualify for the major." The pressure mounting for both of these teams, it's absolutely crazy. Anonymo, you know, they had like a streak of where they could lose to literally anyone, right, before they came here. And I feel like that's also their, unfortunately, kind of their burden. Sometimes they lose games that they shouldn't at all. But Pimp, it does seem like, in terms of the most stressful moments they've had to face in this tournament, with the G2 game, with the overtimes, they've been able to clutch it out. Do you believe that they can on Nuke?
They definitely can, but it's hard for me to say who's the favorite coming into Nuke, because you brought up the point, right? Anonymo, very inconsistent, but when they look good, they look very, very good. Just to reiterate what's at stake right here, in terms of like playing a major, right? It's everything for these guys. It's worth everything. I like to refer to football as well. I love a lot of people at home, you know, watch that. We have the championship, you know, just below the Premier League. They have that game, you know, where you play at Wembley, where a loser gets nothing, stays in the championship, winner goes to the Premier League. That game is worth a lot of money. Same right here. If you win that game, you're into the major, you're going to play for the stickers, you're going to have your name in the game for the rest of your life. These players are as precious as they possibly can be, and they're playing for the big bucks now.
and it might be that people think, oh no, well, I want to see the Astralis game later. What if they? But this is actually what it is all about as well, right? Those players that we are not so familiar with, that are starting to build their legacy right now. Oh, that's why I could never do it, because this is such a stressful moment. You've done it, you know.
I mean, if you're ever going to do it, if you're ever going to have a career, then this starts here. Like, people have sometimes a tendency to think that you just pop up and you happen to be Astralis winning everything. Hell no, you have to have your first wins, the first moments when you make the difference. And we are now in this very unique moment where it's the last map, and usually momentum is a huge thing, because everyone catches on fire when they win a couple of rounds, where they feel that pressure lift off from the shoulder, or the other way around. You dig yourself into a hole. If you miss a clutch, you miss a smoke. This is such a test for the mental resilience.
And by the way, on Stream B, the Bad News Eagles brought it back as well. They also still have a chance to qualify. It's crazy. It's high-octane Counter-Strike, and that's what we love. We're going to take a quick break before we come back to the decider here.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
One final map to decide whether it's Anonymo or it's Team Spirit heading to the Major. We have an incredible, insane comeback coming through for Anonymo on the second map to get them back in contention again. And I think for many Polish people around the world, the dream still lives on.
Yeah, they could have even won this series 2-0, right? There was definitely opportunities for them over there on Vertigo, but let back in by that T side of Spirit. It didn't really inspire anybody here. Maybe one of the reasons why Anonymo picked it. They knew they could have a massive CT side. But now, speaking of CT sides, they get to start on the CT side of Nuke, and we just covered Spirit just the other day versus Sinners on Nuke, and it didn't look good at all. You can see there 16-14, Vertigo 16-12, Mirage, and now this Nuke matchup here could be anybody's game.
So we talk about it didn't look good. We're going to look at a few talking points about that in particular. And it had to be the fact that they weren't getting openings, Chad. Spirit really struggled to get opening kills. They just got dominated time and time again by the Sinners.
Yeah, I think in multiple occasions, you had the first 20 seconds of the round go by, and they found themselves in 3 versus 5 scenarios here. Patsy was the individual in charge of going towards that yard position to try and take some space behind the smoke walls. Looks like we do have a little bit of a technical issue just before we get this one underway. Wouldn't imagine it's going to take too long before we can get this one started.
All right, let's look at some win conditions for the Anonymous side. And it's Innocent stepping up over on Mirage. He had a very quiet start to the game, but Tudson in particular was having some impact. And he's a player that I think has been few and far between for the Anonymous side. You know, he has some of these rounds that look good, and then others that he misses some crucial shots. If Tudson shows up here, it's essential to a Nuke win, and I'm looking forward to seeing if he's going to be able to provide that. But on the other side of things, it's Dexter as well for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Team Spirit in terms of the T side. We weren't happy with some of the things we saw on Vertigo. I don't know if Team Spirit could be happy with what they just put down there on Mirage. And now having to start on the T side of a map that we've already highlighted they've had issues on, I think it's going to come down to making sure if they do get the pissed around like this, they can get the conversions, because it's not going to be enough here just to hope that Chopper can call you across the line. Flash forward, Innocent ready.
Sees the shadow of Chopper is just trying to bait away the shot, but Veggie and Innocent taking the first 2 kills here for Anonymo. They've been good in the pistols and looking very good here. Magix and Patsy looking to recover the pistol with 2 headshots back. They might just do that, but the flank around the back from Monster just came in with the Julies. A nice shot from Magix, keeps the dream alive here.
Bit overzealous there from Scarish. Has actually given Magix a way back into this. Could have just had one done, played out a 3-on-1 situation, but now it's Innocent and Demo up against this man of Magix, who does have the bomb in his back pocket. Demo on the jiggles, just making sure he can't creep his way down the ramp position and trying to deal with the top response is Innocent. He's actually putting himself in a bit of an interesting scenario here, playing outside of main, not committed to the bomb site. So Magix could walk his way in, could plant the bomb for heaven, and then set himself up to take these 2 fights with the USP equipped.
Magix does cross. And actually gets away with the plant, and we've seen what Team Spirit can do if they lose the pistol but get the force spike, but they might not lose this one. Magix hanging on in that. Spirit have found another headshot, and Magix so close to it. Demo now runs to the site. Bomb is not planted for Magix's position, but
the bluff
Demo
here.
is not sticking it. He's calling for Magix to come in towards him, and Magix is actually wrapping around the door. Goes around the corner.
Well played.
Demo! That's an intelligent approach to close it out.
Yeah, beautifully done there. The tap and given so much time. So Faffin with the bloody door was Magix. A great opportunity for him there, but didn't plant for himself in that post-plant scenario. Makes it a little bit too tricky. I think he may have just been better off taking the fight there, but regardless, it's a team ace for Anonymo. Everybody getting a kill to get them across the line on that pistol buy. And you mentioned it, they love the force over here at Spirit, so of course we're going to see exactly that. Some Galils, some AKs, a scout is going to be in the hands of Dexter. Their buy is looking extremely potent here up against Anonymo, who, look, they have an MP9 for Innocent, but the rest have opted to go for these M4s. So as far as it goes, it's basically a gun round in the second round of the game.
And I'm pretty sure Anonymo were realizing the fact that Team Spirit are going to get the force buy in, so investing into the rifles instead of the SMGs to just give them that chance to not get bitten back here. Veggie going for a long sprint through the door. Ooh, not coming away with a pick there, but it is an upgraded weapon for Innocent.
Yeah, we know how difficult it is, though, for Team Spirit, especially in that Sinners matchup, to find openings. So now that they've gotten one this early, almost gifted on over there by Veggie's fight that he was looking for. Can they convert in a number advantage scenario? Dexter's found another one back, so a 3-on-5. The scout finding success towards Yard, stepping on through. Magix will take down Innocent, and this one here is crumbling for Anonymo.
Tudson's only found one back, but he has to hold strong. He has to set up Demo for the flank around the backside. It's another one from Tudson, and Demo has seen them come through the door. Tudson has a bit of time to react to this, and Demo, he's on the flank. Finally, Dexter turns. That was around in the palm of his hand, and Tudson does everything he can. He brings down 4 players. If just one had been found on the flank, that would have been the recovery for Anonymo, but Dexter turns and breaks it down.
Oh, that could have been huge. You can see he was biding the time to make sure you get a multi-kill, and you can understand why. They were in such a number disadvantage situation right there. Great stuff from Tudson. Really good work, just isolating all of these fights with the Silence 10-4 at the back of the site. But that turn to take the fight towards Squeaky was absolutely everything. Anonymo are going to buy back in. They're going to give it their best crack, but there's pales in comparison to what Team Spirit were just able to bring out. Skarish has pushed up nice and close. Will they account for him? Maybe not, with Tudson up and over the top, trying to find some damage and done. Patsy gets one. Innocent finding magics elsewhere, and this round is on.
Fakey needs to step up with the D. First shot, nowhere near the head. There's Tetris. He needs to make it happen. Needs the D to land a few shots. He's trying to draw them into the fight. Actually, they will come to fight him, and that sets up Innocent for the distraction to take one. But Siren doubling up with the rifle, making some space here for Team Spirit, forcing them away from the site itself. Demo is up in heaven.
Well, they know where both players are now. Scout was noted towards main, Deagle towards the heavens. Now Siren is going to plant safe side. We'll get that bomb down, the flash forward. It enables the pick, but Chopper not blind will take the head off of Demo right there, and I'm sure that Tudson just wants to hold on to this Scout now. Follow up here after the force by win from Spirit, looking good now. May even get themselves a 3-1 scoreline out of this as Tudson is spotted up, shot in the side. The Silence 10-4 of Chopper gets it done and takes away every last little lick of a weapon there that Anonymo were hoping to carry forward. If you take a little bit of a look at Anonymo on Nuke in recent times, it hasn't been great. Their most recent game against 0-0 Prospects was a win, but before that they had a 3-map loss streak to Kova, Trick, and Copenhagen Flames. And the Copenhagen Flames game was a 16-0. So that one ain't a scoreline that anybody wants to be taking too much of a look at. This is just going to be the pistols now. USPs aplenty. In towards the top side, Magix goes. How many can he get right here? Well, maybe Siren will snatch him away first. Patsy, Siren, Dexter, they're doing all the dancing right now as that MAC-10 for Magix is still looking for something. It was invested. They want the cash money, and shot in the back of the head. He's actually the first to fall. Veggie going to go down. Long for this world, does get a dink on off, but converted 3-1 for Spirit. Good start for them now. Night and day already from what we saw from them against Sinners just the other day. We do still have that B-stream going on as well. Bad News Eagles versus Sinners taking place on Inferno. You can see the scoreline in the top right of your screen. 9-6 at the first half in favor of Sinners.
When we talked about the fact that Team Spirit really struggled to get rounds on the T side, well, they've been given 3 here already, right from the get-go.
We'll focus on these openings, right? If they're able to find these openings still, then it will just be a whole different game in itself. And Patsy was dealt with. Remember Zedko? Remember how much of a nuisance he was? Had like 17 kills in I guess the first 7 or 8 rounds. He was absolutely sitting on a heater here.
Yeah, if I'm Anonymo, I look back at that and see if you can sort of replicate some of the moves he was getting away with, because they were just unbeatable. Team Spirit couldn't get the answer to him. Oscarish will be the outside player, but playing nowhere near as disruptive. That gives a bit of map control to play with here for Team Spirit. Oscarish giving them that control, giving them that respect. At the start of this gun round, Anonymo start to look towards ramp, 2 players over there, but they're leaving themselves open with every option still available. Utility begins to trickle towards outside. Oscarish tapping the warehouse, and Chopper getting caught by Tudson. So that is Chopper out. Advantage sides with Anonymo. So the first opening goes in favor of the Poles, but Siren's been able to pull it back quite quickly, and with how quick that trade has come in, Team Spirit obviously still in here with a chance.
No, Innocent could get caught in transition here. You can see him floating with the idea of pushing on up. It has to do with ramp as well. Too many angles, too many avenues of assault for Innocent right now.
Innocent gets under the rafters now. Positions himself deep into the site, but Patsy's coming down. Patsy's coming down from decon though. That should be the death sentence. It's actually Magix that got away with it. 3v3 treading out efficiently here on the side of Team Spirit. Anonymo starting to bring themselves down into the lowest side. They realize this has to be a retake. AK going to be picked up and collected. Magix plays in the back of the B site itself. Gonna peek out Khalil. Straight away onto Oscar. Such a powerful position here.
think they want to save this. Look, they're just hanging around to see if they can find this fight. There's no kit to go back for this retake right here, and giving everything up, all for naught, would not be the correct decision to make. So another one here for Team Spirit. Get themselves a gun round here, and I think Siren just looking to see if he can find himself something a little bit better than a Galil, but that might be the best he can carry forward. Magix gets himself an upgrade and might even be able to take a scalp or two, looking to survive in the bomb site. Fantastic bomb radius here, just standing at ramp and takes all of about 10 damage, so not a whole lot to worry about for poor Magix. Doesn't even have to exit the bomb site. That is going to be 4 consecutive rounds now. Loss bonus starting to build over there for Anonymo. They could drop M4s, well, 1 M4 and a FAMAS for Veggie, because he already invested. Don't be that teammate, guys. Don't be that guy who just buys a bit of utility. I'm looking at you, Rush the Ranger.
I also can't do that, Chad.
Well, you got to make sure you look at the money situation first, because now with the cheaper M4, you can always drop one, but they're going to go with just the 2 saved guns and some upgraded pistols. Anonymo, they need something, and they need it now.
Well, Veggie is pushed in towards Hut. It's come away with the first pick, and Veggie, he actually gets away with it. So, opening goes in the way of Anonymo.
Using these save guns well, right? Now you can reposition. Now you can try and play out the number advantage. Or you can keep these rifles active, playing in tandem, seeing if you can grab one back. Patsy puts a couple bullets near the side of the head of Magix there, just to clear on out close. And they're working towards ramp, where it is just demo here on this 5-7. He is on an island. He has no support. So 1 kill if they come his... Well, never mind. They don't have to come his way. He will call out that util. It's all a bit of a fake right now as they're coming back in towards top. Innocent's turn.
Oh, Innocent.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, he's going to get chased down. Patsy will take out Innocent. So we're back at the 4v4. But
Demo's so noisy, man.
Yeah, you use the big boots, man. They're going to make some noise. He has to drop away.
He's still here. He might be able to shut this down at Squeaky Tudson as well.
Hudson. AK needs to sing. He needs to sing the song of death. And it's his own song of death because he's out of the round. Patsy quick to the headshot. Veggie sits at the back of the site and they start to run him down. They're going to fight from the left side. It's 1 for Veggie. Couldn't quite double up, but still damage has been done onto 2. And so the D becomes a bit more potent even to the body. Squish gets shredded. Magix will not miss those too often. And Demo now under half HP will begin to come back from ramp. All the way towards main on the wrap around. 5-7 in hand. There's a better gun down in front of him, but not going to be getting it. So
look at that rusty knife.
It is rusty, isn't
rusty looking bloody Karamba right there.
If you get stabbed by that, man, well,
you need a tetanus shot.
You need a tetanus shot if you don't die.
Yeah, so you're probably dying and you have tetanus. Either way, I don't think it really matters here as we get to see him just traverse the whole map here at ramp, pushed up into radio, drops on back, walks around main, comes all the way around towards T-spawn and might have a kill or 2 right here. Chopper says no, 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 grabs the 5th round, and Spirit, this is the best they would have looked since the start of Vertigo. Remember how they started Vertigo? It was looking tidy, they were making some good reads, some good calls. They're able to punish the buys of Anonymo, and then they turned into some faster Counter-Strike, and that's where the game really heated up, and we found ourselves 16-14 all the way. So let's see what type of calling comes out from Chopper on a map like this, because it's been a little bit slower so far. Yeah, this has definitely been a little bit more considered, though, from him. As a timeout now called from Anonymo before they get the guns back through. An AWP in play for Tudson. The rifle's out for everybody else, so it is a full buy. An opportunity to try and get themselves back into this game. Now, this isn't like Mirage. On the T side of Mirage, it was their map choice, and they were struggling, and they get 11-4. And then they get to go to the CT side, and they get to bring it back on their map choice and have confidence in their CT setups and their individuals like Innocent coming alive. This is the CT side of Nuke first. The T side not going to get any easier.
Yeah, and you've given 5 up already. The best they can get out of this is a 10-5 half. See if they can muster close to that at least. Tudson opens things up with Dexter's life going the way of his AWP.
He's been getting better and better touch since the series heats up, and Veggie just straight on in, takes down Patsy, down the vent he goes, and wants to poke his head up for some more. This time round for Anonymo, they find the kills necessary to lock this one out. Chopper from top silo, can't get anything done. It's just Magix over towards Squeaky, the last man standing. And this is more of what we remember against Sinners. Just getting obliterated, not getting a pick, not getting an opportunity. Having to sit on back and just twiddle their thumbs.
Difference was that happened every round. We'll see if Team Spirit go down in a similar fashion in the next. They have a lot of money here, so their buy is going to be good nonetheless. Siren's the only player that doesn't have a lot of cash. Goodbye. And for Anonymo, it's fantastic they win it in this fashion as well, Jack. Imagine if they lose 3 players or 3 or 4 players. You go into this round, next round, you try and buy. You're not going to have enough to get a good buyout, and Team Spirit will immediately have a purchase, even if you win the round. So
yeah, they're still in that rough spot,
they
right?
have to keep it clean.
This is one of the pivot points in a game here, and it's just with the finances, which makes it a little bit more boring because we don't all want to be accountants, but it is very important to keep that in mind. Magix will have just been spotted there, so they still know he's over towards lobby looking for a kill or 2. But you bang on, right? Because if Anonymo aren't able to put consecutive rounds together, it becomes extremely worrying. And I think that Magix wants to get away with this AWP. He doesn't really need it. They have so much money right now. It's just Siren who's going to be a little bit hit and miss in that regard. He will scoop it up. Can get plenty of guns dropped across. No dramas to make the buy work into next for Siren. Dexter will get his AWP, and the round will come to its logical conclusion. So just turn around, a much better look from Anonymo here, but this is the beginning of something. We've already seen them be able to come back into a game, but the comeback needs to begin now.
Really does. We can see another round like that. Ooh, that gets exciting. Also gets a little worrying, because Spirit obviously showed us that they can sometimes go missing on the T side. 5 already picked up. They've got to feel good about it. They can snap back right into a round win here. It's going to be scary times for Anonymo. Utility heading towards outside for Team Spirit. Quickly, look at that. Smoke wall already up. Door blasted open. And Magix in the fire, tickled and forced away.
Yeah, very deep incendiary drop there. You can see the smoke wall that's lobbed on out.
It's a lot of smokes.
Yeah, that's combining with a CT smoke, I think it was, close towards red. Unless it's all T smokes.
I think it's all T smokes.
It's all T smokes? They've dropped 4 smokes just to get the secret control. Okay.
I think they messed one smoke up and then had to use another.
Oh dear. Well, you never love to see it go down that way. So 1 remaining right now for the side of Team Spirit, but they do have the control of secret with 1 man and 1 man only. It's Patsy down towards the lower side of things. Currently denied by some smokes, but could come back on up because it's looking like they want to go for a bit of a top play. They're hoping with this misdirection that has been allowed that the push from the CTs would be in towards lobby right here, right now. Not a whole lot of anything going on. It's just hitting the brakes, taking their time. Very deep smoke there for Magix. I think he was concerned that there might have been a gap with how deep that one did land.
Selecting which utility piece he wants here, Innocent. Better not be a scroll wheel selector of utility. Flash starts to go in through the skylight, but 30 seconds remain. Team Spirit starts to run towards the ramp. Perhaps trying to split with Patsy, who plays towards Secret early. Trying to get down ramp, and Magix is actually taking away Innocent's life. Missed shot from Tudson. Has to alleviate position. This is starting to get a bit worrying now for Anonymo. Another player. Oh, a follow. Goes down. It's Veggie on the lower side, and Dexter just adding to the tally here for Team Spirit. Has to be a save call.
Yeah, that was really well done. There was no information whatsoever from Anonymo, right? They didn't take the fight at secret at all, so they weren't sure how many players were there. Then once the top pop comes on in, there's a lot of utility to make that one look threatening. And then they're able to find the gap towards ramp, because I think Veggie wants to get in the vent to make sure he can rotate top as quick as you like. And once they rotated the second man back from ramp to try and bolster the defenses towards that top side, you can see Tudson had to just sit and wait behind a Molotov. That meant he couldn't pick wide and take some more advantageous fights for him. So well handled, just really pulling them around the map here, Spirit. These saves are essential right now. And make sure that Anonymo gets the purchase into the next, which they should be able to do without too many qualms. But needing to think late game right now for Anonymo, and it's still early. This is the thing, right? They're playing for future rounds at the moment. Maybe having to go out and seek for those fights again. This is a chance for Anonymo to take a timeout. Their second being called right now. And they need to go look for a kill or 2 or see if they could just put a number disadvantage for Spirit. Because if that's the way Spirit want to approach the game, you can only really get away with that when you have 5 players alive, right? If you're down in a number disadvantage situation, it's not going to be anywhere near as scary. When they fake out the top pop, it's not going to draw all those rotations, draw all the eyes. You're not worried about the onslaught that's coming your way. You think your teammates in the top site can handle, you know, those fights with lesser members.
Starting to see more of that frustrated look on the faces of Anonymo that we've seen earlier on. They have seen that comebacks can happen, and they've seen that they have the goods to do it. So the belief system is put in place. Now they just need to pull it off. Team Spirit will be happy with the start they've got already, but they want to try and squeeze as much out of this as they possibly can. Innocent plays up on top of the site itself. They're going with this one, Team Spirit. They're charging out. Siren straight away takes out Innocent, who tried to descend from the upper position into the back of the site, but it's just been taken out. And Veki on the smoke fadeaway has been spotted and watched by Chopper. And just like that, Team Spirit straight away with 2 kills. And the round's done.
Yeah, I have to go for another bit of a save here.
Save time.
Yeah, everywhere, Jame time, and he's not even in the server right now. So
living on.
What are you meant to do though, right? If you can't win out those early exchanges and they just get on in, you can't risk giving it all up. You haven't even done any damage. Like, Siren's the lowest player here, and he has 83 points of health. It's very, very easy now for Spirit to just confirm this 7th round. And I don't think Chopper even needs to call for the hunt. Right? You know that they're in this cycle right now where a couple of guns saved is going to mean a full buy into the next, but you're getting away with whatever you want, right? If they're going to play the gun rounds out in this fashion, it's all good. Yeah, that's all good. We can keep beating this. We are. Go off. Round to be secured, and this is looking fantastic now. Now, is this the point of where Chopper just starts calling outside the box? Are we gonna go back to Vertigo, you know, and then Anonymo come back into it? It turns it into another full affair of the 30. The dirty 30.
T rounds sometimes can be mesmerizing, but right now I feel like he's got to learn from the Vertigo matchup. When it's going right, just keep going. You know, there's nothing here to change up too much. Wait till Anonymo shows signs of adaptation. Maybe they found the answer to it. Tudson is going to go aggressive this time. He's taking up position in ramp and looking to try and catch them out early, but Team Spirit, they look to try and play with a bit of pace behind this again.
Oh,
Chopper's been taken down, he's missed his chance, and they're now going. Spirit are going already. They're in the side already, and they've taken out Vegi from the round.
Oh, this time they've done a bit more damage here, and they have Yuto to play for this retake here. A bunch of smokes, couple of flashes. Oh, no.
Dexter was holding up from the top of the ladder, and that's going to be the pick down onto Tudson.
Save again.
And the save call made again. Oh, this is rough. If you keep saving 3 players, yes, you'll be able to keep buying, but look at the money for Team Spirit.
Yeah, it has to change, right? They can probably have one more round like this, and then after that, it needs to change from Anonymo, because you can only play for future rounds so often, because those future rounds aren't going to exist in too much time, right? You need to give yourself opportunities into that second half. It is frustrating. It is hard to stomach. But it's the right call to make just now. But it might even be after this round that it begins, because Spirit have won out the half now. 8 are confirmed. There's 6 rounds to the good. And you know how much this one is going to hurt for Anonymo as well when they consider how close they were on Vertigo. Imagine getting blown out right here, right now, knowing that Vertigo could have been yours. You could have won on your map choice.
So the heartbreak from Group A of Europe was obviously Saw. But the heartbreak in this group might just be for Anonymo.
Just with the opponents, right? Maybe not in the same way of Jame getting that last second 0.02 second.
That's emotional damage right there.
Yeah, you won't walk away from that one here, but more so because Anonymo have had a harder run. They've played against bigger and better teams, but at the same time, if you can't beat Spirit, then maybe, just maybe, that's the way the cookie should crumble.
In times like this, though, you really do get to see whether or not they have that championship mentality. They showed a comeback round 2, and they dig deep again. 8-2 start here for Team Spirit. Update with the V-Stream on your screen now.
Ooh, close one over there.
Very close. Sinners up by 1 round. It's quick here again from Team Spirit. Pace has been the ball over the recent round, and Patsy straight away has the opening of the round here for Team Spirit, and they're quick about it. Demo is taking out Magic's. Tudson's down in the vent, but Vegi once again is out without doing much.
Chopper's already around to heaven here.
It's so strong, and he's ready for the pick. Demo considered it, but loses out the fight.
I don't think you can save now, can you? Look at the position of Innocent and Tudson. Tudson down towards the lower side of things, Innocent towards that CT event, and they were peppering towards that top side. They were getting over those top players, and now they completely changed the tune. They go quick towards Yard. They swell quite quickly towards that heaven and hell position. Innocent is going to get 1 back. Chopper is on half HP. The same to be sent for Dexter here. Tudson's trying to put himself in the play. He knows he has to. They know where both players are, however.
There has to be some mega step up here, but the problem is they've spotted the gap. Chopper's away down to the B site. Gonna call for the rest of his teammates to join him back in from ramp. Smoke goes down to the decon door. Quick rotation down here for Anonymo. Close, and a headshot for Chopper. right through the brain of Tutson. It's now just Innocent left.
Has to go for this.
He has to. You have to attempt it. But winning the round, it still feels unlikely. But let's see if Innocent can power himself up. Chopper holds the right-sided peak. Innocent goes into it, and the first obstacle is too much to get past. Chopper with the headshot. 9 rounds now for Spirit.
That was a good adjustment on the call right there, right? Because they made them think that we have to play heavier top. We have to shut down these top plays. So you put more bodies in position to deal with that, and then Heaven becomes extremely susceptible. They just fly around outside. They get the opening kill. They surge forward. They swell towards that Heaven and Hell position. They stifle the CTs who don't think they can go forward. They can't go backwards. They lose out on the fights. At least they can buy again. Purchases are coming on through again for a perfect buy. Util's there, kits are there, and now it could just be back towards A. Squeaky blown on open, and Dexter just swings it wide, says hello, Veggie, and grabs them another opener here. Could be 10 rounds on the T side of Nuke for Spirit if they can convert this one.
Well, Patsy does very well. Follow up on that again. Anonymo have not been in this. They have not been able to compete in the early rounds. It's actually what we talked about as potentially a weakness for Team Spirit is being the opposite. It's been a weakness for Anonymo. They haven't been able to get openings too often, and when they do, they don't exactly maintain them. The trade for Team Spirit has been good. And now when you're when you're 5v3 up, you can play wherever you want. You're going to be the numbers advantage. You can then just take your time, place utility. No sweat on your brow on this one. Innocent's going to try and make you sweat towards the back of the site. He's only managed one. Flicks out to try and take down the second. Does soften him up and allows Demo that peek out to confirm the kill back, but still the advantage here for Team Spirit.
These rounds just seem so insurmountable. Like, how are you meant to get back in? The flash, you're not going to play off of it. They all just get to sit and linger. You've got 2 players up towards Heaven now. They're still in towards that top side. The bomb is surely going to get planted any second. It will go down. They're out of util at least to crowd control, right? They have the flashes here on Dexter. There's a flash on the other side that you've just mentioned, and how are you meant to get back into? We have to find 3 targets. The bomb's already been planted now for about 10 seconds.
You just have to go.
And you can't, though.
Yeah, it's so rough. Like, you just had to go and fight, but you can't really get into position to do so. It's a frustrating game here for Anonymo. And this is not the way they would want to go out of contention, but here they go. In towards the Heaven peak. Chopper gets the double kill. 10 rounds picked up for Spirit. Well, fist bumps is there, just systematically destroying the Polish side of Anonymo now. And the buy will start to come through again. We look at Anonymo, it's
whatever they can buy. Yeah, whatever they can buy. Just purchase in. Just purchase in every round from here on out. You've already lost 10 to the T side of Spirit. And look at this. Look how patchy it was. They win the pistol, they lose the force. And that's about it. That is really about it. They do not have a lot to write home about now. The only round that they were able to pick on up with the guns, they found just opener after opener. This is looking really good for Spirit now. And this conversation goes one of 2 ways, right? It's hard to get excited for Anonymo when they're not even like they're in any of these rounds. Every single early fight that they lose is putting them one step closer to losing this series. You got Oscarish now outside behind the smokes. That means there's only one way that you can look at this. Spirit, fantastic performance for them. Just putting up absolute numbers, ripping this away from the Polish side of things. Team Spirit, 6 rounds away now from locking themselves in for that major. What a miraculous performance this has been. How much more punishment can they dish on out here? They want to deny Anonymo any hope whatsoever. But getting yourself a 13-2 scoreline on the T half would do exactly that. You would shatter the hopes and dreams of many Polish fans around the world here. Anonymo, there's no way that they can come back from a scoreline like that. You give them 5, maybe you let them feel that they can live for a little bit longer. This yard control has been taken. Window, main, smoked off. Chopper over towards Secret now as well. Veggie to deal with this, and Patsy, he will consider before going on through. The pressure is over towards Ramp, however.
Slowly towards Hell. Those 5 that they needed to have, they need to start now. But Siren takes down Demo and Tutson. Oscar is trying to get around the backside, but it's even being held, and Dexter's got that to Spirit. Commit down into Vertigo, gets a double, but they're ready for the rest, and Team Spirit will take 11 rounds. It's feeling like this is the end for Anonymo. It really does.
Yeah, they have to buy again. Every round now, max loss bonus 3,400. Whatever kills you get, are going to give you residual cash, but you just have to keep buying. You've got to keep purchasing. You have to make these hobbled buys work. It's so difficult now to see how they could possibly get back into this. What a deflating way to end their run here for Anonymo, but for Spirit, This is good signs, right? They're showing some competency.
Yeah, it didn't look that great when we first seen them here on the T side.
Not at all.
But this is different. This is an antithesis of their performance. And now they're out. Innocent plays on top up. And look at the speed. Look at the kills. No one's even standing tall for Anonymo. Nothing's connecting. It's round after round just getting destroyed. And it's looking like Team Spirit taking a 13-2 half at this point.
Yeah, this is the deflated look that Anonymo came across when they were against ENCE. They were just getting beat. And I think they knew they were just getting beat, that there was nothing that they could do. The coach can't take a timeout. There's nothing that they can say. There's not a conversation that they can have. This one is...
Dexter and Chopra at max money. Just kind of like everything you're seeing right now tells you exactly how this game is panned out without even providing context to it. It has been that one-sided. It has just been an absolute battering of Anonymo in the final map. And it is sad to see because we have that big comeback over on Mirage. Anonymo pulled all the way back. Should inspire you with hope. But perhaps they can do it, perhaps they can qualify for the major, but Team Spirit have come out with this performance, you've got to hand it to them. Team Spirit, this is an incredible showing so far.
Things going to get harder for any of the teams qualifying for the major in a couple of weeks' time. We're going to have the Challenger stage into the Legend stage, and of course that Championship bracket to bring you the playoffs. 4 days, 4 days, and 4 days of action as we get into a bit of a lobby crunch. This is the best that they could hope for right now to take the fight to Team Spirit. The kills are coming their way. Peggy's got a couple demo there as well into Magix, and it is just Patsy left in 1-on-3, but Patsy could ruin everything. What looked good for a moment is already a 1-on-1.
Not their third round. Everything looked good and pointed towards 3-10 to half, but Innocent looking to stop it. Oh, Patsy closes it with one bullet, and you can see the little smirk as he knows what he's just done. That round should be enough now to nail into the coffin of Anonymo.
Yeah, they have to be crushed. They just have to be absolutely crushed here.
Yeah, you can just see the energy is non-existent there for Anonymo.
And how could it be?
Yeah,
it's the CT side. What can you do now? What can you do right now?
Yeah, you look at performance so far from Anonymo. They have shown strong signs, at least in the openings, but it looks like their run will come to a close. The hands of Team Spirit, who are coming back with the new roster. I think mainly the narrative with this team is it's just worse, right? That a lot of people thought about that just being a worse team than they had the last time out at the majors.
Yeah, not having Mir is a massive blow, but obviously there's a reason he's no longer in this team.
And Samdayoung, of course, not with them at the moment either. So, yeah, this Team Spirit side, they've got to do it with some youngsters, and I think they've done a pretty good job. It's going to be a pistol here from Anonymo. See if they can get a decent start into it. It is Dexter taking the first kill onto Tudson. And while it's just falling apart already, Team Spirit cleaning it up. Just one player left. Innocent, he goes down as well. 14 rounds for Team Spirit. It's a formality at this point to close out the map in the series and lock themselves in for the major.
It truly is. It truly is. I like the reserved nature from Anonymo, not just a force buy here. I actually respect that. The fact that they are still going to either go by a game plan, or at least they're allowing the in-game leader to call out this next round of play. But here's the deal. If they eco now, they're going to bring out the AKs into the next. They've taken their final timeout, the final chance. The coach can try and fire up the troops to get them something. But can you imagine the type of comeback that's going to be necessary here? If they take the full save, they will be conceding 15. The scoreline will be 15-2. They will need to win 13 consecutive rounds to get this into overtime. That is just to get to overtime. And the deflated look, you can understand why. What are you meant to do right now? You've had your chances. You've had your opportunities. Anonymo started off this event with an upset over G2.
And we're so close to closing Vertigo. On the opening of this series, they closed Mirage. This could have been a 2-0 for the Polish team. But when you miss up opportunities, when you miss the little details that we've seen so many times from them versus ENCE, where they could make it competitive, now versus Team Spirit in the Deciders matchup, those details make the difference in Counter-Strike, and Team Spirit have just been better at it today.
They've actually taken the save. I thought that maybe they would decide to just go for the force and get it over with here, but still sticking to their guns here and just absolute mincemeat. Dexter lines them up, knocks them down. Eco bash ace. If it wasn't bad, it's really rough out there now.
Dexter, that is so clean. You know, it is against pistols, but it's just so clean on the closer. But this was all about the timeout. The timeout was used up to get something going in this round. The first step Or at least making the scoreline respectable on the way out. A bit more server time here for Anonymo, but Team Spirit should be moments away from qualifying for the major in Antwerp. Utility is quick here for Anonymo. They've got Oscarich down the vent. He's got his teammate beside him. They've slipped the net and got down B here.
Maybe a plant. No rotation B just yet. There's a kill too.
Yeah, Siren's gone down here. Magix rotates down now, but the bomb's already down. 2 players in the site here for Anonymo. 3 upper.
Could be an extension of play here. Could be the 3rd round for Anonymo. I think that maybe even Spirit were just... Yeah, I think Spirit have already called it off. Spirit are already saving. So they do get their 3rd round, but this would be the beginning of one of the craziest comebacks that I think that I would have ever witnessed in all my years watching CS. I've been watching CS since 2004. So...
quite a while, Chad.
Quite a while.
This could be the historic moment. Well, Patsy has been found. Magix and Dagster. The rifle's gone over, even on the way out. Hudson just go down, and he doesn't have a whole lot of cash, actually, so buy is going to be thrown over to him, I'm sure.
Well, they could drop 2 guns over there for Spirit as well. Dagster can get out the AWP here. Able to drop 2 M4s across, their buy is going to be fine. But that is the beginning of what is no easy feat. Absolutely no easy feat. And look, the only way that I think that this even starts to become a game is if Anonymo can string a few together, then Spirit, you know, they have a couple of blunders and Spirit start getting in their head. But when you have such a lead like this, you wonder how it could be possible. Even just starting to think about running back 13, now 12 consecutive rounds, it would be wild. Well, here's a chance. There's another opening kill. Patsy's dead. 4v5 again.
Patsy has cleaned it up nicely. Siren going to dive down in towards hut. Demo with 1. Siren trading it out. Still looking good for Anonymo, but it's pulled back now. Magix's kill, but Anonymo spot everything. It is Dagster down to 24 HP. He's going to save the AWP. And another round for Anonymo.
Okay, 2 consecutive. Better than they were able to do over there on that first half. So, round after round, we will see how far they can truly push the issue here. If you're curious about how it's going over there on the secondary stream, 14-14 seems like a bit of a barn burner for them.
Yep. Looks like that one is truly hotly contested between the Sinners and the Bad News Eagles. Sinners are pulled away to 14 rounds. Bad News Eagles staying in it, showing tenacity and grit determination to stay in their competitive spot. I think a lot of fans, very passionate fans, backing the side of Bad News Eagles today to make their way to the major. Bomb will go off here in our series as Anonymo now take 2 rounds in a row. Dagster did save the AWP. Chance here for a few more rounds for Anonymo to be picked up. Turn to the action in just a moment.
Curious to see if they do want to go for the buy around Dagster here.
Should be a tactical timeout here for Team Spirit. Just taking the time over this one, mulling over what is possible to get into this next round. What can they pull through? Can they close it now? And through the heads of Anonymo, I think right now, probably racing through the heads is the run they've had here at the event, all their big performances, or maybe even the details they missed out on and how many chances they had. But it is a tough situation to be in. Over on the other side of things, the secondary stream seems to be heating up.
It's quite lively over there, isn't it?
We have got Bad News Eagles pulling ahead. If you want to catch that action, that's on PGL_CSGO. You can actually watch it in the multi-view as well now, Chad, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, a couple of nice little features here to get tested and ready and raring to, I think, unveil in its full force for the major.
Well, we're back into the action. Here is the round for Team Spirit. It's pistols around that of the saved AWP of Dagster. And he's actually decided he wants to position himself in hut for this round. Peggy takes the first kill. They pushed into the lobby here, Team Spirit. The USP, or rather 5-7, has moved its way forward.
He's hearing a lot here, Siren.
He is. He's hearing a lot, indeed. Oh, he gets into the fight. Demo beats him out. 2 kills now for Anonymo.
Dagster would have to be an absolute hero with this AWP, wouldn't he? Has a chance down. Oof, okay, he doesn't need to take the chance. Magix will. It's the USP striking, and that's a deep smoke. Magix will actually be able to push on in here and pick up that gun. Okay, starting to piece something together right now.
Yeah, this could be a chance for Team Spirit to close it out. Magix had that opportunity, but gets caught Demo removes his head. Now Dexter goes forward into the fire and flames. He will come out alive. When Chopper, USP in hand, really shouldn't be doing too much against the Rifle of Innocent. Trying to just be
kept it busy.
Bit of a weasel, isn't he? He does get away. Dexter's down the vent too. Chopper's joining him. He's got a 5-7. Dexter's going to hear the plant on the site. Can't swing out to deal with it. Control room window's not broken. Chopper's from Decon. The door is smoked for the time being. How do you get into this? Look at the angles being held on the T side. Flash needs to be set up perfectly. Swing out it is, but Demo hits the headshot. Dexter can't really get into a position to compete here. Door is wide open. Shot. They know I have pinned. Tudson runs into him with AWP trying to take him out. Goes for the knife. Oh, I love that from Tudson, but hasn't worked out.
Yeah, look, why not? Why not give it a crack like this? You knew that he was going to be going down with the ship right there. It's a nice little attempt, but not to make the most out of that saved AWP just yet. A couple of kills, sure. But this matter of time game now, well, it's now a 15-5 scoreline.
Here's another buy for Team Spirit.
Yeah, no AWP for Dexter this time.
No. But Rifle's out. Proficient enough on that, Dexter. Chopper gets into the vent immediately. Smoke's being set up for Anonymo. Have one outside. Actually got to play with that first smoke. In fact, and way out towards Red Chopper. This is why he got down the vent early. So he could go for that secret peek and has come out with the first kill of the round. So advantage siding with Team Spirit now and Anonymo. To stay alive, they've got to play out of 4v5.
Looks like a top split here. Vegi's going to throw a lot of utility from the roost. They need to make this action work in through main.
Squish plays in the smoke. It's Demo that's found the pick back. So we're again at the 4v4.
Patsy's going to be in the open here when the smoke fades.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Patsy to really make something happen. Oh, he still gets away with a pick. Oscarish should have had him dead to rights easily there. That one kill might make the difference. Magic's coming up towards Heaven. As soon as he arrives at the top of the ladder, the molly goes down and makes it uncomfortable. So he can't stick around with two up there. And Tudson, Chopper coming up the vent, trying to apply some pressure onto the AWP. Just running up and down the ladder, trying to pull the distraction. Magic's able to come through, but it's Chopper and him both going down, and Dexter unable to close it. 6 rounds now for Anonymo.
Okay, okay. Well, they're battling back in. They're not giving up hope yet. Round after round. Maybe there is a little bit left in the tank here.
Look at the buy here for the side of Team Spirit, but Bad News Eagles have taken the victory over Sinners.
Okay, well, that's major qualification for them there, and heartbreak for Sinners on the other side all the way. On Inferno, 16-14. I think they had a 14-11 lead at one point within that game.
Yeah, Sinners always seem to miss out just by the finest of margins, don't they?
Yeah,
remember back to the last RMR, they were very close to qualifying too, ended up losing out on that. Chopper, quick play in towards lobby. It's one from Magix, but the rest of the kills will go the way of Anonymo. Magix to get away with a pick, but that is it. 7 rounds for Anonymo. 5 in a row now as they go on fire.
This is one of those situations right now, if you're looking at it for the side of Spirit, that maybe they want to get aggressive. Maybe they want to decide to just go for something a little bit more push-heavy with the rifles. I know we just saw them get away with it or attempt to get away with it with the pistols there. But you have so many rounds to work with. One of the last things that you'd want to happen is get down to, say, like 15-12, and then you haven't exhausted those options, and then you start pushing and doing those aggressive maneuvers late, and it's going to be a lot more expected. Right now, you're in a position where you can throw everything you want, right? You can throw any little look, any little change-up, any little crazy maneuver. You think, oh yeah, we just need one more round. Oh, here we go. There's an opener for Chopper, but the triple boost coming on in.
That's being assembled. Tudson sent up to it, but no one there with his cross out. Like I said, every time you see this, you're always moving. So the shot, in general, you're either going to miss or you're going to hit the leg shot. But it does get info, at least, something.
I'm sure Magic's from his position on the rafters, just they probably heard the scoping as well. So probably having a good idea of what they were looking for. Smoke wall to be deployed right now. They are down in a number disadvantage here, so can't make any more foot faults. Anonymo, if they want to get another round on the board, it's not going to be easy to do. Time now slowly trickling past. 1 minute left on the clock. The rotation's coming in right now with Squeaky. Will just be smoked on off, peering on through. Patsy's not going to see a whole lot. It's going to be on Chopper. And look what he's got in his hand. A bit of a smoke here for Chopper to deny this on the slither gap. Ready to smoke on any point of contact. That's going to buy a lot of time. Chopper's just going to deploy it now. And look, they're stalled behind this. Can we go forward? Do we have to go back? And if we go back up towards top for a bit of a split situation, time is going to be of the essence here. 35 seconds remaining.
30 seconds. That's all that's left in the round for Anonymo to try and stay alive. Come down secret, Innocent. Sending the molly deep around the back of the stairway, but Patsy, another kill, perhaps set up. Patsy's got it. It's just Oscaration Tutsin. 1 kill left. On towards Oscaration, who gets the double, but the time is gone. Team Spirit will go back to the major. They will return with some new faces, but they're heading to Antwerp. They've locked it in. And for Anonymo, it is not their time. Poland will have to wait for another major before they see the return of a Polish side.
Yeah, fantastic stuff here. Obviously, the trio of Chopper, Dexter, and Magic's happy to head on back, but for Patsy and Siren, a great opportunity for them here. They've battled on through, they've come on out, and they've been able to pick up a big win here against Anonymo, who were having that fairy tale run. And you can see it's just going to be absolutely crushing. The type of opponents that they took down, the fact that they just came back on Mirage, not able to show anything on their CT side of Nuke. And when you're going into that second half with only a few rounds to your name, what are you meant to do? The entire time there, it just felt like a matter of time until they would be sent packing. Unfortunate way to end here for Anonymo, but congratulations to Team Spirit.
Yeah, Team Spirit move forward. We'll see those guys compete in Antwerp, but you can just see the amount of years that go into competing for the likes of Innocent, the amount of chances you have to get to majors are slim. And you miss out from the finest of margins time and time again. And well, commiserations really to them. It's going to be a rough evening next few days. But we now move forward to Spirit. I don't know how much damage they're going to be able to do at the major, but at least they're able to get there.
Yeah, well, look, they got a couple of weeks to tighten some stuff up, see what they can work on, see how much of a threat they can be over there in that challenger stage. We still have Astralis versus Heat as well. That'll be the final major spot to be decided. And guess what? We've got the desk, the panel standing on by to break that match down and maybe get you an interview with somebody from Team Spirit.
That's definitely the hope. Oh, wow. How it balances on a knife's edge, right, when it comes to success and being down. And for Anonymo, I know, you know, we're going to talk about it still, but what a run, but it wasn't enough. And that's where I think we need to come in and then commend Spirit for rectifying what went wrong for them on the T side on Mirage, right, Pimp? Because that was monumental. The way they just flipped the switch and did it completely and a lot better on Nuke.
You can say so, right? It was a fantastic performance from Spirit. Losing the pistol round, and then winning the second force bar, as they've done so many times. And then on the T side on Nuke, they were in full control from start to finish. No doubt that Spirit were the better team right here. Unfortunately for Anonymo, felt like a lot of hard work went to waste, but we got to give it to Team Spirit. They played a good game of Counter-Strike here in Nuke.
Yeah, absolutely deserved. There's not even a beginning of a conversation. Spirit were the better team. On Nuke, they were also able to harness their calm and you know, put their best foot forward in the last map, which is notoriously complicated. I called out Chopper after that T side on Mirage, and I'm going to give him praise right now. I think the T side his call was close to perfection. He abused all the weaknesses and the loopholes of the defense, and he set his team for a good ending.
What were the loopholes on Anonymo? What did they not cover?
Well, we're going to talk about it a little bit later down the road, but the A side struggled massively at the very beginning because they didn't have the money, because they were a little bit light on utility. Chopper really quickly realized he could abuse that side quick, and once they slowed down, he played towards the outside, but he was always one step ahead of his counterpart.
The explosiveness coming in from Spirit. I know we called them out, we singled them out a little bit on Mirage, saying that, you know, you can't be that one-dimensional, and I think the point still stands in the way that when it doesn't work, you got to be able to fall back and play a different style of Counter-Strike, but when it does work, when you are explosive, when it works out over and over again, especially on the inner bomb side, they were just keeping up the pressure, I'd say, you know, kept exploiting, I guess, the Anonymo team on the inner bomb side, and I felt for Anonymo, they needed to respond to that, right? They needed to change something in the way they were playing. It felt like they're just waiting and standing back and constantly allowed them to be run all over. So I was a little bit disappointed by that when it comes to Anonymo. But again, Spirit for playing that style of Counter-Strike when you just faulted yourself for Mirage and then, you know, continuing what you're really good at on Nuke and play that explosive style of CS. It's good to see them stick to their guts.
It definitely is, and we saw Magic's there in terms of the highlight for the core that was already there, but we got to give a shout out also kind of to the newer players in Patsy and in Siren, who especially on that first and second map did a lot of work for them as well. So that leaves us at, the expectations for Team Spirit now going to the major, where they will find themselves, let's be honest, against more difficult, with all respect to Anonymo, opposition continuously from the start.
Yes, you're right on the money right there. There's nothing to take away from them.
No.
They could only beat the opponents they had in front of them, and they did so deservedly. But I agree. When you look at the teams they have beaten, the teams they have faced, and then in your mind you play the matchup against FaZe, against the Navis of the world, then you struggle to see how it is. But I guess the beauty of these runs is that some teams will actually find it in themselves to elevate when the occasion is here, when you have that really high opponent. That Spirit right here, I don't believe would have a deep run at the major. But again, given the opportunity, it could rise.
It's a massive performance to qualify for the major, to be part of the game, to get your own sticker once again, and to establish yourself as a team that, yeah, maybe they're not going to go into the playoff at the major, but just being there in itself is a massive victory for Spirit.
Maybe a good starting point. Let's look at round 9 again. You said it, the A side was a bit of a problem as well for Anonymo. And tell me about this execute.
Very well executed. Look at the pace of it. Look at the utility. That poor Innocent has nowhere to go. He's got a Molotov behind him, a flash in front of him. He wanted to escape it, had no time for it, and then the A side is already fallen. Veggie was covered by a smoke in that T vent position, and that's just it. Sometimes Nuke can be a very cruel mistress. We do say it's a CT map, of course it is, but when you're losing the economical battle and you don't have the Molotov early on, you don't have the smoke, then you're at the mercy of very good executes like these.
It can snowball out of control if you don't have control over the map, and if you don't take control over it on the CT side with utility. You gotta be more proactive. You gotta go into hot. You gotta maybe go in towards the door, take ramp control, do something to disturb the way that the Spirit guys were playing. And I didn't see that, unfortunately, for Anonymo. So maybe they were pressured as well. Maybe they felt the pressure and weren't really allowed, or didn't really have the confidence to make the right play. I'm sure when they look over this map, there's plenty of stuff they could do better, but take nothing away from Spirit. That was a clean and clinical season.
Absolutely was. Maybe a stupid question, but is the economy control, and of course not at a base level, but the fact that you're thinking 7 rounds ahead as to how it's going to snowball or how you could use it to your advantage, is that something that just comes by practicing more against these tier 1 teams in these situations specifically? Because when you come to it, you have then, okay, now it's both the motivation of my team, both that round we just lost, both is my opper doing well, both did I shot call well in the mid round, both I have to take care of economy. Is that just something that when we see Anonymo in the next RMR, they will have a better view of that? Or
hopefully they'll do better about it. I think this is one of the distinction between a really, really strong team of, let's say, the top 5 and maybe down on the top 20, is the ability to know, given the circumstances, this is my economy, this is their economy, what kind of solutions do I have? Here, for example, if you are on the side of Anonymo, you have to know that the A side execute can be a problem, because you know, they know, that's always the play, I know you know. They know that you don't have the money, they know you're light on utility. What will they do? Probably execute really fast, but that comes with experience. It's about navigating complicated situations, finding a little bit of a trick, a little timing, a little push. Jacob was talking about it, but that comes with experience.
And yeah, for the Sound of Spirit, sometimes they force bite and then they made it work, right? So they are doing well in that regard. They made it to the major. We're still waiting for the interview, so that gives us a small chance to talk about Sinners versus Bad News Eagles, which of course we had our second eye on, right? So we're trying to split it up in that regard. Wow. We had this beautiful interview coming out before the major, before the RMR rather, that said from the LAN cafes for the people of the Bad News Eagles, maybe all the way to the major. And I read some comments under that and it said, oh, why are you focusing on this team? Focus on the heavy hitters that are going to make it. Well, I think that kind of shows us the run that they've made, because they were counted out, the Bad News Eagles, but they make the run to the major, which is kind of crazy to think about.
It is kind of crazy. It's a great story. It's a great story. And I love the passion. We were watching the game, obviously, on our PCs up here, because this one was already decided, right, being up 15-4. No doubt about that. We spoke about it coming into it as well. The raw passion, the emotion, you could just see how much it meant to those players. It was a mixture of feeling, you know, of excitement, happiness, and disbelief that this even happened. And then you look towards the other side as well in the form of Sinners. They were up in that game 14-11, and you could see how heartbroken they were. You treated it, Maniac, and I fully agree. That is what Counter-Strike is all about. These emotions, you play for it, you fight for it, you practice, and at the end of the day, someone has to lose.
It's the full spectrum of the emotions and the extremes of these emotions. I mean, honestly, I can go back in my history and think of some games I won that had me just jump out and shout, and I can also remember losses that crushed my heart. And you go back and you watch them again and you try to understand, and then you do the grief. Basically, first you deny and then you try to negotiate. You don't know how to handle these. And of course, for Sinners, it's heartbreaking. And of course, for Bad News Eagles, it's amazing.
It's life-changing.
That's how it is. That's the beauty of esports in both the extremes.
Yeah, for Sinners, I think they're going to kick themselves as we look at kind of some of the games they played where they had an advantage that they gave up, unfortunately. And if I recall correctly, they've fallen at this like last hurdle before the major before, right? So, oof, tricky one.
It's a rough one, yeah.
Bad News Eagles then at the major? That's just like a completely intangible, and I think for them, every game played there is like a mental win that they can play there,
Look,
right?
stick to your identity.
Yeah.
Stick to whatever it is that you do. I'm not going to go on air and say, oh, you know, best of 3 against FaZe. It's not what this is about. I think they have a passion, an authenticity, a fire that they bring to the game that suits on a few maps, and they have the players for it. Juan Flash was amazing the whole event. I think Rigon is probably going to bless his star for having another opportunity, because you could argue that the promises haven't exactly been met during that RMR, but good for him. That gives him that leeway to actually show what he can do.
And listen up, they're going to be scary. They're going to be scary to face in a best-of-1 scenario. Everyone is looking at them right now. That is dangerous, especially because they come in with the hype, they come in with the fire. If they go up 5-0, they win the pistol, they win the first buy round, all of a sudden you're in trouble against these guys. So yeah, I'm on board with you. They're probably not going to make the playoff, but they're going to be a scary team to go up against.
What dreams are made of? I believe they're still not been picked up by an org, so if this isn't like a sign to someone to do that, we'll see. We're still... I haven't heard who is ready for the interview, but... Oh, Patsy, awesome. Patsy, can you hear us?
Hello.
Awesome, hello. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well, first off, I want to ask about Nuke, and especially the continuation from the bad T side, if I may say so, from Mirage, and then you guys coming into Nuke and doing so much better. What was kind of the talks that you had within the team and the strategy going into that decider map?
We understand after Mirage that we are playing good, and all was cool on city side on Mirage, so something happened on T. Little bit, we want to fast win game, and that's all. It's because we are a young team and we are not playing clans before. So on Nuke we just playing like it's Prague, and that's all, and we just won.
Patsy, congratulations, truly.
Thank
You
you.
wear the Spirit jersey. It's a team, it's an organization that's been here for a long time in Counter-Strike, and you're going to represent them at the major. How did that make you feel?
Yeah, I'm very fine with this. I don't know. It's my first major, and we are the youngest team in top 30, so it's, I don't know, it's very cool for us, I think.
I also want to ask about what it is to play with Chopper, because Chopper has a lot of experience. Obviously, he's been around in Counter-Strike. Do you feel like you're learning, that you're following him?
Of course, I'm learning. I was calling before, and now I'm here like Chopper calling. I trust him, and sometimes I call too, so we're just trust our team, and we're getting better.
Patsy, you've done something remarkable, which is qualifying for the major, something I guess all Counter-Strike players dream of. Now, coming into the major, now that you've done the job, I know you're allowed to celebrate for now, but coming into the major, do you think you can make damage against some of the top European teams that is in it?
Of course we can. We will practice all this time when we before the major, and I think we have all chances to play versus tier 1 teams. But it's just second LAN, and we'll see what will happen.
Okay,
I trust my team.
Yeah, I think that's a great thought to go into the major with, and we'll be looking at your performance and Spirit's performance at the major. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Oh, wow, that's really great. I mean, I've said it so many times already, but like, you know, those younger players that get their first chance and take it, it's great. I think I'm going to go to the break pretty fast because we have an absolute banger coming up, and I want to give the desk some chances as well. We will see if it's Astralis who make it to the major or if the French squad can bring the heat after this.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
this is it. This is the final best of 3 to decide which team will make it to the major in Antwerp. It's Astralis taking on Heat. It is a very, very special matchup in the sense that it's do or die for these guys. I got Blair, I got Prof with me. We're ready for this one on a big way, but you know what? You guys said slightly favored in Astralis yesterday to me. Are we still thinking that? Are you still believing?
You have to, right? Look, if you're Astralis, you're just looking at where you are right now. You're like, with 2-2, we're battling for elimination. Now, fortunately for them, they have Heat, where obviously Astralis are going to be the favorites. But you got to remember who they had to face, right? They have a comparatively easy win against ASG. They beat Enter 2-0 up, and then they go up against Players and G2. Narrow losses in both the best of 3 series. So if I'm Astralis, I'm feeling pretty comfortable, all things considered right now.
I mean, as comfortable as you can be, seeing that you're in a situation here where you have to win this game to go through. And if you lose, you're out. You're going to miss the major as one of the most legendary organizations in CSGO, right? But I agree with you with the sentiment of what Astralis shown so far, especially compared to the last couple of months. I'm not going to say impressed, but I'm positively surprised.
Positively surprised about Astralis, the legendary lineup. So let's bring them on. Now, I'm glad you guys mentioned it, right? We have been more impressed with this Astralis. Things are looking better right now. The results they've had so far at this tournament, right, is something where you can say, okay, you've had some tough opponents, like you guys are mentioning, but they've also put up some good fights. They've not just been blown out of it. Look at that G2 won yesterday as an example.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the good thing about his lineups. Yeah, you can take a look at the results right here, as we touched upon. ENCE, a team who have looked deadly recently, able to take them down pretty convincingly. And that G2 Players games, honestly, that G2 game could easily have been G2 playing here today, right? And against the Players, apart from Inferno, other 2 maps are pretty close. So this entire Astralis experiment picking up Frolic, I feel like it's starting to finally kind of coalesce together.
Yeah, I think even for the Players game, even the Inferno against Players, I think it's only the second half, the T side, that was very, very struggling. They were just struggling there, couldn't really break down the defenses. But other than that, good things, good showings. There's the Ancient that's really working out for them, and a lot of teams kind of don't really permaban the map, so that's always an entry into these BO3s. There's just a lot of promise.
And we got to touch on one man that at least I didn't expect to be performing so well. We've been talking about Blame, we've been talking about Config, but Farlig right now has been the man that almost helped them cross G2. He stepped up beyond belief yesterday.
And I touched upon this yesterday as well. I feel like for Frolic, obviously, despite the experience he has, you know, playing in his previous teams and whatnot, coming into a legacied team like Astralis, you'll always have a little bit of nerves. You're like, am I good enough? There could be a little bit of a doubt in the back of your mind. I felt like he just tossed it out a window yesterday. On Vertigo, it was like, I'm going for this fight, I'm going for these duels, and it was hitting all his shots, not just with the AWP, with the rifles as well. And if he can continue to kind of channel that confidence in him, I feel like this is an Astralis who could finally be like, yeah, that's a pretty dangerous team.
Yeah, that game yesterday was really a big sign for me that this guy can bring more than the previous hoppers did for Astralis. And this is like the constant situation, the talk that we have about this team, the lucky situation, Device going out, trying to find a replacement. And yeah, definitely Farley yesterday proved that he can hold his own, even without the op, some of the great rifling moments as well. Yeah, I think it would be for him an amazing thing also to get to the major, joining Maden, his former FPX teammate, and like matching his contributions and achievements. So that would be a cool angle to have as well.
Well, we're about to find out if Farlig and the rest of Astralis can match up against Heat. Now, personally for me, I will say this quite openly, that I didn't expect them to even be in this situation, right, to have a chance of making it here. But so far, throughout this tournament, Blair, these guys have impressed me.
They have. They deserve to be where they are right now, but there is the caveat about the opposition they faced off against, right? So they lost to Sinners in a pretty convincing fashion. They lost to Ents in an even more convincing fashion, you can see over here. The one win they had was against Sprout, who, if I'm not mistaken, still had a stand-in, right? So the only real test I've had thus far was an Entropic, who, for me, heading into this group, I'm like, Entropic maybe are a dark horse to at least make it, but I won't lie, Entropic played not up to the level I expected them to. So in all honesty, I feel like Heat, yes, they won the games they had to win, but at the same time, I haven't seen enough to be like, hey, they can pose a challenge over here.
Yeah, I think the Ents game is especially interesting. That was a kind of a very rough showing from Joko, who is kind of their main star as well. And then if he's not showing up, then that's kind of the result that we expect to see, right? But I think that he stepped up in the later games, and he is a big factor in this series as well.
I mean, the Ancient game also had Spinks dropping 40 kills in regulation, so there's not much you can do against that, James.
No, not much you can do against that at all. Another man we've got to talk about when we're looking at this Heat roster, right, is Afro, right? Because this guy, like, for a player that maybe is not so well known in the French scene outside of this roster, right? He's not one of the big names people have been talking about for a long time. This guy is putting up some great numbers. This guy is staying super consistent.
Yeah, I mean, you can't take anything away from him. The best rated player on the team, had a great performance against Entropic as well to ensure like a very, I would say, very dominant victory against them. Maybe the Nuke game was kind of contested, but then the City side comeback came in. He's looking pretty calm, composed, and yeah, talking about Nuke and the veto is coming in. I think there could be some interesting like turns that we could see here. Mirage being insta-vetoed from Heat, I think this is something that plays into Astralis. And Inferno ban, yeah, Inferno has been pretty comfortable for Heat.
Yeah, this is kind of like the punish ban coming in, right? Because usually Astralis would go for the Dust 2 ban, but now that they've banned Inferno, which is, like you said, one of the best maps for the side of Heat, bear in mind, they have a 71% win percentage with 21 maps played in Inferno. So Astralis are like, fine, we're going to risk playing Dust 2. Dust 2, sure, you might be more comfortable on, but it is a more puggier map. It's a map that potentially, if Farlick pops off the way he did yesterday, if Config continues to be the berserker, we're going to pull off the win. Ancient pick, no surprises there. And the Nuke decided, we both kind of agreed that it was going to be Nuke.
It's middle ground for both of these teams. They both like Nuke. I think the Dust 2 thing, angle for Astralis, honestly, going into this tournament, I felt like that was by far their worst map. But they played it here. They beat players on it, which are a pretty good Dust 2 team. Of course, they didn't do the same against G2, but they have been playing it more and more. So I feel like maybe their thinking was, okay, we're playing it a lot. We're getting into groove on Dust 2. Let's try to risk it and go for Dust 2. Let's leave it open.
Like, I feel like Dust 2, the only problem we saw from Astralis, they were pretty solid overall on the CD side. The T side is where things really fell apart, right? They were taking so much time doing the good old Jame time sort of T side, but without the structure, without a map control, and without actually winning the round. So if they're able to at least fix those mistakes there on Dust 2, maybe you might potentially even see a 2-0.
Yeah, I think it's just a very interesting storyline in general with Heat. Them being an orgless team for nearly a year, double pony, trying to grind. They got NBK in the lineup, he leaves, Jax comes in for a bit, then he gets recalled back to G2. There is this whole like grind that they went through to get to this point, get an org, and maybe now get a spot at the major.
So much on the line,
I've got a surprise for you boys.
Okay.
You ready?
Okay.
Here we go.
I love this because they think it's something to do with Astralis. It's actually not. If you go and look on good on HLTV, we'll mention it here now as well. We've just seen that actually the players roster has been signed by Cloud9. The rumors were true, and they do get picked up just before the major, so they make the dreams come true. They get out of the problems from the past, and they go to a more brighter future, I guess.
Well then, that I did not see coming.
You thought I was going to say the Astralis some sort of change or something?
Yeah, look, all of us are like, wait, is Device coming back to NIP? But no, that's actually fantastic. Now, I'm sure a lot of Cloud9 fans are going to be a little confused because it's definitely not a North American team, but what a team to pick up.
It's a successful roster. It's about time Cloud9 had that.
That's true. It's been quite a while. I think like 4 years since I had a relevant roster, Prof.
I don't know.
You're the HLTV
maybe.
guy.
They had a lot of rosters. Not a lot of good ones.
I'm talking about successful ones.
Yeah, not a lot of good ones. So it's really hard to go back. You can go back to the Boston Major and that. And then after
Cloud9 Hobbit.
It's an interesting one, isn't it?
Cloud9 Hobbit, Cloud9 Sheer. It's going to take a while to kind of like get used to that.
Yeah, it's kind of a diagonal move for a very North American organization. But we'll see. We'll see how it develops.
I guess they want success finally, James.
They want trophies, right?
They want trophies.
You can't sit in North America for that. I think they've
Oh,
seen
come
it.
on. They have a couple of decent teams. I like the complexity kids, you know? They're up and coming.
Well,
it's going to take a bit of time.
All I can say is that the surprise that that was coming up wasn't Lucky standing in for Astralis, so we can get the Lucky versus Lucky.
I don't
commentators.
envy any of the commentators like, yeah, Lucky take us Lucky, and it was an unlucky play coming out from Lucky.
Yeah.
But back on track for this game, right? I've derailed us enough for that. I just thought that was important information we should share. It is huge, right, to come out when we're just live doing this. But, okay, right now you guys are telling me Astralis favored in this. But I feel like Heat, they've got this thing where, okay, they know they're the underdogs. They're certainly ready and willing to fight. And I've still not got enough faith just because we've seen a couple of good games from Astralis now where I'm thinking like, oh, yeah, you're in form where you're just going to take down the underdogs. I still feel like they can slip up here.
Yeah, they definitely could, right? Like, obviously, the good thing they have is they have the veteran in the form of Glaive, like multiple major winning, the most majors won by any IGL sitting in that particular team. And sure, you might have Lamef, who might actually start feeling the nerves because of the pressure that's on them, right? But I like how you brought up Heat and how much they have to lose, how much they have to gain from this, and how much Astralis have to lose. For Astralis not to make it to the major is unthinkable. It's actually unthinkable. But for Heat to make it through, it is a life changer. Like Prop pointed out, waiting to find a sponsor, not really getting it, grinding out just as a 5-man unit and struggling through and making it to the major, a fairy tale story. And for Astralis, if they don't make it, an absolute disaster.
It is an absolute disaster, but it's time for us to get into the game and see if it's going to go the way of Astralis or if Heat can maybe pull off the upset. Either way, it's going to be a banging game, and we got some amazing commentators to deliver the final series to qualify for the major. It's Hugo and Harry.
Yes, thank you very much, James. Yeah, dude, no, this is a truly wild series, right? In keeping with the latest CSGO weapon collection, this really is a battle of dreams and nightmares, right? On one side, Heat in this position, this unthinkable position, they can make it to a major after being, you know, the double pony squad for so long, Orgless for so long, then in Heat, you know, making this run happen. But to do that, they've got to get past Astralis, and for these guys, it would be a nightmare to envision a world where they don't make it to the major. They don't even have to like have some incredible run at the major really with like this iteration of the team, but they need to be there, and anything less than that is an absolute nightmare for this team.
Yeah, exactly. And Dust 2 to start, it typically been a really troublesome map for Astralis. Prof said it well. We've seen it this tournament. They picked it up against players, but he has certainly been, you know, causing problems on this map for many teams at this event. I'm excited to see what we've got out of the boys. Fast out long for the Frenchman. It's Zip on the other side. He spots it, but they're up close. Exercise, not ready to pop. Zip is able to get back, and they even spot this flank. Blame at the top of middle. Glaive is all the way in through T-spawn, but with this spot, they're going to be expecting a man here. They're holding on. They're waiting for it. Glaive, tap, won't connect. He has them boxed, and that's a beautiful shot. Glaive getting lucky dead immediately. And then we go cold. Heat don't want to commit. They also don't want to go back. They are very much trapped into this bomb site, and Astralis have called their bluff. They know they're going in. 2 smokes for the cross, and Astralis are ready.
Yeah, smokes rain over the top. Gonna go ahead and block off all this vision from CT, but Astralis don't really have anyone in this angle. Instead, it's mainly short, kind of set up to play this retake. Zip tucked in at Gandalf while Glaive is drawing attention in. Zip's going to come out swinging, dropping the bomb, making things awkward for Heat. They got to get this down. They got to get it planted. Joko going to be the man to plug in the numbers. Body holding it ramp. They're still waiting for Zip, who isn't giving them a thing from Gandalf. Up through CT. Configs right here. And a swipe body out of the round, and now Joko having a look at too many angles at once. It's actually the short man of Farley to get the better of him. Ooh. And so Astralis, that is a lovely look in the pistol, right? A team ace, everyone carrying their weight to open up here. And it felt like, you know, they had the read throughout the whole thing as to what Heat wanted to do, thanks to all that information in middle.
Yeah, poor exercise. He's doing his jumping jacks, spotting over the back of the site, checking that there's no one there, and Zip just drops in mid-air. Some beautiful shooting out of Astralis from Glaive and Zip, especially to start off that round, and the late flank as well for Heat. They hate it after, you know, just getting dealt Glaive's opening kill. Astralis find the pistol, and we actually don't have a force in the second. It is Dust 2. So just Deegs come out for now, waiting for that third rifle round. Astralis, they know it's coming as well. They keep it clean with just rifles, not messing around with MP9s. They would love a 5 alive round, but Heat definitely have some explosive individuals, as we've learnt this event. Squad even 2-0'd in Tropic. You definitely weren't up for form, or up to form in this tournament. Not as much as they have been this year, but even so, that's a legit win. And this one would be one hell of a takedown. Whoever loses, they're going to be devastated, Harry. We saw Anonymo with their heads in their hands after losing that last series for qualification. Some sad faces today, and 5 more will arrive by the end of this series. For now, it's just this eco, and they've actually got an A plant in. Nades go up, but that's a nice safe plant for Body. Putting it in the middle of the bomb site. Won't be for this cat control, but will deny the nades on the retake. They jump up, and they start to get sliced apart. Glock headshot, gotta buy that helmet, and Lucky looks for an upgrade.
And now onto a Deagle. Starts with the Glock, and ends with an A1S shot. There he is, deleted. Joko followed up onto as well. And so Astralis gonna find the conversion there, 2-0.
Yeah,
but a bomb plant is lovely, right? You came into that round with just Eagles. Now suddenly, you're flushed with money. Planting both of these rounds, so things are really looking up in that regard. And even the chance to bring that AWP out right away.
Oh, it's coming.
He'll drop one over.
Body's taking a long spawn here by the looks of things, so Heat are going to be heavy flashing him in. Astralis don't have that AWP just yet. Talking of which, Farley has looked solid on this team so far in the games we've seen. Definitely going to need to be paramount today. Body shoots the smoke, nothing to see. Astralis, they threw that on the cross. That wasn't a corner smoke for Heat. That was Astralis trying to get control down towards the long doors and the pit. Afro lines up his hinge smoke from T-spawn. Glaive loses all info middle, so he doubles back to the B bomb site. Blame peeled over instead. No one in a hurry, though, for Heat. Exercise, meanwhile, will pick config out of B. That was just a backside tap, and he got put down to 11 by Dink. Ruffling Glaive's feathers, pulling him back over to the bomb site. If Exercise was there, that nade would be great, but he's a few seconds delayed as Heat tries to split A's in. Solid long kill. Can he stay alive?
Oh, the flash is pretty brutal. He's getting rushed down. Can't pull the dig out in time. Farley tries to plug the hole. Lucky gets the better of him. Out with a long swing. Blame F will hold the line for the first.
Wow.
That nade is good. Gonna get rid of Exercise and Blame F. The tank 3 in this round. Now only Afro left. He almost had this long timing. Was almost able to find it. Blame is full regrouped with Glaive down here in middle. And so Afro may be in with a chance. That jiggle out of Glaive is given over the 1v1. Blame F was last seen dealing with this cat play from CT. He's already all the way up long. And I think Afro thinks he has more time than he actually has here. Planting the bomb. Now going to start to consider long, surely, right? Enough time has elapsed. Still doesn't think Blame is this deep. Oh, quick turn.
Wow.
But Blame will lock in the round. 4 kills from the man. And it's a great look out of him to open up this first rifle round. Going the way of Astralis as Blame wins the 1v1.
That's a sick round out of Blame, and it's so big that Glaive's the one to die middle while Blame activates that flank. I think if he kills Blame there, he probably expects a better timing for Glaive to be pretty much anywhere cat or long, but like you said, Blame has so much space taken in that round. Perfect nade to finish the dink, done at the back of the B bomb site, and yeah, just goes on to clutch in the 1v1, almost the flick AWP. But not today. Astralis keep it clean again. 3-0 with 1 alive. Their money is still up on the chopping block. Can Heat break it? They're going to try and explode long yet once more. Smoke on the Molotovs. It blinded out of the corner. Going to have to run back. But the fact that he stays alive is enough here for Astralis. It's early information. He can even boost the AWP into the bomb site. We've seen Astralis' tendencies to push mid and to flank and be aggressive in the CT half already. They were double facing middle. It's just Blame, though, with all that upper B control. Exercise is holding on, but it's a stalemate, and Blame's the winner already by just having this space. It's allowed a heavy setup on A for Astralis.
They are walking up. But, I mean, they're going to be fighting every step of the way. No util going out. Do they want to contact play this? It is just going to be like the late commit of these smokes. Molly goes over onto the catwalk. That's meant to displace an AWP up here. As they move in, that's a little bit awkward for Joko, who just burns in the Molotov. Blame F's found another. They still don't know about Farley, who's playing around this simple smoke over at short. Tagged and finished off. What a turnaround, man. This was getting so wild. Like, Astralis were pulling away with it, and in the blink of an eye, Body and Afro come up with the goods. It's all left on to Blame F again. This time, a 1v2.
Nade. There's another one in spawn as well. Blame can kill Body right now on the site. Oh, the gun might have to do it. Nade gets pulled. It lands well. Body's dead. And Afro full health. Blame's going to wrap again. He's getting ratty already in some of these rounds, but Afro's cleared it. Once he knows the elevator has no one in it, Blame, his rotate, his position should be guessed. Afro's carrying the flank, but at a certain point, Blame's going to have to make noise running up on this site. He doesn't have a smoke for the bomb. Afro has a great position for this plant right now, and Blame might just have to flash stick. He sees the angle. Flash goes out. Is it a fake? Blame just looking for the fight right now. It's not like Afro can even hear the bomb go off. He's fighting for the round. 4 health. Blame wins it, but no time. And it's going to be Heat on the board. Eventually, even Blame dead to the bomb. So no AWP saved. And as said, with these close clutch rounds out of Blame, that money, it was on the chopping block. It has truly been cut down.
Dude, look at Body's round here, though, right? He was like a big proponent as to why this even happens. Like, that was getting kind of out of control. When it starts with Joko burning in the Molotov, not getting anything done, second man that was meant to go running on up and trade that out, also getting cut down. You thought that Heat were in a world of trouble, a world of pain, and that's where Body comes in big with that hat trick. Helped out by Afro, who goes on to best Blame F in the 1v1 just to time.
Yeah, it's not like either side has much economy to work with right now. But if you have some spare change, scan the QR code. Head on over to Antwerp for the major, where one of these two teams will be there. Maybe not in the top 8, maybe not in that champion stage, but at least entering the first round of Swiss. Meanwhile, we have that top 16 placing game going on right now over on the other stream. Find out who will be getting a legend spot. That's going to be between NIP rather, and ENCE. Pushing lower, but also upper. And unfortunately, with only a 1-for-1, Zip doesn't like the taste of giving up B for free, so he goes back to the bomb site. Heat will be able to relax for a moment. There's only one rifle, but right now, Blame's been doing it solo, man, in some of these rounds, so I've got faith. Boost up, and he's ready.
Oh, the timing on that, but he goes back in. That's sick. Over the lip of the smoke as well. Wild for Blame. Dude, he's kind of having a bit of a day, isn't he? Blame F 10-1. Can't really ask for a better start than that.
What the hell do you do here if you're Heat? They have good util. Body's going to drop the hinge smoke, so at least Astralis lose info on that catwalk, even if this was going to be a B play, but seems like with a man at long, they do want to go back to this A bomb site. Body goes all the way up top middle. Blame sees nothing, but that's no guarantee, that's no confirmation. Right now, Astralis are gambling on that B bomb site. Config is the only one tasked with getting this info and stopping this A attack. Nice D shot. Lucky trying to trade. Config spamming, only gets one. But that's the bomb scene to Astralis activate. Can Glaive find this gun that was dropped earlier? Yes, he's got a Galil now. Armed and dangerous are Astralis, but no kit, so the plant soon could be around for Heat.
15 seconds as they try to cross. That is a lot of damage out of Blame F. Flashes go in, slowing this down even more. It's a last-second bomb plant, but both players are now trapped inside of the site. Glaive wrapped long, traded out that Galil for an AK, is now looking all the better for it. He's even got Blame F with him. You got to contain both rifles on the long side, and Exercise is pinned in at just 10 points of health. He was tagged crossing earlier by Blame F, and now he's expected to come up big in the 1v3. Can't get it done. Glaive and Blame, hell of a lot done in that round between the two of them. And with it, Astralis steal that one away up on a 4. That was a hero gun for Blame. You know, a little bit of armor behind some pistols for the rest of Astralis.
You know, he may have looked really sharp in some of these games. You know, they took down a wounded Entropic. They destroyed Sprout with a coach on Dust 2, but this is just a different level of competition. It's not just a different level of competition. It's an Astralis who know how much this game means for them, who aren't about to be, you know, sitting here getting embarrassed and losing to, you know, an upcoming underdog. They took G2 to overtime yesterday. They longed out a BO3. And they were pissed they didn't even close it. It was damn close. There were chances. So this is a fighting Astralis right now. And you can see every single round just how clean it is. 4-1. And on, you know, statistically their worst map right now. Even worse than Mirage. Looking very, very clean. With Ancient up next as well, Harry. I mean, Pimp called them the best Ancient team. With the T side we saw out of them yesterday, I'm inclined to agree. B explosion, 2 out middle, dribble smoke, Glaive, that molly goes in deep, and Heat don't get past it. So Astralis have good warning on this B play that's about to hit. It's inevitable with 3 smokes already used by Heat. You know they're coming.
Oh, Config, lovely in middle. Lucky on the receiving end of that play. In here. Now the A1S silencer will stick out around that corner, and things start to spiral out of control. It was lost. Guns now retrieved. The 3-on-3 for Astralis. Big man, Blame F, still very much alive, still very much in play. And going into lower. No. Joko needed to hit one of those at a bare minimum. Instead, he's now gone, and Heat are left in this 2 versus 3. They've pushed middle. This is, oh my God, that's a lot of damage. Bloody hell, the spam has done so much here. And Heat with the confidence to go pushing middle, exercise over faces, and Farley is going to clutch it out. It's close, but there is time for this defuse. That's a little brutal for Heat, who tried to lay that round to rest, maybe earlier than they needed to.
Yeah, that's an absolute overface for exercise, right? He has his teammate with a cross. He's called it. No one's made it into the bomb site. So where are they? What are they doing? They're standing. They're waiting for the repeak. It caught Zip off guard, right? He was trying to get the nade in the window. It did land. It did good damage, but you know he was expecting just so many jiggles from that window side. Heat, that was a really nice call as well. After Joko whiffs the deagle in B, 1 kill honestly probably wins the round there with that clock. But he realized it's a heavy, you know, retake coming in from tunnels. They just go all the way into middle. And if Exercise waits for his teammates' contact, that's probably a very different round for Heat, where, you know, 1 kill gives them the clock favor, and suddenly they close it with a B explosion on pistols. Still a good eco, but when you're in those positions to win rounds, you've got to close them out, because you're not going to get many of them. Right now, Astralis are keeping it super one-sided, 5-1. And yeah, very patient on these retakes right now. Even on these A-site ones as well. The flanks have been very fast. Decisive call to come in through the triple tunnels and Heat. Now they've got to figure things out. They've got another buy. They've got an AWP potential. First, a tech issue.
Oh man, it's kind of brutal, because for Heat, you know, really, these success needed to come in on Dust 2. This has been a real, you know, strugglesome map for Astralis. It's been one of the go-to ones for Heat. It felt like the recipe was here for them to be able to lock this one in as a pretty safe bet. And then I think, you know, long it out across 3 maps in this series. I think that's their best way to success here. And it is a very, very slow start. Now, you know, 6 rounds in, or 6 rounds played into a 7th, there's always time to turn it around. There's always time to switch this up and get back into the swing of things. It's just, for Astralis, with the kind of game we're already getting out of guys like Blame, I think Convicts has some really nice moments over in mid. He's just like, not over-facing, kind of like, you know, getting one, staying alive, being a nuisance. Heat as well, it made me a little bit nervous, because normally guys like Joko are like a very, very safe pair of hands in this team. Normally you kind of know what you're going to get out of the guy. He's had a couple of flubbed moments early on, which I think with all the pressure on this team right now, with all the eyeballs on them, with this being, you know, the biggest game of their careers, you know, that the pressure could be getting to them early on. And it's not like they've had a lot of success to reflect back on in this map already and go, don't worry, you know, like we can build back into this. Instead, it's like, no, the pressure is you need to elevate the level, you need to step up, because Astralis certainly are. And you know, we've already seen that kind of break teams at the competition.
Yeah, and now this gets even worse in a tech pause as well, because you're sitting there in silence, you can't communicate, you're down 5-1. For Astralis, not only are they going to be focused up knowing that this game is theirs right now, theirs to lose, they're in control, everyone's looking clean, but also it's CT. You don't often need to just call some intricate game plan out of spawn. You can just play your spawns, your standard positions. Farley, he's got a mid-peak spawn as well. So for Heat, I really hope they actually call attack after this this tech timeout, you know, to try and refresh and have a chat with their coach, talk to Matt End, and find out how they want to approach this next gun round. Because after a big break in the action, after losing a bit of a sitter there on the B site, it would be easy to be in your heads at this point. So would like a refocus for Heat, but we'll have to see after this tech if we get that out of them, or if it's just going to be Astralis continuing the dominance right now. Because even Zip's coming in with, you know, good impact, and he was a player that we've definitely seen struggles recently out of this guy. But yesterday against G2, he performed in a couple of the maps, had one quiet one, but definitely on Ancient had his impact. A great lurky map on those T sides. Astralis doing a lot of it against G2. I'm very excited to see that second map as well. Maybe less so if this is a dominant opener, because I think, you know, the momentum probably just spirals out of control. But, you know, Heat are not against Ancient. They're inclined towards it. So I want to see if Astralis can keep up this precedent they're setting as one of, if not the best Ancient team right now. Especially with the old roster, we call that in Entropic, having already dropped out of the competition with a whimper.
All right, then we're right back in. You said you were hoping to see attack pause here. No such thing out of Heat. Instead, they just want to get right into this. They want to get right back into the game. Exercise going to try his hand at a long peak config. Oh, the ball's on this guy. Runs down into the pit. Manages to make it the entire damn way.
Oh, I just love what Astralis are doing here with throwing this cross smoke. Just means that he can't get the long pick, and we know how good Astralis util is. They're just dumping nades, dumping mollies, trapping players at blue bin. And even if config is essentially trapped here, there are so many ways you can help him out. You can get him out of position. You can flash him into fights. Astralis are here to assist with 4 players. They're winning this long control.
Yeah, this is really, really pretty out of Astralis. I mean, you're just going to be so hard-pressed to do much about it. Like, you get that trade there onto Zip, but what impact has that had? You're all wounded. You're all hurting here. You're still, you know, left with a man trapped at blue bin. This isn't even advantageous. He's literally stuck here, just having to hold the line. All right, Joko. That's more like a second kill in the round, and config decides to up and leave. Won't give him the room to fully exit. Won't give him the room to fully get out of here. Still hanging about, but it's given another kill over. Joko's done a very good job of isolating these engagements. Turned his little cage into quite the killing field over at long.
Yeah, I don't even blame Astralis for, you know, trying to double down and fight that. Config was trying to get close blue bin. That's how he gets caught. But other than that, you know you've done so much util damage, and you have Heat trapped. You want to take those kills while you've got them. Heat were going to go B, but they've ended up splitting A after Joko just goes ham on the long side. Oh, dear dinked, and Glaive runs it down. He's got util for the plant. Look at the health. Everyone's low. Another nade kill on default for Astralis. Don't tell me they're going to 2-on-4.
Oh my God, Farley hits a blinder. Joko, all the kills in the round, and he would have needed the ace. Astralis have stolen that one away.
Wow.
Man, beautiful from Glaive, right? Classic from this guy. It is util. It is like he has homing utility at times. Deals with a man in the site after MP9 in the AWP short. That shot from Farley onto the ramp player was something else. I don't know. We only just cut to him as he got it, but I do not know how he got this. Like, what happened for him to know Body was even there? Body wasn't peeking. Body was trying to hide. Body's like, okay, okay, we're losing players. I'm just going to tuck in. I'm just going to hide. And then he gets wall banged out by Farley Zorp on short.
Yeah, I mean, these must be heat-seeking nades. I'm surprised they're not hitting Astralis. They're on fire right now, 6-1. A beautiful CT side to build back into this game, and we need something out of Heat. We need an awakening. Joko had his round, he had his warm-up, but it still wasn't enough. And you see why Astralis was so dedicated to Long. They knew they'd done the damage, and they capitalized upon it perfectly. Afro, this is nice. Contact out mid. Oh, he had to hit that. Blame's going to follow up. And, you know, just rusty start to the day for Heat, it seems. Some of the shots not connecting for Astralis. They've done the reps. They've done the DM. They've hit the servers. And right now they're hitting head. Zip with another. Gets out this time. Things are even improving as rounds go on. And now Farley, oh, the nade smoke causes a problem. Body will hit the headshot. And Joko's up on the short side. Blame doesn't know. Very deep are Heat, but they've got to win this fight or it all falls apart. Now they can go back to the bomb site. Blame is caught in the open. Another plant perhaps. But how much can Heat do here?
This Molotov on config is lovely. He is taking it all the way to Long, so I don't think he's looking to throw that out. And this is actually going to give a bit of an opening now with Glaive dead over at short. Config running in with the orb, running at them with this AWP. All right, flash goes high. Joko off the angle for a moment. Orb now removed. Joko starting to find his footing in this map. Went from being, you know, bottom of the board for his team, someone who we're not used to seeing in that position, to now rising through the ranks. That's what Heat are going to need. This activation out of him has arrived at the perfect time. Maybe not the perfect time. Perfect time would have been right away.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Given how it started.
Yeah, it's got here in a timely manner where there's still a chance to turn this around. Money now broken for Astralis.
Again, for Long. They've won this round before, though, but it did require that Hero M4 to go crazy. And Astralis, they've got their protocols in place. Double nade on blue bin. No one there. They're going to clear it on their own and leave Zip in position once again. As Astralis, they throw a lot of utility on Long, but they immediately back up. Heat are leaning B early, but still in their default. So it really should be their round. They've got to play their cards right, though. They've got to trade these kills. Can't let a pistol grab a gun and go ham. Many a man on Astralis to do that. Astralis moving back to A now. Heat are just taking catwalk. They're on nades, but damage doesn't matter unless you capitalize upon it. Not going to get any kills with this. It's all right. Nothing special. A round like this, you need far more. And Zip, he's given up on the long lurker. He has made the right call here. Astralis are finally moving back, but is it time? Heat are already crossing into the site.
Double ramp's kind of nice. You can play a bit of a bait and switch here. They turn away from ramp. Zip had a chance, but it just sails on past him. And yeah, this is more like it. Heat, all right, they've... Oh my God. They've, you know, they found a bit more confidence here. Things are finally working. They've been able to chain together 2 rounds in a row. You know, you're just feeling a little bit better about the whole ordeal right now. You know, you also know that you've got Astralis on eco in the next, what with this being a force. So there's another round waiting in the wings that should be pretty easy, that you should just be able to run over. All of this is very important if Heat do want to stay alive. Because really, I can't stress this enough, I don't think really anyone beats Astralis on Ancient right now. No. I don't think anyone can manage that, and I don't think Heat would be up to the task. So, you know, they kind of need Dust 2. They need this map. And so that's why this recovery coming in, you know, the fact that we have individuals starting to come alive, we have Reed starting to pull out for Heat, it's all boding well. They need to keep this up.
Yeah, Joker was like 1-5, 1-6, and now he's 9-8. So definitely been a recovery from one of the heavier hitters we've seen from Heat this tournament. Afro's still missing some shots on the AWP, but there's time to recover. Astralis, ooh, they want to go lower. Config getting keen. No better round for it. Afro posted. Oh, only a USP. He's going to get backstabbed. Oh, Config, second shot will do it. We know his Deagle is dastardly. Quick recovery time, picks up a kill. Top mid gone. Farley's going for the gun, no kit. Astralis are a man up though. Need this planting from Heat ASAP. They know they can win the round from objective alone, but the numbers are a problem right now.
This is 2 Deagles. That is it. And Astralis are up in this 4-on-3. Now, they're going to trade guns down here in lower. Looks like Farley's already electing to save this AK.
There's an AWP to save as well. They just need to go and get it. They're playing the long game.
Config up in the window. Exercise was right beneath him. Just missed that timing as Exercise crossed into the corner. Config looking like he wants to go through this. Flashed off the angle. The rest of Astralis are saving. It's a damage-dealing mission. Oh, the gang here.
Save car or die. That's the option.
Big bit of damage. That's going to force Joko to go into the tunnels and into the arms of Zip. Tries to grab the AK and Exercise is one step ahead.
That's so big. That's so nice as well. Astralis, they were playing both sides. I really like that call, right? Knowing that Heat either had to come through tunnels and either, you know, get crunched by all of Astralis or go save car. So Config's contingency is to kill them or tag them enough while they cross car. He does do that to Joko, but Heat then realize, all right, Astralis are going for the guns in upper. I'm going to stop them. I'm going to die for it. And they stop all those saves. Only Farley gets out. That could have been like 3 AKs and an AWP for Astralis. Instead, it's just 1 and already a gun gone. Joko primed and ready on this B site, and Heat look like they want to go off the back of it. They have nothing else.
And Molly's going to slow him down, and in that moment, Glaive, he heard a lot of footsteps run away. Did put the fear in Astralis. They actually, for a moment there, completely left the A site out of panic to go and reinforce this B hole with Glaive. However, he heard these footsteps leaving, and he said, guys, you know what? Stick to our guns on this one. Let's go back to that early kind of long A lean. Afro lining up the hinge smoke. Goes in, and this is going to give Heat safe passage to Cat. And while they think they're pulling the wool over Glaive and Astralis' eyes, they couldn't be further from the mark. They're going into this triple stacked A-bomb site. Astralis are 1 step ahead in this one. Still, need multi-kills. Need them to shut out Heat before this site take happens. It's a lovely flash. Farley opens with 1. Zip tucked in at the car. They weren't ready for him, but he only goes 1 for 1. Farley needs this, and he will pick it up. Are they ready for blame? Tucked in at the site. They never even considered it. When you've seen this short man, you've dealt with a car player, they were not ready for a 3rd guy to be there as well. I think they thought that that little B kill, that B fake that they threw in early on would have drawn a bit more of a rotation. At a bare minimum, just that 3rd A player, perhaps kind of floating middle to lend assistance over towards B.
Yeah,
and Astralis never took the bait.
Yeah, great recovery for Farley as well. He kind of got trapped in that 1v1. He had to win it, or Blame was just in the open to both short and long. Heat are playing the Blame game. They don't love it. It's 14-6. He is looking monstrous right now. That's a great grenade as well from the guy onto Afro down lower. But the AWP already removed. Nade or not, it's Farley to style with 2. AK and AWP, he can do it with whatever you give him. And this pistol going to be cleaned up by Glaive in the corner as well. Heat. A match met. Oh, Farley almost gets caught. Luckily, Config's come in, but he does die. And hey, the molly will finish the job. Team effort. And Farley, a 1-man army in middle. 4 kills from the young gun on the AWP. And what a nice sign it is to see the AWP of Astralis dominating like this on Dust.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see the kind of heights that Farley can get to, right? He's always been someone that's been kind of hyped up, right? As a strong Danish AWPer. And he's someone who, on paper, you know, it makes a lot of sense as to why he's even in this team. I think he fits the bill quite well. I think he's got that star potential. And, you know, I think one of the coolest things is as the kind of 4-man core of this squad, you know, since the Lucky departure, have had even more time to like gel and get on the same page. I feel like it's going to make it that much easier to get Farley like activated within this system. You know, similar to when we kind of had like S-Tag filling in all that time ago. Think about how good Astralis made him look there. Admittedly, you know, that was with the old squad with Magisk and Dupree still in the mix.
Yeah, I think especially as the conversation now shifts to, you know, from people like Pimp, like, oh, we don't have these tier 1 ready Danish AWPs, and we have, for example, that Vitality squad where, you know, the old Danes go and join up with in an English-speaking team with Zaiwu. Oh my god, that hunt! Just tag him through the corner. I think it would have been easy for a team like Astralis to say, hey, maybe we want to go international, maybe we want to go pick up another Flary Orpa, but they stay in Denmark, they stay in their mother tongue, and yeah, Farley's looking really, really solid right now. Dangerous indeed, as his name would suggest. He closes that round 2. You know, and yeah, I kind of like Lucky on this team. I enjoyed it, but Astralis clearly wanted someone with a little more experience, a little more flair. Players like Acor and Mouse didn't last long either. Well, actually, I'd say it lasted maybe too long. Definitely had trouble himself. But Farley is up for the job. Another orb, though, is Afro catching Blame, trying to run lower. Nice try, buddy. But it's a big pick to get this guy out of the server early. He's been causing so many problems for Heat in this CT side. And off the pick, they go for the hinge smoke to get back up on Cat. Config could try and stop him with a Molotov. But meanwhile, on Cat is where the orb will be found. Farley looking down into lower 2 there. Does Config want to go through? Glave's priming a flash. He's going to go. Oh, body's caught, but the spray is whiffed. And that's a big kill. That's going to set Heat up for a B play.
Yeah, Glave's got to do a hell of a lot here. Oh, it's a dink. That's always the worst feeling, right? You both hit the head, but the AK just does more. And Zip and Farley now are just going to be left saving in this one. So Heat, they do stick the landing this time around. Up on a 5. You know, this is an all-right T side, one that they can look to turn around. I think if you kind of manage to take it to 6, you're in a really nice place, but you will have to grind your way to that 6th round. This save coming in, Astralis are going to have absolutely everything heading into round 15.
Yeah, but that's still an if right now with this hunt going on. Should be fine. Body's very low, and he won't be going for it. In fact, Heat want to make sure they can buy up for the last as well.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I could rephrase it. Even if they get the kills here, Astralis will have absolutely everything heading into round 15.
And so they shall. Yeah, it's a recovery near the end of the half for Heat, right? A late activation from Joko. Afro still clearly having trouble getting warmed in, right? Like, he's been dead to Farley in the fights he's taken. He's missed his long picks somewhat because of Astralis' util. We've already talked about how good that's been at long. So it feels like Heat kind of have been countered there fully this half, not been able to win off of long control. Afro did get that pick into lower last round, but Blame won't go back for it. He tried it once, now he's back to his long spawn, and Astralis have that control yet again. Did they want it? They're going to have to late flash after Astralis have fallen back and left Zip alone here. Blame's in the pit with cross from Zip, and Farley is tasked with solo B this time. So already some changes for Astralis to keep it fresh, to find a 10th round on their CT side. That would be fantastic.
Oh, Config with this second AWP over at Cat. That's a lovely nade. Sails on in, exercise on the receiving end of the bulk of the damage from it. And he's already softened up big time. Joko even getting artillery striked in middle. It's scary, man. Whenever you face this Astralis squad, you know, damage is already being dealt before you've actually seen anybody on the back of these nades. He's going to try get out long now. Zip's the only man here, and the timing on that reposition is pretty brutal. Gets caught out on an island. Suddenly this AWP having a drop off of short. Config now, long flick, and AWPer indeed. He's on for a double. Blame F's tagged up over at short, but he does win the Cat fight. Just going to elect to stay alive. That is nice decision making there out of Blame F. Playing for the retake, playing for the 3-on-2. He can do more as a body on short, drawing attention in than he can as a dead man. Afro, talk about a trial by fire here. 1v3, you said how he hasn't really warmed up into this game just yet. Will this be his time?
One way to wake up going into the second half. 3 kills and none of them found. Farley shuts him down immediately. And Astralis, yeah, these retakes have been super clean on the A site. Glaive has had extremely fast flanks. Blame living there is definitely the right call. And Glaive even waits for Farley to post up so he can walk below default. He knows Afro is going to be AWPing in the post plant. So just having an AWP on AWP cover while he gets closer is perfect. 10 rounds for Astralis on the CT half of their worst map right now. This is an excellent sign. And again, to put some, context in it, yes, their worst map off of numbers. As said on the desk, they did take players down on this one. They did take Cloud9 down on this one. So a very respectable win, but still lost it in the follow-up to G2 and that BO3. So still kind of up in the air, still uncertain. But if Astralis could establish, Harry, a 7-map pool, what a world we'd be living in.
What a world. I mean, look, you even kind of look at the scoreboard right now for Astralis. Zip and Glaive, the grizzled veterans of Astralis, the guys who are behind, the majors that this team have racked up. They're just kind of sitting back right now and letting all the new talent be the ones popping off, letting them be the ones find success here. Now, Farley will die on a long push. Tries to establish some control there early on. Now Astralis are left a man down, looking for a way back in.
Yeah, mid's going to be the port of call. Body sees it. He wants nothing to do with it. It's wasted utility, at least for the Heat side, but in a 5-on-4, they're feeling pretty free. Afro's going to try and flank out this long play. If Astralis go quick, this will leave him kind of in the middle of nowhere, but he'll still have that late cat retake potential. Body's got his kit on B for this retake. Astralis are doing everything they can to sell mid to B, but yeah, he's about to get found out. Nice kill for Afro. Seeing Zip walk back only confirms this fact that Astralis are going A.
Yeah, 3-on-5 as they move in. Oh, 2v5, Config and Glaive. Now just Glaive. It is a clean pistol out of Heat. 50 seconds. Glaive dropping in the middle. It's been heard by Joko, and there's the closer. So a flawless round there out of Heat. Only 11 damage done by all of Astralis to the other side. That's more like it if Heat do want to launch this comeback here on a must-win Dust 2. Dude, and look at how clean these were. There's very little margin of error in the sense of they just swing out. Most of them just one bullet, kill found, no pressure.
Farley's scouting, so I imagine he's going to buy it up in the next because Astralis eco around this. They're hoping he can drop guns, but these are not the rounds that you're going to convert. Even if Farley got double killed down mid, for example, would be very, very difficult. So Farley feels fine buying this gun back-to-back rounds or playing Galil. Ooh, already tagged. Trades the damage with Afro, but no need to reface. He flashes his cross back to the A side. And he just have to tuck in. At this point, they might think that Astralis are forced off of seeing that scout. It's getting traded over to Config early.
Kind of a fun idea. You work your way down the list of folks who play AWPs.
Yeah, but it's not like Heat are going to give you any more of these fights. That's a problem. Now they know the scout's in play. Look at the setup. Okay, Exercise has a headshot angle. There's maybe a weird, wacky world where Config can hit it, but everyone else is tucked in tight to this, to both bomb sites right now. So Scope heard it long. Is going to keep Exercise primed, but Astralis are regrouping in middle yet again.
It's kind of wild, though. For very little investment, you've really shuffled around how the CTs are playing in response to seeing this gun, right? Kind of a cool thing that I wonder if this is the Astralis game plan, hoping that you can keep them so boxed in that maybe the space comes a little freely here. Astralis are all up cat, 20 seconds. Config going to stay on the scout, doesn't give it to anyone else. There's still this Goose player that they don't know about who should just lock the round in. That's a lovely shot out of Config. But Body waiting patiently, gonna steal the round away.
Nice.
Yeah, he kind of had to feed Afro to the wolves, but it's all well and good. He had the round in the palm of his hands, and Afro's death was not in vain. It set him up to close.
Yeah, the most experienced player of Heat, right? Obviously in Body of XG2 fame, so he's been in these positions before. He's fought on LAN in high-pressure moments. Hopefully he can keep the team calm at this point as Heat are trying to mount the comeback off of a 5-round half. It wasn't looking pretty. but things can change quickly in Counter-Strike. Heat, similar to Astralis, are running his 4-long setup. It's going to be Afro lobbing flashes for retake, but they get it for free. Config takes one fight and immediately bounds out. Wants nothing to do with that. So Astralis back to the drawing board, need a new way to crack open a kill. Flash for Glaive in middle. Gonna take a peek. Oh, if he went for it there, he sees that player blinded, but he knows the flash has already expired. A lot of spam, does some damage. Farlig capitalizes and takes down Afro on the cross. Again, the problem child of Heat right now, picked first. That's not gonna help you warm back in. Forced Joko back into a safe position in the B bomb site. It's Astralis, they avoid it entirely.
Oh, body, the timing on this just sticks his head up at ramp. They're already up and past him, moving in. Smoke now dropped, Config playing behind it. Oh, the spam is good for body, and he's actually going to send them away. They give up Catwalk, and now look to drop back into mid. This is where Joko's been waiting. Just Joko, rather. Zip going to grab that bomb, juggle it out of there. Blame crossing into the B site. Smoke in the doors. Are they ready for him to be so deep? There's a window peek waiting to come in. They won't go for it right away. Glaive is cut down over on short. Blame F. And Zip. 2 versus 4. Tunnels wrap for 3. You've only got one man on the mid side, and he's just waiting patiently. This is nice, right? It means that Astralis can't push out in the middle. Instead, they've got to fight from within the site. He dealt with the first tunnels man, now it is just Zipnix, and he's been spotted at car, overwhelmed. They run him down. Heat come in with an 8th, and since getting onto this CT side, it's looked a damn sight better.
Yeah, it was a nice setup in the post spawn there for Astralis, but as soon as they swing back tunnels and see, oh god, everyone's coming there, and Lucky's trapping us from the window, there was really nowhere to go. They had to take fights, otherwise leave themselves getting boxed in a 4-on-2. So nice retake there out of the Heat boys, and you can see why it's their map pick. Things are coming together on the CT side. They just don't have a lot of breathing room, but quickly this game is closing up. Stress starting now for Astralis, certainly, as their first gun round goes astray. A bomb plant will give them a justification here to invest. But of course, it can't be land without tech. A neck break. Click your jaw back into place.
I don't know if it's a neck break that would kill you. It would be cool for a moment, and then everyone
I don't know
would
if that'd be cool.
Everyone would go, wait, did he actually just do that?
Afro's not doing skateboarding tricks in the server. He's not doing kick flips on Catwalk. Not yet, at least. I have to wait to see to that. AWP comes out on CT side. Right now it's just been scouts all map. All half. Attack coming in for Astralis. They want to chat it out after the pause. And this is what I mean, like, we didn't see this out of Heat when they go into attack and then they just go right into the game and lose the round. Like, Astralis, they get their heads back in, they focus up, they try, firstly decide what they want to do with money. It'll probably be half, maybe a hero AK, something like that, but really shouldn't be fully investing here. It's a very dangerous call. Blame will go for the gun, everyone else putting pistols in, and yeah, it's a nice balance here for Astralis, where Blame, who certainly has felt like the highest impact player in the map so far, across the server, well, he can make magic happen. He can make a round happen. He already did with a solo gun on the CT side. B-spawn, that's one hell of a B-spawn. 4 players leaning.
Yeah, you don't get that one every day, right? And these util-heavy B execs, they can be devastating. And with only one man here, this is really the ultimate test for Joko. He does have support right in the doors, but they've got nades out. Oh, Astralis ain't respecting that. They go running in, slowed down by the mollies. And the smoke only extinguishing one of them as they try to go in, as they try to flood this site. It rapidly gets out of hand. That double Molotov setup out of Heat is a thing of beauty, right? One going just a little bit deeper than the second.
Yeah.
And Astralis only extinguishing one of them Was a bit weird because there was a second smoke that goes in like after the fact.
I'm not sure if the comms are even there as well, or if they ever knew about the player on car, because while the first guy through jumps up on the box outside tunnels and is hunting that car player, seemingly aware, Blame gets the entry on the door player, and that car player never gets checked by Glaive, who comes out as the third man. He's looking at the door, even though it's smoked off and the pick's been called. So maybe, lacking the call there on who you killed or who's left, as it looked a little screwed, a little sauced as those mollies came in. But it was only an eco round. Astralis can brush it off and quickly buy up. AWP fires in middle, now they know. But do they know about the other one? Afro's got his deep on the long angle, so Zip might feel a little freer in this position after hearing an AWP in mid. And that seems to be the call. Astralis want to go back to this, but they're not going to flash this corner. Afro should get a free kill here if he's quick.
Oh, they're deciding against it.
You never know, man. They might go back late, even if it's just Zip here alone. How long does Afro want to hold?
Yeah, they went back and got the bomb, so actually it will be this recommit into long.
Uh-oh.
Afro, here's the moment. Don't mess this up. There's the first. He hears more footsteps. They're running at him. They're running him down.
Oh,
getting closer
dear.
with every missed shot. Glaive will trade that one out. Now they start to aggress up the long side, sneaking in. Blame still holding the tunnels, has caught the B player getting aggressive. Now that B kill comes in, there's a moment of panic for Heat. They see the double doors of smoke. They hear flashes going off. They know they've lost the sight. Config gonna remove another man over on short. And right now they've kind of taken a bit of a gamble. They've split up 1-1. A kill on the bomb, rotating in through tunnels.
Yeah.
Could win the round. Farley's got
20.
a little bit indecisive.
No
this
time.
could actually work in his favor as he's spotted Exercise in the tunnels. Blame's got to come back. He needs help. And that's the bomb drops.
The round.
10 seconds. There isn't any time for Astralis. Exercise can just run away.
And Blame was trying to hold the B site as well. He wasn't even coming in to help. Config killed the rotate. If Blame activated earlier, if he tried to run back and clear tunnels, maybe they would have been able to trade that kill and find Exercise and spawn. Instead, it's Config getting all the kills on the lurk, but Astralis losing to that bomb. That one hurts. That one really hurts. The indecision, then the realization that at 20 seconds, Farley had to go B. He had no choice. Oh, what a mess.
Something that I'm a little bit surprised about, honestly, is like with Config lurking cat, he should have heard the guy rotating CT. Probably should have heard him pushing lower tunnels as well. That wasn't a silent rap for Exercise. That was fast. He ran the majority of the way.
Yeah.
Very un-Astralis round to lose, but a great one for Heat. Winning something like that where you just snipe it away, where Astralis were, had the building blocks for a round. They had it all laid out ahead of them. And one kill on the bomb, dropping it with seconds to spare, was enough to steal that one out of the hands of the Danes.
What a robbery. This was a 10-5 CT side. Heat haven't dropped a round since moving over, and there have been some scary situations for them as well. This is really, really nice from the Frenchman. Can it keep up? Because we've got a mid to B now, something new for Astralis. They're doing it pacey, Lucky, picks Glaive out. Now they know there's still a double AWP in play. The money's been good. Lucky posts back up on the tunnel, seeing a player crossed in, but not really much support. That car player's looking back, and a collapse for Lucky. He follows up. It's an ace attempt, but Afro finds the last. It's 5 AWP kills coming in from Heat in a moment.
That was filth, and it won't be the first time that Lucky's AWP has stolen around from Astralis.
Oh, dear.
My, oh my, look at that. Beautiful AWPing. And even the closer for Afro.
Woo. Oh, boy. That's just going to get them so pumped right now. And Astralis feel like they can't break in. They can't even get around. They can't even get a bomb plant. It's getting dropped in T-spawn. The times are getting desperate. Needing a hero now.
Early on we were kind of looking at like Joko as someone who was struggling a little bit. Not only has he stepped up, it's been really reassuring to see that like the veteran players of Body and Lucky, both XG2 in their blood, are able to kind of be the guys stepping up on the big stages, right? Offering that level of consistency, that kind of baseline level, helps get the rest of the team switched on. With Joko and Exercise both looking good, It's kind of drawing the attention off of Afro. It's not like we're having a look at him and say, oh, well, this is it, man. He's make or break in these rounds. You know, he's got a bit of room to kind of have this slow start and build because the rest of the team are there to pick up the slack. Lucky is about to get pushed over here in middle. Flash is going to come through. He's full blind off the angle. Body here to help him.
Nice, Molly. Oh, he got that smoke out, I guess, but now it's just smoked his team out of middle. And yeah, it's so nice that he went straight for the double AWP, maybe realizing somewhat of Afro's struggles in this game and just pulling up an AWP instantly on Lucky as soon as they have money for it. And they've kept that going every single time, knowing the value of this sniper. And boy, has it been valuable for Heat. Astralis cat control is clear right now. Heat have given up mid. Body has a nade to dunk at the right timing, but if Astralis do go for this with 2 smokes and 2 flashes, I imagine they'll throw standard wall here. The first close cat smoke, then the one of the boxes by Body to one-way them into the bomb site. Nade goes out early. Body doesn't have another one in spawn, it seems, so... Oh yeah, he does. He just grabbed one, so here it comes again. Astralis are dropping in. He's got Nade. He's so blind. They've run right by him, but he still gets the kill. That smoke disappears into the ground, and Astralis have to pick themselves up on this cross.
Afro hidden in at car. Molly. Farley's still going to get the bomb down in his dying breath. He's burnt alive. They've turned up the heat. They've dealt with him. And now just Glaive. 1 versus 4 on the short side. Deagle isolated from the round. Looking for the short kill. And Joko is not giving it up.
Wow.
Still flawless on this CT half. For Heat, man. This is like an entirely different team to what we got to witness initially. And Astralis, who might have at one point been eyeing up a 2-0, might have been feeling like they could have ran away with this one in record time, and now realizing the gravity of this situation as it starts to spiral rapidly out of control.
Yeah, everyone's feeling it at the moment. You don't have this often, but every single player on Heat has positive opening duel stats, right? From, you know, 2-0, 3-2, 3-3, 2-2, 3-2. Like, everyone's at least going, you know, just 1-0 positive. So that's a really nice nice stat for Heat. No one's offering up early ways in. Astralis aren't starting with 5-on-4s and you know, dropping the ball. Heat are often just shutting them out of the early round. Lucky deep on B, looking to up those numbers, but he looks the other way, and this timing is everything. Blame is yet to play. A stalemate that might not move for a moment as the cat take comes in, Body's forced off. Blame going to give it a go. Lucky has to flick, and he can't. Blame gets the kill. Big opener. Now Astralis with a 5-on-4. They've got to make do with this. They've got to convert this round right now. They've had nothing. See the struggles of Dust to rear their head once again.
Afro's getting aggro with the AWP. Doesn't need to go this far. And that has returned. Oh my goodness, there is more aggression. Blame, he will sit in these tunnels till the end of the round if he has to. And he doesn't have to, but he will. And this has started to make this one spiral rapidly out of control. Exercise over on short is getting pressured, not just from long, but from Cat as well. He's going to pick an angle, try to fight for the long side, and eventually he's dealt with. Yeah, that's a bit of a shame there for Heat, right? The long push, it all starts with Afro getting aggressive. He's blindsided by Zip. Then, how do they respond to that? How do they respond to going a man down? Well, we're going to try and push B. We're going to try and take the upper tunnels. That fed Blame F here. And very, very suddenly, from a good-looking scenario, it becomes hugely Astralis-sided. You're left with everyone needing to make a play, and the more you try to make plays, the stronger Astralis gets.
Yeah,
so,
final timeout now for Heat as well. I'm sure most of this is going to be, guys, don't do that again, okay? Because that's a first, like, 5-on-4 in a default without a trade where Heat have had to sit there and go, oh, God, they've got the freedom of the map. They can do whatever they want. They can fake us out. They've got everything to play with, and Heat panic immediately. The pressure very much there in that round. They can't afford to, you know, throw away another 4-on-5 like that again.
considering Afro's like already having a bit of a rough one as well, that might send him into his own head a little bit. It's going to do one. Either it's going to like break him a bit, or he's going to go, okay, yeah, I need to wisen up now, because not only has he kind of missed a couple of sitters, but he was the guy who pushed long with the AWP in that round to kickstart the cascade of Astralis, finding all those frags. And so maybe we get a more measured Afro.
Triple long, this is really nice. AWP might just get the free kill if Glaive crosses any further. Oh, good flash for Astralis to get him in. Oh, he's trying to pick players out. He's seen two, doesn't even know about the AWP. So if his team come to assist him, they might be caught. Glaive's caught two. That third is still a question mark, but Afro's going to get caught. They're boosting up. Oh no, lobbing in the molly. Body wins that fight somehow, some way. And Afro now, they know about him. He smoked the Molotov. Farley looking over the smoke, and Afro's going to win his fight. Every single one picked up by Heat. Afro will not stop, and this is a great recovery round for Heat to come in with a 13th. Glaive dinked dead to the AWP, and it's Afro with 3.
Yeah. That's beautiful.
Welcome back.
That's beautiful, man. Because this is where, you know, everyone looks down the line and they go, see, bud, like, you don't need to go for the aggro plays. When we got you just sitting there like a turret, that's where you start winning. And so it's a lot of success after you kind of throwing a round away. That could sometimes be, like, a real activator,
Just
right?
a sigh of relief.
It wouldn't surprise me if we start to get a lot more out of Afro now. And for Astralis, that's concerning. You know, like they've kind of been, they've had the freedom of this AWP presence being a little weaker for Heat. Now it's looking to get involved. Lucky's AWP, since it's come out, has been terrifying to deal with. Really set a precedent with that quad kill over at B. Made them remember the name. Farley holding for the AWP in middle. Lucky's just kept under the smoke and under the scope.
Glaive wanted to chase that kill, but he got blinded as well by the flashbang out middle. Both sides did. So it's again a stalemate. Lucky doesn't know, but he's put Zip down to 20. Astralis wanting B, trying to fake out the early cat presence. Not running the exec yet, just doing their defaulting, or so it would appear. Glaive's going to be late mid. Flame getting molly, really good timing for the util from Heat. It's going to force Glaive to go back to catwalk, but look who's reaggressed. A tag out of Afro's AWP. 2 AWPs hitting shots, neither of them converting kills. It's Lucky's time to shine.
Oh, Joker makes contact first. Lucky now swinging on the back of this contact. He will lose his teammate, but that does not deter him. Swinging out again. Doesn't want to give this kill over to Farley, so he just won't peek. Waits for that shot to rally past him and is now holding down the angle.
Oh, God.
Both moving in. They're coming his way. Rough spot for Lucky. Going to switch out to the USP, and Farley will best him in the head-to-head. Okay, Astralis, they weren't meant to have this kind of impact in this round, in this 2v3. Glaive and Farley so low, you thought he had it under control, and they still could. This util going to start to burn the player out on default, forces a bit of a swing. Farley, the smoke's now faded. He's got to fight for the cross. This AWP, you would love it to strike right about now, and there it is. They run at Farley. They do get the trade. It's Glaive versus Exercise. Flash up through the window. Tries to take a peek on the back of it. Hopping in. Missed shots, and Glaive is going to close that one out.
If he kept the spray up, he might have won it, Harry. He didn't think Glaive was going to re-peek, but this guy has just muscled around away from Heat. Farley looked done. He looked like he wanted to save back in tunnels, and Glaive just goes, nah, mate, I'm going to get this entry. I'm going to run in. Farley posts a re-peek for Lucky with a pistol. Both were low. That was the call, and that was certainly right, but swinging out, giving over the B site, and we always say how hard those retakes can be. Glaive shows us why, reminds Astralis what they're fighting for as they come back in with some crazy round off of Glaive's cat lurk into the B ending. That should not have been Astralis, is safe to say. No way. 2-on-4. Glaive with a closing clutch. This game's heating up. Only one round separates these teams after a massive streak from Heat coming into the CT side. 7 in a row before Astralis finally reared their head. And now some trading rounds going on, meaning money, especially for the CT side, is going to be drawn into question. Full eco now, just Deagle's out. Astralis have to confirm this one cleanly. And a common eco strat is just take those tunnels. Knife out for Blame, and he's going to get caught in spawn. Oh dear, he didn't realize till he was already mid-air, and by that point, it's already done. Astralis will get that long control, though. They know it's likely a heavy setup there, so they're going to cross in, still clear their corners, still play it safe, but for the most part, this is a free round for Astralis. Heat is just hoping to hit some bangers. Jumping shot denied.
Okay, they've managed to get out, but this is where you're hoping that they can help Farley out of this kind of sticky situation. He'll dig himself out of it with the P250. Just body left, and he will get silenced.
Yeah.
All right.
Can't expect more than that, to be honest, for Heat. The fact that they even get a gun is good enough, but no saves today.
I mean, while that round was kind of destined to sail by, it does still mean this is now a tie game. And you know, it was feeling so good. There was this moment on the CT side where they were really riding a high. They managed to get 8 in a row. Nothing felt like it could go wrong, you know? They couldn't set a foot wrong. And maybe they got a little complacent in amidst all that. It was that push from Afro at the long doors. Admittedly, he had his resurgence in the round immediately after. But ever since then, Astralis have looked a little different, and I think especially with that last round, or sorry, the round prior to last, the 2v3 out of Glaive and Farley, while they were like 20 health between the two of them, this has given Astralis a second wind, and Heat are feeling the pressure again.
I like this angle, but last time it didn't work. That's why he's a lot tighter, is Lucky. He might get it. Blame walks in. That's a bit of revenge from last time as Blame did pick it up. But Lucky starts 5-on-4, and as we said earlier in this half, Heat have been converting these positions more often than not.
Yeah, Blame hasn't always been this kind of B tunnels lurk player, so I think occasionally you might see those moments where just a tiny bit of unfamiliarity with the task at hand maybe gets to him. Flash over the palm tree. They're going to go swinging out. What, he didn't see them concealed behind that smoke. Glaive gets away with just sitting out in the open. But he needs to do more than just sit. He needs to stand tall, and instead he's cut down. Body flashed in. Config will best him. However, you're going to need a lot more out of Config now. Flashes continue to harass the lone Danish rifle. And this swing from the AWP will seal the deal. Afro with another hat-trick. Big round from the guy.
Yeah, he's seriously recovered in these last couple of rounds, right? Ever since you called it, I mean, ever since that long push, that reality check that I might throw this game away. I might give Astralis our first map in the series. And, you know, as said, with Astralis taking dust, it would poise them almost perfectly for a 2-0 in the series. He instead want to long it out, make it 3. And right now, Afro's helping them get there. Couple of 3Ks in these last 2 gun rounds to put Heat on the board. Fast for Astralis, running out of ideas. Going quick for a mid-play. Lucky's here. Not another nailer, surely. There it is, 5-on-4, and again, perfectly poised our Heat to shut out this round. Blame's Lurk's got to come in big. He catches Lucky. There's only one more man here. He's hiding in the smoke. They don't know, they don't clear it. Joko doubles, and Blame will have to trade, but is that enough in a 2-on-3 for Astralis to shut out the retake?
I mean, they've 2-on-3 from this position before. Far more going against them. Oh, that's a peek from Farley. Takes it dry into the window, and they even deal with Blame F back in the tunnel. Heat know the importance of repelling that B play. Able to get it back under wraps, back under control. This recovery arc from Afro is a real treat to keep an eye on. Joko as well. You know, if he doesn't double up there, that was probably a save. You know, you probably just write that off.
Yeah.
So massive implications from him doubling up, and massive implications on that round as a whole. Heat now up onto 15, and Astralis left 4 spying up against this scoreline.
I can't believe Joko gets away without getting cleared, right? Obviously, it's a ton of players looking at Car, going over the smoke, and you know the door guys come out doing the same, looking at Sight, looking at Plat, everywhere but where Joko sat. And it's been no joke. This guy is top of the team right now, top of the server, just below Blame, rather. Ready on this B molly play. The first bit of contact, he'll drop it. And Astralis don't have an AK to insta-one tap him coming around this corner. That's a way you can catch someone doing this util on a jiggle if you just have an AK and you bop him. But with a Galil, there's no way they kill him here. He'll be able to get that util out in time and fall back. And this is going to stop, but not just stop, alert Heat of what's coming. Now the Orb's poised perfectly. Smoke is good for Astralis, but there's util to counteract that. They've been burned before. They molly that corner.
They're lobbing it all in now. Lucky back plat with this AWP. First kill will connect. Needs more. Smoke shot. And with Body here fighting alongside him. Joko in with another. Lucky's there to close. And it will be Lucky snatching Dust 2 away from Astralis. Beautiful scenes here for Heat. It was a slow start to the map. But when we get into that second half, from 5-10 down, they rose to the occasion. Streaked 7 together in a row. And even though there was that glimmer of hope for Astralis, that bit of a recovery to tie the game up at 13-13, they didn't let it go any further than that, did Heat. That was a very impressive little comeback. I think everything started to fall into place there towards the end. This is going to be a competitive Heat, one that are looking to bring the energy. And I think we're on our way to a very exciting 3-map series that's set to go the distance.
I don't want to get ahead of myself. I really don't. There's times I've seen people drop the ball in these 2-2 matchups, but man, you would really think that Astralis could come back from this. That being said, excellent beginning to the series for Heat. Considering they went 10-5 down, they pulled it all the way back. The Orbs dominating. Very impressive stuff, but can they do it in 2, James? Really?
Well, we'll have to wait and see, Hugo, because it's Ancient on the other side. But this Dust 2, whew, that was pretty damn crazy. There was a world where we were thinking, all right, Astralis, you can just walk away with this early half, the CT side, sure. Then we see a bit of a battle back coming in there. Funny enough, there's a man called Lucky on the French side doing the damage onto Astralis, just sticking the knife in a bit further for it as well. And a few slow rounds once again. We've got to continue to focus on this.
You have to touch upon that, right? The first half, as Arcasa said as well, like it was a pretty solid outing overall from Astralis, right? 10-5 scoreline CD side. You're looking good. You're looking poised to get that win, and then a comeback happens. Now, I want to take nothing away from the side of Heat. I think they were pretty dynamic. Their hold are pretty solid. The opping from Afro and Lucky, the 1-2 zoom banger combo really working out. But again, the same issues we saw from Astralis yesterday. Slow, discombobulated, disconnected T-sides. And this is not Astralis we expect to see, man.
Imagine coming from like 2018, 2019 Astralis era, when they're known for their perfect executes, utility usage, making people have to be in uncomfortable situations, and then watching this T-side. I'd be shocked. Like, it doesn't make any sense. They were taking one-on-one duels, not even going for the trades. These duels that they were taking aren't even favorable, not even 50-50. There's like 30-70. Look at these.
It's a shooting gallery.
Kills that Lucky was getting. Like, no, I mean, he had a great game, but they really didn't make it difficult for him. He was just sitting in the same spot every round, killing people coming through the tunnel smoke.
It kind of reminds me of, I think it was an interview with Smuya when he was playing in NA, and they're like, why is it so easy? It's like, no one flashes me. That's basically that from Lucky. Like, there were no flashes. The utility was not being used. There was one round they're making their way up towards A bomb side. I counted 2 Molotovs there. There was still a CT side hold, one player towards, I do believe towards Goose, one player on the bomb side. You still had 2 Molotovs, a ton of flashbangs, a lot of utility to work with. Instead, they just go in dry, just crouch peeking and just getting absolutely annihilated. So, Astralis, again, this Dust 2 side, a lot of question marks, a lot of them.
But we still have the positives at least to look at on some of the CT side. You picked out the round, Blair. It was that 2v4 situation, where they massively looked like they blundered the round up, and then some heroics paid off here for Astralis.
Yeah, this is a 2v4, honestly, which they had no business winning, in all honesty, right? Like, Glaive, he finds this nade kill. Lucky for him, Lucky was low, and then Farley just hits
that was just nuts, though. Look, he doesn't even see him.
He doesn't see him. He just I mean, it's an educated guess, right? He knows it probably at the edge of the box. Gets a little lucky there, but a well pulled off round. Yeah. And these were rounds, that was, I think, one of the only rounds where it looked like, oh, they have no business winning this. But the majority of rounds Astralis won on the CT side was pretty convincing.
Yeah, I mean, at the end also, 3 clutches, 1 for Astralis, 0 for the side of Heat. But the opening kills, this is something that Astralis has been really struggling with. 19-10 in favor of the French side. So that kind of issue continues, especially when we have a game from Config that, I don't know, you don't really notice him that much on the server. Not the X factor that the team maybe needs sometimes.
Yeah, but when we do look back at their T-sides, right, we've got to still touch on it. We've got round 20 here as well, where things got a bit chaotic, you know. And the thing is, at this point, Blame had got the entry on the B player. You think like, oh, they've secured this one.
It's a 3 versus 3, right? They get a kill in the B bomb side, as you pointed out, and Config finds short. And now, mid's open. Mid's completely open, lower dock is completely open, and now Frolic is going to be running with the bomb all the way from A double doors all the way back towards T-spawn. They have no eyes in lower tunnels. It's the easiest kill of his life for Exercise. There's 15 seconds on the clock. He's going to drop the bomb. Blame F is still holding towards the B bomb side. Config's pushing up towards A. Why have you left lower tunnels there? Why isn't Blame F walking up towards tunnels to help him out to clear the path? Why isn't Config playing from mid? So many questions,
Are you
Prof.
saying that maybe Blame F baited in this situation, didn't really help out his teammate on the T side here? I think
your words, not mine.
Maybe there's something to be said about that. Maybe putting himself in a better position and not the position that would guarantee the round. In this case, a bit of that lack of cohesion still for Astralis.
It's kind of crazy, like how much there was a lack, like you pointed out, cohesion and communication for, and the players left alive were players like Config and Blame F, who have been around. They've been around for a while,
and they have been playing together even before this team in Complexity. So
so that explains a lot about why that Complexity experiment didn't quite pan out, James.
Oh wow, you're throwing it like that to him. Mean.
Look at the score. Look at how close the scoreline was. A couple of rounds like that being thrown away. I mean, that's yeah.
But we should give a hell of a lot of credit to Heat, right? The individual stepping up for sure. But now we're moving on to Ancient. Now, the one thing I did like at the end there, right? You saw how much this meant for Heat. They're feeling good. They're fired up. They're pumped up. And to be honest, we deserve a full French good team to be out there swinging and hitting. But now we're going on to Astralis is arguably their best map, you know, the one they absolutely dominated even the T side on against G2. I just feel like we're going straight to a third early on.
I have to agree with you on that. Like, if it's any other map, it might be like, you know, maybe Heat is starting to, well, you know, feel like they can probably steamroll Astralis or whatever. But it's Ancient from Astralis. The T side we saw yesterday was, in my opinion, the best T side we've seen in Tier 1 thus far. They completely dissected their opposition. The CD side is very solid as well. The CD side, I have no complaints about Astralis. Yeah. It's just T sides. And on Ancient, they're the best.
Yeah, that is a great point. I have been just talking about their Ancient the whole tournament long. It is really good. At the same time, we know Heat lost an Ancient 2-ends at this event. Yeah. But before that, they won, I think, 7 out of 8 games that they played, including a game against Copenhagen Flames, Complexity, Static. So pretty decent opposition. So I think that might have been maybe an off game for them, and maybe they have more to show on Ancient than we saw so far. Still, though, Config on Ancient, that's his bread and butter. He's really annoying to play on the T side, and he's kind of the main factor why they can do so much damage.
Yeah, I feel like for Ancient, for a lot of the teams that pick Ancient, right, in the best of 3 series, obviously you will start on the T side because your opponent will obviously choose a CD side, and that's where most teams stumble. They don't get off to a good start. They get 12-3, maybe 13-2, and now we have no margin for error. Like you said, Config is the difference maker. He's the guy who's going to make sure, he's going to just hurl himself into that defense so many times. At least 2 or 3 rounds are going to go that way, go their way, and sometimes that's enough for Astralis.
I'm curious if maybe Heat have picked up on something that players did against Astralis on Ancient, because that was a good T side from them as well. Hobbit was kind of, he was doing what Config does, kind of emulating the same style, and also at the same time Farleague was having kind of a shaky game. Will that repeat now? I think since then Farleague has kind of grew into the tournament and grew in form. But if that's going to be an issue, then maybe there's an option here for Heat to close it down too and shock Denmark.
Well, we did have Lucky and Joko doing really well on Dust 2, right? But the man we picked out on the other side, where it comes to Afro doing the damage, can he come alive on this Ancient? Can he be the man that's going to be hitting these numbers? Because he's been so consistent throughout the rest of the tournament.
For me, it's more about Lucky, right? Like, where did that even come from on Dust 2? But yeah, for sure. Like, I think Afro has been consistent. He's been a star player as well with the AWP. This duel between him on the CD side, because it's the side they're going to be starting on. And for me, what impressed me the most, Prof, was Frolic's T side is still with the AWP. He was opening it up towards the B ramp area, finding a lot of picks towards A, even in the post plans, doing a lot of combat opping as well. So it would be interesting to see how these two operas clash in a server.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how much they approach the map differently, because Farleague is really kind of stuck towards that A bomb site, kind of almost anchoring it more like a second opening than the main op, right? When we see teams that have a very dedicated main op, he's all over the map. He's a bit on B, he's maybe in mid, then he's going into Donut looking for picks. But that's kind of the weird part of Farleague specifically on Ancient for me.
Now, on the other side, we've got the B stream going on right now. Nip did manage to take down the first map against Ents. It was Ents' pick of Nuke as well. You guys feeling like Ents should have been able to challenge a bit more on that one? Because the scoreline was pretty convincing.
I personally feel like, I know a lot of people think about Ents as new because they thrashed Na'Vi on it earlier in a very convincing fashion a couple of months prior, but I feel like for Ents, I prefer the Mirage, honestly. I feel like they're way more convincing in Mirage sometimes. And then against a team like NIP who are comfortable playing on that map, you know, sometimes things can spiral out of control. Obviously, the NIP starting on the CD side. And even though this Nuke is not exactly ancient at how CD side it is, if things don't quite work out from the get-go, and that's the thing with Snappy's calling a lot of Nuke.
Very snowbally as well.
Very snowbally, right? It's based off the spawn. They're like, all right, we're going to go for this execute. But if never able to slow things down, that's where Ents start to struggle a little bit.
Yeah, I really do respect Ents' Nuke, though, just because of that potential to beat literally any team on the world. I think no one can go into Ents' Nuke and say like, oh, we're going to win this, we're favorites here.
Sure.
And that's why people don't want to pick it that much against them, even though, yeah, they can be defeated and it's not always easy to get those T-sides rolling, because I think the T-sides are the most dangerous part almost from that.
Well, answer it here for me. One last question, boys. We got Nuke for the side of this. Are we going to go there?
I mean, probably yes.
Probably yes.
It's gonna be a third map. I just don't see Astralis losing this one.
Okay, we'll have to see how it's all going to go down, because Heat, well, they might cool off on Ancient, but they're still a third map. But they'd love to keep things fired up and ready if they want to take this major slot, and it's the last one if they can get the 2-0. We'll be finding out if they can grab that after the break.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
After Dust 2 goes the way of Heat, we find ourselves now moving on to the Astralis map pick of Ancient. Now, a lot of the analysts here, they've kind of looked at Astralis on this map. They've said they're one of the best Ancient teams going. You know, it's one that's been very, very kind to Astralis, right? One that they've really started to nail down and work on. And even though Heat do play this map and have pretty good results on it, I still think they're going to be hard-pressed to find a way in here. This feels, to me, like we're destined to go 3. But Hugo, I want to kind of get your insight on it.
For sure, yeah. It's a map that Heat do play, but not against this level of competition, right? Not against some of the names that we have on the other side for Astralis. You know, and I think the big game that we're all thinking about when we think Astralis on Ancient was last night, where they took G2 all the way to 3 maps in a BO3 and lost in overtime on the 3rd. They 16-7'd G2 on this map with a phenomenal T-side on a map that we've just been talking about how rough those T-sides are. They got 12 rounds, Harry. That is not precedented. That is not normal lurks on lurks on lurks on this T-side. And I'm excited to see if that can, you know, be applied today, or if it's something that Heat were going to be ready for. Surely they expected this pick in the series in a do-or-die matchup, and if we do get Astralis coming back into form in this game, we will end it all on Nuke, where we have a very 50-50 map, where everyone is comfortable, and where, again, we have to ask ourselves a lot of questions. I think maybe some answers will come from this game, though. Let's still focus in, because it's easy to say, yeah, Astralis, they're going to win this game, yeah, they're good and Ancient, yeah. There's still a map away from not making it to the Antwerp Major. That would be devastating if it came true, and those odds are even closing up. We know there's a world, we know Heat are playing a level higher than they've played before, but this is even scary to be in this position, Harry.
Oh, 100%, man. And, you know, I think it would have been one thing if Heat came out swinging on Dust 2 and were, like, looking sick from the offset. Maybe Astralis would be a little more forgiving on themselves, but I think the fact that they had this huge lead is only going to compound the kind of pressure that they're feeling, right? It's not like Heat takes some, you know, if Heat 10-5 the first half, you know, like suddenly you'd be going, oh, fair enough, they just played well from the offset on a map they're really good on, slow start. But instead it was like, no, Astralis came in swinging, they came in looking really, really good, and the slowdown happened late in the game, late in regulation. Astralis really started to feel the burn. They're going to start T-side of Ancient now. Their T-side of Ancient is no slouch, no laughing matter. Good bit of util purchased up. I think it's important that they're able to find success right away here. Over in mid, Heat are going to come pushing with 3, looking to fight Config, who will get overwhelmed. If they get out, this is insanity. They should get a trade here. And that decision from Afro to hang around, try fight that, instead of disappearing through the red smoke, has offered up a 4-on-4.
And popping out of A-main now. Oh, good timing caught for Farley. Gets body running backwards. Exercise will trade. A 3-on-3 where Astralis were far from committed. They were just working their kills, and now they've got 2 of them. That's going to open up a lot of the map. But which parts? Those are the questions that Astralis need to find the answers to. Waiting for the B aggression bomb on Glaive, going all the way back to A. He could fake it. He could throw utility. Or do they want to join him in Donut? Mid push, going to feed him. P250's tapping away. Blame does some damage. Lucky still wants to fight, but yeah, you've been given a second chance to get out, so Heat will take it back to the bomb site where Glaive, he hears every step of this play walking up, and they don't know about him. Lucky still got his eyes on the prize. Glaive announces his presence and can flash his team out Donut. Things are going well right now for Astralis. Lucky could be the pressure player, but smoked out. Astralis should get a plant.
Tips pushed into Temple. And there's a second and third man right around this corner. The flash blinds Zip. It's a really nice layup there out of Exercise. Oko to grab that kill. They spot Blame F back here in Donut, and Glaive has actually left main, peeling all the way back to middle to come and join Blame F. Now he's throwing into this one 1v3. They've heard the footsteps. They know where he is. They get on the bomb. Low players trying to block, and Joker will lock the round in with a double there. Heat find the pistol. They're able to respond. That's in spite of, you know, this kind of fight going down in mid at the same time of the A peak out of Astralis. They were briefly in an advantageous spot there, but some really nice protocols out of Heat just to snatch back these man advantages.
Yeah.
I think the flash play in towards Temple was a very good example example of like showing restraint, to fall back, give Zip a bit of room, only to immediately take it away. And the fact they deal with a double donut post plant is something that a lot of teams would try and fail to do.
Yeah, the smoke thrown on the fly was very bad in Temple, right? It didn't do anything, to be honest. It just made Lucky buy some time to wait for the flash. And to be honest, Joker was full blind, but he still got that kill. And now Astralis are left with just pistols, not even forcing up, waiting for the buy as soon as they can get it. Blame looking for a B pick. Here's the jump, and scary, but the MP9 will swing. With him in the open, it's free pickings for Joko, 2 kills. Astralis are going to group back up in middle in a 3-on-5. Where Glaive again resets, maybe looking for this Deagle back at B. And hoping he can get a plant, but there's no way Heat are giving that up in a round like this where Astralis don't have utility to cut off any of these angles. There's a pixel being spotted by Body, but he gets one tapped. Not what he had in mind. Wasn't part of the plan. And Farley now wrapping the B site. If he gets one more, this is scary.
I can't go any further than that. And this is also going to keep the triple B play in tow for Heat. They've lost Lucky. Okay.
Just kill him. Yeah.
Glaive dead over at ramp. That's the bomb tumbling away. And so it's all on Config now. Doesn't really have a lot to work with.
Nice.
Lops the A1S out, but now you need to go die. You've got to die here pretty quickly, Config. Moving up the ramp. They don't have to peek him, but they will feel the pressure to do so. I like it. He goes in with the bomb. That's like a nice little detail. If they were going to try and like slime him after time, if they were going to try and wreck him like that, he can just force them to kill him by going for the bomb plant.
That's
right? It's
nice,
like the one way to make sure they do it. And all in all, another nice round for Heat, right? Dealing with these Deagles, brushing them aside, never getting too worried. This is a nice little CT start. And this time, no kind of slow burners, right? Joko hitting the ground right away. Now a bonus round to be played out. Scouts out, MP9. 3 rifles to boot for Heat, while Astralis at AKs across the board.
Yeah, this is more of their default now. 3 leaning B, but they don't even take lane. They let that util fade before anything happens. Config, don't know if that was on purpose. Maybe he wanted to smoke red, but he just dropped it in front of him in middle. Exercise has all this A control, but he's not going one step further. You don't want to feed the Astralis default. That's a lot of what G2 ended up doing by accident. Players trying to find gaps, walk up on CT side, getting caught by very patient T waiting. Astralis players. Exercise does do it, and he gets away scot-free. A kill onto Glaive, and out like a light back to the site. Astralis now split 2-2. Got to work their way in. And with a very heavy B lean, Exercise has to consider more than just main. He's scared of Donut too. That scout is on B watching the flank. Mid completely open, and Exercise shuts the door on A. That is one way to do it. Bomb's getting retrieved now. Zip had to run all the way back through middle, and he's got it. But Astralis have nothing else. A 2-on-5 into the B site, offering up upgrades in a round that Heat, you know, we're on bonus, MP9s and scouts. Joko has been seen jumping and throwing the smoke. Blame now knows he's in the corner. He's going to try and scavenge for those rotates. That had to be a kill. Now chances are diminishing. Joko's getting rushed down. He almost pulls nades. Nice spray from Blame, but 10 seconds. Someone needs the plant. Tip's looking for fight. He lines up a couple, but he's all that stands, and sticking it will guarantee they rush him down. Fake out. 7 seconds, and Afro closes. AK's on the ground. It's Heat up to 3.
This is a pretty legit start out of Heat, and a very, very slow one for Astralis. Now, we said that their T side oftentimes looks good. Haven't really had these lurk players finding impact, finding the openers that we often rely on, right? Glaive and Config both getting churned up on their attempt to get out over towards main. And now Astralis down to pistols again, run out through the mid-molly, but the flash is good. Afro and Body, they combine their powers in mid. Mop up the first 2 players in for Astralis. They're still pressuring middle, they're still trying to get out, and Body just not faltering, holds the line.
Yeah, I don't want to like string myself up on Copium too much, but I feel like, okay, yeah, Astralis, this isn't a great start, but even if they don't have this phenomenal 10-round T side and they get 5-6 rounds, I still feel like that's enough because it is ultimately a very CT-sided map, and Astralis will be comfortable on that favored half. And I think a lot of the question for me in a game like this is, yes, they can definitely do stuff on defense. It's a very free map for that, but once they're on the offense, once they're on the T side, can they replicate some of the rounds that we see out of Astralis? Can they, get away with these executes? Do they have, the same things in store that Astralis have on these defaults? Because, like we said earlier, coming into this game, they've just not faced this level of opposition on a map like Ancient. Maybe coping a little bit, but it is a...
No, I feel you. Ancient's kind of one of these maps where, in terms of actually looking at it, it's hard to contextualize the first half till you get to the end of it, right?
Definitely.
Because while 10-0 can be great, even a couple of T rounds in at the end there suddenly make all the difference.
We've seen some unbelievable comebacks on this map. Even if you remember this, the ecstatic Entropic game, this is one of the reasons we call Entropic one of the best teams on this map. It was like 13, I think it was 14-2 down to Entropic. They swap over, they lose pistol, they swap over, and then they win the game. They pull it back with like a flawless 12-round streak or something.
No,
so
it definitely can happen.
Yeah.
Over here at lane, Lucky's locked it in with a double. A lot of this kind of lurk style play that Astralis were good at, the defaults that would often net results, have kind of fallen very, very flat on their faces. Maybe the fashion in which Heat have opened this up is the concerning part, right? It's these little things that often find success for Astralis currently haven't offered up anything. Everyone is struggling to make anything work. I kind of wouldn't mind seeing just some all-in, like 5-man B play out of the gate. I know it feels so simple, so basic, and so silly in a sense. Haven't really seen it yet out of Astralis, and for all they know, it's kind of better to get this in early and make Heat paranoid about that than leave it till very late in the half as like a last resort.
Yeah, when it's going to be expected as well. I think part of the problem there is if you're doing it in the early round, Heat's going to have so much util, and playing like equal advantage retakes on this map is so good for CT.
This is the round that's kind of meant to culminate in this 5-man B push, right? They've been pretty measured with it. They've taken lane. Joko could actually offer a serious way in here. If he goes 1 for 1, that's not really enough. 1 for none, that's even better. Gets out of there right on the smoke fade. Sucks for Blame. He thought his teammates had ramp, but the lip of the smoke just giving his head away.
Oh, this is such a solid B setup, man. Even one player can just start spamming, and there's another player to cover and correct course. Here's the execute, Harry. You wanted it, you got it. Pistols are coming in. Heat are going to have to give up the bomb site, but smoke spam, bomb plant, denial perhaps. All of these options are open. Nice spray. Fafra gets one. Config trades with a gun, but still winning this round is going to be a tough ask. Zip in a 1v4, just getting run out right now. All these CTs coming through smokes, and Exercise is 10-0. This is a player we didn't even really talk about in the previous map because it was Joko farming. It was the lucky AWP. It was Afro's resurgence on the CT side. Yeah, but Exercise is now added to that list, and the problems build for Astralis. 6-0. I'm still coping. I'm still holding on to the prospect.
30 kills for Heat.
Quick math.
7 for Astralis.
Yeah, T-side Ancient. T-side Ancient. Keep huffing. Keep puffing. Keep believing. Believing, and breathing, Harry. Do it all. Oh, the mid-run boost failed, but they go back for it. And, yeah, you get what you deserve at that one. Sometimes you got to call off a play. Farley. Double nade. Oh, it's nice. Farley's still here. Config. Cleans
all right,
another.
That's more like it. These are the little successes that can make all the difference. Even though,
what happened?
Even though one man got a kill over in cave, it quickly becomes 2. Both Glaive and Blame feed this B site.
Oh, I love this gamble.
Leave it in a 3-on-3. Now they're going to start to lean away from B, lobbing in the ramp smoke, trying to give the illusion that, yeah, we're still here. We're still holding this line. Config is lurking at A, and he's given a lot of room here. This is kind of a cool idea. You're almost trying to tempt them to go into this stack. You're clearing out middle. You're getting the info that mid looks good. They could be on lane. They could be in A. And right now, with all the room that Config has, the temptation might be there in the back of the minds of Astralis to go towards this A site. If they do that, it's a done deal. Zip, dead at lane. Farley might have to go for a long rotation in through spawn, and Exercise should hear this. It's whether or not they're ready for Config on this big lurk. He hasn't heard it. Farley walked at the perfect timing. And with Config already pushed up, he's in a spot that could win this round.
Oh, they've won it. Astralis should win it. There's nothing else screaming from positions alone that he can get back in. It's just going to have to be Exercise. Lucky should just die on the rotate. They still think it's a B play after seeing 2 men at B. That's not the case. Now the penny dropping. Lucky knife out. Does he clear it?
They might, right? When you see Config's up, you know he likes these A lurks. They might check it. Oh. It's coming down to a bit of a coin flip for Lucky. Will he do it? No. He believes it's clear. Config plays the trigger discipline, and we'll tap Lucky out eventually. Farley holding this line, and there to close the door on Heat in that round. It was a cool idea that starts to snowball the wrong direction. Once they spot that double B hold, they get paranoid that that's where Astralis were ending up. And because they gave it up so early in the round, they didn't have info as to whether or not, Config had lurked through the site, how much room had been taken.
Well, that's because in that 3-on-3, they went and took mid, right? And that donut play, he goes off of A for like 5 seconds to assist with a triple mid take. And then in that timing, Config slips through and gets all of that space, and he just read it wrong. Can't really blame the read there because they saw the majority of Astralis at B, but you've got to be ready for those deep control rounds for Config, for him slipping up top mid, going through red. All right, Astralis, they've broken the curse. They're on the board. Better late than never. But Heat has still put up a very solid CT side, and they don't look frightened in these mid rounds as well. Happy to make moves. Knowing that, in leaving B in that mid-round, knowing that Astralis, if they're going to go B, they will announce it. They will throw long smoke. They will, put utility into that round. Is this a B rush? Config hasn't bought nades. That implies he's going for an early fight. He's getting flashed into the bomb site. Nice pace change for Config. Quick kill, and the flashes are so assaulting. Heat are kept back. Exercise removed, and Lucky smoked off in the cave. He can try and spam a plant. Does some damage to Glaive, but won't finish the job. And Astralis, a pace change to put them on 2. Oh!
Doesn't even say it's a smoke shot, but it definitely was. Config, hell of a round. And, it just goes to show how even just finding one on the back of, finally hitting a timing, getting a bit of a read, what that does to a guy like Config, how it makes him feel like he's now in charge of the game. Runs amok on the B play, and Heat just haven't seen rounds this pacey out of Astralis yet. They were not ready for that. We're not anticipating it.
Yeah, I even just like the little details of if you're going to run a play like that, that's the call. Config doesn't buy a shred of utility because he knows either he runs in and instantly dies and then the util never gets used, or he goes in and he kills everyone. And at that point, you don't need the grenades. Your entire team are behind you at B stairs or B ramp, lobbing in the smokes, lobbing in the flashes. So nice pace change for Astralis out of the gate. They catch Heat off with a disrespect play from Config, and it couldn't have been better for Astralis. Now they can certainly build back into this game. It's more of what we were waiting for in this T side, and it seems to be worth the wait. They'll definitely go back to defaulting here, and it's the same setup we've been seeing. This time they smoke all those mollies on B to get the cave control. Will take a lot of damage on the way out, though, and that nade combo from Body and Lucky does it to Farley. Lucky continues to push through to take that B space, leaving Blame alone in the lane. Bomb is still in safekeeping, back in spawn. Body, this time he's got his gun on the pixel angle. Not wanting to get popped, but Glaive walking through. Exercise kills Config, walking out of A. Glaive does slip the net, but Lucky seems aware.
Yeah, lovely little double up for the trade. Bomb dropped outside of the B doors, and Blame F, last guy left standing, walking through cave. Bit of a shame he doesn't have that bomb. If he did, gets this B opener, which he does, this would have been a plant here and a chance in the 1v3. Instead, He's going to be left looking for gunfights, kind of all that's left for him in this round. There's no going back. He will try get the bomb. He's being given room. Lane player of body could just collapse upon him as he crosses back, but body's reserved. They're giving him a lot of space here. They're just looking to play the 3v1. Imagining, you know, they're thinking to themselves, like, why hasn't he planted yet? What's happening here? What's happening with this guy? They almost don't buy it. And this silence gives BlameF a chance at the 1v1, but he will fall just a little bit short.
One tendency I'm liking from Heat is when they have these man-up positions, they are giving up the B bomb site. And that's because you know that of all the places to contact, to lurk, to walk in this map, B is not the place, right? Like, Astralis can walk up mid, they keep hitting timings, Glaive getting red there with no one seeing it, walking out of A main, something Config's been doing. But the last thing you're going to do is walk out cable or walk up B ramp. There's just so many crossfires, there's so many angles to clear. You know, the AWP is so free on that bomb site. So Astralis kind of have to execute B, and Heat know that. They're making really good reads. You've got to start 3B to stop this rush, especially after Astralis set the precedent that we can just power through this bomb site. Lucky has a little gap, but now the smoke fades, he has to give it up. Maybe replenish it. It's a double setup in Jag right now. Pressure will be for Astralis, but Config Glaive working mid and A. And again, in no hurry are the T's right now. If the CTs make a move, could be problematic. Lucky's going to smoke that, but it gives himself a nice, tasty gap to still fight here with a teammate by his side. Zip's going to walk in. Oh, Joko's stuck now, drops a smoke. Do Astralis respect it? Molly comes out, they can just assault it with bullets. Joko crosses back. He should not be alive. And now at 50 seconds, Astralis take mid to climb up ledge.
Oh, Config's trying to get tricky with it.
Did they see him?
I don't think they did. I think he leapt over the top. I think that actually worked.
Wow.
He got past Exercise, who was waiting down in Donut, and as far as Heat are concerned, there shouldn't be a red player.
Got to consider it at all times. It's all down to the timing of Config making this play.
Look, man, if Config being here means they've got two guys worried about CT, that's a win for Astralis, who now look to make their way up the ramp into the site. Joko hidden in this smoke, trying... I was going to say to deny the bomb, but he's on 6 points of health, 5 points of health rather. He's just trying to stay alive. He just wants to survive this journey. And as that smoke fades, now out in the open, Afro ready for the CT ramp, but he's all alone. He's got to get out of there. Farley's even coming hunting. He wants that AWP.
Yeah, if you're wondering what Config got up to and what his position meant, it actually killed both A rotators who walked in through mid. They wanted to flank Astralis on the lane, and Config shoots them both. He doesn't even go and activate for the B play. He doesn't even try and backstab from red. He just kills rotates, and that's a really, really nice way to deny any way back into that round for Heat. And at the moment, the B entries are looking really nice for Astralis. Even without Config there, they're able to crack open the site, the smoke exec, 3 CTs in position. Astralis continue to find ways into this T half, but Heat still have a solid CT lead. This is so up in the air, though. As you said, and I think you put it really well when you talked about how this first half doesn't really matter until you see the second. You don't really know the effect of it. If Astralis have a dominant T side, you go, well, can Heat repeat it? Probably not. But if they have a par for the course, a 4, 5, 6 round T side, you go, well, it's hard to know what's going to happen. It's hard to tell if they're going to close it. You would imagine they could, but can they lay that foundation, the bare bones? Not there yet, but this is the money on the line.
Yeah, if Astralis win this round, their T side is already like up to par, really. You know, it's going to break the money of Heat. It's going to allow Astralis to go 5-7 in this game and have Heat constantly just one round away from being broken, which is always a thing of beauty. It's a very commanding spot to be in. Config winning this, say, main fight. And I mean, even in terms of the ebb and flow of this game, like you're feeling Config's lurks at A's, finding the impact that we're used to seeing this round, right? They actually look to explode in on the back of it with him. This Deagle on body. Oh, it's clean. That's a lovely double up. And he's taken A man advantage round for Heat out of the blue. It's the Deagle doing the bulk of the damage. Glaive might have dealt with the man over in Donut. But Afro, so patient in this position. He could have elected to trade. He could have elected to swing. Now he goes creeping out. This means the info is gained very, very quickly that it's no longer the A play. Astralis think they're being cute right now, think they're being sneaky. In reality, Heat know everything.
Yeah, Joko's won this right off position. Oh, the jump's not great, but they shouldn't have heard it. And either way, he knows if they're not late mid, they have to be going all the way around the world. Will he stay for the fight and do Astralis trade it? Glaive is low. If he goes in first, it's a freebie, but he's waiting for them to cross pass. Surprise, surprise. Zip shot in the back, and Glaive now has to stick it for CT, but it's a wallbang from the lane. Joko closes it with 2. Great check for Afro, man. Just hiding there in Temple, not trading his teammates, not playing for anything but what he wanted, which was the bomb plant. And as Astralis slink back into A main, he gets all that info to poise Joko for the round.
Yeah, I actually really love that decision. You know, in the moment, it's scary because every bone in your body tells you that, like, CS 101, he should be trying to trade that. But if he swings out and they're both there and then dies and it's left in this 1v1, things can get super weird. Instead, like you say, plays for the bomb plant, plays for the round win, gets all the info. And so Heat, they never should have won that. They only had a couple of guns and they weren't even the things that did the bulk of the damage there. It's an A pop out of Astralis. There's a third man here in Joko. Off default with a double, but he will get Molotov'd out. Still, he's given Heat a reason to give this round a look in. Afro already in Temple. Lucky pushing the CT smoke. Afro now smoked up out of the round. They're actually pushing him. They're pressuring him. And they try to slip on by. Lucky waiting over in this little CT corner. Will this go unaccounted for? They've heard that AWP fire off. They don't know where the second man is. Farley is fed with the CT peek, and Lucky now making a bit of noise. It goes a long way. Zip turns back into the site. And normality is restored. That 5-man A push out of Astralis works wonders.
Yeah, I love that. I love that slowdown there for Astralis as well. Look how much it puts the fear in Heat that they're getting flanked, right? That Orb's watching CT. They feel the need to peek, to get info, to try and even things out in a 3-on-2. Don't know if someone's crawling up mid-late, taking red. All they saw was all this utility, and Glaive with a lovely double entry to get him in. Now Mac 10s, they're going fast again. This time it's out middle. Glaive's running him up. Deagle can't do it this time for Body, and a double kill for Config. Lots of different players finding these openers for Astralis, but as long as they're finding them, who cares who it is? This force buy is going to leave Heat lacking near the end of the CT side, and Astralis, I mean, if they break this round, which they certainly look like they should, they're going to be on to a very nice T side indeed. Not quite a 12-3, but 7 could do. And this one at least guarantees 6 with a full eco coming up. Heat have to play for round 15. Right now, Astralis are poised to just shuffle these last couple of kills past the keeper.
Well, Glaive's about to get the info.
Yep.
There we go. Now he knows. They're both donut guys. And Astralis are actually moving into this position. They're going to take the bomb away, but everyone else is hunting. Everyone else is trying to just deal with Lucky, keep him boxed in. And so there's that swing from Zip that will seal the deal on the round. Astralis, this is now like kind of, you know, a par for the course T-side. And anything further than that, which, as you correctly pointed out, 6th feels basically done. Anything more than that is on its way to a good T-half.
Zip's got the spawn smoke. Doesn't need to take a second to line it up. It's like doing Mirage top mid. Just doesn't mean means he doesn't have to delay it. T's don't have to wait. They can immediately take that mid control. Config, he got those openers last time. He's going to go back for it again. But he won't be alone. Coming from ledge side is Blame, bit of a whip, but Mac 10 at range, the rifle will do it justice. And only USPs get picked apart by Astralis, just Afro on B. They'll give him a haircut eventually. Really relying on this last round now for Heat to keep a heavy lead. Not too sure what they're going to have prepared for their T side, as this should be their most difficult Ancient game yet, but they're still rising to the occasion. Big flank for Afro, only a Mach 10 to find the middle. He's hoping for a gun left in spawn by accident, but Astralis ain't making no mistakes.
It's kind of interesting. You know, this Astralis T side isn't very like exec heavy, right? It's a lot more about just having these kind of. It's a lot more about having, you know, guys go out, kind of seek some fights by holding key areas like A main, like B lane, you know, maybe go for like the early pick over in middle, and then just kind of, you know, playing on the back of that, out-rotating your opponents, out-braining them. Curious to see if he, you know, fit the more, I would say, typical exec style play here on this map.
You know, and Astralis are trying to define their meta. There isn't one on this map. There isn't a clear, you know, solution on T sides. No one's been consistent. Even Astralis, you know, they had a great run at Kato on this map specifically. I don't think they lost it at Kato. They beat a bunch of teams, even G2 here as well. But it's about being consistent. It's about keeping it up. And so they're still trying to find the way to do that. Config, are they really going to get him in red again? Body looks aware. Does he know, though? Is it certain? No. Oh, he's scared of this corner. And Config just nails the headshot. Full B lane here for Lucky and friends as he had this space. Joker getting flashed through, but they're lining up everything, including with their guns out. Blame. Anti-flash behind the box, ready for that fight. It's a nice try for Heat, but they might get caught again rotating.
Oh, I thought Exercise would be able to hear them there. They're so close to one another. And as this aggression comes in more and more, you know, I say I like Astralis. They haven't done anything super exec heavy yet. It feels like the aggression, it just very much feeds the beast in this scenario, man. A little bit awkward, Lucky, 1v3. As Blame F in the back line, still over at ledge. Farley holding the deep angle, going to be hard to get past this. Yeah, sneak walking it. That's nice and easy for Farley. So, you know, towards the end, Astralis very much finding their footing. And an 8-7 half, that is brilliant considering how this all started, right? 6-0 was looking very, very clean for Heat. And then I think, you know, problems started to emerge as we got more aggression, honestly. As fights started getting given to these lurk players, the flash through the B doors, I kind of like, you know, it's kind of a cool idea. It's sick because you know that they're like trying to establish this default. You're trying to clear that area of the map and then play around the info that you've got. You've got lane control. But I mean, a part of me just wonders, like, a lot of teams are fine having lane. They don't feel the pressure to go any deeper than that, right? They don't feel the pressure to take doors. So maybe a bit of an overstep there in that last round.
But let's compare those T sides, Harry. Let's see how Heat fare in the second half now, because, you know, eight rounds, it's fine, it's decent, but yeah, it's hard to call them favorites right now with Astralis finally cracking the nut near the end of their T side. Pistol is everything, nothing new there. Config's going to clear middle completely. The default spread looks similar to how Astralis have been doing it, but they'll be taking mid from the lane. Config's tucked in. He is committed. They've got to clear this. There's so many angles. They will check. Dropping in. Config spamming. Recovers it well, but out of ammo. It's only one. Here's the repeat. Farley is so fast, and he gets two with the bomb at his feet. Farley anymore. Perhaps there's a tap, and it's only exercised in the sight. Not for long. Astralis work out how to win that round with some beautiful shots out of the USPs from Farley.
From cracking nuts to busting heads, you know, things are looking good right now. Beautiful round for Farley, man. Makes me excited that he might be this kind of, you know, aggro donut AWPer. Something I used to love from the likes of someone like Monacy on this map. A tantalizing prospect. Oh, that's some O down in middle. The SMG's getting stuck in.
You die mid, I'll plant A. But good luck planting on this map. It's not happening, Joko. Easy pickings for Astralis. 4 up and 9 rounds now. They take the lead back for the first time this map. It was a strong start for Heat, but that quickly dripped down into Astralis' favor. A 6-0 lead. Now a 9-8 scoreline. Here's the buy round. Here's the start for Heat.
Yeah, I think honestly, you know, Joker's still keeping up a really good performance, but I think Body and Lucky are gonna have to fill some of this void, right? As like these very, very tenured players in the server. Because Exercise, he was having this great start. He was 10-0, if you remember.
Yeah.
Now 11-10. That's a 1 in 10 past that first 6-round point. So very much, you know, not an ideal position to find yourself in.
They would have loved to go, but Glaive doesn't leave a second's gap between the smoke and the molly. Primes it quickly. Meanwhile, B-Lane getting taken. This all gets heard, but there's a second player there. All Zip, he needs to get back to the bomb site. He'd love to trade that kill, but with no util and, you know, being alone on B with blaming Cave, he can't afford to give Heat a reason to run up ramp. Now there's a heavy rotate for Astralis, but Heat must have heard this. They've snuck out a main. Config's got Donut, so any steps will be heard from this position. Heat gonna have to send the bomb all the way back through spawn. Lane again getting crunched by Astralis, and look at them go. They catch everyone with their backs turned. Afro wasn't even watching ramp. Exercise does find the back of Config coming in through Donut, but they push the molly. They beat him to middle. Glaive barely makes it out. 10 health. Rotate running. Joko's here, and it's the double push through A that Astralis didn't expect. Again, this bomb is still very scarily located, as Glaive should hear it run, but he's been spotted getting out from Donut.
Yeah, he thinks he's been sneaky, he thinks he's found a gap. You ain't found no gap, Glaive. Shot in the back of the head. Joko having a beautiful round here. Gonna start to run up up to Donut rather, and is bested by Zip. Bomb plant having to go down safe. Zip walking in, trying to close the distance, and that's clean. Zemnix with a lovely round. Been a while since we've gotten nice clutches out of this guy, and that is a pivotal 1v2.
Dude,
big moment for Zip.
What a call for Astralis to go back down the ramp as well after losing all of that space in A. They completely catch Heat off guard. Afro's watching nothing in that moment. He's so tucked in, and this is one of the big problems with B lane in this map. It feels like, you know, either teams are too committed to holding that ramp push and getting caught by ledge and cave and, you know, lane peaks, or it's the other way around and they get timed going up towards Jag. Heat just get backstabbed there, bullied by Astralis. No fear on that repush. And now they're lining up an X-Egg, just flashes over the top. Zip blinded. There's maybe an entry here that can get out of control, but he doesn't allow it. Farley doubles up, and this is nice and clean on the B site for Astralis. No pistol success, 11-8, and you're already starting to see this map be pieced together for the Danes.
Yeah, something that I think is really, really cool, right? We kind of said, like, how Astralis, they look more like kind of this default-heavy team on this map, one that hinges around, like, different lurkers, different prongs of pushes, finding success. Contrasting that to what we've had out of Heat, while they did have that rifle round that relied heavily on an A-lurk that created a lot of space, in the rounds where they are going for these executes, and something that Astralis even did in the round where the A-lurk came in, is they respond to the utility almost immediately by just fully rotating, by pulling everybody over. It's something you're going to note as all this util starts to pour over A. I can imagine Astralis want to start moving bodies over quickly. However, Afro has made the first hit the deck. They're holding on to the donut. Smoke goes in. Now everyone's starting to rotate over, but with 2 quick kills coming in, Heat might have done enough already. Astralis shouldn't even attempt this one. They're relegated to the save.
Dude.
And that is an explosive A round out of Heat. Astralis, they were able to get away with one like that over in their T-half. Just a 5-man bulk A push with a bit of util sprinkled in over the top.
Yeah, it was, for Astralis, it was nice, you know, variance or variety of setups on this T side, from slow defaulting to here and there, running a config entry B round or a Glaive running out A main round. But they haven't had success anything. That was just brute force, desperate, and double entry to do it. Afro, you know, CT opening on this map is very fun, but it didn't feel like he had it nearly enough or even had impact when it was in his hands. So to see him just crouch peek Glaive on the orb there and delete him is very, very nice. We remember Afro's activation towards the end of Dust 2, the quietest in the server, came in with 2 big 3K rounds on rifle rounds to shut Astralis out of their first map pick. was even Glaive AWPing there over Farley. I don't know if that was spawn-based, but he began in middle while Farley started B, and Glaive just gets destroyed on that first peak, even running and gunning config through donut smoke. I mean, Astralis weren't ready for that pace, but now they will be. A disrespect round like that really puts things back in check, forces early utility out of the CTs, make sure they can't get too comfortable at the start of the round. But it's unlikely you see that back to back to back for a team like Heat or for anyone on this map.
Yeah, you know, the pace change is like a really good trump card, you know, like in the same way that it worked for Astralis brilliantly when they switched up the pace. It's good, but you kind of only get to pull one or two of those punches throughout the T half of Ancient, right? If you try to run another one of these fast rounds, it starts to get predictable. Astralis start to get warmed up to that idea, so you're probably going to go back to something a little bit slower here. Right, trying to take this lane control.
Yeah, they missed all of those grenades. My God, that was a total disaster for Heat. They threw a molly on ramp, it missed. They threw a smoke on ramp on the molly, it also missed. And so they just smoked themselves off. One was already down anyway, but this only further delays their lane take. And now with Afro, you know, running, entering AWP like that, I wonder how he's going to be able to find impact in a slower round off this AWP. Farley has got his gun of choice back. Glaive has given it to him. And he'll be on A. Blame's the one taking B peaks, but yet to see them. They're getting closer, however. Don't get caught with nades out. Oh, Blame flashed out again, catching Lucky, and just low enough, but not in position to get traded. He sneaks back. Astralis have just left B. Completely empty. It's just Zip playing back of long. And hey, it's not a bad call because Heat are trying to poke their head into middle. Astralis could crunch them.
Oh, Glaive's now been spotted in red. Oh, dang. One's going to step up to the mark to try and deal with him, and it will be Body running them down. This is the bomb on the back of Exercise going to Donut. Oh, that's a lovely flick on a config. And can't quite follow up. Farley will even drop his teammate in the meantime. Glaive up close. It's a bit of damage dropping the bomb, but he's traded after one. Farley, 41 points of health. They know he was in temple. That molly forces a swing out of him, and he's got to reposition. Can't stop the bomb plant. Can't do anything about that. Heat now trying to deal with this AWP. They're right up in his face. They're right next to him. Farley just not giving them this fight. Body will get no scope, but lives to tell the tale. He's the one that got away. And Afro's there to help out in the meantime.
Oh, I felt like Farley did enough, man. He stalled so long trying to buy time for his teammates. 10 seconds on the plant for Body, and then he just goes on to destroy every rotate. Forget Farley up close. He's the one feeling the burn, feeling the pressure with that shotgun AWP. They just pick his teammates around him, and then Farley gets dropped by the AWP on the T side to close. Wow, that's a hell of a steal there out of Heat. Should not be winning that round, but some beautiful shooting from Exercise to entry config here, flicking, and it was fast indeed to Glaive in a one-and-done spot, blinded after the first. Just very nice shooting from Body. And Heat are keeping this one competitive. It's not my worry of, oh, will Heat be able to stand up on the T side? Will they be able to out-rotate Astralis? They've had some rush rounds. Defaults have been paying off, even with that being a 5-on-4 and untraded by Blame, who took full lane control, got a pick, got out. Astralis even left B. They had an early rotate. They knew what was going on. They still lose it.
Dude, this is wild, right? At 10-11, Astralis is still on the CT side. They're still favorites, but you've got to say that if Heat are able to win this map, then this is such a legit series win for them. This would be crazy. Oh, hang on a moment.
Oh, careful. This is the AWP.
Hang on a moment. The AWP's here. Caught ahead. Lucky, good for a double. And Afro's going to help out. So the danger is eliminated. And it should all now just kind of fall into place. Heat are going to tie this up at 11-11. But as I was saying, right, if they can win this in 2, this is legit as hell. Regardless of your thoughts on this Astralis squad and how it compares to the last one, whatever you want to say, whatever your opinion, you've got to admire that their Ancient is normally stellar, right? It is normally nigh on perfection, you know, out of this squad. And, you know, just ask G2. They kind of learned about that the hard way, right?
Yeah.
Getting dominated by Astralis here. Now, if Heat were able to pick this up and win it on Astralis' best map, on a map that they look so comfortable on, to 2-0 them, to make it to the major, to deny Astralis a major slot, I don't know, I'd be lost for words. It would actually be remarkable. Like, this is already one hell of a path that Heat are attempting to walk. And the only way it could get even better is with a 2-0 here.
Yeah, just to pick up on some of these wins that Astralis have had as well on this map, to contextualize their performances. It all started back at Kato. They had a 10-round T-side against Big. They closed it out. They went on a massive streak on this map at that event, dropping ends. Fnatic, G2, even took it on in Pro League, beating Furia, Heroic, Complexity. You know, their only recent losses are to players in Na'Vi, one of them dominant against Na'Vi, who were, you know, best in the world at the time. And yeah, these have been legit wins for Astralis. Even that extremely dominant T-side last night against G2 to make this a 3-map series. This is not going to be, you know, an undervalued win for Heat if they can do it, but they're only just beginning, Harry. Astralis getting started on another rifle round. Heat taking some damage on that cross. They had to smoke mollies. Astralis were doing the same. Blame wall-banging body through the wood. And that's how you want to start it. Config late smoke, but he will live. Can he survive longer? Glaive comes through over the top of Red to help him out. 2 picks for Astralis, set up for a round. This should be no way back for Heat.
Oh, hang on a moment. Config gives one over in middle. Still the aggro Blame over here. That molly means they don't need to clear right, and they're ready for a left side swing. Blame is gone. This was a 5v3. Oh, Heat now walking cave. Zip dead over a B ramp. Joko will get traded after the first, but Glaive is the lone B-side defender, and he's wiped off the slate. It's only Farley. Very far removed from the B site. Lucky is low.
Look at this.
Afro half health. The bomb going down. Over inside of B. Farley up through lane on this wrap round. The A1S is his friend here with these guys already tagged up. They've got one hell of a crossfire specifically centered around the cave. They're not even really considering this CT wrap. And so Farley, there should be no getting through this. There should be no chance. No matter how you try to slice it, once he swings, he is a dead man, and he doesn't even want to give it a go. Heat are now in the lead at 12-11 after turning around a 3v5.
That should not be happening. Incredible round out of Heat. Incredible. All beginning with this AWP flick from Afro. It's not like he's coming in, Harry, with some monstrous AWP game where he's coming in 3K'ing every round, but it feels like Afro is activating on this T-side. He started the T-side streak with that rush pick out A main onto Glaive. He closed the 2-on-1 on Temple as well. Now he closes this one, starts this one off in a 3-on-5 by picking a mid player, and Blame had to peek, man. He couldn't hide in that corner with right side getting mollied. You know Heat are about to clear left anyway. It's Blame trying to beat them to the punch, and it all just starts falling apart. Dejoko hits a blinder up in that B corner, and now it's Astralis' money on the rocks. They don't even have the util to stop this lane take. It's all the mollies coming out from Heat. They deny aggression towards Jag. A molly up ramp. Blame in the open, yet again, trying to use this 5-7 up close, could get this pick, and he does. Doesn't want to double down and get the gun, but meanwhile they sneak, they slink into B. It's empty right now. Glaive's tucked in on long. Dejoko, so many crossfires, so many angles to clear, and there's the first.
Oh man, this is a lovely bit of room. Like, getting up B is so hard, and this guy makes it look so easy. Just Farley who burns in the volley down in middle, and Heat, they're the ones on fire now. They're the ones turning this up. 13-11. They're getting hyped. They're believing that they could 2-0 Astralis. They could deny this legendary organization a spot at the major. What a fall from grace that would be.
Yeah, they got to keep their heads in it right now, because we're seeing Heat shout, you know, cup in hands over mouths, screaming over the wall. They're trying to get right in the head of Astralis. This game is not done, but Heat are trying to make it so. I did not think a 2-0 was what we had on our plate today. I don't think anyone did. Best of all, least of all, Astralis. Farley back on the AWP, playing float, rotating back red. Mid has been absent all round. Heat have not poked their head though. Flash up through the B lane, gets Zip off this angle. Blame, he's been successful on spams, but not this time. Heat are using a lot of util to keep him passive, and he's still fighting for this position. He doesn't want to go back to cave. He wants to go forth into the fight.
He's looking forward to these two here. Oh, he might just get melted. He has a teammate to try and back him up. Zip.
Nice.
We'll hold the line. That is so important out of Zipnix. Body cannot trade it. Exercise given room to go and take red. He's found a gap here. Has Exercise on his little jaunt up through middle. They've even dealt with Zip over in the cave. Now Mid is being held. Blame F here, but that's not going to make it any easier. Exercise now with a chance to make it by, but he will get cancelled out. Config holds the line. A missed shot for Farley as the pressure is building. This AWPer, this untested player brought to his knees. Config moving in, is sideswept from long. And so it's only Glaive left standing. 1v2. It's a very similar situation to the one we saw Farley in, right? A low HP body. Afro, the man with health. Double AWP. They're both looking to wield it. And Glaive, well, Farley didn't give this a go. Glaive has got experience. He's got tenure. This guy knows a thing or two about how to play these clutches, and he's going to show it now. Fires off. They know where he is. And Body's there to lock him out. 4 kills. 4 kills to find 14 now. 4 heat. They are running away on this T side. They are running away with this series. And for Astralis, it's all starting to dawn on them. Yeah. They didn't think it was possible. They didn't think this is how it would go. But they might not make it to the major in Antwerp.
It was G2 to take this team down yesterday, right? 2-1. Astralis fought tooth and nail. They put up a fight throughout the entire series. They dominated Ancient Harry. They went to overtime on Vertigo. And we said to ourselves, it's fine. They put up a good fight. G2, we expect to see them there in that legend spot. For Astralis, it was, yeah, they'll get another go. They'll get to play tomorrow. They'll come in as favorites. They'll win it. And now they are 2 rounds away from elimination in the RMR in this final matchup, the final placing. It's not just the new boys of G2 to do it to Astralis, it's the old boys as well. Lucky and Body back in a full French squad.
This is insanity.
And doing their nation proud.
To think as well that, like, Astralis, they had chances. They had so many chances. They were 2-0. They couldn't do it versus players, couldn't do it versus G2. Competitive in both of those series, and the most dominant one yet might come from this plucky underdog team that were Augurless for so long.
Yeah, if there's one thing we've already learned, Harry, is these Augurless teams pick them up, put them in their place, because Zip, he's going to get aggressive and at least shut down 2. Molly out, got to be careful. Afro traps him in the corner, but doesn't capitalize. Zip can still escape until Afro takes that angle back. Zip's calling for support. Moving in is Farley, trying to come down the ramp with another bit of util. Glaive's going to stop a mid lurker. Body can't do anything about this. It's looked back to middle. Farley's aggressed. Afro might just be giving them an AWP here. Quick shot. Can he escape? Oh, yes! Afro hits them both!
He shouldn't be winning that. Now he's low on health, but that's not going to deter him. Will get shut down by Config over at short. Body isn't able to trade it. Now finds himself all alone. He's got to try and clutch, where normally he's been the guy shutting these down. And Config will get the better of him. That is a damn good attempt, right? Another one of these 2vXs, this time a 2v4 that they almost find success in. God. I've got to say, as this is going on, it's clear that Farley is starting to feel the pressure, right? This guy was putting up crazy numbers on Dust. He had an all right start here on Ancient, nothing really to write home about, and we were hoping he could be that missing piece of the puzzle in these last few rounds. Couple of sitters getting missed, couple of shots that he would have hit earlier on in the series not going his way. Flashes over this A site now. Farley needs to hold the line. Blinded. Good for the first. Makes it a double. That's more like it. Give him the AWP. And look what he does. 3 in the round. And Farley not giving up without a fight. Forget I said a word. Look at him go. He's in with the ace.
That's not luck. That is skill. Quick shots for Farley. Solo on the site. No cover to hide behind by the box. And he puts up all 5. He try to go back to what worked earlier. The little A pop that would. But no space in this site. Only Farley. That is some beautiful shooting. This game's not done. Don't let underdogs get ahead of yourself when you hit 14 coming into a matchup like this. Astralis have got the tenure, like you say. They're not going to give up. They're not going to go down without a fight. And this game longs on. It's screaming 30 rounds, Harry. Off that eco win. That was the best chance. That was the only, not the only chance, but the best chance that this squad of Heat was going to have to close out the map. And it's Zip double down the ramp side to close out a 4-on-2. And now Farley's got the big green and he's putting it to use. Astralis were given a lifeline. They have hung on. And there's still more rounds to be played, but lose this now, Heat. Lose it without a bomb plant, and suddenly your favourite's no longer.
Oh, mate, at least that round is going to serve to get Farley pumped again, right? He's now right back, channeled in, believing all over again. For Heat, this is everything on the line. This is all the marbles, all the money. One of the last times they might find themselves in the lead. They can't keep the good times rolling in. Stacked up outside of B, it's pretty measured early on. Exercise trying to lurk through A. Hoping he can find a bit of a gap. These wallbangs from Blame just work to apply a bit of pressure. And keep these guys trapped down on the lane. Flash goes through, they're running at him, and they will get that trade at least. That's something to go off of. 4-on-4, you don't need to go fast yet. You can try make Astralis sweat, see what Exercise can get away with on this lurk.
A headshot angle is good for the AK at least. If Exercise can be pinpoint. Glaive behind the box, moving out of position. Exercise just sees him. He knows he's got a bit of room now to work with. His config, who's been donut all CT side long, having a great game as well. The rest of the team trying to punch out on B. Config sees Exercise and deals with him. Farley missed shot. That AWP rallies off. Dejoko moves up through the ramp, but Zip from range can pick him apart. Oh, it's a messy spray, but he gets it down. Bomb dropped. AWP as well as Lucky shoots him through the bloom of that smoke. Glaive is still here. Firing shots with Zip. Bomb plant is going to come in now for Heat, but Astralis have the numbers, and Config has great timing on a flank. Oh dear. Smoke shots for Glaive. Some things never change.
Yeah, rolling it back. Afro now, 1 versus 3, and still no idea where Config is in amidst all of this. Getting walked on through the cave. Afro. They're starting to piece together where he is. They're going to peek him close. Missed shot. And now they get even closer. Smoke down. That's a no-scope. They're on the bomb, though. He needs to move up. He needs to get them off of it. And there simply isn't time. Zip, he'll provide the overwatch. Astralis have tied this game up at 14 all.
Oh, are we screaming Nuke? Are we screaming Danes on a third map? Maybe. That's what Astralis are praying for right now. Heat maybe a bit ahead of themselves, still regretting dropping to that anti-force buy that should have and could have been the series, been the elimination. Instead, Heat were going to that third map a little bit shell-shocked. And they've got to play for overtime in this one. No shutting it out now. Fast out mid, Tech9's running right. Config not checked. Easy spray down, 3 kills. And that is exactly what Astralis needed.
Feels like it's all clicking into place, doesn't it? Only 1 man left, body's gone. And so Astralis reach 15 after all. For a moment there, for a brief moment, it looked like Astralis were in deep water, were in big danger, were about to be removed from the major.
Yeah, 6 rounds in a row on this T side.
Looking to turn it all around, aren't they? Looking to turn it all around. And for Heat, they're in a position that so many teams have found themselves in, where you've had your chances, you've had your opportunities, and now that threat of a third map looms in the back of your mind. You caught that Saw game, you know how heartbreaking these series can be. You know how 1 round could stick with you forever. And who knows, that little anti-eco that they fall down to, that could be Heat's.
Dear oh dear. So many teams. They want to get ahead of themselves at 14, and they will pay that price. Farley's AWP has come alive on the CT side. Deep B smoke, instant out of spawn, making sure this lane control does not come freely to Heat. Config, he has just been dominant in middle. Again, taking that space. Mollies are down in front of the smoke, so Heat will take some chip damage on their lead-up. Body, got to watch out. Config's got a gap in mid. They're running into B. They're not waiting around. This is a 5-on-5 execute into the B bomb site. No hesitation here for Heat, but maybe there should have been. Glaive has picked one off the mark. Zip follows up. Double kill on the trade. Not a 3v5 though. Not one Zip wants to give up. And this might just be map 3. It's 1 man and Config smoke walks to close it out.
Oh yes, Astralis, they're believing all over again. The 4 30 rounds is what it takes, but it does mean this series, this torch is carried forward onto Nuke as the 3rd and final map in this series. We end up in a middle ground, but one that this Astralis squad used to reign supreme on. They're going to have to roll back the years with guys like Glaive, Smokeshot, and with Zip being an integral part of round 30, the one that put Astralis up onto 16. Oh, I'm feeling all sorts of ways about this one.
Yeah.
And for Heat, you know, now it's kind of a question of mentality. Right now it's a question of bouncing back, building back stronger into a third map when you definitely had chances, when you had opportunities to steal it here on Ancient.
That is a nightmare map, Harry, a nightmare for Heat and for Astralis. I mean, it's not just the old boys, the old squad of the 5 classic Danes. It's a blame-perfect map. It's one Config's going to be unleashed on. It's looking very scary for Heat, and they've got to keep their mental in check if they want to try and shut out this series in 3. Otherwise, it's going to be Astralis going to the major as maybe they should have. They just got tested a little bit along the way, didn't they, James?
More than just a little bit, Hugo. That could have been absolute upset there for Astralis. And one thing, I saw them smiling at the end of that. I think they're big smiles of relief as well, because there was one moment in time there where you just thought, the Astralis are crumbling, they're buckled.
There were multiple moments in time where I was like, this is happening. I had my tweet ready to go, Prof. I had it. Astralis not making to the major for the first time, but they pull on through right at the end. Scripted, of course, everything's scripted, as we know. Shout out to Heat. I won't lie, I think they had a great start on Ancient. CD side able to go up to 6-0, but then just the way Astralis are able to bounce back, the T side is so annoying to play against. But the fact they went on that 6-round streak, they were 14-11, 2 rounds away. But then Astralis, they wake up right individually. Config getting so many crucial kills. Farlig with the ace, Zipex with a round of his own. But if I'm Astralis, I am taking a big, big sigh of relief right now.
Yeah, it comes also back to the T side for Astralis. Despite the bad start, they come back into it. Config was great in that one round, finding a triple entry. Then later on, some of these 2v2s, they also navigated successfully, something they didn't manage against the player squad when they lost. So that was a big part of it. Joko, we see, and Config on one and the other side both had great games. Blamef was really not there for Astralis, and on the CT side that was an issue. I feel like towards the B side towards the cave there, that was kind of being exploited in the Heat comeback. But Zipnik's actually stepping out, Farley with the ace. So the guys that we usually maybe don't have that much from, especially Zipnik's, right, stepping up on this map to ensure the third.
And we've got to talk about Config a lot here, right? Because there was this moment here where you're at this point 6-0, Config busts out, starting his headshots again, and this kind of reignited a chance, a bit of hope for Astralis after they were being bodied here by Heat.
The first 2 rounds Astralis won, the previous one we'll probably talk about a little bit more in detail, but look at the way it just popped in towards the B bomb side, the one-man berserker machine just running on in and popping heads. And here's the stats, right? Sure, overall he top fragged in a server for his side as well, almost a 1 kill per round. He was 15 and 10 with a 1.58 rating on the T side, and that is what he does best. And if that config, if we did not see this config here on the T side for Astralis, they're out. That was Heat running away with the win.
Definitely, and there's this. Oh, that was a nice moment as well.
we
Body was literally holding the angle. He felt he was there, and he just gets deleted by Config. And these are the rounds and the kills that he gets that open up everything essentially for Glaive and the company on the T side.
But it really felt right, like Config had to do all the heavy lifting in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can even talk about the first round they won, right? Your round number is 7, I believe it was. It was a messy affair. It was like a 3 versus 3. There was an early duel taking place towards mid. And you can see over here, Config already, look at how low he is. Slowly sneaking in towards the A bomb side. Now, I like what Heat are doing here. They're going to be concentrating towards Red Room, and they start to re-aggress towards mid. Now, the other 2 members of Astralis, they're like making a bit of a tentative execute towards the A bomb side, sorry, towards the B bomb side, and that forces Heat to kind of push on in. They're going to be going for the utility, and they're going to take a fight towards short. Now, it's going to be good trades here. Now, Farlig just legs it through T-spawn, and look at where Config is. Look at where he is. And how many rounds have Astralis won an Ancient with him in that very same position?
It's almost shocking that people don't expect him there. Of course, even if you expect him, you're probably going to lose the duel. It doesn't matter. But yeah, he gets into these CT spawn positions, and then when you can get as T into this position, Ancient's a completely different map than it is before that point. Before, it's like super CT-sided, the rotations are easy, you get into the site, it's very hard to isolate all of the angles, especially on the A bomb site, smokes, Molotovs, there's always a one-way, there's always something that the CTs can do to kind of disrupt your execute, you coming into the bomb site. But when you have that position, it's a completely different ballgame.
And it's just the way Config has won these 2 very contrasting rounds, right? We look at that round, how he's able to lurk in. He gets a kill at mid, low HP, lurks through all the way CD spawn, finds that great kill through the back. The next round, runs first in like a bull in a China shop, head first, 3 kills. Just the full package. The aggression, the smart passive lurk, the guy has everything.
He really does. But one thing, right, I touched on it when we went into Ancient. I was saying, okay, Heat, they can be fired up and ready now after such a good first game there. And it looked like that continued on. But now I might be worried on the other side. You spent so much energy. You knew how close you come. They cannot let this defeat them. They need to still keep that fight going for them because they really do have Astralis on the ropes.
To be honest, I think even going into this, we didn't give that big of a chance for Heat to win Ancient, actually. And I think they should be happy with how close it got, even though always, you know, coming close and then not making it can be a tough thing to deal with. I think they knew it would probably come down to Nuke, and they're pretty confident on Nuke winning 9 out of the last 10 games. Similar situation for Astralis, though. It's not the Astralis from 2018, 2019, when they had like 15, 17 nukes in a row won. It's not the same team, but they're still also pretty confident.
I think the only caveat here is, like, even though both of them have very good win percentages, and the fact that Heat have actually played way more nukes than Astralis, you got to look at the competition, right? They're playing teams like Entropic, Saw, Wusa Krakow, Falcons, I don't even know who they are, Forza, and Apex. No, I'm not dissing on any of these teams like Entropic and Saw. We've seen how much of a fight they can put up. But look at Astralis, they beat Na'Vi. They're taking on Complexity, so solid team as well. They've taken on Ego, MIBR, and then they finally lost to Fear in convincing fashion. So it's kind of like very evenly balanced, even though you would still be favoring Astralis in this map.
Certainly. Yeah, the opping is going to be interesting, but it's also BlameF and the outside area. Can he kind of disrupt the wall smokes and his classic position? Yeah, that's going to be a big part of it. Who is going to dominate the outside and who's going to manipulate the rotations better?
And we were talking about, right, Farley coming into this. We're talking about this AWP battle going on. At this point, I'm not even worried about what he's going to do. I feel like he's going to be able to hit this. It seems like he is thriving in the pressure right now.
Yeah, he's kind of coming to his own, right? You saw that the ace he got towards that A bomb side. Look, like, I know they were getting funneled out from the little bit of a choke point. He wasn't really getting much support, right? And he was hitting some nutty shots with the AWP. And that is a frolic they're going to be needing here. Like you said, towards Nuke, right? I don't want him to be just posted towards ramp or just posted towards outside. He's going to be proactive, try to poke and prod and make Heat feel uncomfortable. Because if he doesn't, look, if I'm Heat, the mindset they need to have right now is, guys, we made them bleed. They're struggling right now. We can close this out. The pressure right now, it's not on Heat. I mean, there is some pressure, obviously, you know, but it is 100% on Astralis.
Yeah, it's definitely pressure on Astralis. Haven't missed a major since this organization came together. 2016. Glaives, four-time major winner. On the other side, Lucky attended 2 majors ever in his career. 3 of these players never attended a major. Body's been around for a bit, right? There's definitely the pressure is on the Danish side.
Yeah.
However, I think Heat know, like as you said, they made him bleed. They almost got the win on Astralis is by far the best map, right? So that's a great thing to have in your pocket. Also touching just on Farlig, I think me and Maniac talking leading into this event and through the early games, how much is Farlig better than Lucky, the Danish Lucky? Early on, I know he is much better, but he wasn't showing it on the server. The way that they were playing didn't really match up to, you know, a big difference. And as we are continuing onward in this tournament, you can definitely see his impact just growing on the server and actually saving Astralis in some of these rounds.
Now, we didn't give much credit to what this side would be able to do on Heat, right, when it came to Ancient. But now you're talking there's a lot more even when we're looking at Nuke here. Do we think this is going to be maybe Heat able to take this over the line, be able to push over? Because arguably they'd be playing better right now than what we've seen from Astralis.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, heading into this matchup in the pre-game segment, we spoke about how the Heat, the teams have faced, haven't been of the caliber as what Astralis has faced, and that is what we have to work with, right? But heading into this matchup, Dust 2, the way they're able to shut things down on the CD side, caveat being Astralis T side was absolute garbage. But on Ancient, the fact that they were able to be tenacious, out-duel Astralis, and at times look even better than them in some of those rounds. And again, like I said, if some of those rounds from Config didn't quite transpire, if we didn't get that ace from Frolic, a huge clutch moment from Zipex, that's the game right there on Astralis' best map. So if I'm Heat right now, I'm believing. This is a comfort map for you. You've been tested by the best of Tier 2 in EU, which is pretty high caliber Counter-Strike. They should be feeling confident.
What do you think it's going to come down to, though? What's going to be the real catalyst here to make sure they can take it over the line? Because they still are the underdogs no matter what, but I just feel like actually Astralis is sweating. I feel like the nerves are even getting to them.
Yeah, definitely. I think BlameF has to show up. Ancient 12-20. I think that's if he continues with this form. If it's the pressure that's getting to him, then that is definitely not going to be enough for Astralis. I think he plays too big of a role on their Nuke for that kind of a performance to work out for them.
So who's taking the win, boys? Come on, give us the name.
I love the underdogs. I love Matthew as well. I'm sure Maniac's definitely rooting for Heat, but I have to side with logic. I still feel Astralis will get the win in the end.
I'll go with Heat.
Ooh, okay, we've got a split desk on it. We'll have to see how it goes down. It's Nuke that's coming up after the break. It's the decider between Astralis and Heat. And although Astralis may have been the favorites, that ancient game does show us some signs of worry and nerves. They may not make it to a major, but we'll find out after the break.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Takes the full 30 rounds, but Astralis do recover 16-14. They're able to lock that one in, and for a moment it looked like they were 2 rounds away from not making it to the major, which for this organization would have been a disaster. Farley and Config really going above and beyond to make that magic happen, and now we've gone the full distance. We're going to Nuke.
This is scary for Heat. They were screaming, Harry. They were getting loud when they hit about 14 rounds. They were drawing some aggro perhaps, but it was the boys under Glaive's helm to pull it back and shut it down finally, and Astralis come back. You can't get ahead of yourself, and now you, me, and all our little pot friends are going to be able to sit back and watch this third map of Nuke. I think we wanted this. We wanted the Danes to close it on Nuke. We want them at the major. The underdog story is fun, but I feel like a major without Astralis as an organization, as a banner, will be a big miss.
Well, you know, I mean, we still got the third map to be played. It is a bit of a Danish classic, but I think the biggest issue here, right, the biggest problem for Heat is knowing you were so close to making it. You were so close to doing what a lot of people had dubbed as impossible, and you fell short right at the final hurdle. This is very much a battle of the mental now, right? And on the other side of things, Astralis, this is a tenured team, a tenured squad. Farley, I guess you could say, is the least proven, but even then has a little bit of experience under his belt. And it's one that Astralis, I think, with all the pressure riding on this, with so much now being invested in just one map of Counter-Strike, in terms of the mental, they've got to be feeling better. Let's see, though, Heat with a T-side start, leaning outside early. Maybe in this little break, they've been able to get pumped all over again, and are looking to do it in 3.
Oh, a little outside play. Don't often see this on a pistol, right? USP is definitely going to dominate the yard, but we've got a P250 leading for Afro, looking for those taps at range. Got a couple of angles here. Blame and Glaive trying to take fights. He beats the smoke. Glaive moves outside behind the blue boxes, and there's 3 CTs fighting. Instant goosh onto Afro, but it's lucky to take the first blood. Dejoko trying to play with him at ramp. It's going to open up a big rotation for Astralis, but this is a bit of a fake out. Exercise is cleared upper. The bomb is B, but will it come up the vent? Seems like it. Glaive falling in.
No.
Doesn't even make it to the ground alive, and now he can get the plant.
Astralis 3v5 shouldn't even be a way back in. If they manage to craft one, it will be something else. Stacked up. Ready to pull up and do some damage as config on this USP, but with time already having ticked away from them. It's looking rough, looking undoable. Heat aren't overextending, and they've even got a guy wrapping hell, so should be a done deal. Blame F on the main play. Even though he gets one, it's probably the end of the line, and Heat now looking to run away with this pistol. Nothing that Blame F can do here. They're hounding him down, and he will take everyone to the grave, but it's still a Heat round.
Yeah, nice fake out there. They're playing both sides at the same time, right? Obviously getting down Secret with that opening kill. And I think a lot of the info comes from Joko on ramp. He sees that double setup for Astralis. He knows their point of rotation. They instantly fall down. He hears them from radio. And then Heat with one man walking out upper just calls that rotate back. And they fly up vent to win the round. So nice stuff. This is going to be a game of cooling mid-rounds, right? Of who's going to be slipping in fakes, who's going to be outbraining the other. And, you know, while we obviously hold Glaive very highly in that regard, with some, you know, assistance from Blame as well, Heat, they've already surprised, they've already impressed. So nothing is off limits here. Shotgun in Heart lucky is very lucky to not have pushed forward and walked into it. I like an auto. Config getting cheeky. Already leaving the lobby to go back late outside for smokes. Delaying it in case of pushes in yard or a nade setup. They'll be lining up a wall now. Say that, they've only got 2 smokes left, so it won't be much of a wall. They need someone else to drop one. Joker picks it up and will probably just right-click it on the fly, it seems.
Smoke's now landing. They try to make it down. That's a lot of damage out of Blame F on the smoke spam. Oh, he's going to get one. Ouch. That was guaranteed. Exercise on the receiving end as he tries to cross back. The man who was tagged the lowest going to get brought to his knees now. Double setup down lower. Astralis looking to bring the heat right away. In this force round, Farley going to drop one more from play.
Ouch.
The auto shotgun in Heart is deceptively overpowered. It's incredibly strong. Flashing towards the site. Zip dead. However, they're getting fast wrapped by Glaive. With just body left standing, he might leave this body bagged. Blame F to find him with a double. And Astralis steal it back right away with the force. Dude, the auto shot Ian Hart, I genuinely think it's like it ludicrously strong. Yeah. The only way that you're going to falter is either by utility, like getting nade stack, getting naded, or if you kind of give into your own temptation to go pushing. That's like literally how you lose that. If you just hold like Config did, there's very little that someone swinging that can actually do.
Yeah, and these rounds are the roughest, right? When you lose second and you put down on pistol armor, $1,400, nothing. Rapid flash, but Zip is nice and passive, and Farley from range should have been good for 2. Exercise instead taps him with no helmet. It's easy. Luckily enough, that other ramp player makes it down to be safe, and Config is even ready to help out, but Zip says he's fine. Config stays in the vent to enable that rotation back upper, and Heat looks like they are going for B very late. They've got one smoke to lob in one of these doorways. Zip trying to get anchored down at the back of the bomb site. Config falls back down the vent to join him, and Zip just trying to buy time. That smoke falls very short. It bounces on the lip of the plant spot. Lucky gets the entry, but Config's actually using the smoke to his advantage. Will they be ready for this play? He's hiding inside, trying to deny any bomb plant that he attempt. Body is stuck on him right now. He realizes, surely he realizes Config wins a fight. That's a clean burst, and he even follows up to the bomb above him. Afro trades, but how the hell do you get this package out of the rafters?
Someone's going to have to make a move. Someone's going to have to go get that. Oh, never mind. Afro's digged out. Blame F. And now it is just Glaive 1 versus 2. Through the vents, looking for a way back in, but he's got to get past the Tech-9, and then he's got to win another fight. Glaive doesn't even look ready for a fight on the right-hand side, and so that swing, now giving the info over at least. They still haven't got the bomb. They're still so psyched out. Like, the bomb is very out of position here. They will send Afro to go get it. Gonna get his hands back on it. Now dropping into the site. There's a temporary 1v1 for Glaive. But as he goes running in, tries to disrupt that bomb plant with the util. It gives over that engagement that Exercise was looking for. That is a force buy win from Heat. And now the force buy wars are on. Gonna keep this one going till someone wins 2 in a row.
Can't believe Heat win that with Config making this play, right? Like, what a big ball play to just move inside of the smoke. Body didn't even realize, like, man, this smoke is lasting for ages. I can't walk through it. And double up, bomb drop. Glaive doing everything he can to change position, keep it fresh, but Heat will force it out. Astralis, they don't even have a shotgun in the hut now. Desperate times. Farley, a temporary gap, and he shoots between 2. Heat will be able to cross. There's a spot for Blame. You know, this guy in Complexity was a beast outside. He's going to have to fight Glaive for that position here. Crossing down Secret now. Heat will make it with the bulk of this T side. Just Lucky left lurking. Body provides their escape route. Make sure no one's flanking. And right now there's no vent rotate. Just Zip already posted inside of B. Oh, this gamble for Astralis might pay off.
Oh, Config, this is a dream position, especially with so many teammates to draw attention away, but Afro's just dealt with him immediately. He's swinging out from behind the silo. Ooh. Zip's fallen as well. Farley, while he has dropped the bomb, goes back in for more and is immediately punished. Blame F stuck under. Will get buried by Body. Only Glaive again. And even though he finds Lucky coming down, the ladder is a bit of a chance kill there. What on earth can you expect him to do?
Save.
Might be the best and only option available to the man at the helm of Astralis. Glaive doesn't want to give them the respect, doesn't want to give them the round. So he still looks interested. Body's giving him a peek here, but somehow manages to get away. If Glaive had gotten that, maybe we see him attempt this round. Might still look to keep players near the bomb to do damage, to bring a couple of bodies out of the round. Manages that 1 frag, even going back for more. He's still going to be fine to get away from the bomb. But Heat winning 2 in a row, 3-1 up now. And an eco to follow from Astralis.
Yeah, Glaive knows the damage, the importance of damage, right? The economy being kept low for Heat. And, you know, the difference between surviving a round with 2 players and 3 players, it matters a hell of a lot in terms of making or losing money in the round. So, yeah, you know, nice exit for Glaive. Will keep things under question, but it still has to be the eco for Astralis. With 2 in a row for Heat, off the back of that $1,400 pistol win. They're laughing right now. This is going to give them a great beginning to their T side. Volleying the choke points, making sure Astralis don't rush and Glaive outside, looking for this silo pick, does some damage. Lucky got down the vent. Nice drop. Question is, are Astralis aware? Config seems to be on the hunt right now. Oh, he spotted him. Bit of info. Lucky doesn't know as well, so Config has great chance here to get a double dink off. There it is. Beautiful execution. Now 2 guns in a round that should be unwinnable.
Glaive, gets the info. Oh, it doesn't go both ways. He's good for that opener. Still fighting and still doing damage. Glaive, a monster down here in secret. Maybe scares Heat out of the outside play. It's all they're really left with here. They've given up lobby a long time ago. They don't have the info, so their hands are tied. They've got to keep fighting forwards, and fighting forwards leaves you in the prying eyes of Config. They are going to get past him, but a USP from Zip has reclaimed that kill. Astralis, this was pistols around a hero, Galil, and they might be onto a winner. These forced by wars, which they shouldn't even be called at this scoreline, might still be on. Glaive trying to close the gap. Oh, he might hit this timing. They just look away, and it's the tag. He won't commit to the full kill. Doesn't want to throw away the Galil. Not the hill to die on, especially with so many bodies still in A. Blame's going to hold the line. And for Heat, this is a round that will sail past them. Joko trying to take as many out of the round with him as he can. But ultimately, it's an Astralis round at the end of the day. They do it with USPs and Glaive's Galil. That's all they had.
Dude, Glaive,
they're on to a second.
Glaive does like 300 damage in that round with a save, Harry. 300. He thinks 2 players that his teammates finish off, and he even finds that first kill outside, as well as Config dropping the vent rotate. What a mess. When you think finally Heat should be able to start running away with things, we draw eyes back to the damage Glaive even got in the previous round. Look at what it's done to them. They didn't save guns. They're down to pistols again. Nothing is as certain right now, as ecos have been won on either team to begin this game. Fighting for every single round, even with the odds against you. But you'd like to think Astralis, this is where now they shut down the force buy. They're setting up for an A play. We've got a backside molly and a double flash available for Afro. Body's going to give him another Molotov, so a couple of lineups here from the top of roof.
Astralis have got the read, though, right? They've gone very, very lax towards outside. They've got contact points still in heaven and main, guys who can watch it, but everyone is within a vicinity of this A play. They were expecting this. Heat have likely been outread and are going to struggle to find a way in. Breaking past the brain of Glaive is easier said than done at moments like this. And Config, lost in the lobby, holding it down, is just denying this man on T-Roof, joining up with the bomb in the A play, and so Afro is left high and dry, alone in the 1v4. Astralis don't need to come hunting. They don't need to go looking for him. They've already won the round. And with it, the force by wars now go their way.
Yeah, as good as the utility even would be on the roof for Heat, it's just so many people dedicated to throwing nades as well. So if you don't get that first entry, snowball's out of control, and we barely see Heat get a grip on that round. Astralis, they move out of those dangerous positions. They're getting mollied, sitting in the middle of the open, multi-killing, and Heat just get cleaned up on the A-bomb site. Relegated to roof with 2 men. No problem for Astralis to stop that one. And like you said, read well. Ancient maybe knew that people may not have the depth to know what to do when things are going wrong, but there's no question about Astralis' Nuke, or even just the individuals on this team, on this map. Farley, he really showed off last time on Ancient as well. Can't wait till we have the money established to get him an AWP. Just staying on rifles now, knowing the eco's in play, not wanting to give an AWP over to a conglomerate of pistols running him down. They're coming in from silo, but Blame's moving up outside, and Farley's going to get this early spot. Easy kills for him as they poke their heads out top silo. Blame farms as well. And you want to keep 5 alive. Blame will even make sure that that happens as Config swings in for more. And that's a nice 5 alive round for Astralis to keep the lead.
I've got to say, man, you know, Glaive is feeling really, really switched on with the cooling. Like, both these rounds have had perfect setups now to deny the Heat game plan, right? In the A play, no one playing outside. You had Heaven, you had Main, that was it. They were there to respond to an outside play in the event that it came in, but they had faith that Glaive was right to stack, lean heavy in towards A to deny that A push there. When it's outside, they have a guy down secret, they have a guy garage, they have Blame challenging Main, they have a second Main player to help out. These are exceptionally good reads. You would expect nothing less out of Glaive, but it certainly sets a bit of a worrying precedent. Heat, they probably need a round pretty quickish, right? They want to try and have a bit of a response here to what Astralis are bringing. That molly separates the push, gives Config these 2 1v1s. Heat can't get in. They're smoked off. They're denied this presence in towards A that they were looking for. And they're going to try and go back to ramp where Zip sits waiting. Ooh, waits patiently. Lucky will open up on a Farley out on A. Zip hears them coming and deals with the first man in. Oh, and the second. You're not getting into ramp. And if Lucky even tries, Config's got his name, got his number, holding from the hut, and we'll lock that in.
That's all Blame as well to begin it. Config frags out, but as Heat throw an instant smoke wall to start the round, Blame does what he does best, and he just runs through it, Harry. He has no flash, he just swings the smoke, he clears behind red, and he tells his entire team, yo, these are fake. Watch out on your ramp, watch out on your A, and that's why Astralis not only destroy on the A play, but Heat hoped that, okay, after we go ramp in that 2-on-4, maybe we've pulled the ramp player back to CT, or we've sent him down B. No, Zip is so tucked in that those flashes deep on ramp do absolutely nothing because Blame called it was fake. Everyone was alert, everyone was still holding their spots, committed, and he didn't need to rotate because that A anchor work was so clean with 3 CTs still on top site. Pause for Heat. They feel like they're already being outread. They feel like these A plays are so obvious right now, and they're not getting a single entry off the back of them. Committing with that outside play might be their best bet. But again, you're back to pistols. Wouldn't turn your nose up at a fast ramp. 2 mollies only suggests this this top hit again. Or trying to get someone down the vent. The hot roof molly. They've done it before successfully. Lucky is running door side, but that Molotov will deny it. He's got to wait. Smokes it out, still gives it a go. And he actually does make it, but his team crunch ramp. Good flash behind the smoke. Zip never gets a warning, but he doesn't need one. 2 kills off the AK. Gun is gifted to Afro. Got to put it to use now because Config's shutting the net. Oh!
Body's going to catch him. It's going to still get weird. However, Glaive, it's a nice response, right? Blame, like lurking in through outside. It's a big push. He's going to start to creep in right as Body leaves the angle. Afro now, 1v3. A lot to do, and most of the map is a big grey area. Doesn't know where this third man is, doesn't know where Farley's AWP currently resides. Don't really know where Glaive's gotten to down here in B. You know he's around, but the big question is where. Gonna face him right away, and Glaive wins that one flawlessly. Astralis on fire now. Really starting to pick up momentum on this CT side. And this, it's given me a bit of faith in Astralis. It really is. You know, one of the kind of things that this squad of old is I could get them to these very important games and kind of no matter what you were able to get away with early on, by the end of it, they'd be able to blow you out the water, right? They would come in dominantly into whatever last maps used to crop up.
Yeah, often be like an Inferno or a Nuke Decider, and these are the bread and butter of Astralis, a map that they streaked on for 30-ish games.
Kind of the polar opposite of like an Outsiders who long it out, right, who take you the distance in the third map. These guys are trying to set speed records. Gonna need one hell of a response for Heat. Body is at least open this round up. An early man advantage that goes untraded with no chance to bring that one back.
And they beg that A is weak. They pray that someone has had to fill the void, that Blame is left outside with that pick, and they are setting up for a top hit right now. Smoke going over. Farley's on top garage. Very ballsy. There were numbers here, but now, for a moment, it's only Glaive. Config's rotated down the vent. If there were ever going to be an A play successfully, this would be it, but Zip has gambled and left ramp open. He's going to reinforce the A site through heaven. It's a well-timed rotation, as again, Astralis seem to have the read, but they're doubting themselves. Zip going back. Glaive is committed to the back of the bomb site. The molly has stopped this hut rush, so Heat have to do it in the mid-round. They have to run into this AWP.
Farley. How will he get out of this one? Dropping down. They do let him get away. They're trying to give chase, but Zip here on that rotate out of heaven. These CT rotations are so quick, they're so clean, they're so vintage Astralis. Just when you think you've got an advantage, they're so quick to clasp down upon you. Zip might have missed that timing. He might be stuck here. They're going to take a lot of time dealing with him. Zip just doesn't have to give them this fight. Will swing it and drops the bomb. If Afro dies, there's no winning the round. Zip has stolen it away from CT.
Dude, everyone's looking so sharp right now. Like Glaive's hitting, numerous headshots across these last couple of maps. Config needs no introduction. We saw Farley shut down the end of the map on A Ancient. Everyone is performing for Astralis right now. No one is going cold and quiet in this final map. And the fact that Zip not only buys all that time, but then even double kills, killing the bomb, and any hope of Heat winning that round is immense. 7 CT rounds, and they're only getting warmed up. He can't find a gap, man. The only rounds they have are this early game where we have 4 spies go back and forth, and ever since Astralis won that full eco, they have streaked together round after round, 6 in a row. No signs of slowing down. And even this money is kaput for Heat. Getting scary. Is that speed run here, Harry? It's not any win percent. Astralis want 100. They want to shut it out. They want to go to the major. And this is their chance to do it.
I mean, Heat might be frozen out, but Clave's brain snowballs the longer that he finds success, right? He's feeling like he has got the read because he has. The cooling's been sublime on this CT side. And it's making Heat feel so restricted. It feels like wherever they go, they're running into numbers, they're getting shut out by utility, the gaps that they're leaving are getting exploited, are getting found. Think about some of this harassment from Blame F outside with the aggro. Once again, they try to go back out, but look at this setup, man. There's 3 players that can, in the blink of an eye, respond to an outside play. You had the AWP of Farley, you've got Blame here, and then you've also got Config playing this like doubled vent setup. Zip even in heaven, like everyone is outside. You're trying to go out and you're being fought by 4 different players. You managed to get down with 2, but oh, guess who's here? Config, that guy who was in main, has now dropped the ladder, dropped the vent, and is ready to shut down the B play. This is just perfection out of Astralis. And I mean, they're learning the hard way just how good this team was in its prime. It feels like a kind of prime Glaive cooling right now.
Yeah. And everyone's just flowing. I doubt there's even that much micro going on, to be honest, on Astralis. Everyone seems to know their spots really, really well. The protocols are in place. And this is kind of what we saw on Ancient in the sense of like, yeah, Heat, they've got a lot of maps played here. They've got a lot of experience. They've got great win percentage, but they've never faced this level of opposition on LAN in a 2-2 game for a major qualification for the final spot. It's all these points of pressure that Astralis have done so many times and something Heat have never even had to experience. Now, that's a great spam for Lucky, somewhat assisted by Blame shooting Glaive and slowing him
Blame
down.
did just kind of kill him a little bit by slowing down the vent drop.
But maybe he can make up for it, Harry, or maybe he can't.
Okay. Well, look, sometimes all you need is 1 round to find a way back in, right? In these last few where it's just been getting utterly dictated to you by the opponent, you're feeling the pressure, you're feeling emotions. You know, we see players at the end of these games where it comes down to whether or not you make the major or you go home, they will be in tears. And for a squad like Heat going from, double pony to this team, from relative obscurity to now, they're really feeling the pressure, the emotions. It's all very overwhelming, but this is where they can find that 1 round to try and get them back in it.
Config was T-Roof, and now he's already down Secret, and that's because he realizes when he drops out of T-Roof, no one trades him, no one re-peeks him in lobby. That's so much info for Astralis just by seeing no one that he can call they're all down Secret. They try come back up, and Farley flicks 2. Dangerous strikes at the worst time. In a 3-on-5, Astralis are coming alive.
I mean, look at how scared Heat are. Like, they're feeling this round getting out of control. They don't like it. They're starting to doubt everything. They tried to go down B. They tried to make the outside cross happen. They didn't like what they saw down towards B. And going back up A has not served them well. If they weren't in their heads before, they might be at the end of this one. As a 3-on-5 looks to fall apart. Afro all alone. Both players here for Astralis. He's not fooled them. And a missed shot sees Zip close that out. Astralis up onto 9. Still streaking these rounds together. That's 8 in a row now. This is getting out of hand. Heat need attack pause. They need to calm down. They have so much running through their minds right now, and a small part of it must just be, we should have closed this out on Ancient. You're worried that chance has slipped by, and that was the only chance you're going to get.
Yeah, with a game like this, that so much is true. It feels like the only chance. They can't get the ball rolling. They can't get a foot right. Config, ooh, very scary on that vent cross, but he will live. He is just freaking out right now, hitting some insane shots, and Farley is no exception. Style on these AWP flicks. Headshot onto the silo. The top man of this entire tournament for Heat in Joko is dead first. 3-13, silent to close the series. There's always a way back in. It's Counter-Strike. A game is never done. But in terms of being one-sided, this is the most this series has felt like one team is controlling the game. Ooh. On AK, Body's got to be that hero. And Config's pushing smokes. He doesn't respect you. He does not care.
Not again. Body and Config did this down on the B site. This was how like everything got disrupted earlier on. Config's bodying them in with a triple. He tears them down on the door smoke push. And it's only Afro now. What little glimmer of hope there was once is quickly blown out by Config. Glaive goes swinging, looking to win this, looking to send a bit of a statement, and he will churn Afro up. And man, I mean, you can't even put it into words. This is so dominant. Anything that Heat have tried is just disrupted, is completely ruined by Astralis. You can tell that Config's being given room, right? We really learned over time just how kind of feelings-based some of the Astralis calls have been in the past. And it's clear that right now they're saying, Config, look, man, you can take space. We're getting these openers. That's giving them the freedom to have Config play this aggressive style. And he's got such a good read individually on what he needs to do to make these moments happen, to get in the heads of Heat. I don't know how you turn this around, or if you even can.
Yeah, Config's ADR is as easy as 1, 2, 3 right now. That's what he's sitting on. This guy is just getting so involved in every round, even when it's not multi-kills, it's information, it's denying space down on B. Heat run these smokes, they run into him lower. They work outside, he's up on T roof. There is nowhere open, nowhere empty. This A-site attempt again. They're close to the hut, but Config's got a molly primed. He sees the jiggle, and he throws it out. They've got to run through the burn, and Config delivers the treatment. It's painful. Bomb in the middle of the site, and that's a flick for Farley. Fast fingers on this guy. And back up the vent from B is Zip. Miss molly, but it won't matter. 4 on 2, and they have the package inbound in their ground. Heat have no way of turning this one on its head.
I mean, going for this fast A play at this scoreline does just scream desperation. None of these fast A pops have worked. You've been repelled every single time, and it's what you're going for with your last buy at the end of the half. Like, that is just brutal, that this is all they feel like they have left.
Yeah.
Blame's even there to drive the knife in the back of Body on this wraparound, deals with him. And at this point, you know, 12-3 is looking as good as done. There really shouldn't be a way back in for Heat here.
Oh, he saw a barrel. Wow. Tiny detail, but enough for Farley to find that kill. Just running through the main smoke with an orb. Like, what an audacious play. It's a sign of the times. Astralis are feeling invincible right now. They want a 12-3. Like you said, speed running the third map of this series after a long fought out couple of maps so far. A 16-14 on Ancient, losing after a 10-5 lead on Dust 2 with an empty T side. And I don't expect an empty T side on this map. Smoke's coming from Silo. They know there's someone up there. Farley, no AWP, no need. Holding on. There's players crossed. That's good for Body. No one has a clue about this. Config, first time he's not been in secret as this B play comes in. And because Farley was over the smokes, he feels like this position is empty. This is the one thing he have had.
But here's kind of the wild part, right? Like, firstly, Heat are doubting every bit of room they're being given as to this idea of it being Astralis, like giving them enough rope to hang themselves, as it were, right? Like, Body is super nervous as he plays down B here. As far as he's concerned, they probably have an idea that he's in this position, so he might struggle to find the impact. Meanwhile, they're throwing flashes into this A side. Like, Joko missing that jump across. This is all a sign of the times. This is all pressure and mounting for Heat, and it's only getting worse. Now, Joko's at least kept this in a 4-on-4, and Body is still down on this B site, really taking his time, trying to milk this for all it's worth. Joko under hell. What does he want to do with this? Could wrap Zip. Zip is tunnel visioned in on ramp. Astralis is starting to re-aggro lobby, but they have lost this ramp control, and with Body already down on B, they're going to have a bit of a rotation down towards him. Missed shot for Farley. If he win this, that might re-energize them going into the CT side. That would be massive. Just a little pick-me-up before moving into that second half, before moving on to the CT side. And Astralis, these T sides, they have kind of been, at times, the weaker point here for this squad. If there was going to be a way back in, you're going to have to rely on, you know, that one round there, finally feeling like you were able to outmaneuver the opponent, get a fourth, win a pistol. Suddenly, who knows, you can close this gap.
I mean, look at those numbers. Yeah, I feel like I think Blame crashed in that round. There was some typing going on. I think they wanted, and then he got cleared in main, and he didn't even react. He didn't even click. He didn't turn. He didn't do anything. He just got hard cleared by Joko after he dropped Loud out of main. So I feel like Blame crashed, but at the time I heard the typing, damage was already done. So I you know, we'll wait to see what happens here. But I'm assuming that round counts. Ultimately, the damage was done to the T's anyway. So we'll see what happens here moving in. Ultimately, bit rough, but Astralis aren't going to be complaining. 3 out of the first 4 in that start of the game, and it felt like, you know, we were going to have a competitive map, and then it takes them a whole 10 more rounds to even get one at the end. Trying to keep spirits high, but how the hell do you put on a brave face when Astralis are doing you like this?
Once again, you know, full armchair psychologist coming out, but even the fact that when you wave at the camera, you do a sad face probably doesn't scream confidence, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely feels like there's probably some discussion going on about that last round with what looked like a crash, and Blame was out of the server by the end of the half, so we'll have more information for you shortly, but hey, man, I just say just give them the round at this point. They earned it. Like, they need something. They need anything, because this is a reckoning from Astralis. However you paint it, Harry. Use crayons for all I care. It's a work of art.
I mean, dude, the thing with series like this, and it's kind of the same as, you know, like that Outsiders Saw one. It's like when you're in a game that is this important, when you've had chances to actually secure that spot at the major, you know, to achieve what for some of these guys is like a life goal, an ambition that they've been aiming towards for years.
Yeah.
And you have that opportunity, and you watch as it just sails past. Like, that's soul-crushing. It really is. And you can't underestimate the impact that that's going to have on your gameplay. Even if you don't admit it in the moment. Even if coming into Nuke, you know, you're telling yourself, all right, brush it all down, we're going to win this map. It's still going to be there, eating away in the back of your mind, that there were chances, there were opportunities. They're only going to make it hurt more.
Yeah, especially at this level, like, everyone is so hyper-competitive. There's no one who's okay with mediocrity, okay with losing, can put on a brave face, but yeah, just, I really thought they had it, man. I really thought they were going to shut down Ancient by the end. And what a reality check to come into a famed Astralis map, to close the series, to get dealt such a dominant half.
I mean, I've got to say, like, on the flip side, it's been a treat to watch Astralis looking this good in a 3-map series of this importance. I genuinely believe the cooling has just been damn near flawless, right? And it's gotten to the point where it was obvious that Heat are in their own heads, feeling like they just can't set a foot right, they can't win a round. And that is a product of how good this cooling has been from Glaive. As mentioned, if you went A, you were fighting like 3-4 players on the A site. If you went outside, you were fighting 3 players out, and a guy already down secret.
Think about how fast configs rotates were in pretty much every single round, right? Like dropping vent, going up T-roof, getting info, going back down B. Every time we had a smoke wall, if it wasn't, you know, all this smoke spam killing or Blame going through and clearing it on the 1 or 2 fake rounds they had, it would be config not letting you get any control lower. The only rounds we had, you know, Heat on the B bomb site were the first couple of rounds where, you know, pistol rushing and one smoke walk outside. Past that point, they didn't even make it down secret.
No, exactly. And And that's why we started to see these like desperation A plays coming out towards the end of the half. Because at that point, what you're kind of realizing is, okay, we're getting outmaneuvered. We can't actually find these opening kills. And so we're going to go to the only site that you can just exec onto out of spawn with all of our set pieces, with all of our util. Maybe if we do that and we do that well, that's our way in. And it wasn't. It was repelled every single time. To actually make it to B, you need to get past this triple or sometimes quad outside hold. You need to get past the barrage utility, the harassment from Blame F.
Sorry, Convict's just pranking, Harry. Pranking hard. But yeah, I mean, compare the vibe check. You know, you can bring out all your armchair psychology in this pause right now. Astralis is joking around, flipping the bird. But on the other side, focus faces and that realization that your run here might be over despite some really good performances from, like you said, a team that has been orgless for so long to finally get picked up, deserving of that mantle, and then to just get dealt like this. It's a reality check. And with multi-time major winners on the other side, it's nothing to feel bad about, but that's easy for me to say from this seat where I don't have everything on the line like Heat do. Months of preparation, years of gameplay, peaking once again for players like Body and Lucky, and then just being flung back into the abyss of online Counter-Strike. Refreshing with their notes and prep for whatever the Pistols got in store. If you just joined us, it's an 11-4 half right now. And we're in a bit of a tech timeout as we swap sides. Astralis going to their T half, which, yeah, has been trepidatious at times in this tournament. But ultimately, at this kind of scoreline, with every player firing off, I feel like all it's going to take is you just send Config into any area of the map and he's going to go crazy.
Yeah, you know, I mean, there's like a few kind of variables here at play that like could play into this, right? Obviously, Astralis have just been sat here for a minute. Maybe that makes someone go cold, but I really don't think it does with the experience these guys have. For Heat, maybe the pause has given them a moment of focus, or it could be the complete polar opposite, and they've all had to sit here thinking, oh my God, it's really over, isn't it? And they can't even talk to each other. They can't even really reassure each other right now. You are left with just your thoughts, and in a third map at 4-11, those thoughts can destroy you.
Yeah, and let's talk Farley for a moment as well, because obviously this is the latest change for Astralis, having Lucky left his team on the bench now, and you know, warming Bubsky's seat and Farley coming in. Right now, beginning this map, he's the top-rated player of the entire BO3 so far, 49 and 33, in line with Joko on the other side, but considerably less deaths, higher rating, and lower ADR. But like, this guy has been nailing fools to walls all game today. Had an incredible ace up against a desperate A rush towards the end of Ancient that completely changed the pace of this game.
Yeah,
and he's been solid here on Nuke as well.
You can very much look at Farley. I would say Farley and Config as the reasons the Ancient got turned around.
Yeah.
Right. Like. And you know, for you to be saying that, like, Config, it shouldn't come as a surprise. This guy's been a top player within Denmark for the longest of time now. Feels like as well, like, really matured as an individual, obviously. For Farley, far less proven, far more on the line for the guy. But able to relish in the opportunities, and I think Astralis owe him a lot already. And I mean, what a trade-up. Let's be real, right? With Lucky now out and Farley in, I think it's given just a much-needed boost to this Astralis squad. It felt like games too often came down to, you know, Config having to go big, or Blame having to go big, or maybe Glaive gives you one of those games where he's like nailing openers. But it always took someone having to deliver some spectacular performance. Lucky was always a very kind of middle-of-the-pack player. And I have no doubt that if given time, he could have gotten better. He could have gotten better. But Astralis don't have time. They don't have time to kind of mull over this one. They needed someone who could come in and immediately be that superstar, be that big-time player, someone who feasibly could be a device.
Yeah.
And Farley, I would argue, fits that bill through and through.
Yeah, and now that we don't have time to wait either, Harry, we're getting into that second half. That round goes down for Heat. They pick up a fourth right at the end, and Astralis now chatting it away to pick up this T-side pistol. What do we have in store? Psych, you thought, so did I. But it's one more restart, and then we're back in. Spawns reset. And Astralis... it looked like we're getting in. Players were chatting, so the tech did end, but...
yeah, everyone had too much money.
16k pistol, you don't like that?
Don't know if you saw that, but yeah, everyone just bought full nades on Astralis with like armor behind it, and it's like, oh, sick, good pistol.
I'll have the Deagle armor full util belt, please.
The Deagle armor Arabiata, please.
Yes, actually, yeah. You'll need a tray. But no matter how hot the food is, Astralis, they are ready to ravage it, Harry. They're ready to chow down on this T side, and I can't wait to see it. Zip smile, I remember.
Yeah, man, and also I want to say, Zip hasn't really been that good in Astralis for the longest time, but my goodness, you know, I think he's really stepped up in this game. I think he's really risen to the occasion, and it's great to see him smiling again, just looking like he's getting on with the guys, feeling like his mind's in it.
Yeah, he was super solid at ramp on the CT side as well. Never like getting picked with nothing. He was always tucked into that close right corner, and I feel like he never got cleared other than the round where Joker flanked Heaven to close out the half. Like really, really solid anchoring, doubling up or going 1-for-1 or dropping. You know, just a nice ramp hold. They felt like there was no gap for Heat. We already talked about how they couldn't get outside. The A side was solid, and then when you can't even say, oh yeah, let's just take ramp instead, when you don't have that third option, we could see the trouble that he was experiencing in getting any footing on the T side. It's a restart-a-thon, Harry. But one day, this game will continue.
Yeah, me, man. We're blessed with tech pauses.
We love a tech pause.
In important games.
At least it's at halftime, you know?
Yeah, and at least there's a good bit to talk about. I do remember back at Katowice where we got our...
Trial by fire.
Our back-to-back tech pauses. Oh. Yeah, that was good. Practicing stand-up to an arena full of folks was interesting. But luckily enough, I don't have any jokes prepared for this one. And I'm not funny enough to come up with them live. So we're all well and good.
Give yourself more credit, Harry. You don't even write lines. Maybe you should. You do write great scripts.
All right, man. This ain't about me. Come on down now. Just wait to get this one restarted.
There's only so many times and ways I can tell you that Astralis are good at Counter-Strike.
Yeah. We tried turning it on and off again, and when that didn't work, on and off again. And maybe third time's the charm on that one.
Yeah, there's something to it.
You know, for Heat, I think it's going to be a lot of attention on a few key players here. I want to see Joko hit the ground running, man. This guy's been so exciting throughout the entirety of the RMRs. And he's having a bit of a rough time right now. Also, you look at Body, you look at Lucky. These guys are the veterans. They are the most experienced too. You hope that they can try and step things up, elevate this team even more.
Yeah, even a legend of the French team and Matin behind them, right? Obviously of LDLC back about 3 years ago. Been in and out of those teams. It is a nice group, Heat, and it is nice to see French CS back on top, performing well at the high level. But unfortunately, unless they pull a full comeback here, no major dream for Heat. Headphones are going back in, but I'm not counting on anything at this point. Harry, get under the table, plug in some wires, fix this one for us, would you? Caster, start game, stop talk.
Yeah, sorry guys, we just really want to do a podcast instead, so it's like, you know, I hope you all are cool with that.
I appreciate, Astralis holding the game for us.
Yeah, man.
That was kind of them.
Well, shout out Astralis on time, thank you for giving us time to plug ourselves. Hugo, what's your social media, bud? Why don't you get that out during this peak viewership hour?
Yeah, at Hugo TV, go for it.
Oh, nice!
Yeah.
You actually did.
Yeah, well, you asked me.
Well, yeah, I mean,
you
gotta get
say
free,
no to that.
free exposure while you can.
Yeah. Thank you. That's what I do get paid in, ultimately.
Oh, that's sick, man.
Do it for the laughs. I don't know how related this still is to the Blame F crash. If I haven't really seen him. He's hiding behind his monitor over there. If his PC's working, if this is about the last round. But I haven't seen anyone under his desk.
No.
So you
I
would
mean,
presume
like Glaive
not.
stood up a minute ago. I don't know. It looks like, you know how it is, dude. Once one thing breaks, it feels like everything breaks.
Yeah.
You know.
Including the mental of heat. We've
Yeah.
gone down that road before.
Yeah, I think we've kind of hit the limit for going back and forth talking about the teams now, and I hope everyone can kind of feel that vibe. I don't want to keep telling you like, oh, they did have a chance on Edge. They had an
They know that
opportunity.
one. Don't worry.
Yeah, everyone knows. If you're a Heat fan, you knew they had a chance on Edge. You probably crushed that they couldn't win it. I know. In a part, kind of all of us are, but you know, I also don't want to sit here and tell you that Astralis is doing good because I think it's like bordering on patronizing.
What
at
a story
11-4.
it would be if he, suddenly came alive off the back of a pistol, off the back of a pause.
So this is where we're at. We're
pull it back.
hypothesizing
Yeah.
what could happen.
Well,
to talk about it.
I simply have nothing else to I have no info for you. I don't know. We got back in, and then we didn't get back in.
Right.
So, dipped our toes in the water. Bit cold, though. I'll wait for the pool heater.
I mean, it would be sick because, like, let's imagine it for a second. Afro, he aces every round till they come back. And suddenly, not only is he best in Config's kill record in this game, but also they're going to the major. Like, yeah, dude, that's sick. It would be sick, wouldn't it? Bordering on unbelievable.
Yeah, maybe even impossible, Harry. But do we want to go that far? Meanwhile, I guess. Oh, hey, that's how we do it.
I don't believe it till we're actually
Meanwhile, welcome back, folks. It's a major spot on the line. It's the last one here in Bucharest. Land CS, and it feels good to be back.
Oh,
11-4,
it's real.
and go, go, go!
Astralis on the T side now. It was 11-4. Heat, they got one round at the end in round 15. Now they need to repel the A play. Lucky with two. And Afro going to come in with one of his own. Joko taps out that bomb, rotating into ramp. Will get deleted after the fact. There's a man in hell. There's two pushing lobby. Farley here with a USP. Oh, he's dead. It's the dual Berettas on Exercise and Lucky to find 3 in that round there. And Heat are up onto a 5th with a pistol under their belt. But if that first half taught us anything, the force is strong with Astralis.
That is true. But Harry, what if Heat won every round from here? You never know. But yeah, we had full eco wins out of Astralis with USPs and one gun from Glaive. So I like that Astralis just full eco this. Would have been easy to justify a force buy. Try and run a ramp rush or something of the sorts. They just want to get guns. They want as many rifle rounds as tangible. Harley's going to drop on main. It's P250 for Config. Even he wants a bit of a chance in this round, and he might find it. His team should go first. Out they fly. Config pops his head round the corner, and his head gets popped by body. Oh dear, no body shot for Afro. The pistol will have to do it. And Glaive, no way. He cheats a plant down on B. Cheeky bugger.
Oh yeah, planted the spot named after them. And there we go. That's a win in and of itself. Now, he's not going to win the round, I can tell you that much.
Bold.
But in terms of the money game, that is a huge dub for Astralis.
Could even mean the first AWP for Farley in round 3 of the half, right? But maybe you won't go for it because it's bonus and you're expecting a lobby crunch or something like that. But hey, it just gives Astralis a bounty of options on this T side. 55, so you don't want no helmet. Probably won't see it. But man like Farley, he can do what he wants as far as I'm concerned.
That plant there. Going to give them a nice little cash injection. It's like an in-game version of their S-Tag deal. Glaive doing the bulk of it and making a lot of extra cash on the back of it. 11-6. Astralis now with their investment on this T side.
Good outside control for Body, because this is a bait and switch, right? He's tucked in so close. Even if you clear Lucky, there's no way you're ready for another man. Afro's going to give it up outside. Will be that smoke wall. So this double setup is very juicy right now. Here comes the squeeze.
Oh, up and over. Clave gets the info at least that there's two players here, so they know what they're going into, but that doesn't make it any easier. He hold on outside. This double push serves them well. Farley is desperately looking for a trade, and he'll get cut down by the FAMAS as well. Zip and Blame F might be out towards ramp, but the bomb is outside. So first, they've got to go back before they go forward. They're going to split up in two. Blame F moving in towards Hell, while his teammate in Zip goes all the way back for this bomb. 35 seconds left upon its retrieval. Now we're very wide open, unknown ahead of Astralis here. Don't know where anyone is. You do have this advanced positioning on Blame, but there is a chance that he gets caught by the man up in heaven at the AC vent. Lucky gonna delete him. He has a real round here, does Lucky. A very large one indeed. Him and Body, 4 kills between them. We said as kind of the tenured, experienced guys on this squad, we wanted more mileage out of them. And if they can give us a bit more like that, Heat are not out of this one yet.
Yeah, big and maybe even true. We'll have to see if they can keep these rounds clean to build up early money, right? Because you know Astralis have more in the pocket to pull out near the end of this T side. Don't want those eco rushes to flip the script. The longer you can delay that first win is so big here for Heat. Pistol smokes outside for Astralis. Flames poking his head around in lobby, looking for lurk kills, looking for aggressive CT players. Wider smokes being lined for Astralis. Can give them control towards Garage if they wish. But it's not the bulk, just 2 Ts creeping through. Oh, that was such a nice angle. He jumps back up though on the lip of the air conditioning and he freezes Glaive outside. Instead, they're walking ramp. Molly's going to stop him for a moment. Body's cleared the smokes outside. Knows no one's made it secret. And so this one seems clear as day for Heat. Off angle for Joko. Nets him a kill. There's a trade, but Scout continues to whittle them down. And getting a bomb plant is going to be very difficult, presuming Exercise can hold on lower.
Yeah, at this point, you know, you kind of are just playing for damage. Like, you're super low. You know the odds of actually surviving an attempt to get into a site are low. And she's going to have to make a move, right? Farley does drop down lower, hoping he gets given an engagement here. Exercise will spot him. It's clean. It's easy. Nothing can go wrong there. Zip's going to try and go back into the lobby. Lucky is holding for it. Rough angle for Zip to clear. And so there's 8 for Heat. Now 3 between them and Astralis. You have to see if Sonic really was some kind of wicked Nostradamus all the way back when he said 11-4, dangerous scoreline. Was it because he foretold his move onto French-speaking Vitality, making them the international squad of betting in favor of the Frenchman all those years ago?
Ah, yes. Playing the long game, Harry. I mean, it would be very Sonic-esque. Very, very far ahead of the rest. 11-8, but let's see this gun round for Astralis. Back outside, faster approach, right-clicking the flash. Body wants to look up on Silo. He knows Config's tricks. Not going to hang around as Molly start to land. Astralis with a boatload of utility in the yard. Afro still stuck on a scout. Oh, and Config beats him to the headshot. This is what I mean. This is what we're seeing from Config in that CT side. Just so efficient. And now leading his team straight to B. Smoke spam does nothing.
And we do have an early drop down towards lower for Exercise, but if he's not careful, this can end up compounding the issue. This could make it worse. Oh, his decision to get into the vent. This might leave him in a really rough way. And this is looking like a bit of a misread out of Heat. They think it's a bluff. They think with those outside smokes and all the spam from Body that no one really crossed behind them. They've lent heavy into an upper hold, and everybody for Astralis, with the exception of Blame F, is down here on B.
Yeah, some things never change. He's waiting for those rotates, but no one's coming outside. They might just have to be stuck out on ramp. The molly and the smoke spread, and there's no way to get back in for the moment for Heat. BlameF's even lurking upper to kill these players where they take lobby, and now Astralis are hunting the kills to close the round. Impatience pays off. Exercise in a 1-on-5 to save his gun, even with a boatload of money on Heat. Nothing to be done. So Astralis 5 alive for their 12th. Very well done. And yeah, just that one hesitation, that one change of mind for Exercise costed all the info for Heat downstairs. But safe to say, if he hung around and died anyway, would have dug an even deeper hole, like you said, and Astralis would have been able to convert just as easily. But he didn't even try.
He can't let this get them down. They've still got plenty of money. I mean, look at the cash on this squad, right? Because they've kept this pretty clean up until now. They've been able to farm up a decent bank. It's going to be a while before Astralis managed to break through. It all starts with this. Config, man at the top of the board. And as usual, great calling Adiclave over on this T side.
Early smoke spam, this time for Joko works out. Surely he doesn't go any further. The molly does force Blame into the radio, and that's a perfect lineup for Joko for 2. The AWP is still here, looking for a little bit more. A taste of the action. Tag, zip, and almost spammed back, but everyone survives for Heat. Phenomenal beginning to the round. They've conceded outside info, though, that will allow Astralis a path to B if they so choose to take it. If they do, they'll run into the big green down below. Afro is going to stay on this lower site now with no information. Heard no footsteps, so Astralis are further than Heat are ready for it. A missed shot. Afro not counter-strafing in time. Glaive will find him. Body didn't hear anything to tell his teammate how deep they could have gotten. He will win his fight outside. The plant allowed by Glaive, who covers on that ramp rotate, and Astralis try and clutch out a post plant in what was a 2-on-4.
Yeah, they've made it competitive. And I mean, with Config still alive, right, you're always willing to give this guy the benefit of the doubt when he's having a game like this. Time ticking away. Config's set up to try and wrap Decon late, and that's something that, for Lucky here, he's going to have to keep that in the back of his mind, that this is a possibility. This could happen, and it is happening. Config moving in. Door's been closed on him, so he's going to have to make noise swinging that open. No one's looking. Oh. They get on the bomb, and Config's taking them off. Oh, doubling up now. Config, hell of a spray down from Decon, and even as Body finds him, it's not enough to win the round. Astralis have locked this one in. Just Glaive and Config to make it so, to make it happen. And that's Astralis up onto 13.
Yeah, you feel rough for that ramp rotate as well. The first guy who tries to spam the planter, but he's so wide that Glaive gets an angle on him on the edge of the smoke, and it all just starts to unravel. You can feel that clutch round coming through for Astralis. That is their bread and butter. Put them on the B site with no rotate, and they just farm. Really rough for Afro, who in a 5v3 gained by the Joko on ramp. Afro just gets caught in the open in secret. He's going to try and get more involved now, pushing up behind the red. Nice shot. Can he escape though? Farley's right here to punish Pick, and he will. There's a second player not looking. Body turns on a dime for a kill. Keeping Heat in this round again, but advantages mean nothing as we just learned. 4-on-3 is not done yet. Body's going to get boosted back up into rafters to maybe set up for a ramp rotate. There's one man already here. Joko passive, swings out. Doesn't want to die on this hill though. Dinks Blame and disappears into the dark.
Body's going to start to rotate in. Up in heaven now. Config coming his way. Oh, spots him, but firing off. That's giving Config the info. Now you've got this guy interested. Look at him circling, man. He's like a great white waiting down in the bottom of hell. Now looking to join up with his teammates on the ramp take. You know you've put the fear in this Heaven player. You've likely kept bodies on upper. Right now, Joko is alone on this B site. Gonna have to put up one hell of a hold. He's seen a player peek. Now he's seen a second. Pitcher getting painted on the back of all this info. Joko is still spammed out. And we end up in this 3-on-3. Vent drop is pretty immediate for Heat. They start to send bodies in. Speaking of the man, bodies late to the ramp rotation. The fear put him in earlier on from Config, and never mind. Exercise goes swinging out and steals that one away.
Great awareness from Lucky as well, right? He was the one holding on to that control play as they're swinging through. They're playing with the door, just trying to fake out that vent rotate. Lucky doesn't fall for it. Eyes on the stairs, door with a big hole, and Exercise denies the planter off of the bomb. A retake round one, this time on lower from Heat. And these are so close right now. I feel very scared for Heat when Astralis get comfortable on B, but if you don't let them even get off the animation, then Heat can hold on to yet another round. 13-9, this game is closing. 11-4, no more.
Fast molly in towards A. Astralis just trying to give the illusion of a pace change. They still keep it pretty slow, pretty measured.
They've been throwing that hot roof molly every time. It does two things. One, it lets you, eventually hit that A site with it, and Heat won't go, oh, they're doing the molly, they're coming A. It's just part of their default. But also, it's good for getting that vent player down eventually. It doesn't just have to be an A rush. It can be the vent smoke, get Config down into lower, let him lurk, let him go crazy. And so all of this early conditioning for Astralis means eventually, if they need to, they can pull that out on a top hit. Not this round, though. They're going back to smokes.
Yeah, these are the more standard ones, lobbed over, the deeper ones. Oftentimes you see Astralis attempt this with the kind of wider smokes that would let you cross into garage.
Beat.
There is a gap there for Afro. Spots him through the smoke. And yeah, it looks like one of those smokes just pops a tiny bit too far. Forward, leaving a gap to be exploited. Farley, having a flick back to Secret. That was a rough shot to have to hit, and he will come up short. So now Config knows a play has to get made. This guy's been the playmaker. He's been the destroyer. Oh no. Moving on up, he's trying to sink the battleship of Afro. Scaling the heavens, but not looking the right way. The AWP will get one. Config able to trade it, but now they know about him. Trying to make his way into the land of the sky. Time's running out. There's 12 seconds. Bomb grabbed from main. They've got to get into A. They've got to get in now. Up the vent his body. And there's Lucky with the backstab. It's the two older boys of Heat to put up another round.
Oh, that got very scary. It's super awkward. The Config misses the timing because it costs him the round, right? His Heaven position on a main door split is perfect for Astralis to hit that A site, but as soon as he trades Afro had already dropped the bomb outside. Blames in door. He can't get the bomb. Config had to go back from the most powerful position in the round to just get that package, and they go nowhere with it. Crossfire, up vent, and behind CT side will stop it on that top site. And Heat continue to hold on against the odds. 10 rounds now on their CT half. Heat maybe got ahead of themselves on H, and it's all we've been rallying here together in this third map, but Astralis won't. They know this game ain't done. Checking their notes, looking at their homework, trying to find a hole in the Heat defense. Is it there?
You look at determined though. I mean, the fact that we're even kind of considering a world where this comes back speaks volumes after that 11-4 first half. You thought that was going to be enough for Astralis. These T-side woes continue. Outside now, they look to make their presence known. Smokes go over. A third one this time to eliminate any gap in this outside smoke layup. They will get down. Lucky is already here, dropping that molly. He has body to help him out. And once again, man, it's these two doing the damage. Gonna force Astralis out of lower. Gonna see what Blame can get away with, but firing off blind is loaded a little too soon outside. Now they know about him. They know about him trying to come in on this wrap. Blame F with the Deagle. trying to climb up heaven. I think he made noise there, right?
Yeah, and they saw him. They're just going to drop in. I like that. Not hurrying these kills. Joko down lower sees that bomb. He's got it trapped. Not the gun for the job on Zip. Blame's got to drop off and assist. They're going to double face. Oh, it's a mess. Blame trades, but he's dead. Knife out, trying to grab the gun. Heat find 11, and yeah, they're getting hyped again. Don't want to be screaming over the walls just yet. This one is not over. Safe to say. Farley can buy an AWP with no helmet, so he'll just go back to the AK again. Yet to see Afro really come into his own in the CT side, but he's been, back down on ramp, playing safe position so far. Eventually, Astralis will run into that AWP, and we get to see Afro tested again. Been good under pressure. The fact that he is still here is something miraculous. Can Astralis find a solution? A new position for Afro with this AWP, scoped into the door. Oh, they spam him though. Zip won't let that position go unpunished. Body sees Config, tries to one-tap him in the air. Config-esque, but won't connect.
Conflict has been the guy doing it all here, but he might need some help. He might need someone else to be that second man. Doesn't have to be every round. Doesn't have to be for the remainder of this game, but even just once, even just a little nudge in the right direction to come from someone else. Get Astralis back into this, but with that not arriving, with so much of this falling onto the shoulders of Config, they're building back in, they're believing again, they're taking lobby in this round, a double push. Could this be the way in? Zip with the clear, spams out Afro, and is he even going to molly the close corner? That forces a commit to the fight out of Joko, trying his best to hold on. He will win that out onto the AWP, but he's getting pressured. Farley with a double. Oh, it'd be poetic if it's this guy to rise to the occasion, help Config out, relive those ancient heroics that pulled Astralis back into that map, back into this series. It's his double on the aggroing players that has set Astralis up for 14. They've got to clear Lucky, they've got to get past him, and Blame F will. It's all come apart in this round now. Heat, they were building back into this. They were believing again for that lobby aggression, feeding Farley, who held on. It's given over 14.
Yeah, it wasn't just a double ramp crunch. It was exercise coming in through Hut. Like, that was perfection for Farley. And then even Zip, yeah, he dies, but he gets the info that, okay, it's not just a one-man here. Molly's Joko into a gunfight. He has to commit, and bam, body gets bodied by Glaive at the end. No saving your rifle in this round. Astralis have picked up 14.
Mate, the money's in such a weird spot as well. Like, you can invest, you can buy.
You've got to.
It's going to have limitations, and you've just got to deal with that. You've got to adapt and overcome here if you're Heat. That is like a real similar vibe to what we had on Dust 2, where, if you remember, Heat were dominating. They were making it look easy, and then Afro got aggressive at long and got bested by Zip. The exact same thing happened in this round to find Astralis 14.
And they keep getting down behind these smokes for free, even though Heat never knew about it, right? They walk back up after Farley doubles up in lobby, and they just hit the A site through main. But again, Astralis were in secret, and Heat had absolutely no idea, because they're walking these smokes every single time. No announcement needed. 14-11. A desperate buy is in. They had to make this call. There's no saving. It's just enough to justify it. That's a smoke for a vent drop. Coming in through the rafters on A. Afro trying to get involved. Eats a nade outside, but he's scoped behind red on a fake play. Astralis have gotten so much attention outside in this early round. Not just the AWP, but body as well. The top performer is taking a look as Astralis line up upper utility for an A hit. They are so ready to go. Glaive Mac 10 entry, in they come.
Yeah, this time it's the real commit. This time it's the real deal. Oh my God, Lucky has found a little gap in this Molotov, and it's let him chill out on top of Hut for way longer than Astralis intended. He's still up here. And with Body dealing with main players, maybe there's hope after all. They're going to start to try and run at him, try to deal with the man in main. Meanwhile, in at ramp, Config, or Zip rather, making progress. Starting to uncover that ramp is empty. They've already dropped 2 players down to B. Body right now is the only guy on upper, and even then he's not watching the A play. This is super weird. Blame F, so much of this round rests on his shoulders, and what he wants to do, he's going to give Zip the room first. See if he can get into B. now moving into ramp to go and join him. Heat, they took a bit of a gamble here, playing this double lower stack right away, and it might serve them well.
He just got info. Zip saw a player on the top rafters, so that's going to keep Heat here. And Zip calls for help from Blame. They both come out, and that's a beautiful headshot. Or fires off, but it needs to connect. Or this could be the entire series off the back of this round alone. A 3-on-5 that Astralis have made, a 2v2. There's a quick flank. Zip's not watching. He turns back, though. Oh, body, he's so low. One bullet. Or to do it, and Zip going to hit the headshot. Just Afro. Up close comes Blame, and Afro's getting pushed back into a corner. Can he unleash hell? 1v2. Just bait shots, a quick scope that won't connect, and he's trying to play with the door, but it's Blame with 3 kills on the lower side to shut out the round, and Astralis will find 15 first. Even with the right gamble, even with the right read coming out from Heat, it's not enough. Clutch kills out of Astralis. Even Config bursted Exercise out of heaven in that round. And, you know, Astralis could have just waltzed onto A. It was free the entire time. They go into the difficult site and they do it again.
Man, I've got to say, like, Zip's kind of experience really shines through in these last few rounds. He hasn't done anything super flashy in terms of kills, but the info gathering is why Astralis have looked so good in these last few clutch moments. So much of it is on the info that Zip is getting for the team. You know, never overplaying his hand. This time, don't have a choice. They're going to try and rush up. They're going to try and rush lobby. And Farley just ascends up the ladder, gets out of there. Body is even dinked. Brought down low. This might be the end of the line for Heat. They've got next to nothing versus an Astralis with their legacy on the line, with so much to play for, and 4 rounds, 4 chances to win this series and go to the major.
Yeah, this is the kind of buy that Astralis had at 14-11 down on Ancient. They picked it up and they pulled it back and won the map in 30 rounds. Heat, do they have the same gumption? Do they have the same ability up against these legends? It's a nice stack. It's a good flash. They peek with it, but Astralis were getting ready to go. And go Config shall. 3 kills in a quick burst. And this might be the end of Heat. This might be Astralis at the major. It seems foretold. And this game is sold down the river. Afro in a 1v5. And folks, Astralis are going to Antwerp.
Yeah, that round there, mate, it is a perfect metaphor for this game, for this series, for this map. You do everything you can, you throw all these flashes, you've got a game plan, and Config just annihilates you regardless. Man, Astralis, they turn it around in a big way come Nuke. It got shaky on Ancient. You got worried at one point that this tenured squad, this team of legends, of major winners, weren't going to be in Antwerp, but they're able to rise to the occasion. They lock Heat out. For Heat, it's devastation. It's disappointment. It's the knowledge they could have done it. But there's no getting past Glaive and the boys today. Astralis, they're going to the major.
That feels fantastic for Astralis, no doubt. And we've seen enough faces, you know, heads in hands over these last few days, even today with Anonymo as well, right? Devastating losing a series like that. But for Heat, the fact that they were able to come in here as heavy underdogs, go 2-2, you know, get all the way to this matchup, bring Astralis to the brink. A damn impressive result from a team that we had relatively low expectations of in comparison to some of the legends that we have in this group stage. So what a tournament it's been, Harry. That's the final game of the whole RMR. We've covered 4 regions over these last 2 weeks, and Astralis are our final team to make it, to confirm our list, our rosters for Antwerp. This is going to be one hell of a major.
Yeah, it really is, man. And I mean, this format of Astralis does get you a little bit more excited, right? Knowing they've got the resilience, they've got that ability, the fact that Farley's looking like he's slotting into this team in a really nice way. And, you know, they bailed themselves out. We mentioned this early on. They were 2-0 to open up this entire run, right? They've had 3 chances to get to the major, and so it's good they were able to deliver on that. It does suck for Heat, man. When you see Body sat there, like, just looking so deflated, it's just because, much like Saw, much akin to how devastated those guys were when it was all taken away, you had the opportunity, you had the chances. There were moments where it could have been you going to the major over legends in this Astralis team, and it's all taken away in an instant. So, yeah, for one team, heartbreak. For the other, it's a matter of bouncing back, looking strong, and maybe looking like the Astralis we once knew and loved.
Yeah, we'll get to see them in just a couple of weeks' time in Antwerp. For now, we're going to have our desk to close it out, hopefully hear from the winners. So we'll throw it back to James Banks and the boys.
Thank you very much, guys. As dreams are made and dreams are also crushed in moments like this. But Astralis are the ones that are victorious on Nuke, and they will grab that final slot to the major. But this is the story of the RMRs, boys, right? This is what happens. The ups, the downs, the heartache. You're so close, you know, you can feel it for them. It was rough, but Astralis were the favorites in this. They were the ones that were supposed to come over and cross the line. It was just in a way that Heat gave more fight than what we expected, I guess.
Flashbacks of that Saw game against Outsiders just a few days back. Of course, that was way closer. But still, over here, Heat had their moments. Ancient could have easily been theirs, right, apart a couple of rounds. And here on Nuke, though, valiant attempt for them to grind back from what was looking like Astralis just running away with it. It was, I do believe, 12-2 or 12-3 at one point to the other, and still able to kind of like bring it back and show quite a lot of tenacity. You have to feel bad for them, but a major without Astralis, I said it was unthinkable, and honestly, if they hadn't made it, I wouldn't know what to say about it.
It would be definitely groundbreaking news and a big hit for Astralis. One of those things that they simply have to achieve, right? This lineup, with the quality that they have, the organization that is legendary, 4 majors won, all majors attendance since they came together in 2016. They just have to make the major, and especially playing against a team like Heat, who are on the rise, doing well in the Tier 2, at 21st in the world, right? There is no excuses to lose to them, and I think in this map especially, we definitely saw the qualities of Astralis and their CT side being really, really good. And after that, combined with like an amazing config that we see here, over 1 kill per round, 5-2 in opening duels. No one matched that performance on the other side. And Joko definitely didn't step up to the level that maybe they needed to pull off the upset.
And it's kind of fitting as well, I felt personally, that we kept on hopping on Config having a quiet tournament, right? We talk about Blame F just really delivering every single time. Frolic have a pop-off moment, but what a time for the Berserker to come alive. He really stepped up, not just here on this map. He was so impactful everywhere. Even in Dust 2, he had his moments, even though that was a loss. Ancient came down to Config on the T side, and over here, over 30 kills in his map winbacks.
Yeah, this is it, right? The reason we're highlighting Config at this point is because, yeah, he may have had quiet games throughout it, but he is a big match player. You know, he's one that steps up when you need him the most. And I just feel like on Ancient, if he wasn't able to turn it when he did, and he just went on that rampage, we'd be looking at a 2-0 and it would have been Heat all the way, and we wouldn't even been sat in this situation right now.
Yeah, truly. After the first day, I remember Blame F 1.50 rating, Config 0.87. Now, stats of the whole event, 11 maps. Config highest rated 113, Blame F tied 113. After that, Farley 111. Like all three
solid from Farley.
Really stepping up. You could say, we could talk about Blame F not really performing in this best of 3, but it's not the important thing right now.
No.
They got over the line. Config was there to do what he does best and just secure what was needed to
and I think it's very important for me personally the past couple of games, which they had to kind of just dig in deep. And I know it was a loss against G2, but it was very close yesterday, right? So the fact that I felt like the past couple of games have been kind of Farley coming into his zone. Finally, kind of like filling the shoes left behind by whoever left the shoes behind. Obviously, Device has those massive shoes, and had Lucky coming in and glaive hopping. But Frolic, I feel like he's finally kind of found himself in his lineup, right? So good signs overall, despite the fact that, yes, it was very, very close, but the guys we looked at to really step up, they did step up, they did deliver.
They really did, and this could be positive signs for Farley, right? For the future and what we're looking at when it comes to the Astralis lineup. Prof, you're looking at round 10, right? And you're looking at some of these rotations and also how it ended up for good old Farley.
This is a great round just to set up how Astralis rotated around the Nuke, but also Farley individually. This is a great start, right? Body gets a pick 1 minute 40 on the clock. They have all of this time to pull the rotations and figure out how they want to finish this round. We see Farley's going up on the roof here to get some information. As the smokes come in, he knows that nothing's coming out. Config is also helping to just secure the secret lurk, and they at this moment they know outside's probably not happening. They solidify the inner side, and just in the perfect time the molly comes in here and they're forced towards ramp. Who's at ramp?
There we go. Frolic, again, he's everywhere. And this is something we pointed out. We want to see Frolic being the mobile opera, being an aggressive opera, looking to take fights. I like this. He takes the fight. What does he do? He drops down. They try to hunt him down. Zipex, then he comes in. 3 frags. He finds the first. And now it's a 2 versus 4. And they group up together. Sorry, it's still a 3 versus 4. They group up together. They're like, listen, we need to take one of these members down. Zipex, we know where he is. It's probably in an uncomfortable spot. Let's find him. But he plays this one to perfection.
Yeah, even just staying alive for this long. It's 30 seconds. They now need to commit so deep to clear this position. He gets 2 frags. At that point, the round is over.
Pretty much.
Not good for them on the side of Heat, right, when it comes to... And the CT side we looked at when it came for what Astralis able to offer up, just to kick things off with, was so demoralizing for Heat at that point that coming back from it was going to take some time, you know. I'm impressed they did what they did, but we've got to talk about the mentality that was happening for Heat there, because you can see it. They felt like they had it, but then they started to make some of these mistakes that we had not seen, right? They're over-peaking. They're not looking like they're going together as a team. You mentioned it on Nuke when they were going down to the lower bomb site, right, trying to defend it. It looked disjointed, I guess you'd call it?
Disjointed, discombobulated, whatever Ds you want to use over there, Banks. But yeah, it was looking rough. And I feel like you look at the scoreline, and you got to remember this was a 3-1 start for Heat, right? And they had a Galil loss the previous round. Glaive picks it up. It's USPs all around for Astralis, and that's when they thought things. They didn't really dot their I's, cross the T's. Utility usage was limited. They're like, we can just take these duels. And then Config, perfect look towards vents, and you know how good he is. Even with the USP from behind, tap, picks up a gun. Glaive with the Galil, he finds only 1 kill with that, but it deals so much damage that the other USPs have no problem getting them, right? So the next round, what happens? They don't have enough money. They still have some Galil, some Magdens, not enough utility, and then Astralis, they go on that streak of rounds. If that round hadn't transpired, I know it's ifs, buts, could'ves, would'ves, but maybe we could have had a game here.
Definitely, when you look at it, there's a difference between getting 4 rounds and 6 rounds on the T side is huge, and that eco loss definitely hurts you. We just saw the round where they had the 5v4, how they got out-rotated, manipulated, then 10 rounds in a row for Astralis, and a very, very difficult comeback to make.
Well, let's talk to Astralis. Let's talk to Glaive, who's standing by for the interview, and certainly I'm sure he's got a big smile on his face, and rightly so. Glaive, you've managed to make it to the major. It was certainly a close one. I want to take your mind, though, back to Ancient quickly, if I may, because we looked at your Ancient. We're saying you guys are easily one of the best teams in the world on that right now. Were you surprised on what he offered, or do you put it down more to yourself, maybe not being able to get it over quicker than that, because it got very close?
I do believe that we are one of the best teams in the world on Ancient, but I also think that Heat is a really good team, and we also saw it on the statistics. I mean, before ends, I talked to Snappy about it. He said they had like 87 or 82% win rate on Ancient. I know it's against like worse teams than Tier 1, but still they are a really good Ancient team. We knew that, but we still thought like we felt so confident on Ancient, so we just picked it.
All right, Glaive, first, congratulations. Right, I want to talk a bit about a mentality for the team. Obviously, the last 2 games you played were against players, in G2, pretty hard opponents overall, and coming so close, and then going up against Heat, where it looked like things were kind of falling apart. Like, was there anything said in the team? Like, how did everyone react to that, and how were you guys able to kind of pull yourselves together and get the win here?
Of course, we felt a bit unlucky with going to play against number 2 and number 1 seeded in our group, I think. So yeah, that was pretty tough. We also played against ENCE, who is a really good team and just was in the final last tournament. So it was a pretty tough group stage for us with the matches, and of course it was pretty sad that we didn't beat G2, because we felt like that's a game we could have won, and we just tried it so many times that we are losing the 3rd map in one way where we feel like we have the upper hand, and it's really rough. But hopefully we have used some of our bad luck now, and when we go to the major, some good luck will hit us, I hope.
Glaive, just looking at Astralis moving into this tournament, there's a lot of doubts, like how well you're going to play. I think here some of those doubts were just swept aside to some degree, especially Farlig, his performances. Like, is this team now a team that you feel like is very close to going back to the heights of the old Astralis lineup? I'm not saying like winning 4 majors, but challenging for titles, at least making major playoffs major tournament playoffs, right?
I mean, that's what we work so hard for every day. Practice 8 hours a day, and those hours is only going to be because we want to be title contenders. We want to do good at the major. We're really happy with this one goal that we had to get to the major, even though the route was pretty hard. I'm really happy, and yeah, I'm really satisfied that we were able to do it. We didn't lose to any teams that we should have beaten. But I mean, we still want to be a team that is able to beat both players and G2. But maybe hopefully at the major.
What do you think is missing then to be that team?
It's tough to say. I mean, we didn't have that much time with Farley yet, so we had to put him into everything that we have with Lucky, and he had to come in with something himself. So we're just starting to find how we want to play, and sometimes a bit of individual skill. personally, for me, I think I can be a bit better. I know Sypex, he also thinks that sometimes he can be a bit better. Farley has been great at this tournament, has some great games, especially against G2. So and Config and Blame is playing really good for us. So yeah, it's really satisfying to play with all of them, to be honest. So yeah, a bit of individual skill and maybe just a few more tactics and yeah, some more fury.
Last question for me, Glaive. I'm actually glad you brought up Frolic, right? And one thing we noticed when we were talking about in the past couple of games, especially against G2, even over here, it seems like he's kind of found himself, maybe felt a little bit more comfortable and whatnot. Is it the team giving him a little bit more freedom to do what he wants to do, or is it himself, you know, making that initiative, so to speak?
I mean, I'm trying to push him to take the initiative because you can really fast. We have a lot of big personalities on our team, and you can really fast like be forgotten and go into the back because I have something to say every round. So if you don't say I want to do this, yeah, then it can be tough for me to remember everything that you want to do. And when you have the AWP, you want to play like this, and when you have the AK, you want to play in a different way and stuff. So I'm trying to push him as much as possible, and he's actually really good himself at doing it, especially when he's feeling the game, and that is when you should do it. So he's good at taking initiative, and yeah, it's just big props to him.
Cool.
Now, Glaive, before we get to the major, I also want to ask this, right? We've been looking at your Dust 2 and seeing that, especially on the T sides, a lot of these rounds have been coming right down to the last few seconds. See you guys kind of run out of time more often than not. What is it that you feel like is going wrong for you guys? Because we normally look at you guys and say, okay, look, we can get this all together, we can make a good decision. And is there just a disconnect at all, or what do you think it is?
Yeah, a little bit sometimes, I think. Especially on the T side, it can be pretty rough when we get behind. I mean, when we practice and we have momentum, maybe we play against a bit worse team sometimes. We actually have pretty good results on those two. That's why we're feeling pretty confident on it. But when we start to lose and maybe they're doing some pushes or we're not winning the rounds we are supposed to, people maybe get a bit afraid and we're not doing the same things that we do in practice, and we kind of change our play style a little bit. So I think that's what hurts us the most. And yeah, of course we need some more tactics because it's not one of the maps that we have worked the most on because we want to implement Vertigo also. So now we're playing all 7 maps, as you see. So we want to implement that, and that took some time away to go with Dust 2 and also Mirage.
And when you're talking about getting together and having some more tactics, right, and like you just said, you're playing 7 maps, which is incredible as it is, how much time do you think you're able to put into that ahead of the major with not too long to go? You know, you and A are going to have to do, sorry, you and Trace going to have to do some really big brainstorming on this?
Yeah, I think so. We need to work hard on the Dust 2. We need to look at some of the best teams and see what we can steal, what fits into our play style on the T side. Maybe change it a bit up on CT side some rounds as well. Have a look at what we're actually losing at, and yeah, I mean, we have some rounds on the T side where we're supposed to win, I think. And if we win those rounds, we start to get the momentum, but we lose those rounds like 5 versus 4 or 5 versus 5, where we're in really good positions to just squeeze them in and stuff like that. And we don't win those kind of rounds. And if we lose those kind of rounds, we're going to have a rough T side, of course. So yeah, T side is extremely tough right now because of the silencer meta. So if you don't win the rounds that you're supposed to, you're going to have a tough time.
Yeah, we definitely all know that as well. Well, Glaive, thank you very much for your answers. Congratulations once again on making it to the major, and we'll see you soon in Antwerp.
Thank you very much, guys.
Well, at least he's well aware of it, right? We've been spotting, what we've been talking about there. But interestingly enough, it's never often, right, in the past, we would hear Glaive mention that tactically they're not there in something, you know? That's why I had to ask the question about what him and Trace are going to be working on.
I actually like how they're very cognizant of what are the issues right now, right? He said, like you said, there are rounds where he should be winning on the T side on Dust 2 over there, but it also makes sense when you have a 7-map pool. You don't really have enough time to really put into each and every map. You look at Dust 2 Mirage, you're like, we can wing it. We're good enough. It's a puggy map, and then you see the lack of practice. Again, it's a new team. You got to remember, right? New roles and all of that. So. Good to see that figure out what the problem is. They've made it to the major, and now they have a lot of prep time.
They do have a lot of prep time. But for one last time, let's take a look at our standings as all is over. We have done all the games now. All the teams have made it to the major, and this is how it sits at the end of day 4. So Copenhagen Flames, the new Cloud9 in there, was previously called
That is
Players.
so jarring. Just seeing Cloud9 out of nowhere, Cloud9.
By the way, Joel's going to mess me up for a long time. I'm like, yeah, European? No, okay, no, we're definitely not. They're not European.
It's not NARMR.
Yeah, it's a very confusing one.
What are they doing over here? Get them out. All right, jokes aside.
Ninja's in there as well, you know, Ents, G2, Astralis, Bad News, Eagles, and Spirit. And then looking on the other side, you know, I would say, other than Entropic, this is probably what you would have expected not to make it.
Yeah. I mean,
you both went, like maybe not. Am I wrong?
We kind of, for me personally, I expected Entropic and Spirit to get at 7-8 slots, so to speak. They're more known entities compared to a lot of the other teams over there. Heat, of course, had an outside chance. Anonymo had an incredible underdog run as well.
That was kind of sad.
That's kind of sad. But Bad News Eagles, I'm very happy for them. I'm very happy for them because, you know, they're young, they're exciting. We saw the way they played as well. And I love the story, right? All the way from this crappy LAN cafes and all the way to the major. What
Crappy,
a story.
maybe they're the best.
No, he was telling how everyone's yelling while they were trying to play FPL.
I mean, if anyone ever played with people from the region and on FaceIt, there's always a loud noise in the background. Sometimes the hours run out and they can't finish the game. That's also kind of rough. But they've been
talking from experience.
It's happened to me as well.
Right?
Yeah.
It has happened.
Well, here we have it. These are your teams at the PGL Major in Antwerp. Looking at the legend spot there, right?
Oh, boy.
Look at all of these names. Some you may not have thought were going to make it to a legend spot. Big, maybe. Copenhagen Flames. Potentially Furia, depending on how well they did, you know.
Even Cloud9, for that matter.
Even Cloud9.
They weren't even the RMR initially back.
Dude, I need that logo to change in some way to constantly remind me that it's not the North American one. It's going to take some while to get adjusted to it. Then we look at the challengers side. You know, G2, probably one of the teams. Vitality as well, expected to be in Legends in some way. Maybe not on some other cases. Bad News Eagles going to find themselves in that challenger spot as well, which is quite nice for them. Then we come on to the contender side, some North American teams, obviously.
Liquid all the way down there.
Yeah, Liquid is the one where you just don't expect it.
It's kind of interesting, like you said, right? Legend stage, you look at some of the teams, you're like, okay, big, little bit of a surprise. Copenhagen Flames as well, making it all the way directly to the Legends. But because of that, now you have your G2s and your Liquids playing in the first stage, right?
Yeah.
And that is so rough for a few of these teams, man.
Yeah, it's going to be, as always, a good bloodbath, a good, amazing show. Yeah, it's just like in the Coliseum, right? Back in the old days.
Gladiator
you know everything about
Back
that.
in the old days, yes.
There's going to be, I mean, here we also had some of these underdog stories. Bad News Eagles, I think the biggest one, Fours against Saw, that slot was, that was a crazy, crazy time to witness the last second defuse and everything. I don't know. We are going to see big, I think, going to the Legends. That's kind of a big surprise.
No pun
intended, as it always is. Great stuff. Furia's up there. Liquid's gonna have to kind of grind their way into it. Vitality, some teams like Vitality and G2, these are the teams that I'm looking forward to. Like, I don't know what's gonna happen with them.
That's the thing, right? For teams like Vitality and G2, like they snuck their way in, right? They're through there, like breathing a big sigh of relief.
Yeah.
You're like, whew, you've made it, right? But if you take it easy, we've seen what's already transpired in RMRs. It's going to get tougher because teams who have qualified to the major are the ones who survived the bloodbath in the RMRs. Upsets are going to take place, Banks, in a couple of weeks' time. Tears are going to be shed.
They are going to be shed. But guys, it's time for us to say goodbye and close the show. So, Prof.
I'm kind of sad.
I know. It's like, should we just continue podcast mode? You know, we'll just keep production here. They're just keeping shouting.
They're going to kick us out.
We'll just do a couple hours.
Long, but
thanks, you just told me.
They literally said they're going to kick us out right now.
Thanks, mate.
long 2 weeks, but also they went by very quickly in the same way. Just it was a joy. It was a joy to witness all of the games. Some of them were kind of difficult as well. Some of them gave me a headache. Some of them made me sick, but some of them also made me very excited and happy. So
I just can't make out the intonation in Prof's voice when he's happy, whether he's sad. He's got like,
this,
it's just like
whoa,
it made me happy, it
that's
made me
how it
sad.
works.
It's the same thing. But yeah, great 2 weeks over here at the desk, and it's Counter-Strike. I can't believe we get to just
this
use
is
this as a
Counter-Strike.
job. This is Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
okay.
What do you think it was?
Game.
Valorant?
Or Rocket League?
Don't say
Rocket
that
League?
word on broadcast, Blair. Come on now.
Nah, it's okay. I think we can love our game enough to be not to be insecure.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of them, isn't there, on the other side? Prof, give me your winner for the major. Name.
Oh,
Bad
wow.
News Eagles.
Okay.
Bad News Eagles. All right. He's going out for the wild pick. Blair, come on.
I could make you very happy right now.
Right. You can just say
You know,
what you think.
I'm just going to go for a while. FaZe is going to win the major.
Okay, so Bad News Eagles, FaZe. Obviously, I'm going to pick Na'Vi, so that's just the way it goes. But we are done here for the RMRs. In just a couple of weeks' time, we'll be making our way to Antwerp for the major. Counter-Strike not only is the best esport, but it's the best game in the world. It's one that gives us the highs and the lows. It gives us this passion and excitement. Hope you've all had a wonderful time enjoying the action go down. And we'll see you in Antwerp just coming up in a couple of weeks. I cannot wait.